Xuanqing transmigrated into a perilous world, becoming a humble wild god worshipped by a small mountain village, weak in power and utterly alone. Fortunately, he was bound to the incense deification system. As long as he had enough incense and faith, he could grow stronger. Cultivation techniques, arts, immortal artifacts, even immortal mansions, and divine status. All within reach as long as the incense burned brightly. In the Shung Kingdom, Xuanqing County, dozens of miles south of the county seat, several villages lay nestled within the layered towering mountains. Song Family Village. It was not a large village, only 20 or 30 households, with fine fields and tidy houses surrounded by mountains on all sides. Today was the first day of the lunar month at high noon. The villagers walked in small groups toward the head of the village, carrying incense and offerings while chatting among themselves. At the village entrance stood a solemn wooden structure over 2 meters tall. Red couplets on the doorframe prayed for favorable weather and a peaceful year. Inside, a stone statue roughly a foot tall was enshrined. Under the drifting veil of incense smoke, the statue's face was blurred and indistinct. A villager placed the offerings, lit 3 sticks of incense, and knelt to worship the statue. Bless us, Lord Xuanqing, may my wife give birth safely this month. Incense value 4. In the cramped shrine, niche Song Xuanqing looked down with a complicated expression at the villagers kneeling and burning incense below. They had no idea that someone was watching their every word and action from above. They could not see him either, because Song Xuanqing was no longer human. Now he was supposed to be a god, though only a wild god. A weak wild god at that. Song Xuanqing had spent 2 full hours sorting out the fact that he had not died in the plane crash, but had transmigrated instead. Only his new identity was rather delicate. He had actually become the wild god worshipped by Song Family Village. Yes, a wild god. As for why this identity, which by his own understanding should have been something like a local earth god, had been labeled a wild god by the system, he had no idea. Even an earth god was a low-ranking deity, but at least he would count as a proper registered god. Yet the system had tagged him as wild god. It sounded unreliable, and he was afraid that one day he might be smitten by some passing orthodox god. As a member of the Blue Star Transmigration Army, Song Xuanqing possessed the standard Transmigrator's essential, a system. His system was called the Incense Deification System. The name sounded overwhelmingly impressive, but he had not yet felt exactly how impressive it was. Song Xuanqing sighed and opened the system panel. Incense Deification System. Host Song Xuanqing. Age 20. Lifespan. Identity wild god. Cultivation unranked. Arts none. Domain Song Family Village. Incense value 38. 5. Evaluation: a wild god unrecognized by the heavenly Tao, weak in faith and power, without divine status or position, drifting like duckweed. Newbie quest: though merely a village wild god, as a deity worshipped by the people, you should do something for your believers and raise their faith in you. Progress 01. Completion reward: novice gift pack, full system unlock. Every time Song Xuanqing reached that evaluation at the end, he felt another knife in his heart. Moreover, apart from the system panel and the newbie quest notification, Song Xuanqing had discovered no other functions. No lottery, no shop, no attribute points, none of it. The system was still like a half-finished product. It seemed he would have to complete the novice quest before the other functions unlocked. The novice quest required him to do something for the villagers of Song Family Village and raise their faith in him. Song Xuanqing could not see the villagers' faith level directly, but faith determined his incense value. The higher the faith, the higher the incense value. So far, the highest incense value he had seen was 7 from a wizened old man. The lowest was 2 from a 5 or 6-year-old child. The child had been brought by his father to offer incense. Though Song Xuanqing complained that the system tagged him as a mere wild god, even below an earth god, he was in fact quite satisfied with his identity after transmigration. Wild god, so what? A wild god is still a god. Being a wild god was still better than being an ordinary person. From what Song Xuanqing had gathered, this world resembled the ancient China of his past life in many ways. However, this world seemed to follow no science at all. Of course, with a wild god like him being worshipped by the villagers, it could hardly be scientific anyway. But that was not what he meant. The point was that this world truly had demons and evil spirits. The age of Song Xuanqing's statue had long been lost to memory. Before he arrived, no divinity had ever been born from the statue. Yet perhaps because it had absorbed incense and faith for so long, the statue itself possessed a measure of divine subtlety. For instance, the statue could sense what was happening around it. When Song Xuanqing transmigrated over, he naturally inherited the statue's previous fragmented memories. Though those memories were fragmentary and incomplete, Song Xuanqing still discovered something crucial. On a moonless night, wind howling like ghost whales accompanied by a sudden splash of water. On the bank of the river behind the shrine, a spine-chilling figure crawled ashore. It looked like a giant fish over 10 feet long, yet its tail stood upright like 2 legs, and atop its head grew the head of a beautiful woman, letting out shrill laughter. A few breaths later, the beautiful woman's face on its head shifted into the deeply furrowed face of an old man, and its shrill laughter turned into a man's weeping and wailing. After a few more breaths, it changed yet again into another face. The faces atop the bizarre fish demon kept shifting, never repeating the same one. Then the vision cut off, for the statue's memories were fragmentary. But judging from the fragmented memories that followed, the fish demon seemed to have devoured several villagers, and he had no idea how the matter was eventually resolved. In short, this world was quite dangerous. Though Xuanqing was only a weak wild god, he could at least protect himself better than an ordinary person. Moreover, he had the system. The future was promising. After noon passed, more villagers came one after another to offer incense. Bless us, Lord Xuanqing, may the harvest be plentiful this year. A man in coarse linen clothes with rolled-up trouser legs, seeming to have just returned from the fields, knelt on the ground and murmured his prayer, hoping the deity could hear his heart. Xuanqing could hear him. He genuinely wanted to fulfill their wishes. He also wanted to complete the system's novice quest, but he simply could not do it. The poor villagers asked for nothing excessive, but he knew no protective spells, nor could he yet make their fields yield more. Unfortunately, he was not the kind of almighty, awe-inspiring deity. After finishing his incense, the man walked out of the Xuanqing shrine and ran into another villager coming to worship. Hey Shanji, didn't you take your wife back to her family's home? Why are you back from Lu family village so soon? The villager coming over to offer incense was called Xuanqing. He replied, yeah, we just went for a meal. If my wife hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have bothered. But hey, do you know about the big thing that just happened in Lu family village? The man grew curious and asked what big thing. Xuanqing looked solemn and mysterious. He first bowed 3 times towards Xuanqing's statue, then pulled the man aside and lowered his voice. Remember the three-eyed goddess enshrined in Lu family village? I remember. What happened to her? Her statue, it was smashed. What? Who dared to do such a thing, smashing a divine statue? They say it was done by a person in a white robe and a veiled hat. The villagers of Lu family village know nothing of his identity or appearance, only that he was extraordinarily skilled. Not only did he smash the statue, but they say he also gouged out the goddess's first eye. I heard the eye was as red as if it were dripping blood. Is that scoundrel so bold? Is he not afraid of the three-eyed goddess's divine punishment? Who knows if he was afraid or not? What's certain is that the villagers of Lu family village are terrified. They failed to protect the statue and allowed such a crime to happen. If the three-eyed goddess punishes them, they're done for. Alas, such an undeserved calamity. That's what I said. I've already told the village head, and he said we should keep a close watch on Lord Xuanqing's statue recently to prevent that scoundrel from causing trouble here. Inside the shrine, overhearing all of this song, Xuanqing felt deeply uneasy. A veteran reader of countless novels in his past life, he sensed that the person who had smashed the three-eyed goddess's statue and gouged out her eye was no kindly figure. If that person had targeted the statue of the three-eyed goddess worshipped by a neighboring village, who was to say he would not also set his sights on his own statue? Xuanqing felt flustered. He had no idea how strong he truly was, but judging by the system's evaluation of him as an unranked weak wild god, he could not feel secure in the least. By instinct, Xuanqing knew that if his own statue were smashed, he would at least suffer severe damage, if not death. This cursed world gave even a god no sense of security. No, he had to finish the novice quest quickly and unlock the system. As everyone knew, the system was the ultimate cheat for transmigrators. Xuanqing, I cannot endure even one more day of this weak wild god life. I must grow stronger. Xuanqing chatted a bit more with the man before they parted ways. It was the busy farming season with much work in the fields, and the man needed to hurry back to the land. After burning his incense, Xuanqing also wanted to return to his field work. Carrying his incense, he entered the Xuanqing temple and saw that someone was already praying inside. It was a young girl who had just reached her coming of age, dressed in blue hemp, clothing her face filled with sorrow. Xuanqing was somewhat puzzled. Xiuxiu, why are you here to burn incense? Where are Mingzi and Uncle Jen? Xiuxiu turned at the sound, saw it was Xuanqing, and said in a tone that could hardly conceal her melancholy. It's Brother Dashin. My father and brother went into the mountains to hunt and haven't returned yet. Since my mother has trouble walking, I came to burn incense. Xuanqing was somewhat surprised. Didn't Mingzi and Uncle Jin go hunting yesterday? Going again today? Xiuxiu sighed. Brother Dashin, it's not that they went again today. My father and brother entered the mountains yesterday and still haven't returned. Xuanqing looked at her in astonishment, then turned his gaze toward the deep, dense forest stretching behind the village. The small hill behind the village where people often went to gather firewood was relatively safe. However, as far as he knew, Xiuxiu's father and brother usually hunted further back at Wolfhead Mountain, and he could clearly see that thick fog was enveloping the mountain. Xuanqing's rugged brows furrowed. Wolfhead Mountain has thick fog, and when the fog rolls in, miasma may also appear. Mingzi and Uncle Jin have been out for a day and a night, and still haven't returned. Isn't that dangerous? And besides, there were traces of wolves on Wolfhead Mountain. 2 able-bodied adults in full condition with hunting experience wouldn't face much danger. But after a day and a night in the mountain forest, could they still be in good condition? If they happened to encounter wild wolves again, they might never make it out of Wolfhead Mountain alive. Xiuxiu's eyes were slightly reddened. I hope father and brother can return safely today. Xuanqing had also entered Wolfhead Mountain and didn't hold high hopes. Frowning, he said, I'll go tell the village head and bring some strong men into the mountain to see if we can find Mingzi and Uncle Jen. Xiuxiu shook her head. Brother Dashin, I already asked the village head. He doesn't agree to enter the mountain now. Oh, we must at least wait for the fog to clear. Xuanqing opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could understand the village head's concerns, fear of losing more people while trying to rescue others. Song Xiuxiu didn't say more. Her eyes red and knelt before the statue of Song Xuanqing. Lord Xuanqing, please protect us. I hope my brother and father can return safely. Incense value 4. 5. Song Xuanqing listened to the system prompt, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He felt that the hope of completing the beginner quest and unlocking the system was finally here. He couldn't fulfill wishes for harvest or the like, but finding a person should be no problem, right? Although Song Xuanqing's route was in the divine statue, he could leave it. He just wasn't sure about the range. As long as he could enter Wolf Head Mountain, finding those two and bringing them out shouldn't be an issue. What about mere thick fog and miasma? Song Xuanqing, a wild god, didn't regard such things as threats at all. After Song Xiuxiu and Song Dashan finished burning their incense, Song Xuanqing left the Xuanqing temple. The bright sunlight fell upon Song Xuanqing, yet cast no shadow at all. He floated in the air, observing Song Village as he headed toward the rear mountains. Since arriving in this world, this was his first time leaving the Xuanqing temple and seeing the landscape with his own eyes. Song Village was not populous. The 20 or 30 households amounted to only about 100 people. Children ran and played in groups of 3 or 5 in the hills, while the men in the fields sweated heavily under the sun. Women and children busied themselves around the homes. It was a typical simple rural scene. Song Xuanqing took a cursory look at Song Village and then entered the rear mountains. By this point, he was already somewhat excited and anticipatory. Although his jurisdiction was only Song Village, his range of movement was not limited to just the village itself. Song Xuanqing was not in a hurry to enter Wolf Head Mountain. He first took a loop around this small hill. As a wild god, Song Xuanqing's speed was naturally beyond that of ordinary mortals, and he finished surveying the entire hill in less than half an hour. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Song Xiuxiu's father and brother. It seemed the people were indeed trapped in Wolf Head Mountain. Song Xuanqing looked toward Wolf Head Mountain, shrouded in mountain mist, and flew over. However, after a few breaths, he stopped with a grim expression before the mountain. He couldn't enter Wolf Head Mountain. No, to be precise, he couldn't leave the small hill beneath his feet. This seemed to be the edge of his operational range. Song Xuanqing had an intuition that if he forcibly entered Wolf Head Mountain, he would become extremely weak and essentially unable to move. Even returning to the divine statue, he would remain weak for some time. He was already a weak wild god to begin with. What if during this weak period the one who smashed the three-eyed goddess's statue came to destroy his as well? Song Xuanqing stopped before Wolf Head Mountain, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the towering peak shrouded in thick fog. After taking a few deep breaths, he very prudently turned around. Sister Xiuxiu, it's not that this god doesn't want to help you, but I simply can't enter Wolf Head Mountain. Forget it, let's return to the divine statue first, and think about other methods. Song Xuanqing's current abilities were truly limited. Returning to the shrine, Song Xuanqing listened to the wishes of villagers burning incense, while contemplating whether there might be another way to bring out Song Xiuxiu's father and brother from deep within the mountains. He could also check if there were other villagers' wishes he could fulfill immediately. Unfortunately, by the late afternoon, when the sky grew dark and the villagers who needed to burn incense had all finished, Song Xuanqing still hadn't found anything more suitable for completing his beginner quest. But he couldn't enter Wolf Head Mountain at present, let alone bring out Song Xiuxiu's father and brother. While feeling distressed, Song Xuanqing suddenly heard rustling sounds from a corner. What's that noise? At this hour, the villagers had long finished burning incense. Even those who hadn't had time after the Shan hour, it was no longer appropriate to come. Thinking of the three-eyed goddess statue that suffered disaster in the neighboring village, Song Xuanqing cautiously concealed his presence and looked toward the corner where the sound came from. He saw that in the deepest corner of the temple there was a hole the size of a child's fist leading outside. A slender, agile black cat was squeezing through that opening. The black cat was entirely black except for its eerie green eyes, its fur sleek and glossy. But what truly caught attention was the faint aura of demon energy on the black cat. Clearly this was a demon cat that had only recently attained its form. The black cat was completely unaware that Song Xuanqing was watching it. After squeezing in, the black cat first roughly scanned the interior of the temple. Not finding anything unusual, it suspiciously glanced toward the temple entrance. Seeing that not only was there no one coming to burn incense, but no villagers were even passing by, the black cat relaxed. Then with a light leap it jumped onto the offering table, and then right under Song Xuanqing's eyes it began to enjoy the offerings that belonged to him. There was a considerable river flowing through Song Village, a tributary of the larger river in Xuanqing County, teeming with fish. Here fish meat was no more prized than chicken, duck, or pork. It filled one less well, and tasted inferior to pork. Sold at market, it fetched a pitiful price. Thus on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, when villagers came to burn incense, some would offer fish meat to him. Some raw, some already cooked. Some villagers believed Lord Xuanqing preferred cooked fish, while others, thinking their culinary skills inadequate, would present the fish raw for him to prepare himself. Upon seeing the black cat enthusiastically devouring cooked fish on the offering table, Song Xuanqing paused, then let out a wry laugh. Where had this audacious feline demon come from? How dare it consume his offerings? Song Xuanqing was no longer human. He had no physical form to taste food. He could partake of these offerings, but only in spirit, like drawing breath without flavor, as if inhaling tasteless smoke. Song Xuanqing felt little interest in such offerings, yet that was his prerogative. It hardly gave a stray cat demon the right to feast on what belonged to him. Though Song Xuanqing had never tested his strength against others, the faint demonic aura emanating from this black cat told him enough. His instinct told him he could easily subdue the young feline demon. Even as a newly awakened wild deity, his innate position was already quite high. As he was about to reveal himself to shoo away the black cat, inspiration suddenly struck. He remembered Song Xiuxiu's father and brothers trapped in Wolfhead Mountain. He himself could not enter Wolfhead Mountain for now, but this little cat demon could. After all, being a demon, even a weak one should not fear mist or miasma, right? With a plan formed, the next moment Song Xuanqing appeared. The instant he materialized, his aura ceased its concealment and spread unrestrained. Under normal circumstances, when Song Xuanqing did not deliberately manifest, neither mortals nor those with low cultivation could see him. But he could reveal his form. The black cat had been burying its head in the fish on the offering table, eating heartily, when it suddenly sensed Song Xuanqing's presence. And it seemed astonishingly close. So close that the black cat felt the aura hovering directly above it. Still clutching a piece of fish in its mouth, the cat froze instantly. Having entered the path of cultivation as a demon, the black cat could roughly gauge another's strength by their aura. Song Xuanqing's aura was undeniably powerful in the black cat's perception. After a moment of paralysis, the cat reacted on instinct, every fur standing on end. It finally abandoned the feast before it baring its teeth as it looked up along the direction of Song Xuanqing's aura. Its emerald green eyes brimmed with wariness and hostility, letting out hisses from its mouth. The entire cat tensed, poised for battle at any moment. But in truth, the black cat was utterly panicked inside. Appearing fierce on the outside while weak within, its paws were already inching backward, preparing to make a run for it at the first opportunity. Song Xuanqing's aura far surpassed its own. Direct confrontation was out of the question. Noticing the black cat's retreating paws, Song Xuanqing's expression grew unfathomable. "You little cat demon, having consumed my offerings, yet you still wish to leave unchallenged." As his words faded, the black cat finally caught sight of Song Xuanqing's appearance. Handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, star-bright eyes, long hair secured with a white jade hairpin, and a fine teal robe. He appeared as a strikingly handsome young man. Yet Song Xuanqing's slightly translucent form, the faint incense aura surrounding him, and his divine bearing all revealed he was no mortal. The black cat felt an uncanny familiarity growing stronger the longer it looked. Its gaze involuntarily drifted to the stone deity statue within the shrine. Though the statue's face was somewhat blurred, it bore a striking resemblance to Song Xuanqing. Moreover, the subtle connection between Song Xuanqing and the statue's aura left no doubt. Song Xuanqing was the deity inhabiting that stone figure. The black cat froze utterly. This wasn't its first time sneaking into this temple to steal offerings. It had long known there was no deity within the statue enshrined at Lord Xuanqing's temple. But what was happening now? Had the statue spawned a deity? It had stolen from the statue's offerings and gotten caught red-handed by the actual deity. The more the black cat studied Song Xuanqing's expression, the chillier its spine became. In the next instant, without hesitation, it chose to turn and flee. Watching the cat suddenly pivot and leap down from the offering table, Song Xuanqing raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab it. Though Song Xuanqing now appeared in human form, he was decidedly not human. His speed naturally far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Before the black cat could even touch the ground, it felt the back of its neck seized by a large hand, the hand of fate itself. The black cat thought, "My life is forfeit." Song Xuanqing lifted the cat before his eyes with a half-smile. "Having devoured my offerings, you think you can simply walk away without paying a price?" Glancing at the ravaged offering table, Song Xuanqing watched as the black cat struggled futilely against his grip, its face paling like death. Meow. It was merely a tiny kitten. What could it possibly offer Song Xuanqing? As a deity, Song Xuanqing's strength vastly surpassed its own. What use could a wild cat newly transformed into a demon possibly be to him? Was it really going to lose its life over a mere fish? "My fate is sealed." The black cat had not yet refined its hyoid bone, and thus could not speak human words. Yet Song Xuanqing understood its meaning perfectly. "I may overlook your theft of my offerings, but you must do one thing for me." The black cat's drooping, tilted head snapped upright instantly. What? This deity wouldn't kill it. That was wonderful news. Whatever task Song Xuanqing required didn't matter. As long as it escaped this temple alive today, it would never return. Meow, meow, meow. "Honored deity, please speak." "This lowly demon will serve without hesitation." Song Xuanqing's lip twitched. How did a cat manage to look so subservient? Shaking his head, Song Xuanqing said, "I require you to go to Wolfhead Mountain, find a hunter and his son, both from Song Village. Locate them and bring them back to Song Village." Pausing briefly, he added, "Even if that hunter and his son have perished in Wolfhead Mountain, you must return and report the outcome to me." Hearing this, the black cat felt somewhat puzzled. Such a powerful deity, actually caring about the lives of two mortals. But it said nothing and agreed immediately. "Meow, meow, meow. Honored deity, rest assured. I shall definitely bring them back to you." Song Xuanqing hardly believed this cunning feline demon would honestly seek out the hunter and his son. More likely, it would vanish the moment it left Lord Xuanqing's temple. So he had already prepared a backup plan. Additionally, he wished to test his hypothesis. If you can bring that hunter and his son back before midnight tonight, I shall reward you with something. The black cat wondered what kind of reward. In the next moment, the black cat felt a faint fragrance waft around its nose. It resembled the scent of burning incense offered during worship, yet far more pure and refined, carrying an essence of divinity. Compelled by instinct, it inhaled that wisp of fragrance into its body. Instantly, a refreshing coolness surged through its mind, bringing unparalleled clarity. Points of confusion from its previous cultivation vanished in an instant. It even felt on the verge of sudden enlightenment. Meanwhile, a warm current flowed through its body. The black cat sensed its cultivation had advanced slightly. Xuanqing glanced at the system panel, showing incense points -1, then turned his gaze to the black cat. How does it feel? This was the first time Xuanqing had used incense points on another being, a cat specifically. He was uncertain of the effect. At best, if Xuanqing absorbed it himself, he would merely feel a cooling sensation in his mind growing clearer with a slight boost to his cultivation. Perhaps he had absorbed too little incense value. He did not currently possess enough incense points to absorb anyway. While incense points seemed quite significant within the system, Xuanqing was still unclear about their exact purpose. It couldn't possibly exist solely for his own absorption, could it? Xuanqing felt that merely absorbing incense points yielded limited effects. The black cat opened its emerald green eyes, its gaze fundamentally transformed, now gentle and docile. The black cat suddenly felt that Xuanqing harbored no ill will toward it. Discovering its theft of offerings, he had hardly punished it severely, only asking it to enter Wolf Head Mountain and retrieve 2 mortals. He had even bestowed upon it such a precious gift. Though the black cat did not understand precisely what Xuanqing had done, the benefits it received were self-evident. The black cat became instantly compliant. Meow meow meow. Honored divine lord. I feel I have grown stronger, and all the cultivation obstacles I previously encountered have become clear to me. Observing the black cat's dramatic shift in attitude, Xuanqing understood that even that small amount of incense had a significant effect on it, perhaps because the cat's cultivation was still low. But regardless, the black cat should now faithfully go to Wolf Head Mountain and bring back Song Xiuxiu's father and brother. Xuanqing nodded. Go to Wolf Head Mountain and retrieve that hunter and his son. Upon your return, I shall grant you once more what I have just bestowed. Meow meow meow. Watching the agile feline silhouette grow distant in the night, Xuanqing exhaled deeply, preparing to return to the statue. As he turned, his peripheral vision caught a touch of green from the dish the black cat had been eating, an oddly familiar sight. Picking up what should have been a garnish leaf, Xuanqing's eyes widened in sudden realization. This is catnip. Wolf Head Mountain. Under the cover of night, its towering peaks, shrouded in dense mist, resembled monsters waiting to devour their prey. The chirping of insects mingled with faint wild beast howls. At night, Wolf Head Mountain was absolutely a place no hunter would dare enter. A wood deep within the mountain, waves of wolf howls rang out, as if responding to the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Father and son Song hid among the thick branches of an ancient tree, listening to the wolf howls echoing from below and from afar. Whether from fear or the chilly night air, their bodies trembled incessantly. Song Ming licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse. Father, these wolves have been blocking us for a day and night. How much longer until they leave? Song Mugen panted heavily, a few strands of white hair falling disheveled across his face, his eyelids drooping with an exhausted expression. Wolves are relentless creatures. They could block us here for 7 days and nights without blinking. Song Ming furrowed his brows, his face etched with sorrow. Then we're supposed to stay on this tree until those beasts leave on their own. Song Mugen managed a bitter smile. Son, going down that tree is like walking into a wolf's mouth. We have no choice. But, Father, we've run out of food and water. How can we wait 7 days? As he spoke, Song Ming's worried gaze lingered on his father's heaving chest, hesitating to say more. This was caused by inhaling the mountain's miasma, difficulty breathing, dizziness, blurred vision. If they were merely trapped in the tree with no way down and their rations couldn't last, that would be bad enough. But Song Mugen was clearly suffering from miasma poisoning. If they could return to the village in time to see a doctor, there might still be hope. But if they delayed too long, it could cost a life. How could Song Ming not worry? Song Mugen panted, looking up at the night sky partially obscured by thick mist. This old body won't die all at once. If things don't improve by dawn, I'll go down and lure those beasts away. You run fast. If the fog clears tomorrow, you should be able to exit Wolf Head Mountain without issue. Song Ming's eyes widened in shock. Father, what are you talking about? Do you want me, your son, to abandon you and flee alone? Song Mugen's expression instantly turned cold and stern. The 2 men of the Song family cannot both perish on Wolf Head Mountain. If we both die here, what will become of your sister and mother? I'm old enough, I've lived my share. But you're young and strong, and you haven't even taken a wife to carry on the Song family line. You must survive and return. Song Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tight. No, I'm still alive. You refuse to listen to your own father. Absolutely not. The father and son were locked in an unwavering dispute, neither yielding. Until, meow. A completely black cat, its eyes glowing with an eerie green luminescence in the darkness, had appeared beside them without anyone noticing. Song Ming noticed the black cat first. Eager to change the subject rather than continue arguing with his father, he quickly shifted focus. Father, where did this black cat come from? There are so many wolves below, yet it dares to approach. Song Mugen turned his head and met those green, glowing feline eyes. The mountain knight was pitch black, utterly invisible. Without those luminous eyes, the father and son might never have spotted the cat. As Song Mugen and Song Ming stared at the black cat, the cat was also observing them. Wolf Head Mountain lay on the outer edge of the range, far from any demons. The black cat easily scouted the entire mountain. It had only found these two humans, the Song father and son. So this must be the person the deity of Song village wanted it to find. The black cat stared at them, tilting its head. Meow meow, your deity sent me to rescue you. Come with me. Song Ming scratched his temple in confusion. A cat this bold is rare, but there's a wolf pack down there. You'd best stay far away, little cat. Completely off target, talking to a brick wall. The black cat sighed. Mortals remained as foolish as ever. They simply couldn't understand cat speech. Unable to communicate with the Song father and son, the black cat leapt directly from the tree. Song Ming watched in stunned silence as the cat jumped down and walked straight into the wolf pack encirclement. This cat wasn't brave, it was stupid, right? With so many wolves surrounding the tree, how could it dare to jump straight into their midst? But the next moment the scene below left him utterly dumbfounded. The night was too dark to see clearly. Only vague silhouettes and pairs of eerie green wolf eyes were visible. Yet Song Ming still saw it after the black cat leaped down instead of being torn apart by those glowing-eyed wolves. After the black cat let out several ferocious growls, the wolf pack actually retreated in fear. Some wolves seemed thoroughly frightened, whining low in their throats. Song Ming had no idea that the wolves were terrified by the aura deliberately radiating from the black cat. That was the aura of a demon. In a direct confrontation, the black cat, having only recently become a demon, might not truly overpower the pack, though it certainly wouldn't perish. But wild wolves lacked spiritual intelligence, acting purely on instinct. The aura of a demon triggered an instinctive fear within them. Still, this sight amazed the Song father and son. Father, what's happening? These wild wolves seem afraid of that black cat. Song Mugen frowned, watching the cat drive away the wolf pack below, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally forced words from his throat. Minger, do you know why we hunters only operate around Wolf Head Mountain and never venture deeper into the Rosy Clouds mountain range? Didn't you tell me before, father? The depths of Rosy Clouds mountain hold great terror. It's a forbidden zone. Yes, but do you know what that great terror is? What? Demons. Song Ming was visibly startled, looking at his father in disbelief. Song Mugen continued, when I was young, a martial master once told me that demons dwell in the deep mountains of Rosy Clouds. It's their territory. That martial master also said demons are immensely powerful and as intelligent as humans. Do not judge them by ordinary standards. A dog that has become a demon can defeat an untransformed giant tiger. Our hunting families have been warned for generations not to enter the deep mountains. Perhaps our ancestors knew that powerful demons lurk within Rosy Clouds Mountain. Song Ming's heart churned with turmoil as he looked desperately at the black cat driving away the wolves below. Father, are you saying this black cat is a demon? But didn't you say demons only exist in the deep mountains? This is still Wolf Head Mountain. Song Mugen fell silent. His knowledge was limited. He had already emptied everything he knew. How could he answer more questions now? He was merely a hunter, not a martial master. Something occurred to Song Ming, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Father, could this demon cat eat us? Stories always say demons devour humans. Could it be chasing away the wolves so they won't steal its meal? Song Ming's words sent a chill down Song Mugen's spine. But the black cat remained beneath the tree, and the father and son could scarcely contend with the wolf pack, let alone a cat demon capable of scattering them. Through the chaotic silence, the black cat drove the wolves away, then deftly scaled the tree and took its place beside the two men. In those few fleeting moments, Song Ming could no longer regard the black cat as he had at the beginning. Now in his eyes, it was a creature more fearsome than any flood or wild beast. Song Ming swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. He still could not discern the black cat's intentions, but if it chose to attack, he felt certain he would not be entirely defenseless. Unaware that the young man before it was ready to strike at any moment, the black cat cried out meow and took 2 steps forward, then glanced back at the father and son and called out twice more. Its meaning was clear: follow me. Song Ming did not fully understand, yet he sensed the black cat bore them no ill will, and a wave of relief washed over him. Song Mugen meanwhile knitted his brows and watched the black cat, trying to fathom its purpose. It had driven away the wolves yet refused to leave, instead drawing near them, showing no intention of attacking. Seeing that the father and son failed to grasp its meaning, the black cat grew impatient. It was eager to return and claim its reward from that deity. No longer caring about the dirt-stained garments of the two men, the black cat clamped its teeth onto Song Mugen's sleeve and dragged him forward. A flash of insight struck Song Mugen, and he finally understood, utterly incredulous. You mean, you want us to follow you? The black cat nodded and let out a soft mew. What a foolish mortal! It had finally understood. Upon hearing his father's words, Song Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his breathing growing heavier as he stared at the black cat. You intend to lead us back to Song Village? Could it be leading us into some monster's lair? The black cat nodded once more. The Song father and son exchanged a glance, both etched with shock. They had never even heard of such a thing occurring, let alone experiencing it themselves. Besieged by wolves in the mountains, yet saved by a demon who wished to escort them home. As the initial shock subsided, the song father and son gradually composed themselves. "We are deeply grateful, O great black cat. If we return home safely, we shall enshrine an image of you in our home." The black cat shivered at the words. Song Village already had that deity. What would happen if it allowed such an image to be erected? That deity would surely not forgive it lightly. Never mind. First get the people home and explain properly later. The black cat leaped down from the tree. After nearly 2 days and nights aloft, Song Mugen and his son finally descended as well. Though dense fog blanketed the mountains, with the black cat leading the way, escaping Wolf Head Mountain proved no difficulty. In the pitch-black, densely wooded forest at night, the Song father and son stumbled along behind the black cat, making their way out of Wolf Head Mountain. Song Village. Night had fallen heavy, the hour of high having arrived. In this era there were few entertainments after dark, and by this time, each evening villagers had long since extinguished their lamps and retired. Yet tonight the village head's house at the entrance of the village still burned, with light shadows moving within. In the modest courtyard stood a lush, ancient jujube tree. The space was already not spacious, and now, with over a dozen villagers crowding in, it felt even more cramped. Village head Song Xuanqing wore a thin shirt, soaked through with sweat, sleeves rolled up, smoking his pipe, one drag at a time, his brows furrowed in silence. Song Xiuxiu supported her mother, her eyes downcast and tearful, sobbing quietly. The other villagers who had come together offered comfort. "Aunt Xiuxiu, please do not weep yourselves ill. Sigh. Mingzi and Uncle Mugen truly have no fortune on their side. Given yesterday's weather, fog ought not to have arisen. No one knows whether the fog over Wolf Head Mountain will clear tomorrow. If it does, we can enter the mountain to search for Uncle Mugen and the others. But if it does not, what then?" The villagers of Song Village were simple and genuine folk, and their concern for the father and son trapped on Wolf Head Mountain was sincere. Song Xuanqing sighed, set down his pipe, and spoke in a voice that was aged and hoarse, yet resolute. "Enough weeping. Deshan, organize a dozen sturdy men familiar with Wolf Head Mountain. Tomorrow, even if the fog has not lifted, enter the mountain to search for Mugen and his son. Wrap cloths around your mouths and noses. Enter only during the brief period around midday when the fog is slightly thinner, and stay no more than 30 minutes. Regardless of whether you find them, emerge after half an hour." Mugen's family. This is all the village can do. Beyond this, it rests upon whether Mingzi and Mugen have the fortune to survive. Though a 30-minute search might not cover the entirety of Wolf Head Mountain, it was nevertheless the best news Song Xiuxiu and her mother had heard all evening. At the very least, there was a sliver of hope. Tears streaming, Song Xiuxiu and her mother wept with a mixture of grief and relief. "Thank you, village head. We shall trouble everyone tomorrow. Our home has some preserved meat and hides. We will not let you labor in vain." Song Xuanqing sighed once more, resumed his pipe, and waved his hand to dismiss them. "Enough, everyone. Go home." With the matter concluded, the villagers lingered no longer, exchanged their farewells, and stepped out the door. The village head's house stood at the entrance of the village, with a mountain not far beyond the gate. Though visibility was poor at night, in an era without artificial lighting, the villagers' eyes served them well after dark. Scarcely had anyone stepped outside when a villager noticed figures shifting at the foot of the nearby hill, along with faint, indistinct green glimmers flashing through the darkness. The villager rubbed his eyes and tugged at the sleeve of the person beside him. "Hey, am I seeing things? I could swear there's someone over there." "What? Someone? At this hour? Everyone besides us is already resting. Could there be thieves among us? Let's go over and see for ourselves." The figures the villager had spotted were of course no thieves. They were the Song father and son. The green glow came from the black cat's eyes. Having been poisoned by the fog, Song Mugen could barely walk, so Song Ming carried him on his back the entire way, following the black cat closely until at last they emerged from Wolf Head Mountain and returned. The two villagers who had cautiously approached, thinking they spotted intruders, froze in terror upon realizing it was Song Ming and Song Mugen. "Mingzi, Mugen, it really is you. You made it out of Wolf Head Mountain on your own in this pitch darkness. What happened to Uncle Mugen? Why is he being carried?" Still reeling from the shock, the villager raised his voice and shouted, "Mugen's family, your Mingzi and Mugen have returned." Inside the courtyard, Song Xiuxiu and her mother fell utterly still upon hearing this. Returned. They had only just finished discussing with the village head how to organize a search party for tomorrow. Hardly a breath had passed before surprise and joy surged across the mother and daughter's faces, and they rushed excitedly toward the door. It was not only Song Xiuxiu and her mother. Every other villager, including the village head, was stunned by the news. Following the mother and daughter, they all stepped outside. Only when the father and son appeared before their eyes did Song Xiuxiu and her mother truly believe it. They had truly returned. "It's good that you're back. So good to have you back." Tears of joy streamed down the mother and daughter's faces. Other villagers, however, were filled with curiosity. The fog over Wolf Head Mountain has never cleared. The rumors say no one has ever escaped alive. How did you two return? Supporting his father, Song Mugen, Song Ming looked down at the black cat at his feet. "This is all thanks to the great black cat." Song Ming briefly recounted the events. The villagers listened transfixed, and when they learned the black cat was a demon, several instinctively stepped backward, putting several meters between themselves and the black cat, crouched at Song Ming's feet. The villagers had heard many rumors about demons, mostly gruesome tales of man-eating monsters. Even though Xuanqing had emphasized beforehand that the black cat was harmless, a benevolent demon, they could not help but feel an instinctive fear. The black cat licked its paw and rolled its eyes. Fearless mortals. It had brought the people back to the village. Though not directly to that deity's presence, it was close enough, wasn't it? Perhaps it could go claim its reward from that deity now. The black cat rose and stretched. This movement sent the villagers retreating another several steps. The night hung heavy and dark. Beneath the towering banyan tree at the village entrance stood the Xuanqing temple, swallowed by overgrown weeds. Sticks of incense that had not burned to ash during the afternoon worship still carried faint embers and spirals of thin smoke. In this dark and oppressive night, it instead appeared remarkably divine. Especially after the black cat strode directly into the Xuanqing temple, the villagers, gazing upon that modest shrine, felt as though it radiated with holy light. This must be Lord Xuanqing manifesting his divine presence. It was some villager who first shouted these words. The atmosphere was instantly set ablaze. Father and son Xuanqing had been stunned by the black cat's entry into the Xuanqing temple, but upon hearing this their minds suddenly cleared, as if struck by enlightenment. Xuanqing's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. I knew it. How could we be so fortunate as to encounter a cat demon that drove off the wolf pack and led us out of Wolf Head Mountain back to the village? I've never once heard of a spirit aiding humans. It had to be Lord Xuanqing manifesting his divine presence. He sent Lord Black Cat into Wolf Head Mountain to rescue us, father and son. Supporting Song Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in utter disbelief and spoke. Father and elder brother were not home today. I went alone to worship at the Xuanqing temple. While burning incense, I prayed for their safe return, and the result. That evening Xuanqing and his son returned unharmed, miraculously rescued by a cat demon. After the cat demon returned, it went straight into the Xuanqing temple. If this was not Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestation, then what was? After their initial shock, the villagers were nearly certain, murmuring reverently. Lord Xuanqing manifests his divine presence. Lord Xuanqing manifests his divine presence. May Lord Xuanqing grant us his blessings. Chanting as they prayed, the villagers dropped to their knees right where they stood, bowing deeply toward the Xuanqing temple. The Song family bowed with particularly sincere devotion. The other villagers were chiefly shaken and awestruck by the divine manifestation. But for the Song family, beyond shock and reverence, there was overwhelming gratitude. Had Xuanqing not dispatched the black cat to lead them from Wolf Head Mountain, father and son would truly have perished there. If both male providers of the household had died in the mountains, the Song family would have been left with only Song Xiaoxiao and Song Mo. In this era, the two of them would have found it nearly impossible to survive. Though Xuanqing resided within the shrine, he observed everything unfolding outside with perfect clarity. Yet he made no grand gestures, no sudden radiance of golden light, or any such display of power. None of that was necessary. Not needed. What he saw was already more than enough. Excess would undermine the effect. As a deity apart from necessity, Xuanqing believed he should appropriately maintain a sense of distance and mystery. Before becoming a god, he too had been human, and he understood human nature intimately. Xuanqing's gaze fell upon the black cat. This time the black cat did not dare leap onto the offering table again. It sat obediently on the ground, embroidering the tale of how it had driven off the wolf pack and escorted Xuanqing and his son back. Meow meow. Divine Lord, you cannot imagine how perilous the situation was. That wolf nearly bit Little Demon's tail. But Little Demon remembered your commands and did not retreat. Meow meow. In the end, Little Demon's claws wore to blood, yet through immense hardship brought those two villagers back safely. Having said all that, the actual meaning translated to merely two words. More compensation. Xuanqing chuckled inwardly, watching the black cat chatter incessantly. He could understand the cat's behavior. It sought greater rewards after all. But he remained silent and did not reveal himself, simply observing the black cat's impassioned performance. The black cat could not see Xuanqing, but it could see his divine statue. It knew Xuanqing could hear it. After embellishing the tale at length, the black cat noticed the divine statue remained utterly still, showing no intention of appearing. A sudden chill gripped its heart. What if this deity intended to renege on his promise? Surely not. Humans deceive spirits, spirits deceive spirits, and now even deities deceive spirits. At worst, it would forego the extra compensation, but at least the divine lord should give some response. Could he truly renege? What if he really did? It couldn't possibly defeat this deity anyway. Panicked, the black cat raised its paw and scratched its ear. Meow. Respected divine lord, are you there? Heh. This time the response the black cat received was no longer empty silence. It was a clear, gentle laugh. The black cat's round eyes instantly lit up. Just as it was about to speak again, a familiar fragrance drifted to its nose. It was the sacred scent of incense imbued with divine resonance. Richer and more potent than the trace it had sniffed before. A familiar coolness flooded its mind, and a warm current coursed through its body. The black cat immediately understood, greedily inhaling that incense smoke. Its mind grew ever clearer, filled with an urge to run freely through the mountain forests. Whether human or spirit, cultivation always emphasized following one's natural inclination. But the black cat still remembered Xuanqing and gratefully offered a few meows. Respected divine lord, should you ever require Little Demon's service in the future, merely command me. For now, Little Demon will not disturb your tranquility. I shall visit again another day. With that, the black cat dashed out of the Xuanqing temple, moving so swiftly, it became a blur, vanishing into the mountains. Xuanqing paid little mind to the departing cat, his gaze shifting to the system panel. The incense points had decreased by 1. 2. Xuanqing had ultimately given an extra 0.2 points to the black cat. That was unimportant. What mattered was the novice quest was complete. The system could now fully open for him. Novice quest, though merely a rural village deity as a god worshipped by the common folk, you ought to do something for your believers and deepen their faith. Progress 11 completed. Reward novice gift pack pending claim. The system is merging and opening 1. 15. 40. Xuanqing's gaze fell upon the novice gift pack first, and he selected to claim it. The next moment, 3 plumes of smoke materialized from the void, drifting before Xuanqing and condensing into 3 orbs of light. 2 were white, 1 pale yellow, each radiating a soft, luminous glow. Curious, Xuanqing reached out. The instant his hand made contact, information surfaced in his mind. Mastered abilities: Divine Authority. Learn Dream Entry. Learn Divine Union. Divine Authority: the deity radiates their majestic presence, causing believers to prostrate in reverence and enemies to cower in terror. Note the intensity of Divine Authority is determined by cultivation, divine rank, and heavenly recognition. Dream Entry: Follow me into slumber. Can enter the dreams of living beings. Note: cannot enter the dreams of those whose cultivation surpasses one's own. Our risk of backlash exists. Divine Union: the deity may descend upon their own divine statue. During this period, the statue and deity merge into one, significantly enhancing combat power. Note the degree of enhancement and duration of Divine Union are determined by the deity's own cultivation. 3 abilities. Xuanqing comprehended all 3 instantly. Divine Authority and Dream Entry were easy to grasp, but Divine Union remained somewhat unclear to Xuanqing. The description of Divine Union was rather vague. Xuanqing understood only that it should be a combat method allowing him to merge with the divine statue. But how powerful this merged state would be and what form that unity would take, these Xuanqing knew not. He would need to find time to test it personally. But there was no rush now, because the system had finally opened completely. System merge complete. Fully operational. Incense Godhood System. Host Xuanqing. Divine Lifespan 20. Identity: Unestablished Deity. Cultivation: Unranked 12. 7. Technique: None. Divine Abilities: Divine Might, Beginner Dream Entry, Beginner Spirit Union, Beginner. Territory: Songjia Village. Incense Points: 89. 3. Evaluation: Not yet recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Weak faith and incense beliefs. An unestablished deity without a divine throne, fragile as duckweed, pitifully weak in power. Before him lay an entirely new system panel. Xuanqing examined it carefully and found that compared to the previous half-finished version, the current panel was far more detailed. First, a percentage progress bar now appeared after his cultivation realm. Then a divine ability panel had also appeared, and on both the cultivation realm and divine abilities entries, there were plus signs. With countless years of web novel reading experience from his past life, how could Xuanqing not understand what this meant? Skill points. It had truly arrived. At this moment, Xuanqing desperately wanted to shout out, "Deep Blue." Skill points. With a trembling heart and shaking hands, full of anticipation, Xuanqing tentatively tapped the beside his cultivation realm. There was a change. There was a change. Cultivation unranked 12. 8. His cultivation had increased by 0.1. At the same time, his incense points decreased by 1. It was now 88. 3. Xuanqing. Hiss. He wasn't surprised that skill points required incense points. That was obvious from the system's name alone, but he hadn't expected the incense points to be so scarce. 1 incense point could only increase 0.1 of his cultivation. If he started from 0, wouldn't it take 1,000 points to push his cultivation to the peak of the unranked stage? Even though his current progress was already at 12.8, pushing it to 100 would still require 872 incense points. Xuanqing's gaze fell upon his pitiful 88. 3 incense points. Desperately meager. Yet that 88.3 was all he had gathered from the villagers of Songjia Village in just one day. However, Xuanqing couldn't absorb incense points every day. Except in special circumstances. Under normal conditions, he could only absorb incense points twice a month. That is to say, only on the 1st and 15th days when the villagers offered incense could he absorb incense points. On ordinary days, even if someone burned incense for him, he would gain no incense points. Moreover, he didn't know the customs of other regions, but in the area of Xuanqing County, where Songjia Village was located, the common folk only offered incense on the 1st and 15th days of each month apart from festivals. Xuanqing did some quick calculations. Adding today's expenditures, he had collected no more than 90-something incense points in total. Able to absorb incense points only twice a month, even generously estimating Xuanqing could gather only about 200 points per month. Wouldn't that mean he needed another 4 months to accumulate over 800 incense points and push his unranked cultivation to 100? And this was only the cost for cultivation advancement. Xuanqing had no idea how many incense points the subsequent cultivation realms would require. This was merely the consumption of cultivation points. There were also divine abilities to consider. There were plus signs behind the divine abilities too, which could also be enhanced using incense points. However, the divine abilities upgraded proficiency rather than raw power. Taking the words at face value, higher proficiency should allow him to wield divine abilities more effectively. All 3 divine abilities, Divine Might, Dream Entry, and Spirit Union, were currently stuck at beginner proficiency. How much incense points would it take to improve their proficiency? Xuanqing steeled his resolve and tried investing a full 10 incense points into the divine ability Spirit Union. Absolutely no reaction. The proficiency was still at beginner. Xuanqing even tried directly absorbing 1 incense point himself. This time not even 0. 1 progress appeared on his cultivation panel. Now Xuanqing gave up on that approach. Using incense points to tap the plus signs was clearly the correct method. After all this testing, his already pitiful incense points had dwindled to a mere 77. 3. He couldn't keep experimenting. If he continued like this, his incense points would be completely spent. Depressed, Xuanqing swiped across the system panel, preparing to close it. But it didn't close. The system panel had flipped to the next page. Xuanqing's eyes widened in shock. It could paginate. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xuanqing swiped again. This time it didn't flip anymore. So there were only these 2 pages. Xuanqing focused his gaze and realized. The second page was the system shop. Shop level 1. Current merchandise. 1. Do returning pill, low grade, a divine pill that can slightly increase cultivation. Price 10 incense points. Purchase limit 01. 2. Life extending pill, low grade, revives the dead and heals the wounded. Usable by those with physical bodies, limited to mortals or low cultivation beings. Price 1 incense point. Purchase limit 010. 3. Immortal Sun Art, a divine cultivation method of decent quality suitable for all deities to practice. Balanced and harmonious, containing 11 divine abilities. Price 100 incense points. Purchase limit 01. Next rotation 14 days, 2 hours, 13 minutes. Seeing the price listed below the Immortal Sun Art, Xuanqing's eyes nearly popped out. How much? 1 million incense points. Xuanqing stared dumbfounded at the price tag for the Immortal Sun Art, then glanced back at the Do Returning Pill and Life Extending Pill above it, utterly skeptical that these 3 could even appear in the same shop. One priced at 10 incense points. One priced at 1 incense point. One priced at 1 million incense points. How much did this system overestimate him? Presenting a cultivation method worth 1 million incense points right in front of him. Could he afford it? All the incense points in his possession combined couldn't even buy 10 Do Returning Pills. Even squeezing the villagers of Songjia village dry wouldn't yield 1/10 of the Immortal Sun Art's price. After a moment of stunned bewilderment, Xuanqing quickly dismissed the thought and stopped looking at it. Couldn't afford it, so why look? Better focus on the Do Returning Pill and Life Extending Pill. Actually, he didn't even need to look at the Life Extending Pill. Xuanqing had no physical body. What use would such an item be to him? Of the 3 items, only the Do Returning Pill was useful to him, and it was limited to 1 purchase per transaction. Fortunately, looking at the next rotation time displayed below the shop, the shop's merchandise appeared to rotate every half month. It conveniently aligned with his incense point absorption cycle, exactly matching the 1st and 15th days of each month when the shop would update. The system really knew how to do business, coordinating new product releases with the 2 days each month he could absorb incense points. Unfortunately, Xuanqing's incense points were far from sufficient, and it was precisely because of this insufficiency that Xuanqing still hesitated over whether to purchase the Do Returning Pill. 10 incense points spent directly on cultivation could add 1 to his progress. He had no idea how much cultivation the Do Returning Pill would actually provide. If it added less than 1, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Xuanqing felt a headache coming on. The incense points were far too few, and he could only absorb them twice a month. He wished he could split each point in half. But soon he stopped worrying, because someone had come to offer incense. In the deep night, Xuanqing carried a torch accompanied by his children and wife. The family of 4 arrived with incense and offerings. Actually, according to local custom, worship and incense offerings typically occurred between dawn and late afternoon. At this hour, it was hardly an appropriate time for making offerings. But after Xuanqing and his son discussed it at home, they decided to come immediately. Lord Xuanqing had manifested that very night, sending a cat demon into Wolf Head Mountain to rescue them. If they waited until the next day, wouldn't that disrespect Lord Xuanqing? Not only would they come, but Xuanqing felt the entire family should make the offering to Lord Xuanqing together. Upon reaching Lord Xuanqing's temple, Xuanqing did not enter directly. Instead, he first led his family to kneel before the temple and respectfully pleaded, "My lord, forgive this humble one for coming at this unusual hour. We bear no disrespect, only gratitude that Lord Xuanqing saved our lives today. We have come through the night to fulfill our vow." Then Xuanqing's family entered the temple. Xuanqing first placed the offerings on the altar table, a struggling live chicken bound tight, and a plate of fruit. In that era, for rural farmers, both live chickens and fruit were rare luxuries. Chickens were reserved for egg laying and never slaughtered for food. Fruit was equally scarce. Yet to show their devotion, Xuanqing's family brought a chicken and the precious fruit they had been saving. The family lit the incense and knelt reverently before Xuanqing's divine statue. "Lord Xuanqing, bless us." Incense points 8. 5. Incense points 8. Incense points 8. A total of 24. 5 incense points credited from Xuanqing, and Mother Song. Song Xiuxiu had already offered incense that day and could not provide incense points again within the same day. Song Xuanqing was delighted. Song Mugen's family was genuinely generous. Each person contributed no less than 8 incense points. Most of the villagers who had come to offer incense during the day had only given between 4 to 5 points, with some as few as 2 or 3. With these incense points credited, his hesitation about purchasing the due returning pill vanished instantly. Of course, what delighted Song Xuanqing went beyond just the incense points. He had discovered a way to gather even more incense offerings. Songjia village had 20 or 30 households with roughly 100 residents, yet not everyone came to worship Song Xuanqing. Local custom required only 1 person per household to make offerings. Some would bring their children along praying for wisdom and protection, but the majority sent only 1 person per household. So throughout the entire day, only about 30-odd villagers had come to offer incense to Song Xuanqing. But what if all 100 residents of Songjia village came to worship him? Wouldn't his incense income increase substantially each time? The only difficult point was how Song Xuanqing could ensure all 100 villagers of Songjia village came to offer incense to him on the 1st and 15th days of every month. He certainly couldn't go around telling everyone, come, everyone should come worship me. That would be far too undignified for a deity. Human nature being what it was, he was destined to best not get too close to mortals. Though these villagers appeared simple and sincere, now Song Xuanqing, whose own power was still insufficient, did not wish to invite unnecessary complications. After finishing their incense burning, Song Niren's family departed. The Xuanqing temple grew quiet once more, save for wisps of thin smoke and a live chicken tied upon the offering table, occasionally struggling futilely. Though the night had grown deep, Song Xuanqing, no longer bound by mortal needs, remained alert and vigorous. A small pill rested quietly in his hand. The pill was barely the size of a glass marble, entirely transparent, radiating an enchanting fragrance that brought a sense of tranquility. It was the Huanlu Dan purchased from the system shop at the cost of 10 incense points, a considerable sum. He could hardly contain his impatience to discover just how much cultivation this Huanlu Dan bought at the expense of 10 precious incense points would ultimately grant him. 10 incense points directly added to his cultivation would yield merely a 1% increase. If this Huanlu Dan failed to provide even that modest boost after refinement, he would need to approach future system shop purchases with far greater caution. For it might be a trap. Taking a deep breath, Song Xuanqing closed his eyes and concentrated on refining the pill. Since he lacked a physical body, he could not swallow it directly. However, much like partaking in the essence of offerings, he could consume the qi of the pill, achieving the same effect as ingestion. As he refined it, Song Xuanqing felt his entire being grow light and weightless. The overwhelming comfort nearly sent him drifting toward slumber. Under his refinement, the pill in his hand shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it vanished completely. Upon finishing the refinement, Song Xuanqing exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and eagerly accessed the system panel. Incense God Certification System. Host Song Xuanqing. Divine Lifespan 20. Identity Wandering Deity. Cultivation Unranked 22. 8. Techniques None. Divine Abilities Divine Might Beginner, Dream Entry Beginner, Spirit Fusion Beginner. Territory Song Family Village. Incense Points 91. 8. Assessment Lacking heavenly endorsement with weak faith and incense worship. This wandering deity holds neither divine status nor formal position. His fate floats like duckweed, his power meager. Cultivation increased by 10%. Song Xuanqing's eyes lit up instantly. This Huanlu Dan was remarkably powerful. A single pill had boosted his cultivation by 10%. What a miraculous elixir. He had once worried whether spending 10 incense points on a Huanlu Dan was truly worthwhile. Now Song Xuanqing found it an extraordinary bargain. 10 incense points invested directly yielded only 1% cultivation gain, yet purchasing this Huanlu Dan produced 10%. What an unparalleled value. Yet it was a pity that the Huanlu Dan was limited to 1 purchase per person. If there were no such restriction, Song Xuanqing would have bought every last one. Alas, the system was far too stingy, restricting purchases to a single unit. Gazing at the refresh timer beneath the system shop, Song Xuanqing sighed. 14 days remained before the shop refreshed. He wondered what affordable treasures might appear next. Please let it not be another Xuanqing technique, the sort that could only make him drool from afar. Excellent as it was, tempting as it might be, he simply could not afford it. Having refined the pill, and still full of energy, the immortal Song Xuanqing idly examined the system. He found himself missing the days when he was human. When bored, he could simply go to sleep. Now, as a deity dwelling within a statue, even that was denied him. He could not sleep no matter how hard he tried. Having explored the system without discovering anything useful, Song Xuanqing decided to cultivate instead. Yes, he was capable of cultivation. By absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But the pace was excruciatingly slow. Song Xuanqing estimated that relying solely on his own cultivation, his progress would barely reach 1% per month. As expected, a transmigrator must rely on external advantages. The moon hung high at its zenith. Time quietly reached the midnight hour. All creation fell into silence. Under the protection of its host, the villagers of Song Family Village remained safe and sound. Today's incense points 3. 2. Song Xuanqing, immersed in his cultivation, paused momentarily upon hearing this notification. What's this? Opening his eyes, Xuanqing pondered for some time before grasping the situation. Beyond the incense offerings received on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, he also earned incense points daily by protecting his territory's residents and ensuring their peaceful livelihood. Though the amount was modest, only 3. 2. It came every single day. Drops of water accumulate to form a river. Over a month, he could gain over 100 incense points. Xuanqing felt delighted once more. Yet he wondered what determined the daily incense points earned from protecting his territory and whether he could increase it. With incense points so scarce they were far from sufficient, Xuanqing now sought every possible means to acquire more. In early summer, dawn arrived early. By the third watch, the morning sun had already risen. Xuanqing's household. Song's mother rose shortly after the third watch to prepare meals for the family. As she pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, she froze in astonishment. Upon the muddy ground in the courtyard lay a hen, its wings, claws, and beak bound. The hen was still alive, though clearly exhausted. Song's mother recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the offering they had presented to Lord Xuanqing the previous evening? How could it have returned to their courtyard? Coming to her senses, Song's mother immediately turned and shouted toward the house. "Old man, stop sleeping. Come take a look." After a moment, the wooden door creaked open and Xuanqing emerged wrapped in an outer garment, his eyes heavy with sleep. "What's all this at this hour?" Song's mother pointed at the bound hen on the ground, her expression tinged with worry. "Old man, look. The hen we offered to Lord Xuanqing last night has returned. I saw it as soon as I got up. Could it be that Lord Xuanqing finds our offering too meager?" Yet as a farming family they lived in poverty. Though hunting brought somewhat better circumstances, they were hardly wealthy by any measure. A live hen was in Song's mother's estimation the finest offering they could produce. Xuanqing stared at the hen in the courtyard, equally perplexed. After a long silence he sighed. "You misunderstand. This is not Lord Xuanqing rejecting our offering as inadequate. In my view, Lord Xuanqing simply understands how difficult life is for us common folk and refuses to accept this chicken." Song's mother looked bewildered. "Is that so?" Xuanqing sighed again. "Lord Xuanqing surely possesses a compassionate heart. Otherwise, why would he have dispatched that cat demon yesterday to rescue both me and Ming? With such compassion, Lord Xuanqing returning our offering is entirely understandable." Song's mother felt relieved. She had feared Lord Xuanqing might disdain their humble gift. "Old man, what shall we do with this hen?" Xuanqing replied, "Raise it. Since Lord Xuanqing has returned it, we will visit the temple more often to burn incense whenever time permits." Xuanqing's judgment proved correct. This live hen differed from the 1 or 2 fish villagers had previously offered. A hen held considerable value for a destitute family. Yet for Xuanqing this hen served no purpose. He could not eat it, nor could he slaughter it without soiling his hands. Returning it was the simplest course. Xuanqing remained unaware of Xuanqing's circumstances and paid them no mind. After tossing the hen back at dawn, he had simply moved on. Though Song family village constituted his territory, Xuanqing's knowledge of it was not comprehensive. The information he could access was limited strictly to what he could see and sense. His sensory range extended only some 20 to 30 meters. Today was the 2nd day of the lunar month, not a traditional incense-burning day, yet surprisingly many villagers came to the Xuanqing temple. The spectacle of the black cat entering the temple the previous night had deeply impressed them. All agreed it was Lord Xuanqing manifesting his divine presence, specifically dispatching the black cat demon to rescue father and son Song. Thus, despite the unusual hour, numerous villagers still came to offer incense to Xuanqing. Watching from within, Xuanqing nearly drooled. Why did only incense burned on the 1st and 15th days generate incense points? If ordinary daily worship also yielded points, the outcome would be vastly different. He could have collected dozens, perhaps hundreds of incense points today alone. Gazing at the rising incense smoke before him, Xuanqing lamented bitterly. A considerable number of villagers had come to offer incense today. Song Dasha waited outside the Xuanqing temple with his incense and offerings. A few other villagers stood nearby chatting while they waited their turn. "Dasha, didn't you mention the other day that the three-eyed goddess's statue in Lu village was smashed by thieves?" "That is correct. Why do you ask?" "TCH, you returned too early yesterday. Had you stayed even a little longer, you would have witnessed quite the spectacle." "What spectacle, eh?" "My nephew came to our house from Lu village this morning. According to him, a group of people appeared in Lu village yesterday afternoon, some manner of martial artists, each looking fierce and wearing swords at their waists. Did they find the culprit? Have those thieves been dealt with? God forbid they come to our village and offend Lord Xuanqing." "I don't know. They questioned the people of Lu village and then hurried away. Whether they had uncovered any leads remains unclear. I hope they catch the one who smashed the statue. By the way, I heard the thieves who destroyed the statue belong to the Tianshan sect. These people roam everywhere, smashing statues, setting fires, and committing every manner of evil." Within the statue, Xuanqing's attention successfully shifted away from incense points after absorbing this fresh intelligence. At this moment, he felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. Relieved that the Tianshan sect thieves who smashed the statue were being pursued. Even with their own troubles trailing behind them, they would at least think twice before causing further destruction. Yet anxious as well, uncertain whether those who smashed the statues had truly been eliminated. As long as any remnants survived, Xuanqing could never fully relax. His strength remained too weak. If he were powerful enough, he would not fear anyone targeting his statue. He could confront them directly. Xuanqing did not know the true measure of his own strength. Judging by the system's assessment, he harbored little confidence in his abilities. If he wished to grow stronger, the most direct path remained accumulating incense points and leveraging his external advantage to become powerful. Xuanqing's remaining incense points had dwindled to only 95. He had no intention of spending them immediately, for one must always keep something in reserve for emergencies. Moreover, such a meager amount would produce little meaningful change, even if spent entirely. After completing their incense offerings, the villagers dispersed to tend their agricultural work. The farmland of Song family village had long been planned with drought in mind, most plots situated near the river, specifically a tributary of the great river flowing through Xuanqing County. In the fields, villagers busied themselves weeding, fertilizing, and watering. They labored continuously until midday, when some returned home for meals while others awaited food brought by their families. Song Shuisui prepared to return home for lunch. Yet no sooner had he climbed from the field onto the riverbank than he nearly let out a scream. There's a dead body in the river. His cry successfully drew the attention of the other villagers, who turned their gaze toward the water. 2 corpses floated among the dense aquatic plants near the riverbank. The bodies wore white robes, the fabric clearly of fine quality, far surpassing the coarse hemp garments worn by the villagers. Carried by the river current, the 2 corpses struck the shore, their bloodless pale faces turned upward, eyes closed. Good heavens! There really are 2 dead bodies. Are they truly dead? Is there any breath left? Just go down and check, won't you? A few men waded down to the riverside, dragging the 2 corpses onto the bank before checking for breath. However, they held no hope. The 2 corpses were a man and a woman, both appearing young. Their faces were swollen and pale, devoid of any color, and their chests showed no sign of breathing. It was only after hauling them ashore that they discovered the corpses bore wounds. The woman's occiput was drenched in blood, and her limbs appeared lacerated by blades, flesh torn and exposed. The man's torso had been pierced through. Survival would have been extraordinary. The villagers, harboring no expectations, reached out to check for breath. To their astonishment, the villager gasped in shock. Good heavens, there's still breath. His face contorted with panic as he hastily withdrew his hand and stumbled backward 2 steps. His terror was understandable. The wounds on their bodies were grievous, and their pale, waterlogged forms drifting to the riverside made them look unmistakably like corpses. How could they be alive? The villager who had checked their breath was still reeling from the discovery that these weren't dead at all, yet somehow still drawing breath despite their condition. Given the extent of their injuries, there seemed no chance of survival. When the other villagers heard the news, they were equally stunned. Such injuries. Yet there's still breath. You didn't mistake it, did you? Is there truly still breath? One villager, uncertain and perplexed, also crouched down to check for breath. A faint, cool breath brushed against his palm. Weak and labored, yet undeniable. They weren't dead yet. He then checked the woman beside him. She too was breathing, though equally faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. It was utterly baffling. With such grievous wounds, no rise and fall of the chest, and floating on the river like a corpse. Yet they were still alive. The villager withdrew his hand, his face a mask of disbelief. There really is breath. Both of them are still alive. The rest of the villagers could no longer deny it. What they had taken for corpses were actually 2 living souls. If they had been dead, it would have been simpler. A proper burial would suffice. But 2 living people posed a dilemma. What should we do now? They're still alive. Should we take them to old Dr. Song and see if he can save them? Can they even be saved? They're alive now, but their breathing is so faint and their wounds so severe. How could they possibly survive? Then what should we do? They're still breathing. At least they're alive and still young. We can't just leave them to die here, can we? Even if we save them, that's another matter. I fear we might bring trouble upon ourselves. Look at their clothes. The fabric is expensive and they're covered in sword and knife wounds. Could saving them get us into trouble? The men debated amongst themselves, each offering their thoughts. In the end, fearing that further hesitation would cost the pair their last breaths, they made their decision. They would take them to old Dr. Song, first pooling grain from several households to pay for his treatment and see if he could save them. Whether they lived or died was now in heaven's hands. Old Dr. Song, come quickly. Someone's dying. The men carried the barely living pair into a courtyard enclosed by mud brick walls. The yard was modest in size, with medicinal herbs scattered about drying on the ground and firewood stacked in the corner. It was noon, and the fragrance of cooking food wafted through the courtyard. At the sound of the cries, old Dr. Song, his hair white as crane feathers and his skin weathered like a rooster's, set aside his meal without hesitation. Despite nearing 70, his legs remained strong and his steps quick as he strode outward, his wife's calls unable to slow him. What's wrong? Who's in danger of dying? In his youth, old Dr. Song had apprenticed at a pharmacy in the county town, helping to prepare and dispense medicines. Over time, even without a formal master, he had absorbed enough knowledge of herbal remedies and minor ailments through observation. After returning to his village and marrying, he settled down as a village doctor. With his skills and knowledge, he had managed to maintain a decent livelihood. When the men encountered old Dr. Song, they recounted in full detail what had happened at the riverbank. Interestingly enough, the distance from the riverbank to old Dr. Song's home was not trivial. Yet despite the arduous journey, the two, whose breathing had already been frail, managed to cling to life. The furrow between old Dr. Song's brows began to ease. At first, when he heard someone might die, he had feared one of his own villagers had come to harm. It turned out they were merely strangers recovered from the riverside. Nevertheless, moved by his healing conscience, old Dr. Song examined the villagers had carried over with genuine concern. The two lay nearly lifeless as the men set them down. Their once white garments were now stained beyond recognition, splattered with green, leaves, yellow earth, and crimson blood. After assessing their injuries and taking their pulses, the slight relief in old Dr. Song's expression vanished as his brows furrowed once more. The wounds are too severe and their pulses too faint. I fear not even the physicians in the county could save them. The men exchanged glances before one replied, Old Dr. Song, we must attempt treatment even in desperation. After all, these are 2 lives. We cannot simply abandon them. Old Dr. Song sighed yet agreed. Though he privately doubted any hope of recovery, he recognized he could not simply turn away. Someone still breathing, however faintly, was still alive. His supply of precious herbs was limited to ordinary remedies, so he prepared something basic to test, if it might help. I understand. Do not expect miracles. In my judgment, they will not survive. The men nodded. Understood. We'll bring grain later to cover the cost. But old Dr. Song refused, having discovered silver concealed in their undergarments. This was reassuring news. The peasant families were already struggling, and had it not been for the principle that human life outweighs all else, they would have sought another means of help rather than gathering grain together. After lifting the nearly lifeless pair inside, the men dispersed to their homes. Dusk fell. Old Dr. Song tended to his brewing medicine, the bitter scent permeating the air. A little girl of 5 or 6, wearing a pink flower in her hair, rested her chin in her hands, her chubby cheeks radiating childlike innocence. Grandpa, why haven't those big brother and sister woken up after all this time? Old Dr. Song gently patted the girl's head, his eyes warm with affection. They will wake. Ruru, remember to check on them every half hour and tell Grandpa immediately if anything changes. Song Ruru nodded, her clear eyes bright with conviction. Brother said they wouldn't wake up, but I don't believe it. Father told us that Master Xuanqing watches over our village, so they'll definitely wake up. Old Dr. Song chuckled. You're absolutely right, Ruru. The rice soup in the kitchen should be cool enough now. Would you be so kind as to feed those 2? Ruru nodded eagerly and hurried to the kitchen, returning with a small bowl of rice soup to the adjoining room. On the Kong lay a man and a woman dressed only in white undergarments, their faces pale and breathing shallow. After checking their breaths, Ruru carefully spoon-fed them the rice soup drop by drop. Once the woman had finished, she rushed to feed the man. As the bowl emptied and Ruru offered the final spoonful, she noticed the man's eyelashes flutter, a sign he was beginning to stir. Ruru's eyes lit up with joy as she whispered, Big brother, are you waking up? Through his haze of consciousness, Mu Tong caught those innocent words. He opened his eyes at last and beheld the child's tender, lovely face before him. Her round, bright eyes, the faint, milky fragrance clinging to her chubby cheeks and soft red lips, all came into focus. Having just regained consciousness, Mu Tong felt a surge of anger rise within him. On the bed, Mu Tong, who had just woken up, had no time to ponder his current situation. His gaze fixed shamelessly on Song Ruru's tender young face, his breathing heavy and his eyes red-rimmed. Song Ruru didn't understand the meaning in a man's eyes, her eyes full of innocent delight. Big brother, you're finally awake. I'll go call Grandpa. As she spoke, the little girl turned and jumped off the bed. Completely unaware, behind her, Mu Tong's crimson-rimmed eyes reached out to touch her. However, as soon as he raised his hand, before he could even touch her, the pain from his wounds forced Mu Tong to let his arm fall limply back to his side. The physical pain reached his brain, and only then did Mu Tong's mind finally clear from his lustful haze. The events before he lost consciousness flooded back into his mind. Mu Tong clenched his teeth and was about to sit up when a woman's shrill mockery reached his ears. Injured so badly, and the moment you wake up and see someone to your taste, you can't hold back. Just like you, my good brother. The woman who had been lying beside Mu Tong had somehow also awakened. Her white undergarment clung to her slender yet graceful figure, and her pale face was filled with mockery. Her gaze fell shamelessly on Mu Tong's lower body. Her eyes were as if looking at something filthy. Mu Tong turned his head and glanced at her, a mocking sneer on his lips. The members of the ancient God Society couldn't even kill you. Mu Nen, you have quite the tough fate. Mu Nan's gaze gradually turned cold, anger and disgust brewing in her eyes. But she didn't explode, took a deep breath, and directly skipped the topic. Control yourself. The people from the ancient God Society are formidable. We escaped by the skin of our teeth, and given their hostility toward our Tianshan sect, they're probably still hunting for us. Our top priority now is to recover our injuries and get back. Mu Tong snorted with laughter, turned over to face Mu Nen, who was lying on her back. His gaze freely scanned her up and down. In that case, if we want to recover our injuries as quickly as possible, then the only way is for you and me to practice dual cultivation. Mu Nen immediately felt nauseous, looking at Mu Tong with disgust. I really want to crack open your skull and see what's in there. Don't we have readily available blood qi to refine here? Since you like that little girl just now, why not just refine her? Mu Tong pursed his lips and was about to speak when he heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching, one light, one heavy. The 2 instantly fell silent in unison. They turned their heads to see Song Ruru leading old Dr. Song into the room. Seeing the 2 on the bed, who had awakened though weak and pale, but still in decent spirits, a flash of surprise crossed old Dr. Song's eyes. At first, when Song Ruru told him these 2 had woken up, old Dr. Song didn't believe it. Looking at their injuries, they didn't seem like people who could possibly survive, let alone wake up. How could old Dr. Song know that neither Mu Tong nor Mu Nan were ordinary people? With injuries this severe and having been soaked in the river for so long, an ordinary person wouldn't have survived. But for the two of them, who possessed cultivation, even without the villagers' help they would have been able to wake up. After a brief moment of surprise, old Dr. Song quickly composed himself and placed the large bowl of herbal medicine he was holding by the bedside. You're awake. With injuries this bad, being able to wake up shows you have great fortune and resilience. However, your injuries are severe and it will take some time to fully recover. Drink this medicine first. Mu Tong and Mu Nan exchanged a subtle glance, then endured the pain and sat up. I am Mu Tong, and this is my younger sister Mu Nan. Thank you for your help in saving us. May I ask how to address you, benefactor? A deliberately kind smile spread across Mu Tong's face, which combined with his pale and frail complexion made one instinctively lower their guard. Old Dr. Song shook his head. I don't deserve the title of benefactor. It was the villagers who saved you. I am merely the village doctor, taking in and treating you as my duty as a healer. Moreover, this isn't free aid. I collected medical fees from young Master Mu in advance. Let me inform you here, the rest of the silver is in your outer garments. Mu Tong maintained his kind smile. Then I thank you, doctor, for your assistance. As for the silver, it is only right that you keep it. Old Dr. Song nodded. My surname is Song, you may call me Dr. Song. Can you two drink the medicine yourselves now, or shall I feed it to you? Mu Tong and Mu Nan naturally chose to drink the medicine themselves. Taking the herbal decoction from the bedside, the two first sniffed the aroma, confirmed it contained only qi-nourishing and blood-tonifying herbs, then swallowed it in one gulp. After finishing the medicine, Mu Tong asked, Dr. Song, may I inquire where this place is? How were my sister and I rescued? These questions posed no problem, and old Dr. Song readily recounted the entire sequence of events to them. Only then did Mu Tong and Mu Nan understand what had happened. The day before, after being severely injured by members of the ancient God Society, they had fallen into the water and fallen into a coma. Then, through some stroke of luck, they had drifted downstream to Song family village, where they were discovered by several village men and brought here for treatment. Through old Dr. Song's words, the two also gained a basic understanding of Song family village. Mu Tong and Mu Nan exchanged glances, their eyes dark and inscrutable. Old Dr. Song couldn't fathom what the two were thinking. He thought about the sword and knife wounds on their bodies, wanting to ask, but holding back. He wanted to inquire about their origins, including the source of their injuries. Mu Tong and Mu Nan appeared anything but ordinary, and he worried whether saving them might bring trouble. Yet he also feared that asking might only create more problems. In the end, old Dr. Song didn't press further. He decided to wait until the two could walk freely before sending them away. Putting away the medicine bowl, old Dr. Song said, You two are still weak now. I'll bring some food later. Rest early and don't get out of bed unnecessarily, lest you aggravate your injuries. If you need anything, call out, and I'll hear you. After finishing speaking, old Dr. Song led his granddaughter Song Ruru out of the room. But Mu Tong, after he turned his back, lecherously watched Song Ruru's figure until old Dr. Song and Song Ruru disappeared from sight, only then reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Mu Nan took in his expression entirely and couldn't help but sneer, my good brother, so thirsty for her. Should I save that little girl during the blood refinement and bring her back to the sect for you to play with? Mu Tong was long immune to her sarcastic remarks. Thinking of the obedient and lovely girl standing beside old Dr. Song, he licked his lips, his eyes full of sinister desire. Why go to such trouble? After I've had my fun, the blood refinement will be the same. Mu Nan snorted derisively. I thought my brother was showing his usual hunting instincts again, wanting to bring her back to the Tianshan sect. It seems you're still the same cold and ruthless Mu Tong. Mu Tong raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, but didn't wish to continue the topic. He casually sidestepped the subject and said, This Song family village is near the Lu family village we visited a few days ago. What an interesting coincidence. We were pursued by the ancient God Society for smashing their deity statue in Lu village, and then by some twist of fate ended up back near there in Song family village. How I doubt the ancient God Society people saw that coming. There are about 100 people in this Song family village. After refining them, our injuries should recover by 7 or 8 tenths. Oh right, isn't this Song family village also on the sect's target list? They seem to worship a deity statue here, too, has been there for quite some time. What's it called? Lord Xuanqing. If not for those pesky people from the ancient God Society, this Song family village's statue would have been claimed by the sect long ago. Mu Nan raised an eyebrow at this. So you're saying we turned a disaster into a blessing? We can use the blood refinement of these 100 villagers to recover our injuries, and also take this Song family village's deity statue while we're at it. Mu Tong nodded and said, according to the materials I reviewed in the sect previously, this Song family village's deity statue seems to have been venerated for quite a long time. It should have already manifested divine phenomena. Since there's no leader present now, there won't be as many people competing for credit. Just you and I sharing it alone. When we bring it back to the sect, we'll surely receive a considerable reward. Haha, indeed a blessing in disguise. Unaware that their voices weren't quiet enough to escape old Dr. Song's hearing, the two chatted unrestrainedly. Little did they know, perched on the courtyard wall was a black cat with gleaming green eyes, taking in everything. As dusk settled within the Xuanqing temple at the village entrance, Song Xuanqing's voice rang out in disbelief. What? The villagers rescued 2 individuals and took them into their homes, claiming they belonged to the Tianshan sect. Those 2 even intended to refine the villagers' blood to heal their own wounds, and they have set their sights on this god's divine statue. After the black cat recounted everything it had witnessed, Xuanqing exclaimed in astonishment. He had always remained on guard, ever fearing the Tianshan sect would come shatter his divine statue, yet they were right beneath his very eyes. Rescued no less by the very villagers, and already fixated upon his sacred statue, Xuanqing could only find it absurd. This development had caught him completely off guard. Without actively departing the Xuanqing temple, his perceptible range remained limited, and he could not fully monitor the affairs of Songjia village. Yet Xuanqing had truly not anticipated this outcome. He had assumed those fanatic temple smashers of the Tianshan sect would come straight for his divine statue. He had become so cautious that he dared not stray far from the statue for long. And the result? The black cat sat perched upon the woven cushion on the ground, nodding earnestly. Meow, meow, meow. Indeed, those 2 humans are utterly despicable. Upon hearing this news, this little demon came to report to you at once. Though the black cat was a creature of demonic origin, it did not often linger deep within the Luoxiao Mountains. Instead, it frequently wandered about the outer regions. After absorbing the sliver of incense offerings bestowed by Xuanqing the previous day, the black cat had remained distracted and restless, and before long, had found itself unwittingly drawn back to Songjia village. It had happened to overhear a conversation between Mutong and Munan. Without much deliberation, the black cat had come directly to seek out Xuanqing. After relaying the information, it had eavesdropped upon the black cat's eyes shone unmistakably with yearning. As for what it desired, Xuanqing understood perfectly. It seemed incense offerings were quite valuable to the black cat. But that could wait. For now, Xuanqing turned to the matter that concerned him most. You were perched right on the wall at old Dr. Sung's house, yet those 2 from the Tianshan sect failed to notice you. The black cat blinked, clearly puzzled. Meow, meow, meow. They didn't notice at all. Those 2 humans were completely unrestrained. Xuanqing furrowed his brow, suspicion clouding his mind. Was it because those 2 lacked strength, or because their injuries impaired their perception? Or perhaps the black cat's own power was too feeble and its demonic aura too faint? Or perhaps all of the above? Unable to resolve the matter, Xuanqing set the question aside and asked, what level of strength do those 2 Tianshan sect members possess? Can you perceive it? The black cat tilted its head, hesitating for a moment before responding. Meow, meow, meow. It could not sense their cultivation level. However, given that they were currently wounded, their strength should be rather limited, should it not? Otherwise, they would not have failed to detect this little demon. Moreover, your divine majesty, your excellency, is so formidable that even if those 2 were unharmed, crushing them would surely be effortless for you, would it not? Xuanqing, flattered though he was, he could hardly bring himself to smile. Powerful. So he was powerful, a mere weak, strayed deity. If he truly had confidence in his own strength, he would not be standing there asking so many questions. He would have already charged forth and taken those 2 Tianshan sect members' lives. As for his current level of power, Xuanqing still felt rather uncertain. The primary issue was the lack of any benchmark for comparison. The black cat was far too weak to serve as a reference point. Without a clear understanding of his own capabilities, he knew nothing of those 2 Tianshan sect members' strength either. Facing them under such uncertainty left Xuanqing deeply uneasy. After deep contemplation for some time, he spoke with resolute determination. Little demon cat, tonight you will keep watch over those 2 Tianshan sect members on my behalf. Once they have fallen into deep sleep, come report back to me. Be careful not to be discovered, and I shall reward you handsomely afterward. Those 2 from the Tianshan sect were right beneath his nose, already fixated upon his divine statue, and they intended to refine the blood of over 100 villagers from Songjia village. Under such circumstances, Xuanqing could not afford to retreat. He would have to confront those 2 Tianshan sect members. If that was the case, then he would strike first, take the initiative. Speed was essential. He needed to act while their injuries were still fresh. For maximum security, launching a surprise attack while they slept would be ideal. With luck, he could end their lives in a single blow, preventing any further complications. Either way, charging at them head-on in the current situation was completely out of the question. Xuanqing feared those 2 might resort to desperate measures and take the villagers hostage as leverage. These villagers were the source of his faith and incense offerings, and if possible, Xuanqing wished to spare their lives. As for why he could not keep watch himself, Xuanqing worried that his approach might be detected by those 2. After all, his power far exceeded that of the black cat, and his aura would inevitably be much stronger. To avoid giving them warning, it was certainly better to have the black cat do the watching. Although logically speaking, given their current condition, those 2 Tianshan sect members would likely be unable to exert much strength. But even a lion must give its full effort when hunting a rabbit. Therefore, before making his move, Xuanqing wanted to ensure everything was arranged as meticulously as possible. Upon hearing that Xuanqing would offer a reward, the black cat's eyes immediately lit up. Recalling the 2 instances the day before when Xuanqing had provided incense offerings for it to absorb, the black cat nearly drooled. Meow, meow, meow. Your divine majesty need not worry. This little demon will surely complete the task you have assigned. I will keep those 2 under close surveillance. Xuanqing nodded. Very well, go. Should you discover anything new, return to me at once. The black cat quickly departed the Xuanqing temple and raced back to the wall at old Dr. Sung's residence. This time it concealed itself even more effectively. Then it perched upon the wall watching everything that unfolded within the courtyard, especially the room of Mutong and Munan. However, this time, no useful information reached its ears. The two were speaking only of trivial matters. At approximately 7:15 in the evening, after old Dr. Sung delivered another round of medicinal soup and food to Mutong and Munan, the household extinguished their lamps and retired for the night. The black cat remained perched upon the wall motionless, its eyes fixed upon their room, ears pricked forward. After a long while, inside the room, the steady breathing of sleep never came as it had hoped. Following a brief silence, an unusual sound emerged. The noise was muted, deliberately suppressed. Yet the black cat, being a creature of demonic origin, with heightened senses, caught every detail. The black cat. Regarding such matters, the black cat was truly ignorant. But it was not so naive as to fail to recognize what kind of commotion this was. Was this something meant for a cat to hear? A distinctly human expression of irritation crossed the black cat's fluffy features. It wanted to cover its ears, yet feared missing any important information. So it could only lie motionless upon the wall, gazing irritably up at the moon. When the noise from inside finally subsided, there had been nothing of value. Only crude banter and lewd jests. That was bad enough, but barely half a moment of silence passed before the sounds from within the room started up again. The black cat buried its face in despair. This assignment was far from easy. Truly obtaining treasures, in essence incense offerings, proved exceedingly difficult, and enduring such filth was unbearable. It was not until nearly the hour of Z that the commotion inside the house finally ceased. A full half-hour of silence followed. The black cat let out a sigh of relief. Those two humans were finally done. Time to sleep. Once they fell asleep, it could go report to Xuanqing. But after waiting another quarter hour, the black cat still had not seen them sleep. Instead, it saw the door open and Mutong and Munan step out. The black cat's pupils contracted, its breathing grew shallow, and it suppressed every trace of its aura to the utmost limit. Mutong and Munan had no idea a black cat was spying on them from the wall. Leaning against the doorway, Munan said with clear dissatisfaction, "Must you be in such a hurry? You actually deliberately drained so much of my vital energy. You must compensate me extra when we return to the sect." Mutong's face wore a satisfied expression as he glanced at her dismissively. "Fine, I'll compensate you when we return. But don't waste any more time. Hurry up and complete the blood refining to heal your injuries, then find that Xuanqing Gong statue. Once we obtain the anomaly within the statue, we leave. Having refined the blood chi of over 100 villagers in this hamlet, if we linger any longer, not only will the ancient god sect possibly catch up, but the Imperial Demon Suppression Bureau will be on our heels as well." Munan frowned, her expression distinctly displeased. "Then let's start with this household. I'll set up a simple altar, and you summon them out." With that, Munan walked to the center of the courtyard, bit through her fingertip, and began drawing patterns on the ground with her blood, while murmuring incantations under her breath. Mutong also moved to the center of the courtyard, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth. A piercing, shrill humming sound echoed out. The humming was unusual, so much so that even the black cat felt a momentary daze and instinctively wanted to stand up and walk toward the courtyard center. However, before it could actually rise, the black cat shook its head and broke free of the influence. But that brief lapse was enough to make the black cat nervous. Meanwhile, Old Man Song's family, deep in slumber, were far less fortunate. Though their eyes remained closed, all 5 members sat up from their beds in perfect unison. Moments later, the room's door opened. Old Man Song, his wife, his granddaughter Song Ruru, his son, and daughter-in-law, 5 members of the family, their footsteps perfectly synchronized, walked toward the center of the courtyard. From start to finish, their eyes remained closed, making one think they were sleepwalking. Meanwhile, at the courtyard center, Munan had already completed the setup of the makeshift altar. A circular altar spanning nearly 3 meters glowed with a faint red light in the night. The patterns drawn in blood on the ground were eerie and mysterious. Old Man Song's family stood at the edge of the circular altar, eyes closed and motionless. Mutong stood at the altar's center, his face grave as he chanted. Waves of peculiar energy emanated from his body, resonating with the altar beneath his feet. Mutong's eyes gradually began to glow red. On the wall, the black cat's eyelid twitched. It knew it could no longer wait. If it continued to wait, Old Man Song's family would truly be consumed by the blood refining. It knew Xuanqing cared deeply for these villagers. If it simply stood by and watched Old Man Song's family being blood refined without lifting a paw, and Xuanqing grew displeased and refused to pay its reward, the black cat would have nowhere to cry about it. Moreover, though the black cat's brain was small and its intelligence limited, it knew it could not let Mutong and Munan succeed in completing the blood refining to heal their injuries. Gritting its teeth, the black cat rose from the wall, every muscle in its body taut, its gaze fierce as it fixed upon Mutong and Munan. It was going to exert itself beyond what had been expected this time. It prayed the compensation prepared by that divine lord would be generous. Having whispered those words, the black cat leaped decisively from the wall, its target Mutong at the altar's center. The aura of a demon spread through the entire courtyard in an instant. Mutong and Munan sensed it immediately. But Mutong's body, still recovering from severe injuries, could not keep pace with his awareness, and he could not dodge in time. Rip! In the blink of an eye, the black cat had successfully pounced onto Mu Tong's back, clawing open his clothes and leaving a deep scratch across his back. The wound still radiated a faint demonic aura. Mu Tong could not help but let out a muffled groan of pain. Only then did Mu Nen finally react. Her gaze hardened as she looked at the black cat on Mu Tong's back, her face clouded with icy fury. What sort of kitten demon dares to interfere with the affairs of our Tianshan sect? Cursing angrily, Mu Nen swiftly lunged toward the black cat. But the black cat had no intention of lingering to fight. Its attack on Mu Tong had only been meant to interrupt him. Before Mu Nen could lay hands on it, the black cat leaped down from Mu Tong's back and successfully evaded her. Then it darted toward Old Man Song with the speed of a streaking shadow. Struck with the force of a cannonball, Old Man Song was knocked to the ground. The elderly man, whose constitution had already been frail, could not help but let out a cry of pain. His consciousness began to slowly clear. The black cat did not stop repeating the same tactic on Old Man Song's family members. Meanwhile, Mu Tong and Mu Nen were nearly boiling with rage. The blood-refining ritual had not yet properly begun, yet it had been interrupted by some stray kitten demon. It was only a fledgling demon after all. Usually neither of them would have spared it a second glance. Yet now it had ruined their plans. Without dealing with the black cat, the blood-refining could not continue. Mu Tong and Mu Nen, their faces ashen, attacked the black cat, with killing intent radiating from them. Even seriously injured, their strength was clearly far beyond what the black cat could handle. Fortunately, the black cat was agile. It knocked down Old Man Song's family members one by one, while simultaneously evading the furious strikes of Mu Tong and Mu Nen. As Old Man Song groggily regained consciousness, what he saw was this very scene. Earlier that day, Mu Tong and Mu Nen had appeared listless and weak. Now they were vigorous and lively, furiously chasing a black cat, and the black cat looked increasingly familiar. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he finally remembered. Was this not the cat demon that had brought him and Song Mugen and his son out of Wolf Head Mountain last night? Last night, Old Man Song had also been at the village head's house, and had witnessed the black cat returning to Xuanqing Temple after rescuing them. Looking around at where he currently was, and at his family members scattered across the courtyard floor, Old Man Song's expression changed instantly. Ignoring the tussle between the black cat and Mu Tong and Mu Nen, he hurriedly crawled toward his son Song Bo. Finding his son's breathing steady, Old Man Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he slapped him hard across the face. Still sleeping? Wake up, you brat. The slap landed solidly, jolting Song Bo awake. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Old Man Song had already grabbed him and hauled him to his feet. Once you're awake, get up quickly and help your wife and daughter back into the house. Mu Tong and Mu Nen were aware of Old Man Song's commotion, but too focused on dealing with the black cat to concern themselves further. These were merely ordinary mortals. Once the meddling black cat was dealt with, they could be crushed easily. With the black cat drawing all their attention, nobody paid them any mind, and Old Man Song and his son quickly managed to move the family members into the house. Song Bo's mind finally cleared as he looked at Old Man Song with lingering fear. Father, what is going on? The moment he opened his eyes, his entire family had been lying together in the courtyard. It was too eerie. Old Man Song panted heavily and stealthily observed the situation in the courtyard. How would I know? The important thing is this surely has nothing to do with that black cat. That cat is the demon dispatched by Xuanqing Gong. It would never harm us. Then what do you mean, father? Those two. Old Man Song's expression grew grave as he looked at Mu Tong and Mu Nen in the courtyard, clearly skilled beyond measure and clearly overpowering the black cat. I'm afraid we've stumbled upon some demonic cult. I always wondered how two ordinary people could recover from injuries so severe and so quickly. Look at them. They're actually dominating that cat demon. So the cat demon sent by Xuanqing Gong can't beat those two. I don't know. Hey, the cat demon has fled, and those two are giving chase. Song Bo hurriedly peeked over, and indeed saw Mu Tong and Mu Nen chasing the black cat out of the yard. Old Man Song's expression darkened as he pulled Song Bo to his feet. The cat demon seems no match for those two. Quickly fetch the hatchet. We're going after them. Worried about the black cat's safety, old Dr. Song and Song Bo pacified their startled family members before grabbing firewood knives and rushing out. The simple-minded old Dr. Song had no idea that the black cat was deliberately luring Mu Tong and Mu Nen away. In a direct confrontation, the black cat indeed stood no chance against Mu Tong and Mu Nen. Relying on its agility, it could only stall them for a short while. But this was not a sustainable strategy. After provoking Mu Tong and Mu Nen into a rage, it deliberately led the two on a chase. The destination was of course the Xuanqing Temple at the village entrance. The black cat might not have been a match for Mu Tong and Mu Nen, but what about the deity within the Xuanqing Temple? With that deity's power, dealing with these two heretics should be no trouble, right? Mu Tong and Mu Nen were unaware of the black cat's intentions, assuming it was fleeing out of cowardice. After the black cat had disrupted their blood-refining ritual and scratched Mu Tong, how could they possibly let it escape now? Naturally, they gave chase. Amidst the pursuit, the black cat quickly reached the vicinity of the Xuanqing Temple. Behind it, Mu Tong and Mu Nen pursued with burning anger. The black cat turned its head, casting a slightly mocking glance at them. In the next instant, it darted straight into the Xuanqing Temple right before their eyes. Mu Tong was so enraged that he cared for nothing but killing the black cat. Moreover, the Xuanqing temple did not give him any sense of danger. With a hot rush to his head, Mu Tong wanted to charge in directly and kill the black cat to vent his fury. Yet just a second before he was about to step inside, Mu Nan held him back. Although Mu Nan also desired to kill the black cat, she was more rational and cautious than Mu Tong. Even standing before the Xuanqing temple, she had not sensed any danger. But she remained wary of the dark, deep little temple before her. Brother, don't act impulsively. This little cat demon is intelligent enough, or why would it run into a dead end like this? I fear there is more to this place than meets the eye. Mu Tong gradually calmed down, squinting as he surveyed the Xuanqing temple before him. Due to the poverty of Song family village, the temple was modest in size, constructed of ordinary pine wood. From every angle, it looked no different from the rustic shrines they had seen before. Gazing at the somewhat faded characters, Xuanqing temple, on the roof, Mu Tong narrowed his eyes. According to that low-born peasant, this Xuanqing temple in their village was merely an ordinary rural shrine built through crowdfunding long ago. The deity enshrined, Lord Xuanqing, was likely not a demon or spirit, but some virtuous figure from the village's past. Such a statue would be nothing formidable, a mere lifeless object perhaps capable only of generating a faint artifact phenomenon. What could be extraordinary about such a countryside shrine? That little cat demon running here. Could it be putting on a display of mystery? Mu Tong and Mu Nan hailed from the Tianshan sect, and they were intimately familiar with such statues. Even without having seen one in person, they could determine its nature merely from descriptions. Based on old Dr. Song's account, the two had long believed that the statue of Lord Xuanqing within the temple posed no threat. They had even set their sights on the statue. Yet now the black cat had fled into the Xuanqing temple while being hunted. This made the two hesitate. They dared not simply step into the temple. After all, they were not at their peak strength. Meanwhile, inside the temple, after hearing the black cat's report, Song Xuanqing made a swift decision to strike. Although based on the black cat's description, Song Xuanqing judged that Mu Tong and Mu Nan were not particularly powerful at present. But he still dared not be overconfident. He immediately activated his divine ability, God Union. The next moment, Song Xuanqing opened his eyes. Within the shrine on the high platform, the stone statue opened its eyes. The originally weathered and blurred statue grew increasingly clear. Even the hairs at his temples became distinctly visible. Immediately afterward, the stony hue of the statue faded at a perceptible rate, its colors growing vibrant. Long black hair, a white jade hairpin, a cyan robe. Its skin appeared indistinguishable from a living person. Of course, Song Xuanqing understood that this was merely an illusion. He was still a stone statue. Feeling the statue's body as responsive as his own limbs, Song Xuanqing exhaled deeply and stepped out of the shrine. By the time he reached the ground, the originally 1 chi tall statue had expanded to nearly 6 chi. To an outsider, it might have been mistaken for a real person. The black cat was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, the statue has transformed into a human. And it walked out of the shrine. Why have I never heard of such a thing before? Song Xuanqing paid no mind to the black cat, focusing on sensing his own power. Compared to his state before merging with the statue, his current power was approximately doubled. So strong. This God Union ability is incredibly powerful. It directly doubled his strength. Moreover, in this state, he could fight directly in the statue's form without worrying about the shrine's damage. Clenching his fist, Song Xuanqing strode forward confidently. The duration of God Union was limited, and he did not know how long he could maintain it. He could not waste time. He needed to eliminate the 2 troublesome insects outside before God Union ended. Unaware of the situation inside, Mu Tong and Mu Nan discussed and ultimately decided to enter the Xuanqing temple. They would just need to be cautious. After all, with their cultivation and strength, what danger could they encounter in such a remote mountain village? The black cat had to be dealt with, otherwise it might interfere again during their blood-refining ritual. They also needed to probe the temple's true nature. Moreover, they thought the black cat might be bluffing. According to the villagers, the Xuanqing temple did not seem particularly extraordinary. After making preparations, just as the two were about to enter the Xuanqing temple, they sensed something in the darkness ahead, as if it were about to emerge. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they instinctively stepped back in unison. The next moment, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. Mu Tong and Mu Nan focused their gaze and saw a handsome man draped in robes. No, not human. Their pupils contracted as they quickly realized the newcomer was not human. Not human. Then what was it? Based on their experience, they could not discern Song Xuanqing's true nature. The two stared at him in stunned disbelief. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Song Xuanqing attacked without hesitation. In his God Union state, Song Xuanqing's speed was astonishing. Before Mu Tong and Mu Nan could react, he was already upon them. He chose to strike Mu Nan first. Seeing the enlarging palm before her and Song Xuanqing's murderous gaze, Mu's eyes widened in terror, and she instinctively tried to dodge backward. But Song Xuanqing was too fast. Although Mu Nan exerted her utmost speed, twisting her body to evade the incoming palm, she was still half a step too late. Song Xuanqing's palm slammed heavily onto her head. Song Xuanqing had not learned any cultivation techniques or spells. He only knew basic martial arts. However, his speed was too great and his attack power too high. He was no ordinary mortal. That palm strike seemed ordinary but carried tremendous force, inadvertently channeling the primal energy of heaven and earth. With one strike, Mu Nan's half of her head was crushed to bits. White and red fluid poured everywhere. One palm Mu Nan perished. Bang! The corpse hit the ground, sending up a spray of dust. On the other half of Mu Nan's intact head, his eyes bulged in sheer terror, as if he still hadn't fully registered his own death. The other half of his skull had been reduced to a mangled mess. Xuanqing looked with disgust at the red and white splatter on his hand and shook it clean. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, he felt a wave of relief mingled with thinly veiled disdain. That was it. He had expected to expend some effort, perhaps even some effort at all. Yet in a single palm strike it was over. Though that strike had already drawn upon every ounce of strength he could muster, delivered without warning. But this also confirmed that the enemy was truly fragile. Meanwhile, Mu Tong gazed at Mu Nan's fallen corpse, his eyes drowning in sheer terror. Since Xuanqing had gone directly for Mu Nan, he had still had a chance to dodge. By the time Mu Nan's corpse hit the ground, he had already put several meters of distance between himself and Xuanqing. But now, gazing at Mu Nan's gruesomely destroyed remains, Mu Tong felt this distance was far from safe. After all, the speed Xuanqing had just displayed was utterly horrifying. He hadn't even caught sight of how Xuanqing moved. Before he knew it, the latter was already before him. If Xuanqing hadn't been targeting Mu Nan in that instant, the corpse sprawled on the ground would likely have been Mu Tong himself. Mu Nan's strength was slightly inferior to Mu Tong's, yet the gap between them was far from insurmountable. After witnessing Mu Nan fall so effortlessly, Mu Tong understood with crystal clarity. The opponent could kill Mu Nan in an instant, and could do the same to him, Mu Tong. In this moment, Mu Tong's mind became utterly lucid. His eyes bloodshot, he gave Xuanqing one long searching look. Then he made the most sensible choice possible, and turned to flee. If he didn't run now, was he waiting for Xuanqing to turn around and kill him just as easily as he had killed Mu Nan? As for facing Xuanqing head-on, after witnessing Mu Nan's instant demise, Mu Tong had already accepted reality. He did not know whether even at his peak he could have stood against Xuanqing, but there was no question that the weakened him standing before him certainly could not. As he ran, Mu Tong cursed inwardly. He had always known the kitten demon fleeing into Xuanqing Temple was no ordinary matter, but he never imagined it would be this extraordinary. In such a remote temple nestled deep in the mountains, there existed such a formidable presence. Moreover, Mu Tong still could not discern Xuanqing's origins. He could tell Xuanqing was not human, but what exactly he was, Mu Tong had no idea. The power gap was already glaring, and now he couldn't even fathom his enemy's nature. Mu Tong's confidence to confront Xuanqing had vanished entirely. All he could do now was feel thankful that he had not impulsively charged into Xuanqing Temple. Otherwise, the one lying dead might not have been Mu Nan. Even so, Mu Tong knew his own situation was hardly enviable. For Xuanqing had no intention of letting him escape. The people of the Tianshan sect, if he hadn't run into them, then so be it. But now that he had on his own territory, and they had set their sights on his divine statue and his faithful worshippers, could he truly let them walk away? He was no benevolent deity who repaid malice with virtue. Having just killed Mu Nan without the slightest difficulty, Xuanqing now had a clearer measure of his own strength. At the very least, Mu Tong was no longer a threat in his eyes. Seeing Mu Tong flee in such terror, Xuanqing snorted coldly and gave chase. Mu Tong had already sprinted nearly 100 meters out of the village when he glanced behind him and saw Xuanqing in pursuit. A jolt of pure terror seized him. He sped up, but even this accelerated pace seemed agonizingly slow to Xuanqing's eyes. 100 meters, covered in a single breath. Xuanqing closed the distance before Mu Tong could react. Mu Tong dared not look back, but the overwhelming dread pressing upon his heart, and the faint scent of incense growing stronger at his nostrils, sent alarm bells ringing. He knew Xuanqing was right behind him. Indeed, the next moment Mu Tong felt something strike the back of his knees, and a surge of excruciating pain made him stagger. Xuanqing showed no mercy, pressing another strike that sent Mu Tong crashing to the ground. Lying there, Mu Tong felt as though both his legs had been shattered. He curled into a ball, like a shrimp clutching his broken limbs. Through gritted teeth, rage and despair warred within him. He did not understand why Xuanqing had not simply killed him outright. But having fallen into his hands, even if he wasn't executed immediately, death was inevitable. He had not forgotten the scene moments before when Xuanqing had caved in Mu Nan's skull with a single palm strike. For a moment, despair overwhelmed Mu Tong entirely. Seeing that Mu Tong had no means of escape, Xuanqing retracted the thought of delivering another kick. He could not afford to kill him. He still had questions to ask. Mu Tong was still of some use. If he hadn't misjudged his opponent's strength at the outset, he would not have struck down Mu Nan so carelessly. But it hardly mattered now. He still had the living Mu Tong. Grasping Mu Tong like a lifeless dog, Xuanqing returned to the front of Xuanqing Temple. During the journey, Mu Tong attempted to resist, but after receiving 2 sharp taps to the head as a warning from Xuanqing, he fell still. Though Mu Tong had long prepared himself in his heart, knowing he was unlikely to survive. Yet all beings fear death. The mere thought of his sister Mu Nan's mangled, half-shattered skull was enough to wither Mu Tong's courage. At the front of Xuanqing Temple, the black cat spotted Xuanqing's return and began chirping with delight. It had known from the beginning that this divine being was incredibly powerful. Xuanqing ignored the black cat and tossed Mu Tong beside Mu Nan's corpse, looking down upon him from above. Turning his head, Mu Tong beheld Mu Nan's wretchedly destroyed skull and understood immediately. This was Song Xuanqing's opening show of force. Gritting his teeth, Mu Tong shot a venomous glare at the black cat, then lifted his gaze to stare directly at Song Xuanqing. Who exactly are you? What grievance do we hold against you that compels you to take our lives? I pursued only because this little demon beast thwarted my plans, yet I never truly harmed it. We should have no mortal enmity. Moreover, I am of the Tianshan sect. Do you not fear their retribution for opposing them? Song Xuanqing listened, utterly baffled. What grievance? You set your sights on my divine statue and intended to murder these villagers who worship me. And you ask me what our enmity is. As for the matter of Tianshan sect retaliating for the deaths of Mu Tong and Mu Nan, Song Xuanqing did not give it a second thought. Absurd. Even if he had not provoked them, so what? They had been eyeing his statue long before this. Then what harm came from killing a few members of the Tianshan? Yet the moment Song Xuanqing spoke those words, Mu Tong froze completely. He stared at Song Xuanqing in utter disbelief. You are the Xuanqing Gong statue inside the temple. Upon hearing this, Song Xuanqing found himself even more confounded. They had already exchanged blows, yet Mu Tong still did not know who he was. Mu Tong had plotted to blood refine the people of Song Village and destroy his divine statue, and yet he couldn't recognize that the statue itself was him. Was this the effect of his deity combined form? But he had already walked out of Xuanqing Temple. The question of who he was should be quite obvious, should it not? Mu Tong, however, seemed unable to accept Song Xuanqing's identity. Staring blankly with wide eyes, he shook his head and muttered incoherently to himself. No, impossible. How could it possibly be that Xuanqing Gong statue? According to the villagers' descriptions, under normal circumstances that statue could only produce a mere divine manifestation. Even if a divine manifestation were born, the statue would remain an inanimate object. How could something like you exist from it? You cannot possibly be that statue. Song Xuanqing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he regarded Mu Tong with a deep, penetrating gaze, his composure unshaken. What is impossible? I am Xuanqing Gong, the deity worshipped by the villagers of Song Village. The spirit within that statue. The moment these words left his lips, Mu Tong paused, then burst into laughter almost unhinged. Ha, what deity? Impossible. You may be powerful, but you cannot possibly be a divine being. There are no gods in this world. This time it was Song Xuanqing who fell still. No gods in this world. Then what was he? What was being an unregistered minor deity enough, and now he was being stripped of his divine status altogether? A moment later, after subjecting Mu Tong to severe interrogation, Song Xuanqing finally understood the situation. First and foremost, there were truly no gods in this world. At least not now. Not only were there no gods, but neither immortals nor Buddhas existed. However, based on Song Xuanqing's understanding of this world, legends of deities and supernatural beings had existed since ancient times. This bore a striking resemblance to ancient China before his transmigration. Legends about immortals, the heavenly court, and Buddhas were all prevalent in this world. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that villagers had erected altars to him, worshipping him as a deity. For in this world, ordinary people genuinely believed in the existence of gods. Yet cultivators like Mu Tong knew clearly. This world harbored no such beings as gods. Not even the legendary heavenly court, the netherworld, or Buddhas existed here. These were mere myths. All cultivators shared this knowledge. Yet Song Xuanqing harbored doubts. If no deities or immortals truly existed in this world, why did legends of them date back to antiquity? Could it truly be that no immortals or gods had ever existed here? Song Xuanqing refused to believe it. For he himself was a deity, though merely a rustic, unsanctioned spirit. Upon hearing Song Xuanqing's suspicions, Mu Tong fell into contemplation and after a long silence finally spoke. According to some unreliable legends, perhaps such immortals and deities once existed in this world eons ago, but not anymore. Song Xuanqing frowned and pressed further. Why don't they exist? Where did those immortals and deities go? Mu Tong hesitated. The question was too profound. He had no answer. Whether such beings had ever existed at all remained uncertain. These were only rumors. In short, gods and immortals simply did not exist in this world. Song Xuanqing harbored skepticism toward this. After all, Mu Tong was not powerful, and people of his stature had limited perspectives. Gods might very well exist in this world. It was simply that he himself was unaware. Nevertheless, most people regarded gods as non-existent. This meant Song Xuanqing's true identity could hardly remain concealed. When the entire world accepted the absence of deities as a given, he had appeared, a living god. Song Xuanqing dreaded to think of the troubles that awaited him, though he was but a wandering spirit. If his power had been overwhelming, fearsome to all, he would not worry. But his strength was far from formidable. Song Xuanqing harbored no arrogance, believing that killing two insignificant figures like Mu Tong and Mu Nan proved any great prowess. Moreover, both Mu Tong and Mu Nan were already weakened. It seemed he must guard his secret carefully. No one could learn he was a deity. Furthermore, though gods did not exist here, the world's arcane forces defied reason. Statues of deities, therefore, were no ordinary objects. Statues varied widely in material. Those offered by rural villagers like Song Xuanqing's were typically carved from stone, clay, or wood. Wealthy gentry favored jade, or even gold. The finest came from imperial courts or major sects crafted from rare and precious materials. Indeed, though people knew no immortals, gods, or Buddhas existed, they still enshrined statues. This contradiction baffled Xuanqing. Over time, venerated statues could spawn divine anomalies. Those in rural shrines like Xuanqing's held a certain probability of manifesting such phenomena. For instance, the statue of the three-eyed lady in neighboring Lu village had developed an anomaly, that very first eye. That was the anomaly born from the statue itself. Mutong could not explain its nature or purpose, only that the Tianshan sect collected such artifacts widely. To the Tianshan sect, these anomalies held value comparable to rare treasures. Yet beyond the hidden artifact within the statue remained merely an inanimate object. Beyond anomalies, statues could birth another wondrous phenomenon, the spirit of the shrine. This was not a god, but a spirit. Simply a spirit emanating from the statue itself. Since Mutong knew little of this, either Xuanqing remained unclear. Such spirits rarely manifested, typically appearing only in statues venerated by major sects or the imperial court. Initially, Xuanqing fancied himself to be just such a spirit. But upon deeper reflection, he dismissed the notion. He was a god, not a spirit. Whatever spirits truly were, he would investigate when opportunity arose. Notably, both anomalies and spirits could arise only from statues devoid of genuine divine presence. Some superstitious villagers worshipped malevolent idols, yet such figures spawned no divine phenomena. Conversely, devotees of evil spirits often met grim fates. For most, malevolent entities devoured humans. Having gathered this knowledge, Xuanqing shifted the discussion to cultivation matters. Whether from fear of death or not, Mutong proved cooperative. The world's cultivation paths were diverse, but humanity primarily followed martial arts, known as martial artists. The martial path encompassed 5 realms: body refinement, qi, gathering, spirit condensation, thought transformation, and spirit connection, each divided into early, middle, and late stages. Body refinement focused on forging flesh and sinew, remaining within mortal limits, boosting vitality and strength while mastering combat techniques. The second realm, qi gathering, drew external true qi into the body, dramatically increasing destructive power beyond body refinement. At spirit condensation, true qi refined into spiritual essence, transforming the body almost beyond human limits and granting astonishing supernatural abilities. As for thought transformation and spirit connection, Mutong, still trapped in qi gathering, understood little of spirit condensation, let alone the higher realms. This represented only a broad framework. Even within martial cultivation, each sect followed vastly different methods. Mutong's Tianshan sect exemplified this. Though practicing martial arts, they were widely labeled demonic. Both the court and righteous sects refused association. The Tianshan sect's methods were cruel and merciless, holding no taboos whatsoever. In this world overrun by demons, mortal lives held little value. But to the Tianshan sect, ordinary people were not even considered human. Hence, the Tianshan sect enjoyed poor repute and numerous factions opposed them. The ancient god society was among the most prominent. A few days ago, the Tianshan sect smashed the statue of the three-eyed goddess in the neighboring Lu family village and was subsequently investigated. Those who investigated them were the ancient god society. The ancient god society worships ancient deities, the very gods featured in immortal legends and fairy tales. They firmly believe that these deities once existed and yearn for the mythological era when divine beings walked the earth. For this reason, the ancient god society has been constantly searching for traces of the ancient deities, hoping to rediscover the gods of antiquity. Mutong remarked on this: a bunch of lunatics. However, the ancient god society possessed deep foundations and formidable strength. Given their worship of ancient deities, the Tianshan sect's wanton destruction of divine statues, showing no reverence for gods or heaven and earth, and operating without any taboos, was absolutely a thorn in their flesh. For the Tianshan sect not only smashed rural shrine statues, but also demolished those of ancient legendary deities without hesitation. In fact, they seemed to prefer deliberately targeting statues of ancient gods. Among all the sects and factions, the Tianshan sect clashed with the ancient god society was particularly troublesome. Mutong and Mu ended up in Song family village precisely because they were being hunted by the ancient god society. Whenever the Tianshan sect and the ancient god society crossed paths, conflict was inevitable. After receiving this information, Xuanqing fell silent, gazing upward at the star-strewn night sky with a contemplative expression. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, yet Mutong's heart pounded like a drum. He had no idea what this silence signified, nor could he fathom how Xuanqing would deal with him. But it went without saying. For someone with no value to Xuanqing, death was almost certainly his fate. Gritting his teeth, Mutong mustered the courage to look up at Xuanqing. Just as he was about to speak, Xuanqing suddenly turned his head toward the village, his brows furrowing slightly. Not far away, a flame was moving in his direction. It was old Dr. Song and his son. Song Bo held a torch in one hand and a fire axe in the other, while old Dr. Song also carried a fire axe. Both men appeared somewhat nervous, and their pace was not swift, but the distance to Xuanqing Temple was only a few dozen meters. Xuanqing frowned. He had no intention of revealing himself to the villagers just yet. With Mutong still unresolved, there was no way he could return to the shrine niche at this moment. Looking down at the lazy black cat resting at his feet, Xuanqing gave a low order. Go block old Dr. Song and the others. Don't let them approach. To get paid is to be the boss. As a working cat now, the black cat had no reason to refuse Xuanqing. It let out a meow, then rose and darted away. With the matter of old Dr. Song sorted, Xuanqing's gaze returned to Mu Tong. His expression grew dark, laced with a faint killing intent. Having walked the Jianghu for many years, Mu Tong was exceedingly perceptive to such murderous intent. He sensed at the very moment Xuanqing's mood shifted. Mu Tong shivered violently. A powerful survival instinct drove him to desperately grab at Xuanqing's robe, but he failed. Xuanqing sidestepped with ease. Mu Tong could no longer care about anything else. In a flustered panic, he cried out, Lord, please do not kill me. I still have use. If you are indeed that statue of Lord Xuanqing, then you certainly wouldn't want people constantly watching you and disturbing you one after another, correct? Your statue has already appeared on the Tianshan sect's list. By their nature, they will not let you go. I, Mu Tong, am merely a low-ranking member within the sect. There are countless stronger than me. You, however, are so extraordinary among the statues. Once the Tianshan sect learns of you, they will absolutely not spare you. Even these villagers under your protection will suffer. Lord, if you only let me return, I can go back to the sect and have your information removed from their list. In truth, Mu Tong still harbored doubts that Xuanqing truly was a divine statue. But to survive, he could only take a gamble. He would simply treat Xuanqing as the statue of Lord Xuanqing. He aimed to present his worth before Xuanqing, hoping to beg for his life. Yet Xuanqing remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes to study him, lost in thought. Seeing Xuanqing say nothing, Mu Tong grew even more anxious. He was gambling that Xuanqing truly was the temple's deity, and the reason he called it a gamble was because even he himself hardly believed it. Now finding Xuanqing unresponsive, Mu Tong's wide eyes gradually filled with panic, and he spoke in a flustered, desperate manner. Lord, please spare my life. If you truly kill me here, both my aura and Mu Nan's will dissipate at this location. The sect will definitely be able to trace it. Let me return, and I can still conceal the cause of Mu Nan's death. If you are unsure, you may implant some controlling method upon me. Henceforth, I, Mu Tong, will serve you. Mu Tong was exceedingly earnest, willing to betray the Tianshan sect and pledge allegiance to Xuanqing just to preserve his life. Xuanqing finally showed mercy and spoke. No need. He possessed no means of controlling others, nor did he require Mu Tong's service. His earlier contemplation was simply about how to handle the Tianshan sect in the future. If the Tianshan sect left him alone, then so be it. But if they truly came after him, Xuanqing was by no means an easy target. His starting position was already high, and he possessed the Incense God Ascension system. Given time to develop, he could reduce even the Tianshan sect to rubble. Therefore, Mu Tong had to die. Meanwhile, the black cat timely stepped forward, blocking old Dr. Song and his son Song Bo, who were making their way towards Xuanqing Temple. Seeing the black cat was unharmed, Song Bo breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to ask about the whereabouts of the two cultists, but still feared the cat's demon nature. So he looked toward his father, waiting for him to ask. But to his surprise, old Dr. Song wasn't looking at the black cat at all. Instead, he was staring straight ahead. Song Bo felt puzzled and followed old Dr. Song's gaze. There, under the eaves of Xuanqing Temple at the village entrance, not far away, a human silhouette seemed faintly visible. The figure was extraordinarily tall. Although Xuanqing Temple stood only 2 meters high, the silhouette was hardly shorter than the temple itself, and its sturdy build made it clear it was a man. Even from this distance, with the figure blurry and indistinct, one could sense their extraordinary bearing. Song Bo's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock. In the dead of night, first the two cultists had chased Lord Xuanqing's black cat away, and soon after the cat reappeared near the temple. And now a remarkably unusual tall figure stood before Xuanqing Temple. Could that figure be? Song Bo's heart raced with tension. Grabbing his father's sleeve, his voice trembled. Father, is that Lord Xuanqing? Before he could finish speaking, old Dr. Song covered his mouth. When faced with a deity, one must not be so disrespectful and impolite, nor may one directly gaze upon a god. Bow or kneel. With a solemn expression, old Dr. Song did not hesitate. Grabbing his son Song Bo, he knelt on the spot, facing Xuanqing Temple, his head bowed low, daring not to look again. Song Bo's heart pounded like a drum, his palms sweating, his eyes wide, fixed on the ground. Old Dr. Song did not answer directly, but his words had already confirmed Song Bo's suspicion. That towering figure before Xuanqing Temple. Was it truly Lord Xuanqing? Good heavens. People always spoke of Lord Xuanqing manifesting his power, but was he truly appearing now? Having lived for over 20 years, he had only ever heard of Lord Xuanqing's name. Yet now he was witnessing the deity's manifestation with his own eyes. Moreover, if not for Lord Xuanqing, he and his family who had taken in those two cultists would likely have suffered tonight. How fortunate that their village was protected by Lord Xuanqing. Song Bo's heart was both tense and thrilled. With eyes closed, he whispered softly, Lord Xuanqing, bless us, Lord Xuanqing, bless us. A solitary moon hung high above, casting its pale light over the Xuanqing Temple. Mu Tong let out a bitter, agonized shriek before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. A cavernous wound had collapsed, his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his lips as his wide, unblinking eyes stared fixedly towards Xuanqing. Beside Mu Tong lay Mu Nan, meeting a similarly gruesome end. The brother and sister who had plagued him for years were finally laid to rest together. Xuanqing retracted his hand with an impassive expression, but a moment later his demeanor shifted slightly. It was not due to Mu Tong or Mu Nan, two corpses who deserved their fate. Rather, it was the sudden chime of the system prompt that caught his attention. You have shielded Song Village from the slaughtering hand of the demonic path. Incense points 100. Xuanqing cast a curious glance at the two corpses. It seemed those demonic cultivators were not entirely useless after all. Killing them yielded 100 incense points. 100 points. For the impecunious Song Xuanqing, that was no small fortune. He summoned the system panel and cast his eyes over it. Incense deification system. Host Song Xuanqing. Divine longevity 20. Title Stray God. Cultivation unranked 22. 8. Techniques none. Divine abilities divine, might beginner dream entry beginner divine convergence beginner. Domain Song Village. Incense points 198. 2. Appraisal not yet recognized by the heavenly Tao. Weak faith and incense offerings. A stray god without divine mandate or rank drifting like duckweed possessing meager strength. Excellent. He now possessed a staggering sum of 198. 2 incense points. He could advance his cultivation progress once more. Song Xuanqing found the label unranked appended to his cultivation stage increasingly grating every time he saw it. He hoped to shed this unranked status as soon as possible. Merely gazing at the title was enough to sting his pride. Unranked in cultivation, a stray god by identity. Even so, Song Xuanqing did not consider his current strength to be trivial. Based on Mu Tong's descriptions, he reasoned that while in a divine convergence state, his combat power should roughly equate to the third realm of martial cultivation, the Qi gathering stage. He had yet to test himself against a true Qi gathering cultivator, so he could not be certain how a spar another day would reveal the truth. Still, the divine convergence ability was peculiar in nature, bound by a time limit, though he remained unsure of its duration. Yet such a transient surge of power could never be relied upon as a permanent measure. What truly mattered was his foundational cultivation. Lost in thought, Song Xuanqing raised his gaze to the tranquil moon, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his divine convergence. Though he could sever the connection prematurely, Song Xuanqing wished to ascertain precisely how long he could sustain the state. At a short distance away, old Dr. Song and his son Song Bo remained kneeling with their heads bowed. Perched between them sat a formidable black cat, its fur lustrous and sleek, diligently grooming itself like an impenetrable barrier. Only when Mu Tong's final piercing scream tore through the night did the two men startle into raising their heads. Yet they dared not look toward the Xuanqing temple, remaining locked in their submissive postures. Naturally, both old Dr. Song and Song Bo recognized the familiar harrowing cry as belonging to Mu Tong. Upon closer listening, the origin of the sound undeniably traced back to the temple. The black cat remained vigilantly stationed before them. Thus it naturally fell to the cat, or perhaps someone else, to deal with the two demonic cultivators. Both men understood this implicitly, leaving them with a complex tangle of emotions. Old Dr. Song sighed heavily, a trace of guilt coloring his tone. It is entirely our fault as mortals, blind and foolish. We took in two demonic cultists and now trouble Lord Xuanqing, an esteemed cat demon lord. Old Dr. Song's reverence made the black cat distinctly uncomfortable. Scratching its head in bewilderment, it could only offer a few hesitant mews. In truth, one could hardly blame the villagers. Pernicious demonic cultivators were often impossible to discern. Unfortunately, neither old Dr. Song nor Song Bo could comprehend feline speech. Song Bo tightened his grip on the chopping knife at his side and gruffly insisted, I am strong. I can hack those two demons to pieces. Let me assist Lord Xuanqing. As he spoke, he began to rise. The black cat emitted a fierce warning mew and positioned itself directly before Song Bo, clearly barring his advance. Old Dr. Song promptly rapped him on the knuckles. Fool, does Lord Xuanqing require your aid? You would only be a burden. Clutching his head, Song Bo fell silent and obediently resumed his kneeling posture. Old Dr. Song cast a puzzled glance at the black cat before quickly averting his gaze. It appeared Lord Xuanqing himself commanded the others not to approach, using the black cat as a sentinel. Old Dr. Song did not dwell on it long, assuming the deity had simply stationed the feline to prevent the mortals from suffering harm at the hands of the demonic cultivators. Song Xuanqing stood silently before the temple for a while until a wave of sudden weakness began to wash over him. The very next moment his figure dissolved into a streak of luminous light darting back toward the interior of the Xuanqing temple. As the luminous trail dissipated, the 1-foot-tall divine statue within the vacant niche reappeared. The vibrant hues faded once more, returning the statue to its dull stony gray, its features blurring into obscurity. Song Xuanqing's consciousness merged with the statue, and the debilitating weakness surged forward like a tidal wave. Fortunately, it only impaired his combat prowess and did not hinder his basic mobility. He had now gauged the duration of his divine convergence. At present, he could sustain the state for roughly a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes in total. Upon the conclusion of the divine convergence, the statue would automatically revert to its designated position, and Song Xuanqing would simultaneously be plunged into a state of debilitation. During the brief period following the merge's end, he would be unable to act. As for how long it would take for the divine convergence ability to recharge, he was uncertain. On the surface, the skill bore no cooldown. Presumably once his strength fully recovered, he would be able to invoke it once more. With the matter settled, Xuanqing beckoned the black cat back. It swiftly scampered inside, chirping with evident delight. Most revered divine lord, have you concluded your affairs? Was this humble demon's performance satisfactory this time? The unspoken subtext was clear. Could the compensation be increased? Xuanqing did not materialize, remaining within the confines of the statue as he replied, the recompense promised to you shall not fall short. Speaking thus, he transferred 2 incense points to the black cat. Xuanqing was not a miserly man. The black cat had indeed performed commendably, even displaying the wit to adapt and safeguard old Dr. Song's family on his behalf. Yet his own incense reserves were meager, requiring careful stewardship, which limited what he could spare. Previously, when the black cat had escorted the father and son Song Mugen out of Langtu Mountain, he had been rewarded with 2 incense points. This time he would grant the feline a slightly larger share. Moreover, the black cat's low cultivation made it pliable, and its character appeared sound for tasks where Xuanqing himself could not conveniently intervene. The cat proved an ideal intermediary. Harboring the intention to enlist the black cat's aid for future endeavors, Xuanqing naturally had no desire to strain their rapport. The remainder of his incense points, he resolved, would be allocated toward advancing his cultivation later. Receiving the incense points, the black cat purred with contentment and immediately began absorbing them on the spot. Even Xuanqing could perceive the subtle growth in the cat's cultivation base. Though modest, cultivation was inherently a slow accumulation for the black cat. Even this slight increment constituted a remarkable advancement. Furthermore, the incense points offered a temporary boost to its comprehension. After a short while, the black cat finished its absorption and luxuriously stretched. By previous custom, the feline would have departed by now, its return date unknown. Yet this time Xuanqing did not silently acquiesce departure. No sooner had the cat finished stretching than Xuanqing spoke abruptly. That demonic cultivator named Mu Tong claimed that no deities exist in this world, and furthermore doubted whether I truly resemble the divine effigy. Little feline demon, what do you perceive me to be? Blinking its round, crystal-clear eyes, the black cat looked up at the weathered, somewhat blurred statue enshrined within the niche, and tilted its head. Revered divine lord, what this humble demon believes you to be is inconsequential. What matters to me is that you harbor no ill will toward me and are willing to grant me benefit. In that case, I am only too pleased to stand alongside you and serve at your command. Regardless of your true nature, you are immeasurably greater than I. Those metaphysical details hold no relevance for me. What is paramount is that you offer me opportunity and favor, and I willingly pledge my service to you, standing firm within your camp. Moreover, from the legends whispered among mortals, true deities are revered as mighty beings who cherish all living creatures and grant them sanctuary. Would you not fit that very description? Then by what right could Xuanqing be denied his status as a god? Xuanqing was indeed a deity after all. He simply lacked official heavenly registration. The black cat's answer held no fault to seize upon, so Xuanqing did not tarry on the matter further, but shifted the subject and spoke. What is your current cultivation realm? At the mention of cultivation, an unmistakable delight spread across the black cat's fluffy face. With your honor, noble one, this humble demon has already reached the mid-stage of body tempering. When I first encountered you, I was merely at the early stage of body tempering. Demon cultivation was arduous, especially for weak demons who lacked proper cultivation methods and resources, most possessing only ordinary aptitude. In short, they had nothing worthwhile. This was precisely why the black cat, though aware that Xuanqing was extraordinary, had already resolved to follow him. In merely 2 or 3 days since their encounter, the benefits garnered from Xuanqing had propelled it across an entire minor realm, cementing its devotion to him. It was but a fledgling demon newly embarked upon cultivation, possessing neither pedigree nor resources. Without fortuitous circumstance, its future was pitifully foreseeable. Yet now fortune itself stood before its eyes. That was the resplendent divine statue of Lord Xuanqing towering before it. Though the radiance existed only through the cat's devoted perception, in its heart Xuanqing's presence shimmered with brilliance. Xuanqing was unfamiliar with the demon cultivation hierarchy, yet could surmise that the black cat's body tempering realm corresponded to human martial artist's body refinement stage. With merely 5-something incense points accumulated, the cat's cultivation had advanced an entire minor realm. Could the conversion rate between incense merit and cultivation power be so substantial? Xuanqing pondered that the advancement likely stemmed from the black cat's low cultivation base to begin with. Perhaps it had already been approaching the mid-stage of body tempering before receiving the gift. Pray inform this deity of your kind's cultivation realm divisions, Xuanqing said calmly. Having acquainted himself with human martial cultivation, he might as well learn of demon cultivation as well. The black cat readily complied. This humble demon's cultivation is meager, and I am not thoroughly familiar with the realm classifications of our kind. May your divine honor overlook my ignorance. Essentially, our cultivation realms mirror those of humanity in broad strokes, though the paths and terminology differ. We are divided into body tempering, bone refining, spirit gathering, demon core, and form transformation stages. Body tempering and bone refining both focus on forging flesh, and sinew refining chi. The demon kind naturally places greater emphasis on physical prowess. The spirit-gathering realm appears similar to human cultivation, while the demon core stage involves condensing a core to manifest various supernatural abilities. Form transformation, they say, allows one to assume human shape. Yet these are but teachings I have heard. Should any discrepancies exist, I beg your divine honor's forgiveness. Though the account was rudimentary, it gave Xuanqing a general understanding. Observing the black cat's aura, a spark of curiosity stirred within him. Little cat demon, how long have you cultivated until now? The mention brought a hint of awkwardness to the black cat. My bloodline is unremarkable. I awakened sentience only at age 2, stumbling blindly into cultivation, and have practiced for another 3 years since. 5 years have passed since my birth. Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, unable to gauge such a pace. He had transmigrated, but recently, and his first display of power matched the spirit-gathering realm. This lent him a subconscious underestimation of the first 2 cultivation realms. Yet he understood well enough that he himself was an anomaly unfit for comparison. What of your progress? Reaching mid-body tempering in nearly 3 years. How does that fare among your kind? The black cat grew even more embarrassed, lowering its head. Please do not mock me, my lord. My pace is considered slow even among demons. Those with prestigious bloodlines, favorable constitution, and precious treasures for cultivation can reach mid to late bone refining within 3 years. For lowly demons like myself, advancement is no easy matter. Reaching mid-body tempering in 5 years is quite common. Some small demons resort to devouring humans to accelerate their progress, but this humble one is too timid and lacks any interest in such practices. At least demonkind enjoys longevity. Though cultivation proceeds slowly, the path is not extinguished. One may simply advance gradually while avoiding predatory great demons and human martial artists who hunt us. Moreover, were it not for the cultivation treasure you bestowed upon me, I doubt when I would have broken through to mid-body tempering. Xuanqing rubbed his nose. In this world, demonic evils ran rampant, and common folk lived in fear. Yet even among demons themselves a hierarchy existed, the strong preying upon the weak. Having finished speaking, the black cat looked up at the divine statue upon the high platform, curiosity overcoming its restraint. Your divine honor, might this humble demon inquire as to what that wondrous treasure you granted me truly is? Xuanqing fell silent for a moment before replying. It is the incense great pill condensed from my supernatural power. Doubt flickered in the black cat's round pupils. Incense great pill, Precisely. This incense great pill takes no visible form, forged by this deity through expenditure of personal cultivation and supernatural power. Its creation is no simple matter. I granted it to you solely because of your utmost sincerity, little demon. The black cat harbored no doubts whatsoever about Xuanqing's words, for the cultivation gains from incense merit were undeniably substantial. Moreover, recognizing its own meager status, it felt profoundly honored that such a powerful being would deign to accept it as an attendant. With earnest purring, the black cat's eyes shimmered. Your divine honor may rest assured. I shall not betray your trust. I will cultivate with all my might. Xuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Cultivate well. The black cat chirped happily in response. Meow, meow, meow. Xuanqing pondered for a moment and spoke. Do you bear a name? It would not do to address it merely as little cat demon indefinitely. The black cat scratched behind its ear. This humble one is but a wild mountain cat and has never possessed a name. Then let this deity bestow a name upon you. What say you? Upon hearing this, the black cat's face brightened with delight. To receive a name from a noble one is most auspicious. It had once heard that in ancient times those blessed with a deity-given name were granted the greatest fortune. Amidst the black cat's eager anticipation, Xuanqing stroked his chin and leisurely spoke. Let it be Xuanma. Both Xian and Mo signify black. Your coat is as dark as ink, and this name suits you well. The black cat's eyes widened in innocent wonder. It did not grasp the meaning behind Xian and Mo, yet it knew the deity before it was named Xuanqing. A Xian in his name, and now a Xian in the name he had bestowed. Realizing this, the black cat beamed with joy. The name granted by my lord is most fitting. From henceforth I shall be known as Xuanma. After Xuanqing dismissed the black cat, old Dr. Song and Song Bo did not immediately rise. Fearing to offend the deity, they remained kneeling for a while longer before bowing toward the direction of Lord Xuanqing's temple. Lord Xuanqing, please forgive this old man's unintentional intrusion. We only wish to glimpse the situation before withdrawing. We pray for your indulgence. Only then did they arise, torches raised, and slowly made their way toward the temple. Illuminated by the torchlight, old Dr. Song and his son soon discerned the scene before the temple. Mu Tong and Mu Nen lay dead, their bodies grotesque and mangled upon the ground. Even the seasoned old Dr. Song was startled by such a sight, let alone Song Bo. He seized his father's arm, trembling. Father! Two corpses. Old Dr. Song kicked him irritably. Merely 2 dead men. What is there to make such a fuss? Besides, they were evil cultivators. Lord Xuanqing slew them to protect us. They deserve to die. Song Bo's body still quivered, unable to look at the 2 bodies on the ground. Then, father, what shall we do now? Old Dr. Song glanced at the corpses, then at the temple, and after a moment's contemplation replied firmly. It is already late at night. Disturbing Lord Xuanqing again would be improper. Bo are you, and I shall keep watch here. When dawn breaks, we will seek out the village head to discuss how to handle these bodies. Song Bo's eyes widened in alarm. What? Father? You mean we are to guard these two corpses until morning? Gazing down at the corpses, his eyes met Mu Tong's unblinking, sightless stare. He shuddered violently. Old Dr. Song brooked no argument. What else would you have us do? We have already troubled Lord Xuanqing tonight. Would you now summon a crowd to his temple in the dead of night? Song Bo shrank his neck. Why yes, we shall guard them until dawn. Outside Xuanqing temple, Song Xuanqing observed Dr. Song and his son Song Bo from a distance, but chose not to interfere. The people were dead. He had no concern for how the villagers would handle the aftermath. After driving away Xuanma, Song Xuanqing opened the system panel. His cultivation progress stood at 22.8%. To reach 100%, he would need to spend another 772 points. The incense points Song Xuanqing currently possessed were clearly insufficient. After paying the 2 incense points to Xuanma, he was left with only 195 incense points. After calculating his available resources, Song Xuanqing decided to invest 172 incense points into his cultivation advancement. This would push his progress to 40%, while leaving him with 23 spare points as a reserve. Once he had finalized his allocation, Song Xuanqing commanded, "System, allocate the points to me." As his cultivation progressed, a ripple of energy began to stir within him. His aura intensified steadily. Only when his cultivation reached the predetermined 40% threshold did the turbulent energy finally stabilize. After a few moments of inner observation, Song Xuanqing opened his eyes with a refreshed clarity. All traces of weakness vanished completely. He felt strong enough to fully extend his divine sense and face any opponent again. Just then the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Host cultivation has reached the unranked tier at 40%. You have comprehended the divine ability Minor Split Soul Technique. Minor Split Soul Technique: sever a thread of your divine sense and condense it with your cultivation base, allowing the split spirit to possess a fraction of your power capable of roaming the heavens and earth. Note the combat strength of each split spirit is determined by the original body with a maximum capacity of 1/4 the host's power. The number of spirits you can maintain depends on your cultivation level. While damage to a split spirit won't compromise your foundational cultivation, it will leave you temporarily weakened. System tip: when the host remains within their territories bounds, the split spirits can venture further, though certain limitations still apply. The host is encouraged to explore this themselves. Song Xuanqing studied the ability description several times over, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This was essentially a clone technique. An excellent divine ability indeed. Already a dozen different applications were racing through his mind. Sending the split spirit out to fight while he remained hidden within the statue, or coordinating both himself and his duplicates in battle. Granted, the split spirit's power was limited to 1/4 of his own, but with this technique his reach could extend far beyond what was previously possible. Though Song Xuanqing's domain currently extended only over Song Village, confining his physical movements, his split spirit could travel wherever he willed it, effectively doubling his presence. If he had possessed the Minor Split Soul Technique upon arriving in this world, he wouldn't have needed Xuanma's assistance infiltrating Langtu Mountain to locate Song Mugen and his son. He could have sent his split spirit instead. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to acquire this ability now. And if this was merely the minor variant, that implied a major split soul technique existed as well. He couldn't imagine what the major technique would entail. The system was frustratingly limited, nothing more than an automated prompt machine with no capacity for dialogue. With his new ability secured, Song Xuanqing steadied his breathing and immediately attempted to condense a split spirit. As a first-time user, his technique was still unrefined. After considerable effort, he finally managed to form a single split spirit. It appeared identical to himself, floating before him in midair, invisible to mortal eyes. The moment the split spirit materialized, a second perspective flooded his consciousness. He was now seeing through both sets of eyes simultaneously. The sensation was extraordinary. The split spirit felt as natural as a limb and extension of his very self. Yet this creation had consumed nearly half his divine power, a steep price for a first attempt. Though divine power regenerated quickly, the cost was prohibitive. A split spirit wielding only 1/10 of his cultivation, forged at the expense of half his reserves. Deploying it for combat proved uneconomical. His original body would be far more effective than this fractured duplicate. However, Song Xuanqing's grasp of this ability was still imperfect. With practice, he should be able to reduce the cost and enhance the split spirit's power. Dr. Song and Song Bo kept vigil before the temple throughout the night, standing guard over the two bodies. By midnight, heavy dew had soaked through their clothes and hair. When the sky began to pale at the first watch of the morning, Dr. Song finally sent Song Bo to summon the village head. Soon after, Song Tianqing arrived at the temple. The village head's disheveled appearance, his clothes hastily thrown on, his hair unkempt, his expression fraught with anxiety, spoke volumes about how urgently he had been roused from bed. Upon seeing the two corpses lying before the temple, their gruesome deaths apparent, Song Tianqing's face paled and his lips trembled. This, Dr. Song, is what Xiaobo told me truly accurate. Song Bo had already recounted the previous night's events on his way to fetch the village head. In the remote mountain village of Song, such occurrences were rare, perhaps once every few years. Swallowing hard in disbelief, Song Tianqing listened as Dr. Song confirmed the account and repeated the sequence of events. By the time he finished, the village head was massaging his temples, a headache already forming. Such dramatic news so early in the morning. Yet Song Tiansheng felt profound gratitude mixed with relief. Turning toward the temple with reverent excitement, he bowed deeply 3 times before speaking. If what you say is true, then Xuanqing Gong's protection has saved us all. I've heard these demonic cultivists leave nothing but corpses in their wake, sometimes wiping out entire villages. Had Xuanqing Gong not manifested last night, not only would you Dr. Song have perished, but the rest of our villagers would likely share the same fate. Dr. Song sighed and bowed 3 times in return. You're right. We owe our lives to Xuanqing Gong. But village head, what should we do with these bodies? They were demonic cultists who died on our soil. Won't their allies come seeking revenge? I've heard these practitioners wield truly sinister arts. Alas, Dr. Song lamented. If I had known they were cultivators of the demonic path, I would never have taken them in or treated their wounds. Or rather, I shouldn't have let those young men pull them from the river in the first place. It was precisely this uncertainty that had kept him from disposing of the bodies overnight. He had waited for the village head to arrive and help decide their next move. Frowning, Song Tiansheng glanced down at the 2 corpses. I'll have my boy fetch the other villagers. They need to know what happened so they learn to be more cautious. Don't go saving just anyone off the street, especially those who pulled them from the river yesterday. As for whether their deaths here will bring trouble, I can only hope Xuanqing Gong protects us. If anyone asks, we know nothing about this. Soon a crowd of villagers gathered before the temple under the village head's summons. After hearing Dr. Song's account, fear and relief washed over them in equal measure. The men who had pulled the bodies from the river were particularly distraught. If we'd known those cursed cultists were what they were, we never would have saved them. We should have smashed their skulls with hoes. Thank the heavens for Xuanqing Gong. Without his protection, those demonic cultivists might have slaughtered our entire village. Exactly. Yesterday, Dr. Song's family was nearly killed. Those 2 cultists summoned them into the courtyard in the dead of night. We don't even know what they planned. Thank Xuanqing Gong and the great cat spirit who serves at his temple. Dr. Song and Xiaobo say they saw Xuanqing Gong manifest last night. Is that true? Hush. Do not speak disrespectfully of Xuanqing Gong. The villagers clustered around the corpses, chattering amongst themselves. Those still shaken, the immediate danger had passed, and many felt a sense of relief that the demonic cultivists had been dealt with by Song Xuanqing. Village head Song Tiansheng raised his voice above the commotion. Enough. From now on, if anyone asks about those 2 cultivists, you say you know nothing. Understood. And no more bringing strangers into the village. The villagers readily agreed. After a moment's thought, Song Tiansheng spoke again. Since we rescued these 2 from the river, let us return them to the water. We never saw them. Where their bodies drift, or whether fish consume them, we know nothing of it. With that, he selected several of the men who had pulled the bodies from the river the day before, instructing them to cast the corpses back into the water, this time much farther downstream. West of Xuanqing County, beyond the outskirts of the Luoxiao Mountains, there stood a peak called Bailuo Mountain. The cliffs rose steeply and the forests ran deep within. At the foot of Bailuo Mountain lay a village named Bailuo Village, bearing the name of the mountain. Bailuo Village was larger than Songjia Village, housing nearly 100 families and 300 to 400 villagers. Unlike Songjia Village, where a single clan dominated, Bailuo Village was home to several clans of different surnames. It was the height of the farming season, with the scorching sun blazing overhead. In the past, Bailuo Village would have been bustling with activity at this hour. But today the village was suffocated by curses, wails, sobbing, and despair. Limbs and bodies lay scattered across the ground, blood flowing freely. A scene that could only be described as hell on earth. In the village center, beneath the ancient locust tree, there was no longer the sound of children at play. A massive pool of blood rose before them, its foul stench choking the air. At its center, a bald man sat cross-legged in the crimson liquid, his body draped only in a loincloth, his muscles bulging like coiled ropes. Strange patterns were carved into the top of his gleaming scalp. Beside the blood pool, men clad in white robes with swords at their waists dragged victims to the edge and slashed their wrists. A flash of blade light revealed 3 characters on the hilt, Tianshan sect. Among those dragged forth to bleed were men and women, old and young alike, with even newborn infants spared not. Curses and despair filled the air. Arg, a pack of demons. Even if we descend into hell, we will never let you go. The imperial court will surely deliver justice for us. May you meet a wicked end. My son, kill me instead, spare my child. Bah, a pack of demons. The 100 Luo great immortal will surely not spare you. You slaughtered innocents and smashed the sacred statue of 100 Luo great immortal. He will undoubtedly rain divine punishment upon you. Ha ha. The bald man opened his ferocious wolf-like eyes, utterly indifferent to the hellish scene surrounding him. He rose from the blood pool, his white loincloth already stained crimson with blood. Walking forward, he sneered, by the time the imperial court delivers justice for you, your bones will already be rotting. As for your so-called 100 Luo great immortal, ha ha, that's nothing but a dead stone statue. Aside from that bead within the statue, it's just worthless rubble. You still expect that broken stone statue to save you. I've smashed the very idol, so what? Instead of worshipping non-existent deities, you'd be better off joining the Tianshan sect. Another round of curses followed, but the bald man paid them no mind. After stepping out of the blood pool, he directed his subordinates to enter. Refine it quickly and heal your wounds. We must leave before dusk today lest the ancient God Society catches our scent and gives chase again. No way, boss. We've already fled from the south to the west. Would the ancient God Society really pursue us this far? They never chased this deep before. The bald man's face darkened as he struck his subordinate on the head. Why so talkative? Do as I say without question. The ancient God Society has been sending many people to Huaiyun Prefecture recently, and there are plenty of them in the Wanning County area too. If we run into them again and get tangled up, we'll lose even more men by the time we return to the Huaiyun branch. The subordinate rubbed the bump on the back of his head and asked curiously, Boss, has something major happened in Huaiyun Prefecture recently? Why have the ancient God Society and other sects all sent so many people here, making our movements so inconvenient? The bald man bared his yellowed teeth in an irritated grin. You're asking me? How would I know? Who knows what those above us are thinking, what new intelligence they have? Is that something we're meant to know about? The subordinate fell silent, not daring to speak further. The bald man wiped his blade and suddenly remembered something, saying, Yesterday when you reached out to Mu Tong and Mu Nan, did they tell you they were still alive and ended up in a remote village? Yes, I told them to come find us to regroup. They mentioned their injuries needed rest and healing, and once recovered they'd return directly to the sect. The bald man narrowed his wolf-like eyes, his tone growing subtle. Did they mention exactly where they were? I asked, but they didn't say. They just cut contact immediately. Whether it was because their spiritual energy was exhausted, or if they did it on purpose, I couldn't tell. The bald man sneered, Contact them again. I want to see what these two are hiding. They won't even tell us where they are, and now they claim they're returning to the sect on their own. The subordinate nodded and inserted his finger into his throat. After retching a few times, he spat out a short fat black worm no bigger than his thumb. Then he closed his eyes and began communicating with the black worm through spiritual sense. However, soon his brow furrowed in confusion. Skeptical, he tried once more to connect spiritually. After several attempts, the subordinate finally opened his eyes and looked helplessly at the bald man. The bald man frowned. What is it? Speak, boss. I can't reach Mu Tong and Mu Nan. It doesn't seem like they deliberately cut contact. The goo worm's feedback indicates. The two goo worms belonging to Mu Tong and Mu Nan appear to be dead. The bald man's eyelid twitched. Dead? Those two wouldn't dare destroy a spirit sense black worm. Probably not. The black worm is bound to their very lives. It's more likely they met with misfortune and died. The bald man's expression darkened. His subordinate stole glances at him before venturing. The goo worm can sense the corpses of those two worms. Boss, should we go look for Mu Tong and Mu Nan? The bald man gave him a flat stare. No need. When we return to the sect, we'll see whether they actually made it back. The 9th day of midsummer. Propitious for sacrifices and construction, but ill for other pursuits. Within the spirit shrine, Xuanqing sat watching the villagers below kneel in devout worship and offer incense. Though not an auspicious day for offerings, Xuanqing's reputation had surged through Songjia village following his recent miracles, summoning a cat demon to rescue the Song father and son from Wolf Head Mountain and slaying 2 evil cultivators with ill intentions. In previous years, the villagers had shown respect to Lord Xuanqing, performing their incense offerings and bows on schedule. Yet despite their reverence, genuine faith had been lacking among many. After all, the existence of deities remained confined to legends, their miraculous interventions only passed down through uncertain oral traditions. To most, worship was more a comfort than a conviction. Since Xuanqing arrived, however, that intangible solace had become tangible reality. Xuanqing had let them witness miracles firsthand, making them understand they truly enjoyed divine protection. Consequently, even on ordinary days, villagers continued to stream in endlessly to offer incense. Each sighting filled Xuanqing with anguish. Why did incense devotion only grant him merit points on the 1st and 15th days? He felt he was losing a fortune. It had been some time since he arrived in this world. Xuanqing had gradually grown accustomed to sitting high within his shrine, listening to the prayers of the villagers each day. Yet not every villager who came to burn incense before him did so with a request. Some came purely for peace of mind, stopping by to light a few sticks of incense whenever the mood struck them. After the villagers finished their offerings, Xuanqing emerged from Xuanqing Temple. The sunlight outside was fierce, the weather gradually growing hotter. However, Xuanqing could not feel the heat or cold himself. He only knew of it through the words of the villagers. Recently, whenever Xuanqing had free time, he would wander around Song family village, keeping an eye out for any suspicious outsiders. His range of perception was limited, and to grasp the full situation in Song family village, he still needed to patrol in person. The words Mu Tong had spoken before his death still weighed on Xuanqing's mind. Although he had felt no fear at the time, and was not overly concerned about the Tianshan sect seeking trouble later, yet Xuanqing was not entirely indifferent to the matter. Otherwise, he would not have been patrolling outside every day to detect any traces of the Tianshan sect. After all, it would be unacceptable if the Tianshan sect had already intruded upon his territory without him knowing anything. He completed a patrol around his operational range, but today, just like always, he found no trace of the Tianshan sect whatsoever. He had even begun to wonder whether, since Mu Tong and Mu Nan were merely low-level members within the Tianshan sect, the sect simply did not care about their fates at all. If that were truly the case, it would be even better. Having patrolled the entirety of Song family village, Xuanqing did not rush back to his divine statue. Instead, he made his way to the farmland. The fields of Song family village were all clustered in one area covering a considerable expanse, roughly over 100 mu at a glance. When the wind swept across, waves of green rippled together mingled with sparse patches of yellow rustling softly. These fields sustained the livelihood of over 100 families in Song family village. The men with their trouser legs rolled up toiled busily in the fields, sweat pouring down under the scorching sun. Though their labor was arduous, they lived a contented and peaceful life. Seeing the villagers under his protection living in comfort, a faint sense of accomplishment rippled through Song Xuanqing's heart. The world was a harsh place. Just 2 days prior, he had overheard the villagers speaking of a village called Bailuo village within Xuanqing County, where the entire population of 300 to 400 people had been slaughtered, reportedly drained of their blood, dying in excruciating pain. That style of killing was unmistakably the work of an evil sect. Even the county magistrate of Xuanqing had been shaken and dispatched a number of martial artists to investigate. Yet it was too late. The people were already dead. Regardless of whether they could track down the culprits who had likely fled long ago, what good would it do even if they found them? The dead could not be brought back to life. When the villagers of Song family village first heard of this massacre, they were thoroughly frightened. That day, Xuanqing temple saw another small surge of visitors. The villagers all came to burn incense before Song Xuanqing. They felt fortunate to dwell in a place blessed by divine favor, and their incense offerings were prayers for peace and tranquility of heart. Bailuo village was quite far from Song family village. Before the massacre occurred, the villagers had never even heard of such a place. Closer still, there was a small village beyond 2 mountains from Song family village where 3 or 4 people had been devoured by some unknown demon or evil entity, all killed with their hearts torn out and bellies gutted. Terrified, the villagers of that village either fled or rushed to the county town to summon help. In such a chaotic world, the phrase that human life was as cheap as grass was no exaggeration. Song Xuanqing's capabilities were limited. His jurisdiction was confined to Song family village. He could not intervene elsewhere. But at least within Song family village, he could do his utmost to offer protection. In this cruel, devouring world, he could ensure that those under his protection lived in peace and security. The villagers had no idea that their revered master, Xuanqing, walked among them unseen. A group of men worked in the fields, chatting and laughing together. The next moment, a terrified scream suddenly shattered the air. Ah, good heavens! What a huge snake! Not far away, a dark-skinned man in a field nearly leapt several meters back in fright. Hearing the cry, the other nearby villagers immediately dropped their laughter, grabbed their hoes, and rushed toward the terrified man. Where's the snake? The dark-skinned man gripped his hoe tightly, swallowing hard as he pointed toward the fields ahead. Right there. Such a huge snake. Beneath the emerald green rice seedlings, a massive snake was coiled, nearly 10 feet long, as thick as a human lower leg, its green scales marked with white rings. By midsummer, the rice seedlings had grown nearly as tall as a person's lower leg. The green-scaled white-ringed snake lay beneath them, nearly invisible unless one drew close. That was why the man had been so thoroughly frightened upon spotting it. Now disturbed, the great snake was equally displeased. It raised its upper body, flicking its forked tongue as it stared at the cluster of villagers before it ready to strike at any moment. The men who had come running with their hoes broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the snake's enormous size. Good heavens above! How has this snake grown so massive? And it's a white-ringed snake. I thought those could only grow to 4 or 5 chi at most. How did this one get so big? More importantly, white-ringed snakes are venomous. A small one might be manageable, but this size, with venom, what are we to do? If we don't drive it off or kill it, how can we continue farming our fields? Before the villagers could finish speaking, the white-ringed snake struck first. Though its thick, elongated body appeared cumbersome, it moved with unbelievable agility. In the blink eye, it lunged toward the group of villagers before it. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs coated in venom. The villagers barely avoided being caught off guard, managing at the last moment to block the great snake with their hoes. But serpents held grudges. They would not so easily let the villagers go. Hissing fiercely, it prepared to charge again. Yet the villagers were no pushovers. Countrymen possessed great strength and wielded long-handled hoes. While the great snake sought to bite, the villagers sought to subdue it. But the snake was remarkably nimble, and the two sides quickly found themselves at an impasse. The villagers fought defensively while shouting loudly, "There's a huge snake over here. Someone come quick." Song Xuanqing hovered above, watching quietly with no intention of intervening. Though this great snake was larger than its kind ought to be, in truth, it had not yet crossed the threshold into the realm of spirit monsters or demonic entities. It was merely an unusually large, ordinary snake. If it were truly a spirit monster, Song Xuanqing would have acted long ago. But as it was only an ordinary snake and the villagers could handle it on their own, there was no need for his involvement. He was the protective deity of Song family village, not their nanny. He could not be expected to rescue the villagers from every trivial difficulty. Of course, if a villager were truly in mortal danger from the snake's fangs, Song Xuanqing would consider making a small intervention. After all, they were his believers, those who offered him incense and devotion. Moreover, to be honest, scenes like this had grown common over the past few days. Ones that Song Xuanqing had witnessed repeatedly. Whether due to the changing weather or some other cause, snakes had been appearing in increasing numbers lately. All manner of snakes could be found, and this white-ringed snake, nearly a zhang long, was not even the largest. This was not Song Xuanqing's first time patrolling the farmland, and encountering villagers confronted by snakes. In fact, he could say that nearly every day he could find quite a few snakes in the fields. Some snakes were timid and fled at the sight of people, while others, like this white-ringed snake, were bold enough to attack villagers proactively. And it was not only in the fields as snakes had been entering village homes as well. It was not uncommon to encounter one or two snakes while drawing water from the well. Some were venomous, others not. At first, some villagers were actually quite pleased. After all, snake meat was meat, and it could be eaten. Apart from the truly venomous snakes that villagers dared not touch, any non-venomous snake caught and killed could add a meat dish to the family's table for the day. But as snakes grew more numerous, incidents of waking up to find a venomous snake coiled at the foot of one's bed became frequent. The initial excitement about eating snake meat gradually faded. Due to the abnormal increase in snake activity, quite a few villagers in the village had been bitten. When it was a non-venomous snake, it was manageable, but when it was venomous, one could only pray it wasn't a lethally poisonous species. Otherwise, the entire village would be preparing for a funeral feast. Xuanqing was fully aware of these circumstances, but he had not paid it much mind. It was countryside after all. Summer meant more snakes, which was only natural. Although the number of snakes had become excessive, no serious incident had yet occurred, so Xuanqing saw no reason to intervene. In the fields, the villagers wrestling with the white-banded snake were gradually losing strength. The serpent moved with blinding speed and had thick, tough scales. A single strike could not kill it unless aimed precisely vital spot. Worse still, it held grudges and refused to leave until it had struck them. It was no joke, a venomous snake. Could anyone bitten hope to survive long enough to fetch a doctor? A few of the men began to waver, considering retreat. Yet they feared would pursue, relentlessly exposing there, and might conceal itself in some hidden corner of the fields, making even tending the farmland a source of constant dread. As the men hesitated, a sharp cat cry suddenly pierced the air. Meow! In the next instant, a swift black shadow bounded past them, leaping straight before the white-banded snake. The demon chi rushing toward it made the snake instinctively freeze. That moment of stillness costed its life beneath the black cat's razor-sharp claws. 3 deep, bone-rending scratches were torn into the creature's vital region. With a final agonized hiss, the white-banded snake collapsed in the field and lay still. The men snapped back to awareness and saw the serpent had been vanquished. Xuanqing stood proudly before the snake's corpse, his sleek black fur gleaming, radiating an air of triumph. The burly men who had been on edge moments before burst into joy. It's Lord Cat Demon. Thank you, Lord Cat Demon, for slaying that serpent and saving us. You are incredibly powerful, Lord Cat Demon. This must be Lord Xuanqing manifesting his grace, sending Lord Cat Demon to aid us. High above, silently observing the spectacle, Xuanqing. Quite the opposite, in fact. It was simply that Xuanqing had noticed Xuanqing cared for these villagers and had spontaneously chosen to protect them on his behalf. It was only a plain snake that had not yet attained true demon status. Xuanqing had exerted himself little. But to the villagers' eyes, this meant Lord Xuanqing was shielding them, dispatching the black cat to slay the serpent. Now the entire Song family village had come to regard Xuanqing as the embodiment of Lord Xuanqing's will. Gradually, the villagers no longer feared Xuanqing. After all, since the cat's appearance, it had never harmed them. Rather, for Lord Xuanqing's sake, it had consistently aided and protected them. Not only did they not fear it, but sometimes when Xuanqing wandered into a villager's home, the resident would offer it fish as a treat. The people of Song family village, the black cat, is a benevolent demon. Xuanqing chuckled and shook his head, then turned and departed. Seeing him leave, Xuanqing, who had been basking in the villagers' adulation, hurried after him. The villagers naturally dared not block its path, allowing it to chase after the unseen Xuanqing. Xuanqing followed Xuanqing all the way to the gate of Qingqing Temple, meowing. Divine Lord, are there any minor demons you wish for your humble servant to handle today? I shall complete your tasks flawlessly. Xuanqing glanced at it idly. No, he was not some NPC that spawned quests upon approach. Arriving before Qingqing Temple, he prepared to return to his divine statue and resume practicing his minor divination art. By now he could condense a divine projection possessing 1/8 of his true strength by expending 1/3 of his divine power. Just as he was about to shoo away the persistent Xuanqing, 2 villagers came sprinting into view, carrying an elderly man between them. Both villagers had wet mud and grass clinging to their legs, their trousers rolled up. They had clearly just come from the fields. The elderly man in their arms had already lost consciousness, his lips tinged a sickly bluish purple, silver hair falling in disarray. Upon seeing his face, it was unmistakably village head Xuanqing. Hurry, hurry. Village head has been bitten by a green-banded snake. If we wait any longer, he cannot be saved. The 2 villagers spoke, breathlessly racing toward old physician Song's residence. Xuanqing paused in his steps and changed his mind. Rather than returning to his divine statue, he followed the 2 villagers and village head Xuanqing to old physician Song's home. No sooner had the bearers crossed the courtyard than they began frantically calling out. Old physician Song, come quickly. The village head has been bitten by a snake. Please save him. Old physician Song was in the west chamber, a room originally constructed specifically for patients to rest or sit. Mu Tong and Moon and had likewise lain there before. Now 3 people occupied the west room. A woman and 2 children, all villagers from the village. Old physician Song was applying snake venom antidote herbs to them when he heard the villagers' cries outside. Startled, his hand trembled, and he hastily turned to go out. What? The village head has also been bitten by a snake. The villager quickly replied, yes, it was a highly venomous green-banded snake. The village head still breathes. Old physician Song, please save him. Old physician Song wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried, bring him inside quickly. It had been a long time since he had been so occupied. In recent days, many villagers had been bitten by snakes. Such incidents were uncommon, so his supply of antidote herbs was meager. Fortunately, none had been particularly venomous. But now the village head himself had been bitten by a deadly green-banded snake. Old physician Song felt as though darkness were closing in before his eyes. In a frantic rush, he squeezed out the poison-applied herbs and prepared a decoction for internal use. After considerable effort, Song Tianqing's venom was finally eased somewhat, his lips no longer the color of bruised plums. The two villagers who had carried the village head looked on with deep concern. How is it, old physician Song? Will the village head be all right? Song Tianqing enjoyed excellent prestige and reputation among the villagers who genuinely hoped he would survive. Old physician Song wiped his brow and sighed. I cannot say. The green-banded snake carries deadly poison. This old man has done all he can do. Whether the village head survives depends upon fate. Song Tianqing's wife and family, who had just arrived, heard these words the moment they entered. The elderly woman could not restrain herself and burst into wails, throwing herself forward to clutch Song Tianqing's hand and weep bitterly. Old Song, you must not leave me. The old woman sobbed as though the heavens themselves were crumbling. Her children and grandchildren who had entered with her were equally distressed, but dared not show it, hurrying forward to comfort her. Mother, do not worry. Father is blessed with strong fortune. He will surely pull through. It is only snake venom, he will be fine. Old physician Song watched from nearby and sighed. He naturally wished Song Tianqing to survive as well, but deep down he knew when bitten by such deadly venom, survival truly depended upon fate. In this era, common folk lacked advanced methods for treating snake venom. When confronted with a deadly bite, physicians could only do what they could and leave the rest to heaven. At that moment, in a place unseen by ordinary mortals, Song Xuanqing furrowed his brows. Mortals could not perceive it clearly, but he could see distinctly that the venom had not been fully purged. Moreover, the poison continued to rage through Song Tianqing's body, trending toward his heart. Once it reached the heart, all would be beyond saving. Glancing at the woman and two children on the neighboring beds, he saw they too had been bitten by snakes, though the serpents that struck them carried less potent venom than the one that had attacked Song Tianqing. Yet in this era, even with available treatments, traces of venom would inevitably remain in the body. For adults this might be tolerable, but the children with their tender frames risked lasting aftereffects. Frowning, Song Xuanqing departed from old physician Song's home. Seeking a secluded spot nearby, he opened the system marketplace. Life-prolonging pill, lower grade, restores the dead and reunites bone with flesh, usable by any living being, limited to mortals or those of low cultivation. Price 1 incense value. Purchase limit 0.10. The price was reasonable, and he would not feel the loss purchasing it. Claimed to resurrect the dead and knit broken bones. Using one to save a common person poisoned by snake venom should pose no difficulty, right? Theoretically speaking, as long as the body was strong enough, any venom was merely like a tiny bacterium within, easily subdued. Was there not an ancient saying, with great strength even bricks can fly? Song Xuanqing thought for a moment, exchanged for 3 pills, spending 3 incense values. A small white sphere appeared in his palm, emitting a fragrant medicinal aroma. Song Xuanqing took out a sheet of white paper and wrote instructions for the pill. He then summoned Xian Mo and had the cat carry the wrapped medicine in its mouth. Deliver this to old physician Song. Speed is essential. Upon completion, this god shall reward you handsomely. Song Xuanqing had originally intended to ignore such trivial matters as snake bites. He believed that as a deity, although revered and offered incense by the villagers, he need not involve himself in every detail of their affairs. Yet theory was one thing, when truth, when faced with the ability to save a life, and choosing instead to stand idle and watch death claim someone, Song Xuanqing discovered he could not bring himself to do it. He was not so merciless. Perhaps because he had not yet spent long in this world. Although he now held the position of deity, before that he had lived 20 years as an ordinary mortal. He could not yet adopt the aloof detachment of a truly competent deity, looking down from on high upon all living beings with indifference. The black cat understood not Song Xuanqing's deliberations. Its eyes sparkled with delight, and it nodded eagerly. It then set off without delay, the wrapped medicine clamped firmly in its jaws. Inside old Dr. Song's residence, sighs, wails, and muffled sobs cast a heavy pall of sorrow over the entire room. The elderly village chief was clearly still breathing, yet his appearance was that of a man already claimed by death. Old Dr. Song brushed away the medicinal herbs from Song Tianqing's wound, preparing to replace them. Beneath the herbs, however, the flesh around the wound still bore a deep, stubborn purple hue that refused to fade. His brows tightened with worry. Old Dr. Song hurriedly pressed fresh herbs onto the wound, then examined Song Tianqing's eyes and took his pulse at the wrist. The old woman and her family immediately turned to him, their faces etched with anxious hope. Dr. Song, what is it? Will Father Song pull through this? Meeting their hopeful gazes, old Dr. Song hesitated before offering a gentle but measured reply. We can only leave it to heaven's will. If he has the fortune to endure, the village chief shall survive this. To those gathered, those words carried the weight of grim news. The old woman's sobs grew louder, and even her son, a burly man, could not keep his eyes from reddening. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. On the bed, the children resting there to recover from snake venom could not help but ask softly beside them, "Auntie, he is Grandpa Village Chief going to die from the snake venom? If he does, will we never see him again?" Her heart heavy with grief, the woman gently patted the child's head. "No, Village Chief will pull through." Yet the expressions on old Dr. Song's face and the family's faces spoke plainly. The situation was far from optimistic. And just then a nimble black cat darted into the room, a small paper packet clamped between its teeth. The child on the bed caught sight of it, first his eyes lighting up instantly. "Oh, it's Master Xuanqing's cat. Why has it come?" Those words succeeded in drawing the attention of the others who had not yet noticed Xuanma's arrival. The old woman, her face streaked with tears, glanced at the black cat and understood something. Her tears flowed more bitterly as she cried out toward the empty air. "The Lord Cat has arrived. Master Xuanqing, are you here too? Master Xuanqing, please bless my old man. Let him survive this snake venom. Our Song family will burn incense and make offerings to you every day henceforth." In moments of utter despair, people instinctively placed their hopes upon divine beings. Song Village was fortunate, for the deity they worshipped was neither an illusion nor some malevolent spirit. It was a deity who genuinely protected them. Though rather awkwardly, these words of the old woman were destined to fall on deaf ears, for after entrusting the pill to Xuanma, Xuanqing had departed to attend to other matters. Heeding Xuanqing's instructions, Xuanma paid little attention to the others and made its way directly to old Dr. Song's side, tugging at the doctor's pant leg. Old Dr. Song's brow twitched. Startled and full of doubt, he squatted down and was about to ask what the cat wanted when Xuanma pressed the paper packet from its mouth into his hand. Then it turned and bolted without looking back. Staring at the small paper packet in his palm, no larger than a child's hand, old Dr. Song was stunned. He had actually noticed the packet upon the cat's arrival, but had paid it little mind, assuming the black cat was merely carrying it along for fun. Yet the cat had deliberately sought him out to deliver this. What did this signify? In quiet bewilderment, old Dr. Song carefully unfolded the paper. 3 smooth round white pills rolled into his palm, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. The characters written on the paper came clearly into view. Life-prolonging pill, it restores life to the dying and flesh to the bone dead. A single pill can snatch a life from the brink of death or be used to purge poison and sustain vitality. Additional note: children are frail and residual toxin may leave future complications. This pill may also be used for them. Old Dr. Song held exactly 3 pills in his hand. The meaning was unmistakable. 1 pill was to sustain the life of village chief Song Tianqing, and the remaining 2 were for him to allocate as he saw fit. Xuanqing had already provided ample hint. With 3 life-prolonging pills in one hand and the brief note in the other, old Dr. Song stood completely dazed. Was it possible that, having slept poorly the night before and with advancing age, he was now experiencing hallucinations? The life-prolonging pill. Merely hearing its name and description, old Dr. Song understood just how precious this substance must be. It was said that not only could it counter the most severe poison, but it could even revive someone half dead and missing limbs. In his entire lifelong medical practice, he had never once encountered such a peerless elixir. Even if he had heard of it, such a precious medicine was clearly beyond the reach of poor commoners like them. And yet now, he held 3 in his very hands. The black cat served as a messenger from Song Xuanqing. How could old Dr. Song fail to grasp the meaning? These 3 pills delivered by the black cat undoubtedly carried Xuanqing's intention. After all, while such pills were extraordinarily rare to ordinary folk, to a divine being such as Lord Xuanqing, they were scarcely worth remarking upon. Nevertheless, this sufficiently demonstrated that Lord Xuanqing had been quietly watching over them, protecting their lives all along. Old Dr. Song could not help but wonder what virtue did they possess to receive the favor of a deity, with Lord Xuanqing manifesting time and again to shield them. In these troubled times, mortal lives were as fragile and cheap as weeds beyond their own control. People everywhere sought spiritual solace by worshipping legendary deities. Yet none had ever heard tell of a deity they worshipped responding so faithfully and repeatedly with miraculous signs. Inside the room, the others watched old Dr. Song freeze after taking the paper packet from the black cat, and could not help but grow puzzled. "Old Dr. Song, what's wrong?" At those words, old Dr. Song finally snapped out of his trance. Not daring to linger on his thoughts, he quickly rose and hastened to the village chief's bedside. He carefully extracted 1 snow-white pill, gently pried open Song Tianqing's jaw, and placed it inside. His swift and practiced movements left everyone watching in stunned silence, and someone dared to ask, "Old Dr. Song, what are you doing?" Ignoring their questions, old Dr. Song remained by Song Tianqing's side after he had swallowed the pill. Every little while he would check the wound and the pulse once more. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Song Tianqing's breathing grew steady and even, and his pulse stabilized. Old Dr. Song lifted the herbs from the wound and saw that aside from the 2 small circular puncture marks from the bite, the surrounding skin had already returned to its normal color. Only then did he fully exhale in relief. "It is resolved. The village chief's snake venom has been cleared and his pulse has stabilized. Once he regains consciousness, I will prepare some herbal decoction for him to take, and he may return home." This dramatic reversal left everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded. Tears and snot still clinging to the old woman's face, she stammered in disbelief. Dr. Song, is what you say true? Is my old man really unharmed? Was it not merely a quarter hour ago that old Dr. Song had spoke with a heavy heart of leaving it to fate? And now after this short while Song Tianqing had recovered, left to fate. And yet suddenly his fate had turned for the better. Good news had come too swiftly for them to fully process. Though uncertainty lingered among the onlookers, old Dr. Song had no intention of concealing the truth. With a solemn expression he spoke. You all witnessed Lord Cat of Demons enter just now, correct? Do you know why it came? To deliver life-saving pills. The paper packet in Lord Cat of Demons' mouth contained 3 life-prolonging pills. I administered one to the village chief, and that is why he recovered so swiftly. This is the blessing bestowed upon us by Lord Xuanqing. These words fell like stones into a still lake, sending ripples in every direction. So Song Tianqing's miraculous recovery from death's door was due to yet another manifestation of Lord Xuanqing's grace. The life-prolonging pill, even from its name alone, sounded incredibly precious. And the effects they had witnessed with their own eyes were undeniable. Bitten by a venomous serpent with life hanging by a thread, a single pill had cured him entirely. Such a life-saving elixir, and Lord Xuanqing gave it to them without the slightest hesitation. Their revered deity had rescued them time and again in moments of dire crisis. Even though their lives were as insignificant as grass, and they possessed nothing of material wealth, Song Tianqing's family felt their eyes grow red with emotion. The old woman, overcome with overwhelming gratitude, fell to her knees right there facing the direction of Lord Xuanqing's temple. Lord Xuanqing, in your boundless compassion and mercy, your grace shall never be forgotten by our family. As long as our Song family draws breath, we shall burn incense and make offerings to you each and every day. When Song Tianqing awakened and learned of what had transpired, he naturally shared their sentiment entirely. He even harbored the desire to commission a new statue in Lord Xuanqing's honor, for it was he who had saved his life. However, with empty pockets, he could only suppress the impulse for now. After delivering the pills and completing the task Song Xuanqing had assigned him, Xian Mo hurried back to the temple of Xuanqing, eager to collect his reward. But he was met with an empty hall. Song Xuanqing was not in the temple. After searching for quite a while, Xian Mo finally found him on the hill behind the village. The hill was not high and had no specific name. The villagers simply called it Hopa Hill. Among the mountains surrounding the village, Hopa Hill was the lowest and most gentle, and most villagers only ventured within this range. Just beyond Hopa Hill lay Langtu Mountain. This entire area of Langtu Mountain belonged to the outer reaches of the Luoxiao mountain range. When Xian Mo found Song Xuanqing, he was gazing thoughtfully toward Langtu Mountain. After sending Xian Mo on the errand to deliver the pills, Song Xuanqing wandered through the village alone. At first, he simply wanted to know how many snakes there actually were in the Song family village area. His sensory abilities permeated everywhere, allowing him to perceive details in blind spots that human eyes could not detect. This discovery startled Song Xuanqing. There truly were too many snakes. While warmer weather naturally led to increased snake activity, such an overwhelming number was clearly abnormal. Song Xuanqing also noticed that despite the abundance of snakes, their nests were sparse, mostly scattered across the mountainous fields. Even so, the sheer number of snakes far exceeded what their nesting areas could support. This suggested the snakes overwhelming Song family village were likely not native to the area. So where had all these extra snakes come from? Were these snakes appearing in Song family village by chance or design? Given the prevalence of demons and evil spirits in this world, Song Xuanqing conducted a thorough search within his jurisdiction. No demonic presence was detected. All the snakes were ordinary creatures, with only a few showing early signs of developing spiritual awareness that could transform them into demons. After investigating the area, Song Xuanqing finally discovered something unusual on Hopa Hill. Not a demonic entity, but the origin of the snakes flooding into the village. The snakes emerged from the direction of Langtu Mountain, passed through Hopa Hill, and then descended into Song family village at the foothills. Song Xuanqing remained uncertain about why so many snakes were fleeing from Langtu Mountain in the first place. He even harbored doubts about whether they were actually coming from that direction. After all, Langtu Mountain bordered the Luoxiao mountain range, a territory dominated by demons. Yet the snakes were ordinary, not demonic serpents. It was impossible to say whether this had anything to do with the creatures lurking within the Luoxiao mountains. Unable to discern the root cause, Song Xuanqing seized the opportunity when Xian Mo arrived to ask about it directly. The village has been plagued by an unusual number of snakes recently. I have noticed they seem to be fleeing from the direction of Langtu Mountain. You are also a demon, and you know what lies beyond Langtu Mountain, the Luoxiao mountain range. Do you have any insight into this? Do you know why these snakes are fleeing from Langtu Mountain? The barrage of questions nearly left Xian Mo speechless. My lord, you have asked the wrong demon. If you had not mentioned it, I would not have noticed those snakes pouring down from Langtu Mountain either. In other words, it knew nothing. Song Xuanqing sighed softly, but said nothing more. Xian Mo's cultivation was still weak, likely placing it at the bottom of the survival chain in the Luoxiao mountain range. It was understandable that it knew nothing. Though he could not unravel the mystery, knowing the snakes were fleeing from Langtu Mountain meant Song Xuanqing could not stand idle. Even ordinary snakes in such overwhelming numbers posed a serious concern for the villagers. After a moment's thought, Song Xuanqing turned to Xian Mo. As a demon, your scent should repel ordinary snakes, correct? Xuanqing nodded. Naturally, common snakes that have not yet attained demonic status instinctively fear the presence of a demon. Xuanqing nodded with satisfaction. Then can you leave your scent in specific locations? Hearing this, Xuanqing thought for a moment and replied somewhat shyly, yes I can. Xuanqing sighed with relief. Then do me another favor. Leave your scent along the border where Hopa Hill meets Langtu Mountain to prevent those snakes from entering again. Additionally, leave traces of your scent in several areas around the village where snakes congregate to drive them away. With this approach, the snake incursions in the village should diminish. This anomaly was unlikely to persist for long. He would try this method first and reassess as circumstances unfolded. After hearing Xuanqing's request, Xuanqing felt somewhat embarrassed. My lord, my cultivation is weak. To leave my scent and repel the snakes as you describe, I can only mark the area by urinating. And the scent will only last for 1 or 2 days. Would that be acceptable to you? It worried that Xuanqing might object since Song family village was his domain. Leaving a scent was one thing, but marking territory by urinating felt inappropriate. However, Xuanqing was overthinking it. Xuanqing did not mind. Even if he had, it would have made no difference, for he himself was incapable of leaving a scent to repel snakes. This was a task that only Xuanqing could handle. No matter. Just do as I say. Whenever the scent begins to fade, replenish it. Following Xuanqing's instructions, Xuanqing left its scent throughout the village and at the boundary where Langtu Mountain met Hopa Hill. The effort nearly drained Xuanqing, completely forcing it to drink repeatedly by the river. Fortunately, the results were promising. Snakes fleeing from Langtu Mountain detected Xuanqing's scent and largely avoided entering Hopa Hill, let alone crossing into Song family village. The snakes already within the village were frightened by Xuanqing's lingering scent. Some fled entirely from Song family village, while others retreated to hidden corners, trembling in fear. Thus the villagers noticed that the snakes had suddenly become far fewer. Fields were nearly snake-free, and the village was no longer plagued by frequent snake bites. Some villagers credited this to the blessing of Lord Xuanqing, while others attributed it to a natural cycle, never once considering Xuanqing's role. Had it not been the same every year, seasons of heightened snake and insect activity followed by a gradual decline. Though the recent surge had been unusually intense, it had now subsided. Many villagers simply did not dwell on it further. That was until 2 or 3 days later when someone arrived from Lu family village. Lu village lay just beyond a single mountain ridge from Song village. Cross that great peak to the southwest of the village entrance, and one would find Lu village. For generations, the two villages maintained amicable relations with frequent intermarriage between their families. This time 2 men came from Lu village, the village head and his son. At that moment, they were at old Dr. Song's home, where village head Song Tianqing was also present. The afterglow of sunset bathed everything in a warm rosy hue. Village head Lu gripped Song Tianqing's hand, his face contorted in anguish as he poured out his sorrows. Brother Song, I truly do not understand what sins our Lu village has committed. The sacred statue of the three-eyed goddess was shattered by some scoundrel, and now we are plagued by snakes and insects. Today even worse, a giant serpent spoke in human words and devoured 2 of our villagers. Our people fought the beast, and many were injured, some still unconscious, while others fell victim to snake venom. Our doctor is overwhelmed, and we have run out of medicinal herbs. I have visited several other villages, and they all report the same. Snakes and insects are overwhelming, causing unbearable suffering. No one can spare a doctor, nor are there any herbs to lend. Brother Song, I truly have no other option. I know your village is also struggling with the snake and insect problem. I will not ask you to spare a doctor. I only beg for some medicinal herbs. Lu village head's son stood to one side, overcome with grief. Their village was far from the county town. Water drawn from afar could not quench immediate thirst. They could only turn to neighboring villages for a doctor and medicinal herbs. But the surrounding villages were all suffering terribly from snake and insect infestations, unable to spare any doctors or herbs. The only difference was that none of them had yet encountered the giant snake demon that spoke human words and devoured people. Among the villages they had visited, Song village appeared to be faring the best. Old Dr. Song's residence was stocked with ample medicinal herbs. Thus village head Lu could only place his hopes on Song village extending a helping hand, otherwise they would have no choice but to try reaching the county town. Upon hearing village head Lu's account, Song Tianqing was utterly astonished, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What? A giant serpent that speaks human words? Doesn't that mean it's a snake demon? A snake demon has entered your village and is devouring people. His shock was mirrored not only by Song Tianqing, but also by old Dr. Song's entire family and the villagers who had gathered at the doorway out of curiosity. Village head Lu wiped away bitter tears. Yes, just a few days ago, it was merely an overabundance of snakes and insects. We thought being careful would keep us safe from venomous bites. But today we faced this man-eating serpent demon. I do not know what sin our Lu village has committed. Brother Song, I have already warned the other villages about this snake demon that devours people. You must be vigilant as well. Song Tianqing's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. The villagers gathered outside were equally stunned. The word demon was not unfamiliar to them. Xuanma, who frequently lounged about in their presence, was a cat demon after all. But that was entirely different. Xuanma was a benevolent demon, whereas the snake demon village head Lu spoke of was a vicious creature that devoured humans. The villagers felt an involuntary wave of panic. Yet almost immediately something occurred to them, and they began whispering among themselves. Village head Lu said other villages are plagued by snakes and insects, and they have even encountered a snake demon. But in our village, aside from the man-eating demon, we haven't seen any snakes in the past couple of days, have we? A few days ago our village indeed had an abundance of snakes and insects, but they disappeared over the past 2 days, not to mention any snake demon. This must be because Lord Xuanqing is blessing us, correct? It must be. Can't you understand? The recent surge in snakes and insects is highly unusual. Even a snake demon has emerged to devour people, yet our village hardly sees any snakes anymore. This is surely Lord Xuanqing protecting us. Thank goodness our village has Lord Xuanqing's protection. Their Lu village had their three-eyed goddess statue destroyed. No wonder the snake demon dared to enter their village and feed on people. Let us pray to Lord Xuanqing for protection. Tomorrow I will go burn another stick of incense before his statue. The villagers could think of this, and Xuanqing naturally thought of it as well. He had long suspected that the near disappearance of snakes and insects from the village over the past 2 days was due to Lord Xuanqing's blessings. However, he never imagined that a snake demon was behind it all. Lu village was very close to Song village. They had suffered from a snake demon devouring people, and there was no telling when the demon might stray over to Song village. Fortunately, they had Lord Xuanqing's protection, so they should be safe from harm. It was just pitiful that Lu village had no divine protection. The villagers were too poor to hire martial artists. If the snake demon departed, that would be fine. But if it made Lu village its lair, then it would be truly disastrous. Demons were not something ordinary people like them could contend with. But Song village was fortunate. They could survive hidden under Lord Xuanqing's protection. However, they clearly lacked the ability to intervene in Lu village's affairs. Sighing, Xuanqing patted village head Lu's hand reassuringly. Old Lu, we have no capacity to help you with the snake demon. Lending some herbs is no problem, but as for sending someone to your village to assist, that depends on whether old Dr. Song is willing. As village head Xuanqing could make the decision to lend herbs on his own authority. After all, there were no snakes or insects currently appearing in the village. But lending a person was beyond his authority to decide. Old Dr. Song was not a difficult man, so he naturally agreed. I have no objections. A trip to Lu village is no trouble at all. Both Xuanqing and old Dr. Song agreed quite readily. This actually left village head Lu stunned. Brother Song, isn't this too much trouble for you? If I take the herbs and old Dr. Song away, what will you do? Xuanqing patted village head Lu's shoulder reassuringly. It is not troublesome. Our village has nothing amiss and no villagers have been bitten by snakes. Lending you the herbs and old Dr. Song will not cause us any inconvenience. Xuanqing's words left village head Lu even more bewildered. He had visited several villages, and basically all of them were suffering terribly from snake and insect disturbances. Yet Xuanqing claimed no villagers in his village had been bitten by snakes. Village head Lu could not help but ask, I have been to several villages, and they all say there are many snakes and insects and many villagers bitten by snakes. Didn't yours experience the same? Xuanqing shook his head and smiled lightly. 2 days ago our village indeed had an abundance of snakes and insects, and quite a few villagers were bitten. But in the past 2 days the number of snakes and insects has decreased significantly. They are barely visible now. Village head Lu was dumbfounded. How could this be different from what he expected? The villages he had visited all had abundant snakes and insects, yet here at Song village there were none. Wait, there were not none. They had only disappeared in the past 2 days. Did Song village have some effective method to repel snakes? Village head Lu grew somewhat excited. Brother Song, do you have some good way to drive away snakes? Hearing this, Xuanqing knew he was overthinking. He shook his head and said, we have no special method to repel snakes. It is all thanks to Lord Xuanqing's protection. With that, Xuanqing recounted all the miraculous events attributed to Lord Xuanqing. Village head Lu listened utterly astonished. Having lived for so many years, he had never personally witnessed a divine miracle, even when the three-eyed goddess's statue still stood in their village. He had only heard vague rumors and half-truths about supposed manifestations. He had never encountered anything as vivid and convincing as the accounts of Lord Xuanqing's divine interventions that Xuanqing described. Hearing them, one could almost believe without doubt, not to mention the three-eyed goddess enshrined in their own village. Even neighboring villages each worshipped numerous deities, yet none had ever reported such authentic miraculous events. All of those were mere hearsay and speculation. Unlike what Xuanqing described, so detailed and lifelike. If what he said was true, village head Lu himself would believe it was truly a divine manifestation. Coming back to his senses, village head Lu fixed his gaze steadily on Xuanqing, his expression serious. Brother Song, you are not pulling my leg, are you? Xuanqing's eyebrow twitched. What kind of remark is that? Would I lie to you? These are all eyewitness accounts from our villagers. Regardless of anything else, look around. Aren't there no snakes or insects in our village now? By this point, village head Lu already believed about 70 to 80% of what he had heard. After a moment of silence, village head Lu suddenly said, before I leave, may I go burn some incense before Lord Xuanqing? Xuanqing laughed heartily. What issue could there be? If you burn incense before Lord Xuanqing, do you think he would blame you for it? However, you have come to our village so many times before, yet this is the first time you have voluntarily said you wanted to burn incense for our Lord Xuanqing. Village head Lu smiled. As you said, Lord Xuanqing is so efficacious. Of course I also wish to burn incense and seek the deity's blessings. Stroking his beard, Xuanqing smiled and said, then let us see whether Lord Xuanqing can still bless you once you leave Song Village. Village head Lu replied, sincerity makes the prayer efficacious. Evening had already fallen and the sky was growing dark. Both village chief Lu and Dr. Song had no desire to travel at night, so they immediately began packing their belongings to return to Lu village. Inside the house, old Dr. Song packed his things, while village chief Lu and his son waited in the courtyard, both somewhat distracted. The words of Xuanqing still echoed in their ears, stirring their hearts. Village chief Lu's son kept turning his head toward the village entrance. There stood a small temple, and even on days without incense offerings, wisps of thin smoke still curled around it. Pressing his lips together, the son murmured, Father, what Uncle Song said. Is it all true? The villagers of the countryside believed in deities, yet at the same time, they knew well that lofty gods rarely cast their gaze upon the mortal realm, let alone manifest miracles to bless them. Otherwise, how could common folk so often fall prey to demons and evil paths? They simply needed a faith to anchor their souls and bring peace to their hearts. Village chief Lu and his son had long since accepted that men like them, whose lives were as worthless as grass, were unlikely to receive the favor of deities. Yet today, from the mouth of Xuanqing, they had heard of so many unbelievable divine miracles. The Lord Xuanqing worshipped in Song Village truly blessed and protected this land and its people. How could one not feel envious? In these troubled times, Song Village had actually attracted the gaze of the divine, receiving their protection. Village chief Lu replied with a distracted air, it must be true. Your Uncle Song has no reason to lie to us with empty words, and what he said was incredibly vivid, not at all like grasping at shadows. He sighed deeply, his expression complicated. Song Village is truly a blessed land, and its villagers are endowed with profound fortune. Alas, our Lu Village. Sigh, we dare not hope for the favor of the three-eyed lady, we can only pray she does not blame us for failing to protect her statue. Their Song Village does indeed possess great blessings, his son said, his face masking little envy, glancing again toward the temple at the village entrance. After a slight hesitation, he carefully ventured, Father, if Lord Xuanqing is so efficacious and shows such compassion for the people, do you think our village could also worship Lord Xuanqing, just like Song Village? The more he spoke, the more moved he became. Before village chief Lu could open his mouth, he was already deeply tempted. However, village chief Lu was startled by his son's bold suggestion and instinctively refuted it. Impossible. Our Lu village has worshipped the three-eyed lady for centuries. Even though her statue is now broken, we should seek divine will to remake it. How can we possibly worship another deity? This would be a grave disrespect to the three-eyed lady. Although village chief Lu refused his son's proposal, without hesitation his accelerated heartbeat clearly revealed his inner turmoil. The son, whose heart was already swayed, would not give up so easily. He continued to persuade. Father, if the village wishes to continue worshipping the three-eyed lady, we must also seek divine guidance anew. Why not switch to worshipping another deity and join Song Village in venerating Lord Xuanqing? Now the statue has not yet been sculpted, and it is still timely. But once we invite the spirit and shape the statue, it will be too late. Village chief Lu's expression grew complex, and he fell silent. The son added fuel to the fire. Father, the man-eating demon beast today was certainly not the first incident in our village, correct? When I was young, I heard the clan elders say there was also a great demon beast devouring people many years ago. And the incident of that snake demon entering the village to eat people today will certainly not be the last time, right? If Lord Xuanqing is truly as efficacious as Uncle Song described, manifesting miracles to protect the villagers, then in the future we need not live in fear. No one would lose their life to a demon's maw like today. Village chief Lu was ultimately swayed by his son's words. Yet his reverence for the deities ran deeper, and he still dared not make such a decision hastily. He merely said, the matter of abandoning the three-eyed lady to worship Lord Xuanqing is not something we can decide. Let us return and discuss it with the other villagers. Moreover, even if the village agrees, this is not so simple. We must first ask for forgiveness from the three-eyed lady, then invite the spirit, and see whether Lord Xuanqing agrees to let our village worship him. Village chief Lu did not speak too absolutely, but his son knew that at least his heart had agreed to the matter. With the chief's consent combined with the divine miracles of Lord Xuanqing in Song Village, he believed there would be few opponents among the villagers. Eyes brimming with anticipation, the chief's son said, I hope Lord Xuanqing can also bestow much favor upon our village. We dare not hope for as much as Song Village, even half the blessing would be magnificent. From Xuanqing's account, he knew that Lord Xuanqing was a compassionate deity who pitied the world. If they could invite Lord Xuanqing back to Lu Village, even without the same fortune as Song Village, having even half would be a heavenly blessing. After a brief whispered exchange, the father and son finished talking, and old Dr. Song also emerged with his packing complete. He had a cloth bag slung over his shoulder and held a bundle of incense sticks in his hand. Old Dr. Song took most of the incense and handed it to village chief Lu and his son. Let us go. This old man will also join you to offer incense. Since we are leaving the village, it is more reassuring to burn a few sticks of incense for Lord Xuanqing before departing. Beneath the luxuriant banyan tree stood a somewhat old and narrow temple. Golden evening clouds scattered light upon it, adding a touch of divinity. Through the wavering thin smoke, 3 kneeling figures could vaguely be seen inside the shrine. Murmured prayers echoed, entering the divine statue. After offering incense, old Dr. Song and the Lu father and son hurried back to Lu village under the last rays of the setting sun. The temple fell quiet once again. Yet beyond the hearing of mortals, a faint whisper echoed within the shrine. Snake demon. Song Xuanqing sat in the spirit cabinet, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had witnessed everything that happened at old Dr. Song's home earlier. A few days prior, he had sensed that the excessive number of snakes and insects was unusual, but without finding the specific cause, he could only speculate it might be related to the demons of Luoxiao Mountains. And today, as expected, the surface merely showed an increase in snakes and insects, but behind it had emerged a snake demon. Worse still, it was a wicked demon that devoured humans. As for the tragedy in Lu village where 2 people were slain by the snake demon, Song Xuanqing felt slightly displeased, but did not take it too seriously. Even if he cared, it would be useless. He could not go to Lu village to slay that snake demon. Moreover, Lu village was after all not his territory, and its people had not offered him worship. The misfortune befalling Lu village was also none of his concern. Song village, however, was different. If that snake demon ran to Song village to devour people, Song Xuanqing could not ignore it. After all, the villagers of Song village provided him with incense offerings, and he ought to protect them. He only wondered about the strength of that snake demon. But a demon that would flee to such a remote mountain village to eat humans and had not consumed many people should not be particularly formidable. Song Xuanqing's current cultivation realm was at 40 of the unranked stage. In the state of divine union, he could roughly exert the strength of the later stage of the spirit gathering realm in the demon path, and without fully unfolding it, he still possessed the strength of the early stage of the spirit gathering realm. If that snake demon truly came to his territory, it would be destined for slaughter. The snake demon was not a major issue, and Song Xuanqing soon set it aside. What interested Song Xuanqing more was what village chief Lu and his son had mentioned about wanting Lu village to worship him. If Lu village wished to offer him worship, he naturally had no objection. He only wondered whether if Lu village also worshipped him, it would also fall under his jurisdiction. And with the incense offerings from Lu village, the amount he could collect should be greater, right? He only wondered what the system's defined boundaries were for jurisdictional scope and collectible incense value. Would it suffice for Lu village to worship him so that he could expand his jurisdiction and collect incense offerings from Lu village? These questions remained unanswered for now, but Song Xuanqing did not dwell on them and returned to his cultivation of the minor spirit projection technique. The spirit avatar's progress had plateaued since reaching 1/8 of the main body's strength. A projected spirit was incapable of wielding the divine abilities reserved for a fully merged spirit, and 1 at 1/8 the main body's power possessed roughly the combat strength of a martial artist just entering the second realm. For the past 2 days, Song Xuanqing had been deeply pondering how to strengthen his projected spirit or reduce the drain on his main body. Dusk faded into night, and the moon rose above the treetops. When Song Xuanqing concluded his meditation, he glanced at the time and realized it was already late high. Outside the temple, the night lay bleak and cold under a pale moon, and the entire village of Song had fallen into deep slumber. At this hour, Xuanma still had not come to see him. Midnight was approaching. In previous nights, Xuanma had always arrived by the late Yu period, at the latest usually appearing as early as the Mao period. Yet tonight there was no sign of the cat. Xuanma had not even requested leave yesterday. Song Xuanqing found it slightly odd, but soon dismissed it from his thoughts. Perhaps the feline had been detained by something. Without dwelling on it further, Song Xuanqing resumed his cultivation until 1:15. A sleek black figure darted into the temple, carrying the faint scent of blood on the night air. It was Xuanma at last. No sooner had he entered than Xuanma gasped for breath and said, "My lord, I apologize for coming so late tonight. I hope I have not disrupted your cultivation." Song Xuanqing halted his meditation and frowned as he turned to look. The temple interior was dim, but it did not hinder his vision. Upon the meditation cushion sat a black cat, nearly blending into the surrounding darkness. But unlike previous encounters, on the cat's left hind leg a patch of flesh was missing, revealing raw crimson beneath the fur. The metallic scent of blood emanated from that wound. Song Xuanqing frowned. "Nothing of consequence. But what happened to your hind leg? Had you not asked, I would have said nothing." The question seemed to unleash a flood of grievances, and Xuanma's expression turned indignant as he launched into his account. "My lord, I was just about to report this very matter to you. I had intended to seek you out at dawn, but just as I reached the slopes behind the hill, I was intercepted by a snake demon. Guess what that snake demon wanted when it blocked my path? It seems you ordered me to mark my aura throughout the village, and the snake demon assumed this area is my territory, and that the mortal villagers are my livestock meant for feeding. And that snake demon actually demanded I share some mortals with it to eat. I was utterly enraged and fought the creature immediately. The snake demon's cultivation was at the later stage of body refinement, slightly stronger than mine. I could not prevail, and was bitten, losing a piece of flesh. Fortunately, I managed to drive it off temporarily, and spent time healing before coming to see you at this hour." Xuanma grumbled angrily as he recounted the incident. Song Xuanqing's eyes twitched, and thoughts of the man-eating snake demon from Lu village surfaced. His expression darkened instantly. Just a few hours earlier, he had been contemplating how to deal with such a demon, certain he would handle it if it ever crossed his path. And now has it brazenly invaded his own territory. It had attacked because it wanted to prey on humans, clashing with Xuanma in the process. A snake demon at the later stage of body refinement. Indeed, as he had suspected, its cultivation was not particularly high. Xuanqing's face turned grim, and glancing at the wound on the black cat's hind leg, his voice was cold as frost. This god is aware. Your wound will not go unavenged. As for that snake demon wanting to eat villagers, it will have to see if it survives the attempt. Do you know where that snake demon is currently? This god's hands are itching for a fight anyway. Perhaps that snake demon can serve as a test subject. His projected spirit's cultivation had been stagnant, so dealing with that snake demon would provide an opportunity to assess its strength. A projected spirit could operate beyond the territory's boundaries provided it did not venture too far. Upon hearing that Xuanqing intended to personally eliminate the snake demon, Xuanma's eyes brightened with anticipation. That snake demon had bitten off a piece of its flesh, and it naturally harbored deep resentment. With Xuanqing's strength, it did not doubt that they could kill a body refinement stage demon. However, after slaying the snake demon, Xuanma hesitated for a moment before continuing. My lord, while a body refinement stage demon is certainly trivial for you to eliminate, that little snake demon is not as simple as it appears. Xuanqing's brow furrowed slightly. Not simple. Xuanma nodded. Indeed, my lord. Did you not wonder recently why there were an unusually large number of snakes and insects in the village? Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. Was it not because that snake demon has been active in the area lately? He had been intending to simply kill the snake demon and resolve the issue. Xuanma nodded, then shook his head. It is related to the snake demon, but not that body refinement stage little snake. Rather, it is a much more formidable snake demon at the spiritual gathering stage. Xuanqing's brow knit deeply. After a moment, as Xuanma slowly elaborated on the full circumstances, Xuanqing finally grasped the complete situation. Several days ago, a snake demon had arrived in the Luoxia Mountains, a senior snake demon at the third demonic realm, the spiritual gathering stage. It had brought countless descendants with it, and that body refinement stage little snake was merely one among many. The senior snake demon wished to establish territory within the Luoxia Mountains for cultivation. Though its spiritual gathering stage cultivation was respectable, the Luoxia Mountains teemed with powerful demons, including those at the demon core stage, and even the human transformation stage. Unable to compete with such formidable opponents, and unwilling to submit to the stronger demons of the Luoxia Mountains, the senior snake demon instead led its clan to the outer perimeter of the mountains to carve out territory. The village of Song and surrounding settlements bordered the outer reaches of the Luoxia Mountains, and thus were directly affected by the senior demon's expansion. Xuanma said, My lord, snake demons are a race notorious for holding grudges. If you slay that body refinement stage little snake, there is no guarantee the senior demon will not bear a grudge. You may not fear it, but I felt it necessary to inform you of these circumstances. Xuanqing. Had it been merely a body refinement stage little snake, he would not have cared. But a spiritual gathering stage senior demon. Ignoring the threat was not an option. Xuanqing had assessed his own capabilities without unleashing the merged spirit. His strength was approximately at the early stage of spiritual gathering. With it fully activated, he could reach the late stage. But he was well aware that his combat experience was lacking. If the senior snake demon were at the early stage, matters would be manageable. But if it were at the late or peak stage, the situation would be far more dangerous. The situation had suddenly grown complicated. He had originally assumed it was merely a body refinement stage little snake easily dealt with. Yet lurking behind it was a spiritual gathering stage senior demon. After pondering for a moment, Xuanqing asked, What is the exact cultivation level of that spiritual gathering stage senior snake demon? Xuanma replied, It is said to be at the middle stage of spiritual gathering, close to breaking through to the late stage. Precisely because of this, the senior demon has not left the Luoxia Mountains and refuses to submit to others. It is waiting to break through to the demon core stage. The middle stage of spiritual gathering. Xuanqing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked, Where exactly is the senior demon's territory? Xuanma, at the foot of Mount Longto's western slope in a deep pool known as Green Mirror Pool. Xuanqing's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. So the senior demon's territory is directly across from the slopes behind the hills, separated only by Mount Longto. The edge of his current protection zone was precisely the slopes behind the hill. And between the Green Mirror Pool where the senior demon resided and those slopes, was there not merely Mount Longto in between? Though Mount Longto was sizable, having a rival territory separated from his own by only a single mountain felt deeply unsettling. It was no different from sleeping beside a venomous serpent watching him with hungry eyes. Xuanma scratched his ear. If you put it that way, your lordship's assessment is quite accurate. This situation was indeed troubling. Beyond Wolf Head Mountain lay the territory of that snake demon at the spirit gathering realm. Though Xuanqing had never encountered that great snake demon, by reasoning from the part to the whole, if its subordinate little snake demons were already devouring humans without restraint, what kind of creature could its master be? Furthermore, the great snake demon's territory was too close to his own. Xuanqing felt that confrontation was inevitable. Sooner or later they would have to clash. If pushed to that point, he would likely find himself on the back foot. Better then to strike first and settle the matter with that great snake demon while there was still time. He would be spared the burden of constant vigilance, ever watchful for the moment the snake demon might descend upon the village. After all, the world knew the thief could lurk for 1,000 days, but no man could guard against him for 1,000 nights. More importantly, this was one of the great snake demon's own subordinates, a little snake demon that had happened upon him first. Though Xuanqing had managed to hold it at bay today, Xuanqing had no illusion that it would merely slink away and leave the villagers below the mountain in peace. Besides, Xuanqing was no weakling to be trifled with. With his strength, it made no difference whether he faced some lowly bone-forging snake demon or even the spirit-gathering Great One. Once it crossed into his domain, it would kneel. He could tolerate a weaker foe, but to have one stronger lurking just beyond his borders, watching and waiting like a predator. Never. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he fell into thought, and soon a plan took shape in his mind. Tomorrow morning, lead me to Green Mirror Pool. Tonight you rest here. With that song, Xuanqing tossed a single incense point to Xuanqing. He was not a miser, and Xuanqing's injuries had been incurred on his behalf. Some recompense was only fitting. The moment the familiar scent of incense reached its nostrils, Xuanqing's eyes brightened with delight. To think that injury sustained in battle against that snake demon could earn it a reward. It had known it had chosen the right deity. Serving Lord Xuanqing promised great prosperity. Xuanqing gratefully offered its thanks and retired to cultivate, utterly unaware that Song Xuanqing's gaze had lingered upon it for far longer than seemed necessary. The next day dawned pale and thin, the sky just beginning to lighten. At the crow of a rooster, Xuanqing opened its emerald eyes and glanced outside. "My lord, it is morning. Shall we set out for Green Mirror Pool now?" A murmured acknowledgement was all the response it received. In the next moment, Song Xuanqing's figure materialized. Black hair, flowing azure robes draped about him, an aura of transcendent grace surrounding him. Xuanqing watched him, though something nagged at it. The presence before it seemed considerably diminished compared to before. But it asked nothing, falling in his step to lead the way. Its intuition proved correct, for what stood before it was nothing more than a divided spirit of Song Xuanqing, roughly equivalent to early visceral bone realm cultivation. Green Mirror Pool lay beyond Wolf Head Mountain, outside the bounds of his dominion. Only a divided spirit could make the journey. Besides, Song Xuanqing harbored other designs. His true body could not yet be revealed to that spirit-gathering snake demon. Thus, the divided spirit was the only suitable instrument. Without a word, the demon and the deity pressed onward until they reached the rear slope, where the towering peaks of Wolf Head Mountain rose ahead. Xuanqing kept its head down, forging the path, while Song Xuanqing drifted above. Suddenly, he tilted his head as though sensing something and halted. Xuanqing, unaware of any change, was about to dash ahead when Song Xuanqing called out to it. "Halt!" It came to a stop and turned perplexed to regard him. Song Xuanqing flew straight toward a thicket of waist-high bushes to the left front. Xuanqing hurried after him and soon understood the purpose. There, coiled within the dense foliage, lay a colossal green-scaled serpent as thick as a man's thigh. This was no ordinary snake. It was a body-refining demon late in its cultivation. It was the very serpent that had crossed paths with Xuanqing the day before. Fur bristling, teeth bared in a snarl, Xuanqing locked onto the green-scaled beast with murderous intent. "You rotten snake, daring to slink about like this again. Planning to devour the villagers at the mountain's foot, were you?" It immediately turned to Song Xuanqing with its complaints. "My lord, this is the snake that wounded your servant yesterday." The green-scaled serpent glanced dismissively at Xuanqing, then fixed its nervous gaze instead upon Song Xuanqing. Its forked tongue flickered uneasily. It had indeed intended to slip into the village and feed upon humans, but never in its worst fears had it imagined being discovered by Song Xuanqing. What it wondered was this Song Xuanqing. Human in form, yet unmistakably not human. Its aura alone sent tremors of dread through the serpent's heart. How could a mere cat demon find itself in the company of such an enigmatic humanoid? The green-scaled serpent stared fixedly at Song Xuanqing, calculating every angle for escape. Better to flee before disaster struck. From above, Song Xuanqing looked down upon the serpent and gave a cold smirk. Bold indeed. Before the serpent could bolt, Song Xuanqing's hand shot out and seized it by the throat, lifting it into the air. Overcome before it could even register what had happened, the serpent's eyes bulged and its tongue hissed in futile struggle. Song Xuanqing's gaze narrowed, danger glinting within. "Still, should I grow displeased, I shall crush your vitals and carry you back to make serpent soup." Upon hearing this, the green-scaled serpent froze, its forked tongue trembling as it blustered with hollow bravado. "My patriarch is the Snake King of Luoxiao Mountains. Dare you kill me, and he will not spare you." Song Xuanqing's sneer cut through the air. "The spirit-gathering snake demon of Green Mirror Pool, then. Fear not. I shall take you to meet your patriarch myself this very moment." Grasping the serpent in one hand, he propelled himself forward. Xuanqing led the way ahead. The green-scaled serpent was utterly bewildered. Was this creature mad? Its aura suggested only early visceral bone cultivation, far stronger than the serpent's own, yet how dared it seize the serpent and march straight to confront the patriarch? Insane. Upon reaching the patriarch, it would lodge a full complaint. Surely the old serpent would dispatch this arrogant upstart. And that cat demon as well. And those humans down in the village. They would all be devoured. As the morning sun rose, Song Xuanqing crossed over Wolf Head Mountain. At the western foothills of Wolf Head Mountain, several long streams wound their way onward, their destination unknown. Their source was a deep pool green as polished glass, green mirror pool. Though called a pool, it was more akin to a river in breadth and depth, thick with aquatic vegetation. Xuanqing stood upon a high cliff face, gazing down upon the deep waters below. Even from a distance, he could already sense the turbid demon aura that clung to the waters around green mirror pool. Dozens of snake demons coiled in the branches upon the banks and hidden within the reeds, an unsettling sight that would have chilled any ordinary observer. Xuanqing looked down at Xuanmo at his side. Return first. He did not wish for the young cat demon to be caught in the crossfire should combat ensue. Xuanmo did not press the matter, but nodded obediently and scampered off into the distance. Only when the small demon was well cleared did Xuanqing turn his attention back, clutching the green-scaled serpent as he descended. Wind whipped past his ears as the ground rushed upward. Below green mirror pool drew nearer with each passing moment. Without slowing, Xuanqing touched down upon the water's surface before the serpents along the banks could react. The mirror-like surface of the green pool reflected the sudden intrusion of a divine figure who stood upon the water as though it were solid ground. No sooner had he appeared than his voice boomed forth, echoing across the waters. Wu Zhu, come forth and face me. Wu Zhu was the name Xuanmo had spoken of, the spirit-gathering snake demon. Wu Zhu, come forth. The voice reverberated across the green mirror pool. The snake demons gathered at the pool's edge finally snapped to attention, their glares fixed upon Xuanqing standing upon the water, their expressions dark with hostility. Hissing flicks of forked tongues and the rustle of scales sliding across stone filled the air unceasingly. A chaotic miasma of demonic energy enveloped Xuanqing from all directions. Yet his countenance remained unmoved, showing not the slightest trace of concern. Not a single one of those snake demons had attained the spiritual gathering realm. A very few had even reached the second realm, the bone refining stage. A rabble plain and simple, Xuanqing did not deign to spare them a second glance. His true target was that great snake demon, Wu Zhu. His shout had served its purpose indeed. The once calm surface of the pool soon churned with turbulence, waves rolling and surging. It seemed as though some enormous entity lurked beneath the water, moments from breaching the surface. At the same time, an aura of pressure far exceeding the combined might of all the snake demons on the shore spread forth from the abyssal depths of the pool. And it rose with astonishing speed. The snake demons on the bank, previously squirming restlessly, froze in place, too terrified to move. In the blink of an eye, the water shattered. A serpent's head as large as an adult water buffalo burst from the surface. Its dark jade scales glistened with moisture, and sunlight cast upon them shimmered with rainbow hues. As the serpent's body rose, a colossal shadow engulfed Xuanqing. Eventually, the portion exposed above the water reached 4 or 5 zhang, though from appearances at least half its length remained submerged below. What a magnificent serpent! How many cauldrons of snake meat soup would this yield? Xuanqing was inwardly astonished, yet his expression remained perfectly composed. Looking up at the towering serpent before him, entirely cloaked in dark jade scales, it appeared to be just short of the late stage of the spiritual gathering realm. After personally confirming the great snake demon's cultivation level, Xuanqing felt a slight measure of relief. And while Xuanqing was observing Wu Zhu was simultaneously sizing him up. But soon scorn and contempt welled up within its pale green serpent pupils. A being with a humanoid form, yet not human. Indeed, something it could not even identify. Judging by its aura, it seemed to possess only the early stage of the bone refining realm. Beyond its unidentified nature, its cultivation and strength were thoroughly beneath Wu Zhu's consideration. As for what Xuanqing actually was, Wu Zhu cared nothing. After all, the gulf between that being's cultivation and its own was an unbridgeable chasm. What was there to worry about? Rather, the question was how this mere bone refining cultivator dared to come alone to the green mirror pool and summon it forth. Having seen it, the creature did not seem the least bit frightened. Wu Zhu spoke first, parting its serpentine jaws to utter human words. Who are you trespassing upon my domain without summons? What business brings you to seek me out? As it spoke, it lowered its colossal serpent head towards Xuanqing with oppressive weight, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. If you cannot produce a reason that satisfies me, I shall devour you alive. Xuanqing's expression did not flicker. He was in no way intimidated. Your snake demons have been recklessly trespassing upon my territory and attempting to devour my people. I came to settle this matter with you personally. No sooner had he spoken than the green-spotted python, which had been securely grasped by its vital point and kept quiet, seized the opportunity to wail aloud. Ancestor! Ancestor, you must give me justice. You don't know what happened. The green-spotted python poured out its grievances in snake tongue, embellishing the entire account with exaggerated detail. Xuanqing remained expressionless, making no move to stop it, allowing the green-spotted python to lament freely. Finally, the python roared arrogantly, Ancestor, quickly slay this arrogant upstart. Later I will devour that cat demon and drag over those villagers from the foothills as tribute to you. Xuanqing could not help but sneer, tightening his grip upon the python's vital point. The green-spotted python immediately howled even louder. Ouch. Ancestor, save me. This arrogant upstart is trying to kill me right before your eyes. Wu Zhu cast a glance at the green-spotted python clutched in Xuanqing's hand, showing no fluctuation in its eyes whatsoever. The serpent race possessed prolific reproductive abilities, its descendants numbered beyond counting, so it hardly cared for the life or death of a single descendant. However, the fact that Xuanqing was executing its subordinate right before its eyes did indeed irk it. A mere lowly bone-refining cultivator dared treat it with such disregard. Irritated Wu Zhu's lantern-sized serpent pupils gleamed with killing intent, and it spoke in a contemptuous tone. "Release my young kin, and I may consider granting you a less painful death." Xuanqing narrowed his eyes, his demeanor growing progressively colder. "Your subordinate trespassed upon my territory and intended to devour my people. Our accounts are not yet settled. Spare it. If you agree to restrain your snake brood and forbid them from devouring humans there and trespassing upon my lands, I may likewise choose to let it go." At these words, Wu Zhu seemed to hear the greatest jest in existence, its anger twisting into derisive laughter. "Huh, you paltry bone refining, and do you even know what you are saying? This is my domain. You trespass upon my territory, and I already have grounds to devour you alive. Yet you dare threaten me by holding my descendant captive. Ha ha ha. It has been far too long since I encountered such an audacious fool, utterly ignorant of heaven and earth. Today I shall devour not only those mortals under your command, but you as well." Watching Wu Zhu on the verge of frenzy, Xuanqing remained expressionless. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. With those words, he ceased, holding back his 5 fingers, piercing straight through the shrilling green-spotted python's vital point. Blood gushed from the python's crushed neck. When he withdrew his hand, only a gruesome, bleeding cavity remained. The green-spotted python's eyes bulged wide, its final glance before death filled with disbelief as it looked upon Xuanqing. As if unable to believe that before Wu Zhu's very eyes this man dared truly strike it to death. But it had no time for further thought. Consciousness faded with its life force. Freed from Xuanqing's control, its corpse plummeted directly into the pool, spreading a circle of crimson through the water. Xuanqing's actions and attitude dealt a direct slap to Wu Zhu's face. Though Wu Zhu did not care for the death of the green-spotted python, it could not tolerate a mere bone-refining cultivator behaving so arrogantly before it. Enraged, Wu Zhu opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and viciously snapped towards Xuanqing. Its speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, the serpentine maw was upon him, a foul stench assaulting his senses. Xuanqing's divided spirit possessed only 1/8 of his true strength, and naturally, he could not contend with Wu Zhu of the spiritual gathering realm. Nor had he ever intended to rely on his divided spirit to match Wu Zhu. Therefore, the moment Wu Zhu's enormous maw was about to swallow him, Xuanqing decisively dispersed his divided spirit. It had no physical form to begin with. As the divided spirit scattered, it dissolved back into the essence of heaven and earth. The colossal serpent mouth sank down, biting only emptiness. No, to be precise, it bit a mouthful of pool water. Bam! The serpent's head crashed into the water's surface, sending a monstrous wave soaring into the sky, while the shore was drenched as though a heavy rain had fallen upon it. Xuanqing had fled, leaving Wu Zhu with nothing but empty air. At this, Wu Zhu was naturally beside himself with rage. He searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but found no trace of Xuanqing, so he could only return to Green Mirror Pool. The little snake demons by the pool's edge could sense Wu Zhu's fury, trembling in terror and daring not to move. Wu Zhu returned to the pool, his gaze casting a sinister shadow toward the slopes of Wolf Head Mountain ahead. That direction was where Song's village lay. As a great demon, Wu Zhu possessed an extraordinary memory, and he had committed every word of the green-spotted snake to mind. He knew that at the foot of the mountain in that direction lay Xuanqing's territory. They called it Song's village, yet he sheltered mortals alongside a cat demon. Wu Zhu himself had no taste for human flesh. At his cultivation realm, the meager essence contained in mortal bodies held no value to him whatsoever. Yet that did not prevent Wu Zhu from regarding mortals as mere livestock. Furthermore, he held deep contempt for Xuanqing and the cat demon's so-called protection of the common folk. Then again, it might not have been protection at all. Perhaps they were merely farming them as food. Wu Zhu sneered at the thought, though it mattered little to him whether it was shelter or sustenance. But Xuanqing's provocation earlier that day had truly infuriated him. He was a great demon of the spiritual gathering realm. When had a mere bone-refining cultivator ever dared humiliate him? Wu Zhu withdrew his gaze and fixed it upon the trembling cluster of little snake demons cowering on the shore, his expression unreadable. "So you've been running beyond the mountain to devour humans lately, have you?" His tone revealed neither anger nor approval, and the snake demons answered with palpable fear. Replying to our ancestor, "Yes, some clan members ventured beyond the mountain, but we remembered your warnings well. We did not slaughter wantonly or devour too many lest the human imperial authorities take notice. It was merely our occasional meal, that is all." Finishing his reply, the snake demon cautiously glanced at Wu Zhu and ventured, "Ancestor, if your displeasure extends to this, we shall cease going henceforth and devote ourselves entirely to cultivation and service to you." "Go? Why wouldn't you go?" Wu Zhu let out an enigmatic, sneering laugh. "Especially to that so-called Song's village. Devour those mortals until none remain, it matters not. Provided the death toll does not reach hundreds or thousands, would the Demonic Suppression Bureau really march all the way to the falling mist mountains?" Xuanqing wished to protect those mortals and keep the snake demons from entering the village to feed. Then he would deliberately compel his subordinates to devour every last one of them. If only he could leave the mountain himself, Wu Zhu would have stormed Song's village without hesitation. But such trivial matters hardly warranted his personal involvement. Otherwise, what purpose did raising all those snake disciples and descendants serve? And as for that reckless ant from earlier, if you encounter him, bring him back to me alive or dead. For this king shall bestow abundant reward. By Wu Zhu's estimation, Xuanqing claimed territory in such a remote location with no formidable strength to speak of, and surely possessed no notable backing behind him. Kill him, then kill him. Xuanqing's displayed strength before Wu Zhu was merely early-stage bone refining, and among Wu Zhu's subordinates there existed several snake demons at the same cultivation level. Presumably even without his personal intervention, those bone-refining snake disciples could easily deal with the fellow. Lost in thought, Wu Zhu sank back into the depths of the pool. Song's village, Xuanqing Temple. At the instant his divided spirit dispersed, Xuanqing opened his eyes. The events at Green Mirror Pool replayed in his mind. Xuanqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. The collapse of negotiations was entirely expected, and Wu Zhu had indeed been provoked. Xuanqing had originally hoped that compromise might be possible, that Wu Zhu would simply restrain his snake demons from roaming out to devour humans, allowing both sides to coexist in mutual non-interference. That would have been satisfactory. But hope aside, Xuanqing understood that such an outcome was highly unlikely. Wu Zhu embodied the very archetype of a malevolent great demon as imagined by common folk. Powerful, arrogant, and ruthless in temperament, viewing ordinary people as less than human. Even if Xuanqing had appeared before Wu Zhu in his true form, Wu Zhu would scarcely have negotiated with him civilly. Even if an agreement had been reached on the surface, who knew what schemes Wu Zhu might have harbored in secret? As it proved, the talks ended in ruin, with Wu Zhu showing him no respect from beginning to end and constantly attempting to strike at him. Given Wu Zhu's nature, it would have been strange had the talks succeeded. Yet the present situation remained within Xuanqing's plan. His original strategy comprised two contingencies. The first was that if Wu Zhu proved reasonable and amenable to discussion, all the better. Wu Zhu would govern his own snake demons, and Xuanqing would likewise refrain from recklessly slaying demons. Both sides would keep to themselves, minimizing harm. The second, if Wu Zhu was, as he seemed, a cruel and arrogant great demon beyond negotiation, then simply provoke him, goad him into leaving his mountain, and force him to come seeking Xuanqing directly. And once Wu Zhu entered his territory where his true form could be fully deployed, Xuanqing would naturally be able to eliminate him, bringing this matter to a final close. The next step was simply to observe how Wu Zhu would react, whether he would be drawn out by Xuanqing's goading and come in person. Though presumably even if Wu Zhu had not yet been provoked into action, he would not let the matter rest. Snake demons, after all, bore grudges deeply. After pondering for a moment and devising his subsequent responses, Xuanqing found his recovery nearly complete and began to refine a new divided spirit. Half a spirit span later, the new divided spirit had not yet fully matured when Xuanmo returned. Seeing Xuanqing already inside the temple, he was somewhat surprised. He knew nothing of what had transpired at Green Mirror Pool. When Xuanqing had told him to retreat first, he had simply sprinted back. But now upon his return, Xuanqing was already back as well. Wondering how things had fared at Green Mirror Pool, Xuanmo felt a ripple of curiosity, yet asked nothing further, simply replying obediently, "Master, has the matter at Green Mirror Pool been resolved? Is there anything this little demon might do?" Xuanqing, dividing his attention between refining the divided spirit and speaking, replied casually, "The affair at Green Mirror Pool is far from finished. In fact, there is something I shall need you to attend to shortly. Of course, this god shall not ask you to labor without recompense." Xuanmo replied, "Master, give the command, and this little demon shall obey." Xuanqing continued, "You need not remain in the Song's village area for now. Instead, patrol the neighboring villages. Should you encounter any snake demons, drive them away if you are able, or come to me if they prove too strong. Continue to report to me each night as before." Xuanqing's arrangement left Xuanmo somewhat puzzled, yet he had long grown accustomed to asking no questions, merely nodding dutifully. "Understood, master. Very well, go at once. Do not waste time." Xuanmo received his orders and darted out of Xuanqing Temple. Xuanqing then devoted himself wholly to the refinement of spirit. Soon the first divided spirit was complete. Yet Xuanqing did not pause. He immediately set to work on the second. Indeed, he could now refine two divided spirits simultaneously. Though the strength of each divided spirit had not increased, it remained but 1/8 of the main body's power. The quantity had risen. It was not until midday that the two divided spirits were fully refined. Xuanqing felt thoroughly drained, recovering his divine energy, while simultaneously directing both divided spirits to monitor the surrounding villages. As for Song's village, with his true form presiding over it, even Wu Zhu himself would find no advantage to be gained. As for what Wu Zhu specifically intended to do, Xuanqing was truly unsure. He was not that wise. But within his capabilities, he did not mind making a few extra preparations. If Wu Zhu, provoked by him, came directly to Song village to fight, that would serve his purpose perfectly. Should Wu Zhu attempt any other underhanded schemes, these preparations would allow Xuanqing to remain vigilant in advance. Once the spiritual energy consumed by the soul division had recovered, Xuanqing stepped out of the Xuanqing temple. Where was he going? Naturally, to patrol. In such a critical moment, he certainly could not remain idle within the temple. The soul divisions were already patrolling the nearby villages. It would be unreasonable for the headquarters at Song Village to go unchecked. Meanwhile, in Lu Village, just beyond a mountain from Song Village, the situation was tense and explosive. For yesterday's man-eating snake demon had returned today. Dozens of village men armed with hosewood knives and kitchen cleavers surrounded the snake demon at the center. Though the men were many in number, nearly every one of them was drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. After all, they were facing a demon, a man-eating fiend whose very name would make the timid shudder. Yet they still gritted their teeth, weapons in hand, surrounding the snake demon without yielding an inch. The snake demon was a colossal black-scaled serpent with crimson spots, its body as thick as a water bucket and at least 3 or 4 zhang long. What made the villagers' eyes well with fury was that the snake's tail was coiled tightly around a young boy of about 6 or 7 years. The snake demon's strength was immense. The boy could hardly struggle, let alone breathe freely. His face was flushed red, his bones creaking under the crushing pressure. He had already fainted. Nearby, a woman was held back by villagers wailing loudly. "My child! Do not eat my child! If you must eat someone, take me. I have more flesh than my son. Eat me instead." The other villagers could only console her, promising they would rescue her son. Among the men surrounding the snake, the boldest ones brandished their weapons, summoning courage to shout threats at the demon. "You serpent demon, let that child go at once. Otherwise, all dozens of us together. No matter that you are a demon, you will not leave this place intact today." The threats of a group of prey meant nothing to the snake demon. With contempt in its eyes, it spoke in human language. "Dozens of people. Indeed, I cannot leave intact. I shall barely survive, half dead, ha." The men's faces turned from green to purple with tension. Old Dr. Song, who had come to Lu Village the day before and had not yet returned, was pressing through the crowd, squinting to observe the child entangled by the serpent. "You must hurry. The boy's condition does not look good. If you wait much longer, the snake demon will surely strangle him to death." Old Dr. Song offered his timely reminder. Hearing this, the men grew anxious, their palms sweating profusely. The boldest among them, seeing this, abandoned caution altogether. He spat on the ground to steel both himself and the other men. "Brothers, we cannot delay any longer. Saving lives comes first. Do not worry. With so many of us, even 1/ per person would prove too much for that snake demon." With those words, led by the bravest villager, the men charged forward with hosewood knives and cleavers. The snake demon, utterly dismissive of them, merely coiled the child tighter and attempted to depart. The men naturally fought desperately to stop it, hacking with blades and striking with hose. But the result was deeply disheartening. The snake demon's scales were so thick that hose strikes had no effect whatsoever, unable to budge it in the slightest. Blade slashes could not pierce the armor, only leaving faint scratches. Moreover, the snake demon was swift and powerful. Within moments, it broke through the ring of dozens of attackers. Those surrounding it were either bitten by the serpent or thrown several meters away. Dozens of able-bodied men armed with sharp weapons could not overcome a single man-eating snake demon. As the serpent burst through the encirclement, coiling the child as it prepared to depart in triumph, the elderly villagers cowering in the distance could not help but be overcome with sorrow. Was the gap between humans and demons truly this vast? What had their Lu village done wrong to suffer such calamity? The snake demon had eaten a person yesterday and returned today to feed once more. Would it come again tomorrow? And the day after? Unable to stop the demon from devouring people, they could barely protect themselves. Were they to wait until every villager was devoured before the snake demon finally relented? Was this truly the divine punishment sent down by the three-eyed lady for failing to protect her statue? Even old Dr. Song felt an ache in his heart upon witnessing this, sighing repeatedly. He was merely a doctor, his body aged and weak. These calamities befalling Lu village were beyond his ability to resolve. He could only feel grateful that Song village was blessed with the protection of Lord Xuanqing, spared from such misfortune. Yet in such a world, there were far too many villages like Lu village. Powerless and destitute, their encounters with demons and evil forces were nothing short of doom. This was precisely the scene that Song Xuanqing's soul division encountered upon arriving at Lu village. A snake demon coiling a child as it prepared to flee, while the villagers were suffocated by despair. That serpent demon possessed only the cultivation of late-stage body tempering, on the verge of breaking through to bone refining. Yet it remained firmly at late-stage body tempering. Frowning slightly, Song Xuanqing made his decisive move. Standing upon the rooftop, he casually picked up a wood knife. The blade was somewhat dull, but that mattered not. Empowered by divine strength, the wood knife instantly became razor-sharp. In the next moment, Song Xuanqing hurled it forth. Infused with divine power, the wood knife shot toward the snake demon at astonishing speed, utterly unstoppable. The snake demon, sensing danger, felt its heart race. Before it could even investigate the source of its dread, the wood knife appeared behind it. The very next instant, it struck with precision at the serpent's vital point, the 7 mark. The snake demon did not even have time to react, nor to let out a cry, before it was cleaved cleanly in two along its throat. Thud! The serpent's massive upper body collapsed to the ground, kicking up dust. Its wide-open eyes still bore confusion, as if unable to comprehend how it had died. To the villagers' eyes it had appeared as though something had suddenly flashed past, and then the fleeing snake demon was bisected. The snake demon lay motionless on the ground, dead beyond doubt. The villagers who had been consumed by despair and grief moments before stood stunned. Could that snake demon be dead? It appears so. It's in 2 pieces. How could it possibly survive? Wait, what just happened? How did the snake demon suddenly split in half and die? Let's go and take a look. Recovering from their shock, the villagers cautiously crept forward. Only upon drawing near and confirming that the enormous snake demon was indeed severed into 2 parts, motionless, its lifeless eyes still staring blankly, did they dare to believe it. The snake demon was truly dead. The snake demon died so suddenly. The villagers could not comprehend how it had perished. But that was irrelevant. The important thing was that the snake demon was dead. With the man-eating snake demon gone, no such horror would ever descend upon the village again. Tears of joy streamed down the villagers' faces. At that moment, a keen-eyed man noticed a woodcutter's machete lying on the ground. The machete was embedded deep in the earth, and the man struggled mightily to wrench it free. As soon as it came loose, he noticed traces of dried blood still clinging to its blade. The blood was unusually viscous, its hue far darker than human blood. Turning his gaze back to the severed remains of the snake demon, he made a startling discovery. The blood on the machete was identical to that flowing from the demon's wound. The man recoiled in alarm, his eyes fixed on the gruesome sight. An absurd thought seized his mind. Swallowing nervously, he called out to draw everyone's attention. "Everyone come look at this machete." He raised the blade high so all could see it clearly. The villagers, still basking in the joy of the snake demon's demise, were indeed drawn to his call and turned their gaze toward the blood-caked machete. Yet to their eyes nothing about the blade seemed unusual. Frowning, they asked, "What's wrong with it? Is it damaged? I can mend it for you." The man holding the machete groaned in frustration. "It's not broken. I want you to examine the blood on this blade. The blood on this machete is identical to that flowing from the snake demon's severed body. And I just found this machete on the ground. It doesn't belong to any of us. Could it be that this very machete is what killed the snake demon?" The villagers paused, then reconsidered, and found his reasoning compelling. "By your logic, the snake demon truly perished from this machete. It was found on the ground, and the blood on it matches the demon's exactly. There is only one possibility. The snake demon was indeed slain by this blade." The villagers nodded, ready to accept this conclusion, when someone suddenly sensed something amiss and voiced their doubt. "Wait, this doesn't quite add up. Our machetes can barely scratch the snake demon's hide, yet this blade of yours split it cleanly in 2. Could that machete simply be sharper?" The man froze, his gaze dropping to the blade. What he saw made him even more stunned. "Not at all. It's actually duller than mine." His words met with disbelief. "Impossible. A blade that blunt couldn't possibly have cleaved the snake demon in 2. The man offered no further explanation and simply handed the machete around for inspection. One by one the villagers examined it in silence. The blade was indeed remarkably dull, duller than their own. Their own machetes could not so much as nick the snake demon's hide, yet this blunted blade had split it in 2. Confusion settled over the villagers as they searched the area, but found nothing unusual. While the villagers stood bewildered, Dr. Song, who had been standing beside Chief Lu, suddenly sank to his knees. In the most literal sense of the word, Chief Lu was startled, assuming the old doctor had grown frail with age. He reached out quickly to help him rise. But Dr. Song stayed his hand. No need to assist me." His voice trembled, his expression dazed. Chief Lu, concerned, asked, "Dr. Song, what is wrong?" After a moment of trance-like contemplation, the old doctor gathered his wits and whispered shakily, I believe I just witnessed Lord Xuanqing. Right there on the rooftop, over yonder." Dr. Song pointed toward a nearby roof. Chief Lu's eyes widened in alarm as he followed the direction of the old doctor's finger. But he saw only an empty roof. Nothing else. "This. Dr. Song, are you certain you saw correctly? If this had been Song Village, it might have been expected, but this was Lu Village. Lord Xuanqing, the deity venerated in Song Village, should not be appearing here in Lu Village." Dr. Song pondered this same paradox briefly, then shook his head. "I did not imagine it. His vision may have dimmed with age, but not to such a degree." In that fleeting instant he had indeed caught sight of Song Xuanqing's figure. Though his features remained indistinct, the silhouette was unmistakable. It was Lord Xuanqing. The fleeting figure on the roof perfectly matched the shadowy apparition he had witnessed outside the Xuanqing temple that night. Dr. Song was certain he had just witnessed Lord Xuanqing. But why in Lu Village? He surmised that perhaps Lord Xuanqing, knowing that Lu Village was about to face calamity, and being a compassionate deity devoted to saving all sentient beings, had come specially to subdue the snake demon. The old doctor's unwavering conviction left Chief Lu bewildered and uneasy. Most puzzling was why Lord Xuanqing would appear here. Yet he had witnessed firsthand the snake demon's sudden and inexplicable death. Such a divine and unfathomable act could only belong to a deity, could it not? He too hoped that Lu Village might earn Lord Xuanqing's protection. After a brief moment of trepidation, Chief Lu chose to set aside his doubts and knelt beside Dr. Song. "Lord Xuanqing, bless us with your boundless compassion. Lord Xuanqing, bless us with your boundless compassion." Kneeling upon the earth, the two men murmured their prayers, their faces mirroring identical devotion. Their unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of the other villagers. "Chief Lu, Dr. Song, what is happening?" Indeed, why are you prostrating yourselves on the ground? Chief Lu performed several devout kowtows before rising to address the crowd. Dr. Song has just declared that he beheld Lord Xuanqing. When a divine being manifests before us, we have no choice but to kneel and offer our gratitude. The villagers fell silent at these words. Lord Xuanqing. Chief Lu nodded and recounted everything he knew about Lord Xuanqing's miraculous manifestations with vivid detail. The villagers' reactions now mirrored his own almost perfectly. Bewilderment, astonishment, skepticism, shock, and envy all mingled together. A tangle of complex emotions stirred within each villager. Song Village truly is blessed land favored by the gods themselves. Lord Xuanqing is indeed a deity of boundless compassion. I suppose Song Village has never suffered from snake demons preying on their people, has he? The villagers murmured among themselves, their words heavy with unmistakable envy. Chief Lu nodded in agreement. It is true. We have never heard of snake demons terrorizing Song Village. Indeed, they have not even suffered from ordinary snake plagues. The villagers grew envious still. Chief Lu observed their expressions and continued. Lord Xuanqing is indeed a compassionate deity. The snake demon's sudden death and Dr. Song's subsequent vision of the Lord. May I say that it is highly likely Lord Xuanqing, moved by mercy, learned of our village's tribulation and came specially to aid us. Before bringing Dr. Song back yesterday, I even made a special trip to burn incense before Lord Xuanqing. The moment Chief Lu finished speaking, surprise and envy bloomed among the villagers. Naturally, other thoughts began to take root. At that moment, the man holding the serpent-bloodied machete spoke up as well. This machete was discovered beside the snake demon's corpse, stained with its blood. The demon was most likely split in two by this blade. Yet here lies the strangeness. It is remarkably dull. Under normal circumstances, such a blade could not even scratch the demon's hide, let alone cleave it apart. And yet the snake demon appears to have perished beneath this very machete. Chief Lu glanced at the machete and nodded. Ordinary mortals cannot wield even the sharpest weapons, but a god of supernatural power could surely harm with the simplest of things, a plucked flower, a falling leaf. These words essentially confirmed that it was only under divine hands that this blunted machete had proven so formidable, slaying the snake demon. Buzzing with excitement, the villagers rushed to examine the machete that had slain the snake demon under divine guidance. Chief Lu observed their reactions with a satisfied sense that his plan was nearing completion. He felt that the matter of switching Lu Village's worship to a new deity was already halfway accomplished. As long as the majority agreed, the matter would be settled. His only remaining concern was whether Lord Xuanqing would ultimately consent to be summoned when the time came. After dispatching his divided spirit to slay the snake demon Song, Xuanqing moved on to patrol other areas. Lu Village had indeed been fortunate that day, for it happened to coincide with his divided spirit being stationed to survey the neighboring villages. Song Xuanqing learned of what transpired in Lu Village, but paid it little mind. The snake demon's death had been nothing more than a passing exertion. Though Lu Village harbored intentions of offering him worship, he would concern himself with their affairs only once such devotion was formally established. His divided spirit continued its rounds through nearby villages, while his main body made no idle delays. Throughout the entire day, he wandered within the bounds of Songjia Village. Yet as darkness fell, Song Xuanqing detected nothing amiss. Not a single snake demon came into view, yet each of his two divided spirits had slain one, both mere fledglings still in their body-tempering stage of cultivation. If Wu Zhu were stirring, silence would be unlikely. A trace of curiosity crossed Song Xuanqing's mind, yet he relaxed no watch, continuing his nightly patrol through Songjia Village. After all, he was no longer human and required no rest. As events transpired, his vigil bore fruit under cover of darkness. Behind the hillside, the customary chorus of cicadas and frogs had fallen silent. Only the rustling of something crawling and low hissing sounds remained. Beneath the silver moonlight, dozens of great serpents could be seen winding their way forward. Their course led directly towards Songjia Village at the mountain's foothills. The serpents bore varied patterns, their spiritual pressures ranging from the newly awakened body-tempering stage to the late stages of bone refining. Most remained at the body-tempering level, with only 4 or 5 of the largest snakes commanding the power of bone refining. Leave the mortals for the younger ones to consume. We'll hunt for the bone refining target. Do not let greed compromise the ancestors' designs. Rest assured, we've fed on humans before. Though the taste is delightful, the ancestors' commands take precedence, and we understand the weight of this moment. Humph, when we find that bone refining one, take him alive if possible. The ancestor will be most pleased. Haha, easily. With 5 of us at bone refining and our brother at the late stage, how could we fail to capture a mere early stage practitioner? The lead snakes at bone refining discussed their strategy for capturing Song Xuanqing, while the lesser demons at body tempering level waited in the wings to descend on the village and feed once the capture was underway. After all, Wu Zhu had identified Song Xuanqing as early stage bone refining, so these minor demons lacked the courage to approach without their superiors leading the way. Upon arriving, Song Xuanqing witnessed the snakes openly conspiring about how to devour humans, and sees him, prompting a cold smile to cross his lips. No need to search for me. I've arrived. His voice cut sharply through the hissing serpent tongues. The hissing fell silent instantly. The lead snake at late stage bone refining turned to see a figure in green robes with dark hair standing atop a tree branch under the moonlight. The figure radiated an otherworldly grace, almost divine. The lead snake squinted its reptilian eyes and recognized Xuanqing immediately, having spotted him by the pool earlier that day. But when had he appeared? The tree beneath Xuanqing's feet wasn't far away, yet the snake had failed to sense his arrival. Had Xuanqing remained silent, the snake wouldn't have detected him at all. Unease crept in despite its late-stage bone-refining cultivation, which should have surpassed Xuanqing's early-stage abilities. The other bone-refining snakes showed no such wariness, their excitement mounting at the sight of Xuanqing. How wonderful! We didn't need to search for him at all, he's delivered himself to us. Brothers, follow me and capture him alive to claim reward from the ancestor. The lead snake's heart skipped a beat as it opened its mouth to warn against rash action, but the other bone-refining serpents were already charging forward. Powerful serpent bodies launched into the air like projectiles aimed at Xuanqing. The late-stage bone-refining snake hesitated, then steeled itself to follow, until Xuanqing moved. He raised a large, well-proportioned hand. Instantly, an overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted from him, uncontained and devastating. The leading bone-refining snakes collapsed under the crushing pressure, dropping to the ground like noodles from a strainer. A massive palm of solidified divine power pressed them into the earth, immobilizing them completely. A technique Xuanqing had devised himself through simple spiritual projection. The technique inflicted minimal damage but maximum terror. The late-stage bone-refining snake that had lagged behind now felt its very soul unraveling in fright. Staring at Xuanqing in utter horror, its mind went blank. It could feel his true cultivation level was far beyond what a mere bone-refining expert should possess. That has to be spirit gathering stage. You're not at bone refining, you're at spirit gathering. The snake demon shrieked in terror. Spirit gathering. That placed him on par with their ancestor. How could a handful of bone refining experts and a rabble of body tempering weaklings dare provoke someone at spirit gathering? Yet, how could he be at spirit gathering? The ancestor had clearly stated he was only early stage bone refining. Xuanqing sneered, killing intent radiating from him. You're correct, but you know too much. With that, he decided to silence the snakes permanently. Song Family Village, back slope mountain. Under the glow of moonlight, the entire forest was cloaked in a silver frost. Xuanqing sat quietly cross-legged on the trunk of an ancient tree, his aura deeply contained. Even if a demonic creature passed beneath the tree, it would never detect him. But it would certainly be horrified by the corpses strewn across the ground. Dozens of snake demon corpses with varying patterns and different auras lay in chaotic disarray. The thick scent of blood dispersed in the mountain wind, making one's stomach churn. Yet Xuanqing remained calm and composed, seated on the tree trunk, his gaze fixed far toward the direction of Wolfhead Mountain. Or more precisely, toward Green Mirror Pool. Dozens of body-refining stage snake demons and several bone-refining stage ones. He had barely broken a sweat eliminating them all. But he did not leave, nor did he deal with the corpses beneath the tree. He was waiting to see what other moves the snake demons from Green Mirror Pool would make tonight, so he could sweep them all up in one net. Time passed, the bright moon sank in the east, until the horizon turned the color of fish bellies. Dawn had broken. Xuanqing had sat motionless on Backslope Mountain for an entire night, and waited for an entire night, yet nothing came. Had Green Mirror Pool only sent this single wave of demons, a few bone-refining stage plus a large mob of body-refining stage, all rabble, it seemed Wurzin truly believed he was merely at the bone-refining stage. So careless, just sending his snake offspring to feed him. Xuanqing wore a peculiar expression, glancing at the gruesome pile of snake corpses below. Then he summoned one of his divine consciousnesses patrolling the nearby village. The divine consciousness arrived swiftly, then neatly controlled the dozens of limp snake corpses, lifting them into the air. It then made its way toward Green Mirror Pool. Indeed, Xuanqing intended to hurl these snake demon corpses straight into Wurzin's face. Wurzin would surely be quite delighted, wouldn't he? All the snake offspring he had sent, he was returning them entirely. Carrying dozens of snake demon corpses, Xuanqing's divine consciousness soon arrived above Green Mirror Pool. Then the floating technique was released. Dozens of long, thick, colorful snake corpses suddenly fell into the pool water like strands of noodles clattering down. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. However, Xuanqing had no time to enjoy it. After tossing the dozens of snake demon corpses into the water, he immediately turned and fled. If he did not hurry and flee once Wurzin reacted in blind fury, this divine consciousness would not escape. Condensing a divine consciousness required considerable effort after all. Better to conserve it. Thud, thud, thud. Successive heavy objects splashing into the water disrupted Wurzin's cultivation. It irritably opened its eyes and protruded its massive head above the water. Just then a long snake corpse landed on its head, hanging like noodles draped over a rack. Then it slowly slid down, landing in the water with a splash. Wurzin instantly flew into a rage, about to roar and demand which suicidal snake offspring dared disturb its cultivation. But it noticed dozens of snake corpses floating on the water surface. It had too many descendants. Some body-refining stage snake offspring were so numerous that Wurzin hardly remembered them all. But the bone-refining stage ones were few enough that he kept careful track of each. Looking again among the dozens of snake corpses on the water surface, several were unmistakably his own bone-refining stage descendants. and Wurzin remembered those particular bone-refining stage descendants clearly. Yesterday he had sent them to Song family village to devour people and capture that arrogant individual who had provoked him. And now, they had become corpses thrown into his green mirror pool. Wurzin first paused in shock, then fury surged within him. He glanced upward toward the horizon, catching only Song Xuanqing's distant retreating figure. In the blink of an eye it was gone. In an instant Wurzin understood what had transpired. His cold snake pupils suddenly blazed with raging fire. Wurzin felt as though his lungs might burst from anger. How dare that arrogant rat scum! It infuriated him beyond measure. Since reaching the spirit-gathering stage, when had he ever endured such disrespect from a mere bone-refining ant? This was no longer mere provocation. This was standing atop his head and slapping his face. A bone-refining ant dared to so blatantly scorn his authority. And those young ones? Trash. All of them were trash. Several bone-refining stage descendants, some already near the later stage, yet unable to defeat a single early-stage bone-refining cultivator. How could Wurzin have such a group of useless descendants? Furious to the point that his snake pupils turned red, Wurzin's tail lashed violently against the water in agitation. Green mirror pool seemed to erupt as though a rainstorm had broken the water, splashing, drenching the banks. But the young snake demons trembled, their breathing shallowing in fear. Sensing Wurzin's wrath without understanding its cause, they could only silently shrink into corners. Wurzin vented his fury, and only after a long while did he gradually calm. Then he summoned several more bone-refining stage descendants. There were about 8 or 9 of them. Wurzin commanded them to go to Song family village and bring him Song Xuanqing alive. This time was nearly double the number of bone-refining snake demons sent previously. By all logic, there should be no failure this time. Wurzin trusted his judgment. Song Xuanqing gave off the impression of being merely at the bone-refining stage. But recalling the dead snake demons, Wurzin still offered instructions. The opponent was not simple, so they should exercise caution. If they truly could not prevail, they were to return and report the situation. Though the snake clan possessed remarkable reproductive ability, these bone-refining stage descendants had required years of accumulation and cultivation to raise. To lose them all would indeed grieve Wurzin. However, Wurzin believed it was unnecessary to worry. 8 or 9 bone-refining stage cultivators. Could they not handle a single bone-refining stage opponent? Wurzin was full of confidence, but those 8 or 9 young snake demons felt uneasy. If they had not been unable to disobey his orders, they would not have accepted this mission. Though Wurzin claimed the opponent was only at the bone-refining stage, 4 or 5 of their bone-refining stage clansmen had previously been sent to deal with that person, and all were annihilated. If they went, what if something went wrong, and they followed in their predecessors' footsteps? But the consequences of defying Wurzin were equally grim, so they could only steel themselves and accept the mission. After sunset, they carefully left Green Mirror Pool, climbing over Wolf Head Mountain and entering Back Slope Mountain. Before they could even reach the village entrance, they encountered Song Xuanqing, just as their clansmen had done the day before. Upon discovering that Song Xuanqing's true strength was actually at the spirit-gathering stage, they immediately wished to flee. Their clansmen had not died in vain. An opponent who appeared to be at the bone-refining stage was in truth at the spirit-gathering stage. The snake demons suffered bitterly, their only thought being escape. But how could Song Xuanqing allow them to flee? Employing the same tactic after slaying the snake demons, his divine consciousness carried the corpses back to Green Mirror Pool, tossing the corpses to Wurzin, then fleeing once more. This time Wurzin's rage turned completely crimson. A snake threw an enormous tantrum in Green Mirror Pool. The young snake demons cowered in corners, daring not make a sound, afraid Wurzin's wrath would fall upon them, and even more terrified that he would send them to die, just as he had those dozen-plus bone-refining stage descendants. Fortunately, Wurzin still retained some rationality. He had already sensed that Song Xuanqing's strength was abnormal. He was by no means an ordinary bone-refining stage cultivator. He also sensed Song Xuanqing's malice toward him. After venting his anger, Wurzin grew calm, but the killing intent surrounding him only intensified. Song Xuanqing wanted to kill him, and he in turn wanted to kill Song Xuanqing. There could be no compromise. But this time he would not send his snake offspring to die. He would strike personally. All his previous reservations Wurzin had cast aside. His only thought now was singular. Song Xuanqing must die. Midsummer the 15th day, an auspicious occasion for sacrifices, weddings, and building stoves. Today the Xuanqing temple was unusually bustling, with villagers coming in an endless stream to offer incense. The entire Xuanqing temple was shrouded in wisps of incense, smoke, everything hazy and ethereal. Compared to the day Song Xuanqing first arrived here, far more villagers came to offer incense today. Villagers flowed continuously into the temple to burn incense. Even outside the small weathered Xuanqing temple, a queue had formed. They carried incense sticks and offerings, their expressions filled with devotion and reverence. They all knew that while neighboring villages had suffered from venomous snakes and man-eating serpent demons, their own village remained unharmed. Combined with Master Xuanqing's past miracles of divine intervention, could this anything other than his protection? The villagers were not ungrateful people. They understood that it was only because of Master Xuanqing's blessing that they could enjoy a peaceful sanctuary in these turbulent times. So on this day of offering incense, every household sent whoever was free, most of them bringing their entire families along. They said they had received Master Xuanqing's protection but had no way to repay him, so they could only increase their offerings. Whenever someone in the family was able to come, they all came to burn incense. Previously, Xuanqing had worried about how to get everyone in the village to offer incense rather than just one person per household paying token respect. Now he had no worries. Villagers came spontaneously, bringing their whole families to offer incense. Yet on such a special day, Xuanqing was not inside the Xuanqing temple. He was patrolling the back hill and the surrounding area of Song's village, keeping watch for a serpent demon ambush. If such a fine day were ruined by serpent demons, it would truly sour his mood. Fortunately, even though he was not inside the Xuanqing temple, it did not affect his ability to collect incense points. Incense points +9. Incense points +8. Incense points +8.5. System notifications kept popping up continuously, but Xuanqing felt no annoyance at all. Such delightful prompts, he felt he could listen to them for the rest of his life. Incense points, how wonderfully gratifying they were. As Xuanqing wandered through the village, he naturally spotted the villagers bringing their families to offer incense before the Xuanqing temple, and a quiet satisfaction blossomed in his heart. He wondered how many incense points he could gather in total today. How much could it advance his cultivation progress? With Wu Zhu lurking nearby like a predator, Xuanqing felt that after unleashing the divine power of soul union, he had reached the later stage of the spirit gathering realm. But whether the later stage of the spirit gathering realm would be sufficient against that mid-stage great serpent demon was uncertain. After all, he lacked practical combat experience. If he could, Xuanqing would naturally prefer to crush that great serpent demon Wu Zhu with an even higher cultivation realm. He wondered when Wu Zhu would come looking for a fight. He had provoked Wu Zhu so brazenly. Wouldn't Wu Zhu be furious by now? Xuanqing had no idea that Wu Zhu was about to come seeking confrontation. Midsummer weather was unpredictable. The morning had been bathed in brilliant sunlight, but by afternoon wind and rain swept in, accompanied by crackling thunder and lightning. Xuanqing, lacking a physical form, did not mind the rain, and continued his patrol outside, without returning to the temple. After the hour of shun in the afternoon, the chime signaling incoming incense points ceased entirely. Here the time for offering incense was only from dawn until mid-afternoon, after which no one would burn incense anymore. Xuanqing had lurked outside all day, yet found no trace of Wu Zhu, not even a single lesser serpent demon. Xuanqing suspected Wu Zhu was concealing something significant. So he did not return to the temple, and instead opened the system directly where he stood. Incense God Ascension System. Host Xuanqing. Divine Lifespan 20. Identity Wild Deity. Cultivation Unranked 40%. Techniques None. Divine Powers Divine Might Beginner Dream Entry Beginner Soul Union Beginner Minor Spirit Separation Beginner. Territory Song's Village. Incense points 725. Assessment not yet recognized by the heavenly way with weak incense faith. A wild deity without divine authority, his fate drifts like duckweed, his power meager. 725 incense points. Xuanqing's eyes brightened. Throughout the day, hearing the system constantly announce incoming incense points, he had known the harvest would be substantial today. He never expected it to be this much. Before today, his account held only 62 incense points. That meant from today's offerings alone, the villagers of Song's village had contributed 663 points. This was wealth. Xuanqing had never possessed so much. His previous highest balance had been less than 200 points. Collecting the incense offerings from Song's village today had yielded over 600 points, bringing his grand total to 725. Xuanqing felt as though he had struck overnight riches. After the initial excitement, it was time to plan how to spend the incense points. 725 points invested entirely into cultivation would be enough for Xuanqing to break through his current realm. Once his cultivation reached 100%, and he broke through to the next realm, he wondered just what level of power he would achieve. Xuanqing did not know, but he knew it would more than enough to crush Wu Zhu. Cultivation was the foundation of one's strength, and Xuanqing, without hesitation, chose to invest in his cultivation first. His cultivation progress slowly climbed upward. Meanwhile, his incense points steadily decreased. Incense points 713. Incense points 686. Incense points 666. Incense points 625. When his incense points dropped to 625 and his cultivation progress climbed to 50%, Xuanqing's expression suddenly darkened. He stopped adding points, staring at the system panel with a grim look. Incense God Ascension System. Host Xuanqing. Divine Lifespan 20. Identity Wild Deity. Cultivation Unranked 50%. Techniques None. Divine Powers Divine Might Beginner Dream Entry Beginner Soul Union Beginner Minor Spirit Separation Beginner. Territory Song's Village. Incense points 625. Assessment not yet recognized by the heavenly way with weak incense faith. A wild deity without divine authority, his fate drifts like duckweed, his power meager. Indeed, the plus sign after the cultivation progress had vanished. It was not that Xuanqing did not want to continue adding points. He simply could not. The vanished plus sign meant he temporarily could not invest further in cultivation. Xuanqing's face twisted in agony. What did it feel like to hold incense points in hand, but be unable to spend them? He had imagined smoothly adding points all the way to 100% and breaking through to the next realm. Yet now he was stuck at 50%, unable to add more points. Xuanqing could not fathom why his cultivation could no longer be enhanced. What conditions needed to be met to continue? Without the ability to add points, and relying solely on his own cultivation Xuanqing felt his breakthrough might be indefinitely delayed. Moreover, he did not know whether normal cultivation could still increase his progress if the system panel indicated he could not add points. Was this stagnation in his cultivation progress due to an internal bottleneck within himself, or were there unfulfilled system requirements preventing further point allocation? Xuanqing sighed, deciding not to dwell on the question for now, and instead opened the system marketplace. The system mall as usual featured 3 items this period. Spirit-enhancing pill dragon bone, yang yao yang lightning sword art first form. Xuanqing's eyes lit up, his mood lifting slightly from the frustration of being unable to allocate more cultivation points. This batch of mall items looked quite useful. The dragon bone could be ignored outright, he couldn't afford it anyway. 10,000 incense points. Even if he collected incense points daily for the next half-month, he still couldn't afford it. Since he couldn't afford it, why bother looking? Xuanqing cast only a casual glance before averting his eyes. His attention focused on the spirit-enhancing pill and yang yao yang lightning sword art first form. The spirit-enhancing pill's primary function was to increase divine sense. Xuanqing understood divine sense as something akin to spiritual power. Yet the system panel had no dedicated allocation option for divine sense. Divine sense would naturally advance alongside his cultivation, but only to the standard threshold matching his realm. It could not be selectively enhanced through point allocation. Xuanqing currently lacked a specialized cultivation method for divine sense, having no choice but to let it grow incidentally as he allocated cultivation points. He had never before considered this issue. He was not actually aware of his divine sense's strength, but it had not produced any obvious drawback so far. Xuanqing naturally had not paid it much mind. Yet that did not mean divine sense was useless or unimportant. Regarding the role of divine sense, Xuanqing's most immediate experience was that his current divine sense could only control 2 avatar clones. Anymore, and he could not control them, nor could he forge additional avatar clones. To illustrate, divine sense was like a cup of water. His main body had to occupy at least 3/4, which was fixed and inseparable. Only the remaining quarter could be divided off for forging avatar clones. When his total divine sense was insufficient, the amount available for avatar forging was naturally limited. This was precisely why he had not forged more avatar clones. Beyond controlling them, forging avatar clones also consumed his own divine power, though that consumption could be replenished. But if he forged too many, he would no longer be able to control avatar clones as effortlessly as he did now. He wondered how much divine sense this single spirit-enhancing pill could increase. Would it allow him to elevate the number of his avatar clones? Even if it did not, Xuanqing still intended to acquire the spirit-enhancing pill. Since he lacked a cultivation method for divine sense, and a pill was available, he certainly could not let this opportunity pass. Even if it could not increase the number of avatar clones in the short term, it hardly mattered. For the minor avatar technique, Xuanqing's greater expectation was to enhance the strength of his existing avatar clones. Quantity was merely secondary. That was why he had not previously rushed into cultivating divine sense. After spending 30 incense points, Xuanqing secured the spirit-enhancing pill. However, he did not rush to consume it. After stowing the pill away, his gaze bypassed the dragon bone and landed on the 3rd item in the mall. Yang Yao Yang Lightning Sword Art First Form Supreme. Yang Lightning Sword naturally counters all evil manifestations. Price 300 incense points. Purchase limit 01. It appeared to be either an offensive technique or a divine ability, and it displayed only the first form. Xuanqing silently grumbled. Techniques and abilities could be sold separately. The system truly was skilled at doing business. Offensive techniques and divine abilities were something Xuanqing sorely lacked. His current cultivation was not low, but in combat he relied solely on straightforward brute force or simple applications of divine power. He possessed absolutely none of the proper offensive methods befitting his current cultivation realm. Setting cultivators aside, even among ordinary mortals with identical physique and strength, those who had trained and those who had not were entirely different concepts. If he possessed an offensive method, Xuanqing felt his overall strength could elevate another tier. At his current unranked 50% cultivation realm combined with a formidable attack technique, he wondered whether he could contend with practitioners at the 4th stage of the demon path or martial arts. Xuanqing was uncertain how his cultivation realm was classified. The system indicated he was simply unranked. Yet when he had only reached 40% of the unranked stage, his cultivation already equaled that of the 3rd stage of the demon path or martial arts. When he broke through to the next realm, could he not easily overwhelm 5th stage cultivators? Was this perhaps the innate advantage of his divine nature? Xuanqing cast aside his swirling thoughts and carefully examined the introduction to the Yang Lightning Sword Art. The introduction to the first form of the Yang Lightning Sword Art was remarkably concise, revealing nothing of its prowess. But 300 incense points. For a single form of sword art, surely it would not be worthless, right? After allocating his cultivation points and purchasing the spirit-enhancing pill, Xuanqing had 595 incense points remaining. 300 incense points was well within his means, yet Xuanqing still felt a twinge of pain. 300 incense points, nearly half of his current savings. The incense points had hardly warmed in his hands before they were spent almost entirely. He could only hope this young lightning sword art would not disappoint him. Despite his reluctance, Xuanqing, lacking offensive methods, quickly purchased the Yang lightning sword art first form. Incense points minus 300. Remaining balance 295 incense points. The moment he purchased the sword art Xuanqing felt his head suddenly swell. It felt as though something had entered his mind. Oh, so it was knowledge. The Yang lightning sword art first form, along with its cultivation method, appeared directly in his consciousness. Xuanqing had expected the system to provide it via a jade slip or written document. He did not expect the system to be so considerate as to implant the information directly into his mind. Satisfied, Xuanqing began browsing the Yang lightning sword art first form within his mind. Details omitted from the system mall panel gradually became clear to him. The Yang lightning sword art originated from immortal Yang. This sword art could be cultivated by humans, demons, immortals, and gods alike. Though individual differences existed during cultivation, the art was remarkably accommodating to all practitioners. The Yang lightning sword art comprised a total of 7 forms, each more powerful than the last, with cultivation difficulty rising sharply. The art also included a supplementary technique, the thunder tempering method, for, as the name suggested, the Yang lightning sword art belonged to the lightning attribute sword techniques. The thunder tempering method involved absorbing and refining various heavenly thunders, smelting them into the sword art to greatly amplify its power. Initially, Xuanqing had worried about how he would practice a sword art without a sword. After all, given his identity, finding someone to forge a sword for him was impractical. Could he really resort to theft or force? However, after reading through the sword art, Xuanqing's concerns vanished. For the Yang lightning sword art did not require a sword to practice. This was a cultivation method, not merely a sword technique. In other words, the primary focus was on the Tao, not the blade. With his worries dispelled, Xuanqing calmly studied the sword art's cultivation method. A quarter hour later, Xuanqing withdrew from his contemplation with a grim expression. The knowledge had entered his mind, but not completely, because he could barely comprehend this sword art. The sword technique itself was sound, and the introduction suggested considerable power. But beyond merely understanding it, let alone perceiving and practicing it, he could scarcely make sense of it. As for how to cultivate it, he had no idea where to begin. Damn it. He had overestimated both his understanding of cultivation and his natural talent. How long would it take him to master this sword art? Xuanqing's mood suddenly grew heavy. Would you like to spend 100 incense points to instantly master the Yang lightning sword art first form? Suddenly a system prompt appeared before Xuanqing's eyes. Just what he needed. Xuanqing's earlier heaviness vanished instantly. Although he still couldn't comprehend the cultivation technique, and practice was even further off. But he had a cheat. The only problem was that using cheats cost money. 100 incense points. Xuanqing glanced at his balance, which had plummeted from 725 to 295, and his heart ached. Although he no longer had a physical heartache was still a feeling. Despite his pity for his incense points, Xuanqing reasoned that his cultivation wouldn't increase no matter what. There was no rush to allocate points to his divine abilities, and even if he did, he wasn't sure how many would actually prove effective. Spending these incense points to cultivate the Yang lightning sword art first form would at least put them to good use. Besides, he'd be able to gather another batch of incense points in half a month. After comforting himself with this thought, Xuanqing paid 100 incense points and selected instant mastery for the Yang lightning sword art first form. Instant mastery. Give him the full instant mastery. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Xuanqing's vision went dark as if struck from behind. After the world spun and tilted, he opened his eyes again to find everything around him transformed. Beneath his feet stretched a vast expanse of dark thunderclouds rumbling continuously. Above him, 2 thunderclouds churned with unceasing lightning and thunder. But the clouds overhead hung oppressively low, low enough that Xuanqing felt he could touch them with a single leap. The atmosphere was suffocating. The entire space was empty save for the thunderclouds above and below him. The space seemed boundless, yet nothing existed within it except the crackling thunderclouds. Xuanqing felt no alarm. He could sense this was merely a void consciousness realm. His consciousness had been drawn here after confirming the instant mastery. This place must be connected to the technique. But why had the system pulled him into this space, and how did it relate to the mastery? Before his doubts could fully form, the thunder and lightning around him intensified suddenly. In the next moment, several bolts of lightning struck nearby, blindingly bright, yet through the glare, he could barely make out a human figure at their center. As the lightning faded, a figure composed entirely of thunder and lightning materialized. It possessed 4 arms and no head, its body a faintly translucent purple, with lightning coursing through its form, mysterious and dangerous. The moment the figure appeared, a wildly powerful aura flooded the entire space. Xuanqing could feel a sharp electric sting running across his entire body. Compared to that presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Xuanqing watched the figure with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Then a deep, rugged voice resonated through the heavens and earth. I am Yang. I shall personally transmit to you the first form of the Yang lightning sword art. Young one, watch carefully. Rain continued to fall. In the mountain forest, the patter of rain mingled with distant thunder. Against the trunk of a sturdy tree, the seated Song Xuanqing opened his eyes. Seeing the rainy forest before him and feeling the cold wind brush his face, he realized he had returned from that transmission space. He had the strange sense that he'd spent a long time in that thundercloud-filled realm, at least several days and nights. Suddenly something occurred to him, and with a start he hurriedly flew into the high sky. Only when he saw Song village below nestled peacefully, with cooking smoke rising through the rain mist, did he finally feel relieved. Song Xuanqing had feared that while he was trapped in the transmission space, the snake demon Wu Zhu might have slaughtered everyone in Song village. If that had happened, he truly would have regretted initiating the instant mastery. Fortunately, judging from the village below and the half-burnt incense and fresh offerings in Xuanqing Temple, the time should still be the 15th day of midsummer. Not much time had passed in reality before and after activating the instant mastery. Song Xuanqing glanced at the sky and estimated the difference to be no more than 15 minutes. With his worries dispelled, Song Xuanqing sighed in relief and returned to the tree where he had been sitting, beginning to digest his insights from the Yang lightning sword art. The 100 incense points had been well spent. The instant mastery had been taught by the technique's actual author, though it felt somewhat artificial, a bit too game-like. Moreover, despite spending what felt like a long time in the transmission space, barely any time had passed in reality. Everything he hadn't understood before now seemed clear as mist had lifted. To the west of Langtu Mountain lay the green mirror pool. Coiled at its deepest depths was a massive dark green snake. Its eerie green eyes glowed like lanterns in the dim water, fixed unblinkingly upon a sphere of water before it. The water sphere emitted a faint glow connected to the enormous snake's head by a thin filament. Within the sphere, a white ray shaped like a serpent was beginning to take form. Wu Zhu quivered with anticipation, restraining the urge to devour it and continuing to wait. Finally, after an hour, the serpentine white ray fully formed. The moment it took shape, the white ray seemed to come alive, thrashing about within the water sphere, desperately trying to break free. At that point, Wu Zhu could no longer contain himself. With excitement, he opened his massive serpentine maw and swallowed the white ray along with the water sphere in one gulp. Instantly, his aura began to fluctuate, surging stronger and weaker, yet steadily building in power. The disturbance sent waves churning across the pool's surface. Half an hour later, the energy at the pool's bottom reached its peak. Roar! With a thunderous cry, the dark green serpent shot upward from the depths, piercing straight into the sky. Now Wu Zhu's full form was revealed. Towering well above Song Xuanqing's earlier estimate of a 10-zhang serpent, it stretched an impressive 15 or 16 zhang. It was even thicker than when Song Xuanqing had first encountered it 2 days prior. Coiling through the high sky, Wu Zhu manipulated the falling raindrops, drawing them into a stream of water that spiraled around its form. Its pale green eyes fixed on the distant direction of Song village, brimming with killing intent. Today it would break through to the late stage of spirit gathering, and it would celebrate by taking that arrogant youth's life. Filled with ambition, Wu Zhu soared towards Song village. Its enormous serpentine body twisted and turned through the air, resembling a dragon from afar. Its demonic aura neither spread deliberately nor retreated. While digesting his insights from the Yang lightning sword art, Song Xuanqing felt a sudden intuition and looked up toward green mirror pool. The sky had grown completely dark. Tonight there was no moonlight, only occasional flashes of lightning briefly illuminating the world. Song Xuanqing narrowed his eyes and broke into a smile, one tinged with quiet anticipation. So Wu Zhu had arrived. Perfect timing. His cultivation had reached 50%, and he had just mastered the first form of the Yang lightning sword art. Wu Zhu would make a perfect test subject for his sword. High in the sky, darkness swallowed all sight. Only the sound of falling rain remained in the world, along with the fierce howling of the wind. Boom! Dark clouds churned and lightning flared. For an instant, the dark world was illuminated. It also revealed a massive black snake soaring through the air. Wu Zhu headed straight for Song family village with clear purpose. In the blink of an eye, it entered the territory under Song Xuanqing's jurisdiction. It could already see the village through the rain and mist, with a touch of disdain and aloof arrogance in its serpent pupils. Wu Zhu had no intention of seeking out Song Xuanqing. It wanted to destroy the village, directly slay the villagers, and force Song Xuanqing to come out and face death. It wanted to make Song Xuanqing understand the price of angering it. As for the hundreds of lives in the village, Wu Zhu did not care at all. Ordinary mortals were no different from ants in the eyes of a great demon like itself. Who would care about stepping on a group of ants? Wu Zhu's expression turned cold as it coiled its massive body and dove straight toward the village below. The ground rushed up rapidly, the village growing larger and closer with each passing moment. Just hundreds of meters above the ground, when a figure suddenly appeared, standing between Wu Zhu and the village below. It was Song Xuanqing. Facing the colossal serpent head plummeting toward him at extreme speed, his expression remained composed, his aura contained. Wu Zhu also spotted Song Xuanqing, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes before giving way to disdain. It maintained its speed, charging straight at Song Xuanqing. Wu Zhu trusted in its power entirely. Either Song Xuanqing would dodge, and the village below would suffer, or he wouldn't. If he failed to evade, her physical strength alone would leave him dead or severely wounded. After that, it would slaughter him, and then the mortals below. With utter certainty of victory, Wu Zhu sent its massive head charging towards Song Xuanqing, suspended midair. Then it saw him extend a hand. A flicker of contempt crossed Wu Zhu's eyes just before its head collided with Song Xuanqing's outstretched palm. But the outcome diverged sharply from what it had anticipated. His jade-white hand stood like an immovable wall, halting its impact completely. Song Xuanqing wasn't even slightly injured. His body hadn't shifted an inch. Wu Zhu felt as though it had struck an impenetrable barrier. The momentum of its fall sent a ringing vibration through its skull the instant it collided with Song Xuanqing's hand. It barely managed to stabilize its demonic energy and stay airborne, nearly falling despite itself. Fortunately, it regained control at the last moment and didn't actually plummet, though its head still rang. Wu Zhu had never felt more lucid. How could a cultivator at the bone refinement stage, no matter how strong, possibly stop someone at the late spirit gathering stage? Wu Zhu sensed something was deeply wrong. Hovering in midair, it stared fixedly at Song Xuanqing mere meters away, its gaze piercing, as if trying to see through him. The longer it looked, the more alarmed it became. Moments ago, during its plummet from the sky to destroy the village below, Song Xuanqing had appeared suddenly. They'd already been closed and his aura had been so thoroughly concealed. It hadn't immediately registered anything unusual about Song Xuanqing earlier. Now examining him more closely, Wu Zhu finally understood why he could block its mighty physique. Song Xuanqing was actually at the spirit gathering stage. Despite his controlled aura, Wu Zhu could still sense it. His aura was unmistakably that of the spirit gathering realm. Even more startling, Wu Zhu sensed that Song Xuanqing's cultivation was nearly on par with its own late-stage spirit gathering level. How could this be? It had personally witnessed him only days ago when he was merely at the early bone refining stage. Wu Zhu had assumed he'd broken through to late-stage spirit gathering, making an insect like him trivial to deal with. But Song Xuanqing was actually at spirit gathering. In that instant, Wu Zhu suddenly understood why all those serpentine descendants he'd sent, along with 9 bone refining cultivators attacking simultaneously, had been slaughtered by Song Xuanqing instead. Seeing Wu Zhu's black-scaled face twist with human-like shock and disbelief, Song Xuanqing smiled. He had deliberately concealed his aura. After all, his cultivation was now considerable enough that a spirit-gathering demon like Wu Zhu might detect his presence from afar. If Wu Zhu hadn't dared to approach or enter his territory, Song Xuanqing would have had no way to deal with it. But now, Wu Zhu had entered his territory. Here Song Xuanqing held the advantage. Though Wu Zhu's aura had grown stronger since their last encounter, appearing to reach the late spirit-gathering stage, Song Xuanqing remained unfazed. Times had changed. He was no longer the same man from days past. Watching Wu Zhu with calm amusement, Song Xuanqing smiled. Wu Zhu, you've kept me waiting far too long. For days now he'd lost count of how many snakes he'd slain. Now he'd finally caught this great serpent. Wu Zhu had also processed the revelation that Song Xuanqing was at spirit gathering and had steadied its composure. It regarded Song Xuanqing coldly. You deliberately trapped me, presenting yourself as a bone-refining cultivator to provoke me and lure me here. What do you intend? What do I intend? Song Xuanqing raised his brows, killing intent radiating from his expression. To kill you, of course. Wu Zhu's serpent pupils constricted sharply, nearly slitting into vertical lines as fierce malevolence erupted. It had hoped for negotiation if Song Xuanqing harbored other intentions. That's why it deliberately probed, asking what Song Xuanqing intended, testing whether any alternative path existed. Had it been possible, Wu Zhu would have avoided conflict with Song Xuanqing, whose cultivation matched its own at the spirit-gathering stage, and whose aura was equally formidable. But it never anticipated that Song Xuanqing's sole purpose from the beginning was to slay it. Sensing Song Xuanqing's unyielding resolve to kill, Wu Zhu abandoned any thought of negotiation. They were both at the spirit-gathering stage. Neither could predict who would emerge victorious. Even if defeated, Wu Zhu was confident it could escape. Tonguing its forked tongue, its gaze grew increasingly menacing. In the next instant, the water pillar that had coiled around Wu Zhu like a serpent lunged forward. The water pillar, thick as a human arm, had appeared harmless and obedient while circling Wu Zhu. Now it struck like a razor-sharp blade of venomous serpent. It covered the distance to Song Xuanqing in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the dark blue serpent tail whipped through the air with a piercing whistle. The scales along its tail rose like blades. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Song Xuanqing possessed no physical form. His current manifested body was condensed from divine power. This didn't grant him immunity to external attacks. If his body were shattered, it would cause him harm. So Song Xuanqing evaded Wu Zhu's assault. He dodged with ease. Before Wu Zhu could strike again, Song Xuanqing launched his own attack. Hoping to test his capabilities, he hadn't yet unleashed the Solar Thunder Sword art, engaging Wu Zhu in straightforward combat. After exchanging blows with Song Xuanqing for a while, Wu Zhu noticed something. Though their cultivation levels were comparable, Song Xuanqing's combat experience and mastery of mystical arts were virtually non-existent. Soon Wu Zhu gained the upper hand. Its confidence grew with each passing strike. Ha ha ha, is this all you have? You plotted against me and lured me here, and I thought you were formidable, but you're nothing special. If this is all you're capable of, then today I shall claim your life, and the lives of those worthless mortals below. As it spoke, Wu Zhu swept its tail. Forcing Song Xuanqing back, it unleashed the water pillar it had covertly positioned earlier, striking him directly. Song Xuanqing absorbed the blow and heard Wu Zhu's taunts. Exhaling slowly, he replied calmly, I was hoping to toy with you longer, but seeing how eager you are to be struck, I'll indulge your desire." As his words fell, thunder roared from the heavens with sudden ferocity. Dark clouds churned as lightning intensified within them. It was as though the world itself was bellowing in wrath. Wu Zhu sensed something amiss and instinctively tried to strike Xuanqing to disrupt him. But it was too late. Several bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, converging into one. They coalesced above Wu Zhu into a colossal blade of lightning and thunder. Killing intent erupted. Wu Zhu's instincts screamed danger, and it immediately abandoned its attack on Xuanqing. It turned to flee, but the lightning blade was swifter. The heaven's killing intent had already locked onto Wu Zhu. The sword forged from thunder and lightning descended with impossible speed and precision. The scales that normally served as armor offered no resistance against the lightning blade. Like slicing through melons and vegetables, the blade severed Wu Zhu's massive head. Residual lightning energy spread through the wound, coursing into the head and heart, extinguishing all life. With a single strike, Wu Zhu perished. The 12-Zhonglong dark serpent was cleaved in two by the lightning blade midair. Deprived of demonic energy to sustain it, the serpent's corpse plummeted to the ground. Xuanqing had no interest in the corpse. Having slain Wu Zhu, his objective was fulfilled. He cast one final glance at the falling serpent, then turned to survey the village below before preparing to return to his divine statue. That strike had drained an enormous amount of his divine power. Xuanqing felt as though he himself might collapse from exhaustion. Either way, he couldn't possibly muster a second sword strike. At least this trump card had successfully eliminated Wu Zhu. With his greatest threat removed, Xuanqing returned to his divine statue in satisfaction. Now he could only wait and see how Li Jingtan would respond. Their ancestral patriarch Wu Zhu was dead. Would they flee in terror or rally to seek vengeance? They were merely a group of low-level demons at best, at the bone-refining stage. Even if they came for revenge, Xuanqing feared them not. He had even considered sending a divine manifestation to Li Jingtan to eradicate them completely. But there was no rush. He needed to rest first. Boom! A deep, resonant boom echoed through the mountains, shaking the earth as though an earth dragon had turned in its sleep. But the villagers of Song Family Village had no time to dwell on it. They gazed upward at the pitch-black night sky. Though it was now empty, they remained transfixed, struggling to process what they had witnessed. Only they knew how profoundly that scene, the lightning sword severing the serpent's head, had shaken them. The commotion between Xuanqing and Wu Zhu in the sky had stirred many villagers who came out to investigate. Under the moonless night, it was pitch black and they could see nothing at first. They could only hear strange noises echoing from the sky nearby. Some with sharper ears caught the hissing of serpents and indistinct, thunderous voices. The words were unintelligible, but the sounds certainly weren't human. Gradually adjusting to the darkness, some perceptive villagers spotted what appeared to be a massive, thick creature moving through the sky, and that entity seemed to be engaged in combat with something. At that moment, the villagers realized the colossal serpent in the sky was likely a demon. The only demons the villagers had ever encountered were black cats. But the creature in the night sky was clearly in a league of its own compared to those. Even the vague sense of dread and hushed retellings of the giant serpent in the sky filled the villagers with terror. There's a demon, a powerful one at that. What should we do? I've heard great demons devour people. Who is that massive demon fighting? Right above our heads. It's so dangerous. Exactly, will that demon come down and eat us after it's done fighting? Why are you all panicking? Lord Xuanqing protects us. We won't be eaten by demons. Yes, Lord Xuanqing is watching over us. Though these words brought some comfort, the villagers still feared the great demon overhead and hoped it would leave quickly without coming down to devour them. Just as they finished convincing themselves and prepared to retreat indoors, the world suddenly blazed with light. Lightning briefly illuminated the darkness. This allowed the villagers to clearly see the scene above. A colossal dark serpent was locked in combat with a human figure. Some of the more timid villagers fell to the ground in terror. Mother of heaven, what a huge snake. A snake that size. Could it have become a flood dragon? With a snake this enormous, how many people could it swallow? The villagers were consumed by panic. Then someone spotted something remarkable. Do you think that figure fighting the serpent in the sky might be Lord Xuanqing? Hearing this, the other villagers thought it over and realized it was very plausible. The serpent in the sky appeared incredibly formidable, and whoever was fighting it must be equally extraordinary. In their understanding, only the divine Xuanqing Lord or a master martial artist possessed such power. But Song Family Village was so remote that martial artists would never voluntarily come here. Moreover, the serpent had appeared directly over their village, making it entirely reasonable that Lord Xuanqing would appear to deal with it. While the other villagers were only speculating, old Dr. Song was nearly certain. Watching the figure in the sky, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he twisted his ankle. That is Lord Xuanqing. Lord Xuanqing is infinitely powerful and infinitely compassionate. That enormous serpent in the sky appeared so ferocious and dangerous. If not for Lord Xuanqing, we would surely have suffered a terrible fate. With Lord Xuanqing's protection, we are truly blessed beyond measure. Village Chief Lu felt a tangle of emotions. He had come to escort old Dr. Song home and stayed overnight due to the heavy rain, only to witness this astonishing spectacle. Song Family Village was indeed blessed with profound fortune. Village Chief Lu gazed at the massive dark silhouette in the sky and sighed inwardly. If such a great demon had appeared over Lu family village, the entire village would have been destroyed. Yet Song family village, protected by the divine, remained safe even in the presence of great demons. Village Chief Lu's desire to establish a shrine to Lord Xuanqing grew ever stronger. He could hardly wait to return and begin preparations immediately. Nothing could deter him. This fervent urge reached its peak as he witnessed the final strike of the lightning sword severing the serpent. He could almost hear his own heart pounding. It was both awe at the divine miracle of the lightning sword striking down the serpent and an overwhelming urge to enshrine Lord Xuanqing. Song family village. The night deepened, approaching the hour of high. The rain continued, thunder gradually fading, leaving only the pattering sound of raindrops. The disturbances in the sky had long since passed and completely dissipated. One would never guess that a fierce battle had occurred here not long ago. The villagers, unable to find sleep, donned straw raincoats and braved the downpour, hurrying toward village head Song Tianqing's residence at the entrance of the village. Upon arriving at the door, they discovered quite a few villagers already gathered in the main hall. Seeing someone else approach, they called out warmly, "You've also come to discuss what happened with that enormous demon in the sky." The newcomer removed his raincoat and nodded helplessly. "Indeed, how could I possibly sleep at home?" Song Tianqing closed the door, blocking the howling wind and rain outside. He then turned to address the assembled villagers. "Did you all witness what transpired in the sky just now, eh?" The villagers nodded, their voices overlapping as they began recounting the events. "We saw it. The entire family witnessed it. That truly was an enormous serpent. A serpent indeed. So massive, capable of flight, much like the legendary flood dragons from our tales. It probably wasn't a flood dragon though. My boy has sharp eyes. He said he didn't see any horns or claws. Who cares if it was a flood dragon or not? It was undoubtedly an evil demon, otherwise how could Lord Xuanqing have slain it? Everyone believes Lord Xuanqing is the one who killed that demon. And who else could it have been? We're so far from anywhere martial artists are rarely seen around here. That massive demon was right above our village. Besides Lord Xuanqing, who else would have intervened to slay it? Only Lord Xuanqing possesses such compassion, willing to protect us humble villagers." Song Tianqing added, "Old Dr. Song once had the privilege of seeing Lord Xuanqing's true form, and he confirmed it was indeed him." The villagers continued murmuring blessings and praising Lord Xuanqing's divine powers. After a moment, someone finally steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. "Village head, we all saw that massive demon. After Lord Xuanqing struck it down, it split in two and appeared to fall onto the rear hillside. It must have been the rear hillside. The demon was struck down somewhere above it, and then there was quite a commotion as though something heavy had crashed down, likely the creature's carcass plummeting to the ground. What should we do with the demon's remains, village head? Should we go check out the rear hillside? A demon this size. In my entire life, I've only encountered Black Cat Lord. Never another spirit creature, let alone something enormous that can fly without wings. Just head straight to the back mountain. That seems reckless. I've heard tales that great demons possess unfathomable powers. We might not even know what dangers still lie in its corpse." Some villagers were driven by curiosity, eager to see the demon's remains on the back mountain. Others were more cautious, wary that even dead such a creature wouldn't be harmless. Song Tianqing paused thoughtfully before speaking. "We'll definitely need to check the back hillside and see if the demon's body actually came down there. Even if it did, what harm could it pose? No matter how powerful it was in life, Lord Xuanqing's strike has reduced it to nothing more than bones. And even in the worst case, we have Lord Xuanqing's protection. What is there to fear?" With those words about Lord Xuanqing's blessing, Song Tianqing managed to steady the frightened villagers. In times past, though they had worshipped Lord Xuanqing, such unwavering faith in his divine protection would have been unthinkable. Yet now, whenever hardship struck, the mere invocation of Lord Xuanqing's blessing filled them with courage. Free from doubt, the villagers no longer hesitated. "When should we head to the back mountain?" "Right now." Song Tianqing disagreed. "Now? It's pitch dark, the rain makes torches impossible, and the mountain paths are treacherous. We can wait until morning. Let's gather at dawn at the village entrance and make the ascent together." The other villagers agreed without objection, unanimously deciding to climb the mountain together the following morning. After finalizing their plans, the villagers bowed toward Xuanqing Temple over the courtyard wall before departing. After slaying Wu Zhu, Song Xuanqing returned directly to Xuanqing Temple. He had no interest in dealing with Wu Zhu's corpse, planning to leave it for the villagers. Regardless, the serpent demon's remains held no value for him, neither edible nor useful. It was merely a snake demon at the spirit gathering realm. Even if it possessed valuable materials, Song Xuanqing wouldn't bother. Besides, he lacked the skills for alchemy or artifact refinement, so acquiring materials would serve no purpose. Had it been a powerful demon of considerable strength, he might have considered keeping its rare materials. But a mere spirit gathering realm serpent demon, there was no point. Leaving it for the villagers would prove far more beneficial than keeping it himself. Even for Xuanma, his feline spirit companion, consuming such a massive spirit gathering serpent would be impossible. The sheer volume would require days to digest. Moreover, that little cat spirit clearly had a stronger affinity for incense offerings. It would be better to let the villagers handle the serpent demon's remains. Returning to Xuanqing Temple, Song Xuanqing began recovering his depleted divine power while accessing the system interface. Upon dispatching Wu Zhu, the system had generated 2 notifications. However, having just executed the first form of the Solar Thundersword art left his divine power utterly drained, rendering him too weakened to attend to the system messages at that moment. Now back within his divine statue, he finally possessed the vigor to review them. You have protected Song family village from demonic slaughter, earning 188 incense points. You have slain a water element demon serpent and comprehended the water attribute divine ability rain summoning. The incense point reward required no explanation. After spending 100 points on the Dharma bestowal technique, he had 195 remaining. With the 188 points earned from the system, his balance returned to 383. This alleviated the sharp pain in his heart, caused by rapidly depleting his incense reserves. 383 incense points was quite substantial. While the incense point reward was standard, the divine ability acquisition was extraordinary. The system notification brought to mind the pillar of water that had surrounded Wu Zhu. That water pillar represented Wu Zhu's water manipulation ability. Water takes countless forms. It could serve as both shield and weapon, capable of defending and striking simultaneously. Though the rain summoning ability he had comprehended seemed somewhat different from Wu Zhu's technique, Song Xuanqing still harbored a flicker of hope. After all, the system indicated this power came from slaying Wu Zhu. Perhaps he had actually comprehended its ability. With expectation guiding him, Song Xuanqing examined the rain summoning technique in detail. Divine ability rain summoning, a water attribute technique that can summon rainfall across a designated area with intensity and coverage determined by the caster's cultivation level. Note: in locations devoid of water elements, this ability may fail. Song Xuanqing's expression grew complicated. This wasn't the ability he had envisioned. Yet, never mind. It was obtained freely regardless. From his perspective, a power gained through killing Wu Zhu was essentially the same as finding something unearned. Wu Zhu had essentially offered this gift without resistance. While not particularly powerful, it was better than nothing. At least he now possessed the ability to summon rainfall. Should villagers ever pray for favorable weather, he couldn't prevent excessive rain, but he could certainly provide rainfall when needed. This suited his role as a deity well. Moreover, this added another ability to his repertoire. He now commanded 5 divine powers. Divine abilities: Divine Might, Beginner Dream Entry, Beginner Spirit Union, Beginner Minor Spirit Division, Beginner Rain Summoning, Beginner. As for the first form of Solar Thundersword art, it did not qualify as a divine ability. Naturally, it fell outside the scope of divine abilities. If it had been categorized as one, Song Xuanqing could have exploited incense points to cheat his way through advancement. He wouldn't have needed the system's special intervention to receive the Dharma transmission. With 383 incense points available, and his current cultivation unable to utilize point allocation, he could finally consider investing in his divine abilities. Previously, with only dozens of incense points remaining, he couldn't bear to spend them on ability upgrades. Now that concern was gone. It was somewhat disheartening that he had practiced Spirit Union and Minor Spirit Division for so long. Yet he remained stuck at the beginner stage. He wondered whether this was typical or reflected insufficient cultivation talent. Song Xuanqing pondered for a moment and prioritized upgrading his divine ability He Shun. This technique was his greatest asset at the peak of his combat strength. Of course, he would prioritize upgrading He Shun first. Previously, he lacked the means, but now that conditions permitted, Song Xuanqing naturally spared no incense points in cultivating his divine abilities. Additionally, it is worth noting that when he slew Wu Zhu today, Song Xuanqing had fought in his true form without ever entering He Shun state. He wished to test his true body's strength without relying on He Shun. After all, this divine ability was theoretically a burst-type technique unsuitable for prolonged combat. Furthermore, it had a time limit, leaving him vulnerable afterward. Thus, unless facing a powerful foe, Song Xuanqing would not immediately resort to He Shun. His original plan was to fight Wu Zhu with his true body, first only switching to He Shun if his true form proved inadequate. But Wu Zhu was too weak, and Song Xuanqing had simply beheaded it with his sword. This revealed that his current progress, only 50% into the unranked tier, already equated to the later stage of the spirit gathering realm. If he were to unleash the Yonglei sword art, even an opponent at that level would meet his end. However, the Yonglei sword art was too costly to use casually. It could only serve as a final trump card. Were it to fail, Song Xuanqing would have no backup strategy left. With He Shun activated, his power would undoubtedly transcend the spirit gathering realm. Whether it could reach the 4th realm of the Demon Dao, the Demon Core stage, or the 4th realm of the Martial Path, the transformation of Thought stage, remained unclear. Song Xuanqing had never encountered such opponents, so he could not be certain. After expending 90 incense points, bringing his total expenditure to 100, the divine ability He Shun advanced from beginner to mastery. Song Xuanqing immediately ceased investing further points. Given the system's nature, the gap between beginner and mastery had consumed a full 100 incense points. From mastery onward, the cost would likely multiply tenfold. Song Xuanqing was not prepared to gamble all 293 remaining incense points on advancing He Shun further. A mastery level He Shun should suffice for now. Yet the true difference would only become apparent once he activated it. Until he used He Shun, Song Xuanqing could not discern how mastery differed from the beginner stage. Undeterred, he turned his attention to upgrading the minor divine projection technique instead. This ability held significant practical value even if it offered no immediate combat enhancement. The utility of divine projection proved invaluable in other circumstances. Without divine projection, he would be confined to his own domain. Though the minor version still carried restrictions, it at least allowed him to venture farther and accomplish things his true body could not. After investing another 100 incense points, minor divine projection reached mastery. His remaining balance stood at 193 points. Xuanqing recalled the 2 projections stationed outside. Once his true body had recovered sufficiently, he began forging new projections to test his newly mastered ability. After some effort, the new projections were complete. To his delight, Xuanqing discovered their strength had broken through the previous limitation of 1/8 his true body's power. They now possessed approximately 1/7 of his true body's strength, roughly corresponding to the mid to late stage of the bone refining realm in both the demon Tao and martial path. Furthermore, after carefully sensing his remaining spiritual consciousness, he realized he could now precisely control 3 projections. This was excellent news. His projections could now handle more of his affairs. Satisfied, Xuanqing ceased upgrading his abilities. The remaining 3 divine skills were not yet critical to his needs, so there was no urgency in investing further. His resources were limited. Only 193 incense points remained. It was neither a substantial sum nor negligible. With no suitable opponents for Hishun, he could not yet test its capabilities and would have to set it aside for now. Just past the Mao hour, as dawn broke, some 20 or 30 able-bodied men gathered at the village entrance of Songjia village. Several carried firewood knives and hosed, their expressions tense. The thought of potentially encountering a great demon on Hopa Mountain filled them with unease. Even a dead great demon was still a great demon. The rain had ceased, and the air carried the fragrance of damp earth and fresh grass. Village head Xuanqing led the procession toward Hopa Mountain. The mountain was modest in size, yet lush with vegetation, and Wu Zhu's enormous dark-scaled serpent body stood out starkly against the landscape. Hardly had they climbed a few steps when they spotted the massive serpent body lying motionless across the mountainside. Nearly as tall as a man, its length stretched beyond sight, each gleaming scale easily the size of a palm. Though the villagers knew the serpent demon was already dead, and what they saw was merely a corpse, many found their legs weakening at the mere sight. Good heavens, what a colossal demon. It towers above me, even lying here. I can't even see where its tail ends. Could Master Xuanqing have battled such a demon last night and slew it? You fool, stop making such a fuss. With Master Xuanqing's divine power, even a true flood dragon would fall before him. Bolder villagers marveled at the immense serpent form. This must be a serpent demon, wouldn't you say? Indeed, serpents lack legs. Didn't the neighboring Liu family village report encountering one as well? That large? Nonsense. How could it possibly be this big? Village Chief Liu himself said it was only as thick as a man's thigh, nowhere near this size. Master Xuanqing truly possesses extraordinary power. A serpent demon this massive must have been remarkably formidable, capable of riding clouds and mist, yet it was still beheaded by him. The villagers circled the enormous serpent body, trying to comprehend its true scale. As they approached the head, they encountered the massive incision. The cut surface shone like polished mirror with not a trace of blood, and the exposed flesh gleamed crystal clear like crimson quartz. The villagers could not help but murmur their astonishment. At that moment, a villager noticed the serpent's head lying some distance away. Its eyes, green and luminous, stared wide in terror, a face frozen in death's final moment. Upon locking eyes with those lantern-sized serpent pupils, the villagers' legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the ground in terror. Oh heavens! That nearly frightened me to death. Seeing his cowardly display, the others could not help but burst into loud laughter. Look at you trembling like that. The great demon has already been slain by Lord Xuanqing, and its severed head still manages to scare you. The villager was still unconvinced. I simply wasn't expecting it, and was caught off guard. You would have been equally startled. The other villagers chuckled, offering no comment. Though I must say this great demon is quite fearsome. At this size, apart from lacking horns and claws, it is not much different from a flood dragon. Indeed, I measured it just now. Including that serpent head, it must be at least 15 zhang long. A snake this massive probably weighs over 10,000 jin, doesn't it? At that moment, a villager couldn't resist swallowing hard, his gaze fixed upon the glistening crimson flesh at the demon's severed wound. 10,000 jin of serpent meat. How long would that sustain us? A snake this large I have never tasted before. And it was a demon snake. One couldn't help but wonder how it might taste. Lost in fantasies of the demon serpent meat, someone patted him on the back of the head. Are you foolish? This is a great demon, not an ordinary snake. How can you be certain the meat is even edible? Beware of poisoning yourself. In the end, only a few truly coveted the serpent meat, for most fear prevailed. After measuring the colossal serpent demon's body, the villagers gathered around village chief Xuanqing found themselves perplexed. With such an enormous serpent demon, how should we handle it? We cannot simply leave it on the mountain to rot, can we? That won't do. With such sweltering weather and a demon of this size, the entire mountain will reek of decay. Then how do you propose we dispose of it? The villagers fell silent, unable to offer a solution, and turned their gaze towards Xuanqing. Village chief, what should we do with this giant serpent demon's corpse? Xuanqing himself was troubled by the matter, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. Leaving the serpent demon's corpse unattended was clearly not an option. As for consuming it, they had no idea whether it would be safe to eat. Even if it were edible, a snake this enormous would never be finished before it spoiled. At that moment, a quick-witted villager boldly proposed an idea. Village chief, when I used to work in the county, I heard that martial arts masters would specially purchase demon meat for consumption. Moreover, it was said that martial masters also use parts from demons to refine pills and forge weapons and artifacts. Village chief, what if we sold this great demon's corpse to those martial arts masters? Such a massive demon would surely fetch a considerable sum. Before Xuanqing could respond, someone objected. No. Those martial arts masters are said to be quite ferocious. Ferocious, so what? We are merely selling demon meat to those martial artists. What harm could possibly come of it? That may be true, but those martial masters are difficult to deal with, menacing and grim. We are but rural farmers. How could we possibly do business with them? Why not? Simply be bolder. But, as several villagers continued to argue, Xuanqing finally spoke. Enough, stop the arguing. Xuanqing held considerable authority in the village, and upon his words the disputing parties indeed fell silent. He turned his gaze toward the villager who had first proposed the idea. The man's name was Song Ergu, in his early 20s, bold by nature, and frequently traveled to the county seeking work. Ergu, proceed as you suggested. Go to the county and find martial masters to sell this great demon. If you fear handling this task alone, then bring additional companions. Name whoever you need, and I shall assign them to join you. Ergu speaks wisely. We are conducting legitimate trade. There is no need to fear those martial masters. After all, demons are extraordinary creatures. This great demon is not only massive but also capable of riding clouds and mist. It will surely command a handsome price. Upon selling this great demon, we shall first use the proceeds to repair the Xuanqing temple. If there remains surplus, we shall commission a new statue of Lord Xuanqing. If there is still excess after that, we shall divide it among all households. Such shall be the arrangement. Do you agree? Xuanqing concluded and looked toward them. The villagers exchanged glances. With Xuanqing having spoken thus, they naturally voiced no opposition. I have no objections. Let us proceed as the village chief has said. I have no objections either. The Xuanqing temple was constructed many years ago. While it does not leak wind or rain, it is genuinely worn and in need of repair. We should also commission a new statue for Lord Xuanqing. I have heard that in wealthy households the divine statues are crafted from either jade or gold. We cannot afford pure gold, but after selling this great demon, gilding a statue for Lord Xuanqing should be feasible. Indeed, Lord Xuanqing has protected us. Apart from burning incense and making offerings in our daily worship, we have no other means to repay him. If we now have the opportunity to remodel his statue and repair the temple, that would naturally be most commendable. The villagers eagerly chimed in agreement. If Xuanqing were present and heard the villagers wish to gild his statue, his emotions would likely be complicated. Just the thought of a gilded statue brought an overwhelming sense of opulence. Meanwhile, the villagers had already begun discussing how to go about repairing the Xuanqing temple. Song Ergu repeatedly assured them he would inquire about a reasonable price before selling to those martial masters. They could not be taken advantage of. Though they had not slain this great serpent demon themselves, they certainly would not sell it at a severe loss. Xuanqing left a few villagers to guard the serpent demon's corpse on the mountain, then descended with the rest of the villagers. 2 days later, Xuanqing County, the county town. The streets were thronged with an endless flow of people, bustling and lively. The cries of vendors, the chatter of pedestrians, and the rumbling of carriage wheels over bluestone slabs all merged into a vibrant, chaotic scene. Inside the private room of Xuanqing Restaurant, the largest establishment in the county town, several burly men with swords at their waists drank and feasted, gazing out the window at the stream of passers-by. None of their cultivation was high. Their aura barely reached the first realm of body refining or the second realm of qi condensation. This ordinary beast meat is utterly tasteless and offers no benefit to one's cultivation. The largest restaurant in Xuanqing County doesn't even serve demon beast meat. No wonder it can only survive in such a backwater. Enough whining. Even in Huaiyan Prefecture City, not every restaurant sells demon beast meat. Isn't it only natural that Xuanqing County lacks it? Xuanqing County's martial artists are limited in strength, so it's only understandable that demon beast resources are scarce. I imagine only the county yamen and a few major martial halls have any, and even then it's not our place to partake. The man shook his head and drained a mouthful of wine. Another spoke. Didn't we hear someone was selling demon beast meat at the market these past couple of days? Didn't you manage to buy any? At this the men all sneered. Buy any? I'd say that fellow didn't have a scrap of demon beast meat. He's out here scamming people. Oh, what happened? Yesterday, I tracked down the one claiming to sell demon beast meat only to find a common young man. At first I didn't think much of it, assuming he was some household servant, so I asked him to sell me the meat. But then he said he hadn't brought it with him and that I'd need to follow him back to his village if I wanted to buy some. That struck me as suspicious, so I asked where exactly we were going. And he named an extremely remote mountain village on the outer reaches of the Luoxiao mountain range. The burly man took a sip of wine and continued. Then I pressed him further, and that kid actually told me the great demon was 15 or 16 zhang long and 5 or 6 qi thick. A colossal snake demon. When I heard that, it only seemed more suspicious. Something that massive would almost certainly be a spirit-gathering realm demon beast. How would a spirit-gathering realm demon beast end up in the hands of some ordinary villager from a remote mountain hamlet? So I asked him who had slain this great demon. Guess what he told me? He said the great snake demon was slain by the deity worshipped by his village. That's obviously nonsense. If he'd said some formidable great martial artist had killed it, I would have believed him and gone along. But he said that. It was clearly just playing us for fools. In my anger I slapped that kid and walked away. The others burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Where did these ignorant peasants come from daring to scoundrel a martial artist? We certainly wouldn't be duped by that brazen country boy, but those other foolish commoners. They were thoroughly taken in believing most of his tale. Too bad no ordinary person would buy demon beast meat to eat. That kid picked the wrong line of work. The several burly men continued drinking and chatting idly. At that moment the man who had recounted his encounter suddenly seemed to notice something. He leaned toward the window and craned his neck to look out. The others noticed and asked, "What is it?" "Something interesting outside." The man kept his gaze fixed on the street beyond the restaurant, not turning his head as he spoke. "I saw that scammer kid from yesterday." "So, what of it? Is he duping people again?" "No. I saw him leading several people out of the city." "So what?" "Guess who he's leading?" "Who?" "The masters of Qingyun Martial Hall, Hefeng Martial Hall, and Su Family Martial Hall, the three greatest martial halls in Xuanqing County." As he spoke the man pulled his head back and sighed, his expression as though he had seen a ghost, muttering to himself. Could that kid's claims about a spirit-gathering realm demon beast actually be true? Otherwise, how could one explain the masters of Xuanqing County's three greatest martial halls leaving the city alongside an ordinary village peasant? In the private room the other burly men exchanged bewildered glances. The air grew quiet for a few seconds before someone finally spoke in a hushed voice. "Shall we follow along and take a look? If there truly is spirit-gathering realm demon beast flesh, maybe we could buy some too. I've never tasted a spirit-gathering realm demon beast." "We're too late. With those three great martial halls involved, even if there truly is spirit-gathering realm demon beast flesh, would it ever come to us?" Regardless of how the others reacted, Song Ergu was overjoyed as he led the group back to the village. Songjia Village. Village Chief. Ergu has returned with people. Song Tiancheng was pulled to the village entrance by the villagers, where he spotted a party approaching in the distance. At the front sat Song Ergu on an ox cart. Behind him 3 men rode tall steeds at a leisurely pace. All 3 appeared to be well into middle age. The eldest clearly past 50, while the youngest looked to be in his 40s. All 3 carried themselves with an air of distinction, clad in fine silk brocade. The eldest of the trio looked particularly vigorous, his eyes bright and sharp. As they drew near, the 3 dismounted. Song Ergu hurried forward to make introductions. "This is our village chief of Songjia Village." "Village chief, these 3 are the masters of the 3 great martial halls in the county, come to purchase the great demon beast's flesh and blood." Of the 3, the eldest appeared the most approachable and was dressed in the simplest attire. He smiled warmly and said, "This old man is Yu Lianhe, master of Qingyun Martial Hall. Everyone calls me Master Yu. And this is Master Chen Pu of Hefeng Martial Hall." Of the 3, the tallest and youngest middle-aged man gave Song Tiancheng a flat, expressionless nod. Yu Lianhe then gestured toward the man beside him, whose demeanor was proud and aloof. "And this is Master Su Genie of Su Family Martial Hall." By this point Song Tiancheng's eyes were squinted shut with smiles. He never expected Song Ergu to perform so admirably. For the past 2 days no one had come to buy the great demon beast's flesh and blood, and he had been worrying about how to move the goods. Yet today Song Ergu had brought the masters of the 3 great martial halls. Song Tiancheng knew what a martial hall was. For ordinary people who wished to become martial artists, aside from enlisting in the Imperial Army, there was only one path: to study at a martial hall. Learning at a martial hall required not only considerable wealth, but also natural talent. In Song Tiancheng's impression, martial halls had always been places entirely out of reach for poor folk like him, distant and unattainable. Not to mention the masters of martial halls. As martial artists they held high status. Song Tiancheng had never imagined he would ever have the opportunity to speak face-to-face with a martial hall master. After a moment of quiet reflection, Song Tiancheng greeted them with an enthusiastic smile. "This humble commoner pays his respects to the esteemed martial masters. You truly do carry an extraordinary bearing." Su Genie's expression carried a hint of impatience. As a martial artist and master of one of Xuanqing County's largest martial halls, he was never short of sycophants in his daily life. Moreover, he genuinely looked down upon commoners and saw no reason to waste time in conversation with Song Tiancheng. He lifted his chin arrogantly, his brow furrowing slightly. "Enough. Let us not waste time. Lead us to see that great demon beast." Song Tiancheng was long accustomed to the contempt shown by the elite. He felt no offense at Su Genie's obvious disdain and continued to wear a servile smile. Very well, very well. I shall escort you all up the mountain to view the great snake demon." Behind the slope, the massive corpse of the snake demon lay sprawled across the mountainside, a frightening sight. Its dark blue-black scales gleamed with a cold luster, and the flesh at the cut sites remained crystal clear and translucent like red crystals. Not a hint of putrid odor hung in the air. In this sweltering heat, ordinary raw meat would have long since rotted. Yet the great demon beast's flesh and blood remained as pristine as the moment of death, showing no sign of decay whatsoever. Su Genie ran his hand over the icy hard, unyielding scale armor, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the colossal serpent body before him. It truly is a spirit-gathering realm great demon beast, and one at its late stage. That young man was not deceiving us after all. Furthermore, it is in its late stage. That youngster certainly did not deceive us. Today Song Ergu came to Qingyun Martial Arts Hall with a piece of snake demon flesh and blood in his possession, asking whether they purchased beast materials. The Martial Arts Hall disciple present sensed the lingering spiritual energy on the snake demon's flesh and blood, his face paling in fright, and led Song Ergu to meet the director Yu Lianhe. Meanwhile, Su Jini and Shun Pu happened to be there as well. Naturally, the two followed Yu Lianhe under the pretext of the three major martial arts halls jointly purchasing the beast accompanying Song Ergu to Song Village. Before seeing the snake demon's corpse, they had also questioned the truthfulness of the story. After all, a level spiritual great demon dying in a remote mountain village supposedly slain by a deity, it sounded utterly absurd. No matter how they considered it, it seemed ridiculous. If not for Song Ergu presenting a genuine piece of snake demon flesh before them, making the blood and flesh of a level spiritual snake demon undeniably real before their eyes, they too would have dismissed him as spinning nonsense. With skeptical hearts they arrived at Song Village and beheld the corpse of this level spiritual snake demon. At that moment, all doubts were dispelled. Su Jini caressed the dark bluish-black scales beneath his hands with delight, examining the massive size of the snake demon, his heart surging with excitement. With a snake demon this large, these scales could refine into how many pieces of protective armor. Even the taciturn and stern-faced Chen Pu could barely conceal his fascination as he stroked the snake demon's body, nodding in agreement. Especially the heart-protecting scales. A snake demon at the later stage of spiritual gathering. Armor forged from these heart scales should be able to withstand several attacks from someone at the early stage of transformation contemplation. The snake demon had been decapitated at the junction of head and body, with the scales over the heart region still perfectly intact. Upon hearing this, Su Jini immediately became alert, glaring at Chen Pu. "I'm claiming that heart-protecting scale. Don't you dare compete with me." Chen Pu replied expressionlessly, "That heart scale doesn't bear your name, Su Jini. Why can't I claim it? Fine things naturally belong to those capable of wielding them." Su Jini was so furious his eyebrows bristled, as if the heart scale had already been stolen from him. "Your Fengwu Martial Arts Hall is vast and prosperous, with your main branch in Huayan Prefecture earning great wealth daily. Do you, Chen Pu, lack such a heart-protecting scale armor from a late-stage level spiritual demon?" Chen Pu remained unfazed. "Of course I lack it. What does my main hall's daily wealth have to do with me?" Su Jini was about to argue further when Yu Lianhe, having finished examining the snake demon's wound, approached them. "Stop arguing. I'll take the heart scale. As compensation, I can give you less of the other materials." Yu Lianhe spoke in a calm tone, but his words carried unmistakable dominance. It didn't sound like negotiation at all. It was a direct order. Yet after exchanging a glance, both Su Jini and Shun Pu chose to remain silent. Their silence was clearly an acknowledgement. There was no helping it. The three major martial arts halls of Xuanqing County. Qingyun Martial Arts Hall was the largest with the most martial artists. Yu Lianhe's strength was also the greatest. Not only was he the strongest within the martial arts hall, he was the strongest across all of Xuanqing County. Yu Lianhe was at the early stage of transformation contemplation. Though due to his early years of wandering various places, he had damaged his foundations, preventing any further advancement in his cultivation. But the early stage of transformation contemplation was already at the pinnacle of strength in Xuanqing County. Meanwhile, both Su Jini and Chen Pu had only attained the later stage of spiritual gathering. Don't let the apparent closeness between early stage transformation contemplation and late stage spiritual gathering fool you. That single threshold often proves an uncrossable chasm. How many at the late spiritual gathering stage spend their entire lives trapped within it? Though both Su Jini and Shun Pu believed they would eventually break through to transformation contemplation someday, they hadn't achieved it yet. So in many situations they could only submit to Yu Lianhe. Fortunately, Yu Lianhe often didn't push too far. Although on the surface they accepted that the heart scale belonged to him, both Su Jini and Chen Pu still harbored deep reluctance and envy. Especially Su Jini, whose eyes seemed glued to the heart scale. Yu Lianhe understood, sighing. Great demons at the spiritual gathering stage are rare. Either they flee swiftly leaving no trace, or they hide within the Luoxiao mountains, which neither you nor I dare enter to hunt. This level spiritual snake demon was slain here by someone. That it fell to us to claim is a rare opportunity, and I can understand your covetousness toward this snake demon. But my youngest grandson is soon departing for his trials. As you know, I dote on him greatly. I wish to refine these heart scales into protective armor for him to wear. In the future you may pay more attention to whether there are any level spiritual demons nearby. If there are, you can come summon me, and I'll assist you in slaying them. From then on, the fine materials from such great demons will be prioritized for you to choose." With Yu Lianhe having spoken so plainly, Su Jini and Chen Pu naturally had no objections. "We'll follow your arrangements, Master Yu." Yu Lianhe nodded and began discussing the snake demon's wound. "I just carefully examined the incision where the head met the snake body. It was extremely smooth, and even the scales along the cut perfectly aligned. The sharp weapon that severed the snake was truly formidable. It cleaved this late-stage spiritual gathering snake demon in two as easily as slicing tofu. Moreover, I also discovered that residual lightning power remained at the incision site. The unblinking eyes on the snake demon's severed head showed great terror. It appears he died so suddenly that the snake demon had no chance to resist. Chunpu nodded solemnly. Then the one who slew this demon must be a formidable expert, certainly at least at the level of transformation contemplation, right? Xuanqing felt slightly puzzled. I haven't heard of any transformation contemplation grandmasters entering Wannan County recently, and he glanced at the snake demon's body lying on the ground as though casually discarded. Does that expert not even consider a late-stage level spiritual great demon worthy? Otherwise, why would he slay it and simply abandon it here? Not a single scale or piece of flesh was missing. Yulianha thought for a moment, then summoned several villagers guarding the snake demon's corpse nearby, along with the village head Xuanqing. Please describe the events of that night in detail. The villagers had no objections, speaking over one another as they recounted the scene from that night. The thunder that night was tremendous. I saw from my courtyard a giant snake in the sky locked in combat with a shadowy figure. Then suddenly a thunderclash as though the heavens were tearing apart. All the lightning converged into one place, forming a massive glowing sword. That sword instantly severed this great demon's head. The villagers grew so excited they gestured wildly, ultimately all declaring, "This must have been because the great demon intended to devour us, so Lord Xuanqing intervened and slew it. We were spared from being eaten. Lord Xuanqing is truly the finest deity. No god in other villages compares to our Lord Xuanqing in both miraculous power and compassion for the common folk." Xuanqing, who had remained silent throughout, grew impatient as they continued praising Lord Xuanqing one after another. He scoffed derisively. Foolish ignorance. What deity slew the demon? Most likely it was merely a martial arts expert passing by who happened to slay this snake demon on a whim. At these words from Xuanqing, the villagers' expressions darkened immediately. Even though they were facing a martial artist with great authority and power when it came to Lord Xuanqing, they still chose to confront his prestige directly. "My lord, you must not insult Lord Xuanqing in such a manner. Yes, you simply have not witnessed the divine miracles Lord Xuanqing has performed. Once you see them, you will understand. Lord Xuanqing possesses profound powers and a compassionate heart. Those in our village who have seen Lord Xuanqing all say that it was Lord Xuanqing who slew this snake demon that night. In Wannan County, except when facing Yulianha, Xuanqing was seldom refuted in such a manner. Now it was a group of ignorant villagers who refuted him. Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh in anger. A bunch of ignorant and unenlightened peasants. If there truly were immortals in this world, how have I never seen one? Those guarding the snake demon's corpse here are all young and strong men filled with youthful assertiveness. Xuanqing's repeated questioning provoked a sense of defiance in them. My lord, the fact that you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. Our Lord Xuanqing truly does exist. While you're in our village, you mustn't insult Lord Xuanqing like this. Be careful or Lord Xuanqing may hear and descend divine punishment." Xuanqing snorted dismissively. "Then I'd like to see whether your so-called Lord Xuanqing would dare to rain divine punishment upon me." Xuanqing's blatant disrespect toward deities stirred even Song Tianqing, the village head, who had remained silent thus far. He drew down his face and retorted with measured firmness. "This great snake demon was slain by Lord Xuanqing. If you hold no faith in our Lord Xuanqing, then there's no need for you to come purchasing this demon's flesh and blood." In the villagers' eyes, martial artists indeed occupied a lofty position, yet their reverence outweighed their fear. After all, martial artists were unlike demons. They didn't devour people or annihilate villages. Particularly since Xuanqing and the others hailed from the county's martial arts school, they were considered figures of good standing. A poor attitude from Xuanqing hardly mattered. The villagers were accustomed to the haughty demeanor of important persons. However, they could not tolerate Xuanqing's lack of reverence, or even his outright disdain for Lord Xuanqing. Having been retorted to again by villagers, he looked down upon Xuanqing, felt more perplexity than displeasure. Such country folk in the past would have been fortunate merely to kowtow before him without serving as his attendants. The villagers of Songjia village too had initially displayed an attitude of sycophancy toward him, but once the matter of their Lord Xuanqing arose, these villagers transformed completely. They grew bold enough to retort to a distinguished martial artist like himself. Was this Lord Xuanqing so significant in these villagers' eyes? Not even a few words could be spoken against him. Xuanqing twitched the corner of his mouth and fell silent. As a respectable martial artist, what was there to quarrel over with such ignorant peasants? In order to purchase this spirit-gathering stage snake demon with dignity, he decided to ignore them. Otherwise, if these villagers ultimately refused to sell him the spirit-gathering stage snake demon and he resorted to seizing it by force, the matter would not reflect well on him. The esteemed director of the Su family martial hall compelling villagers into an unwilling sale of this great demon's flesh and blood. The mere thought of it made Xuanqing feel ashamed. Yulianha and the other two had determined the size of the great snake demon's body and discussed how to divide it evenly, after which they summoned Song Tianqing. "How much?" Yulianha repeated it once more. Song Tianqing still found it hard to believe. He stared at the colossal snake demon's body before him and swallowed hard. Good heavens, is this great demon worth so much money? In his shock, the thoughts running through Song Tianqing's mind spilled out unbidden. Indeed, the price Yu Lianhe quoted was utterly staggering. In all his life, he had never imagined earning such a sum of money. Although a portion of it would need to be used to repair the Xuanqing temple and recast the divine statue of Lord Xuanqing, with the remainder to be shared equally among the villagers. Even so, this amount of wealth was profoundly staggering. Poor common folk barely managed to save any silver, which meant Song Tianqing lacked a proper comprehension of such large sums of money. He only knew it was an enormously large sum of silver, an amount that exceeded his understanding. Song Tianqing had never envisioned that the corpse of a great snake demon could fetch so much money. He had thought selling it for a few tens of taels of silver would be the utmost limit. Yet when Yu Lianhe uttered the price, Song Tianqing's mind went completely blank. At the same time, another thought surfaced. The martial arts master from the county who runs the martial hall truly has abundant wealth. Such a vast sum of money offered casually simply to purchase a snake demon's corpse. Seeing Song Tianqing's unabashed wonderment, Yu Lianhe understood him well and said with a smile, "It is worthwhile. This great demon's cultivation realm is not low, and it has grown to such a colossal size. Were it to be placed on the open market, no amount of money could secure it. The fact that you are able to sell this great demon to us for gold means you are actually the ones at a disadvantage." Song Tianqing snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook his head upon hearing this. Not a disadvantage. Not at all. Such a vast sum of money, this humble commoner would not have dared even to imagine it in the past. Yu Lianhe nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well. Today we have not brought such a large amount of silver notes upon us. Tomorrow I shall send someone to deliver the payment and incidentally drag this great demon back to the county town." Song Tianqing eagerly nodded his agreement. Good, we shall proceed exactly as your lordship directs." Su Jini and Shun Pu followed behind, caressing the snake demon's corpse with obvious delight, entirely unfazed by the substantial sum of silver they were about to expend. For individuals of their status and standing, wealth was merely a numerical concept. What they truly lacked were items essential to the path of cultivation. Yu Lianhe's assessment was quite apt. A great demon of the spirit-gathering realm, if placed on the open market, could not be purchased with silver alone. Moreover, not every great demon's body grows to such enormous proportions. This factor alone drove the price of the snake demon considerably higher. Yu Lianhe, Su Jini, and Shin Pu were exceedingly pleased to have acquired an entire spirit-gathering stage great snake demon. The villagers were equally jubilant at the prospect of receiving a substantial fortune from selling the snake demon. After deliberating the details of the transaction, Song Tianqing warmly invited the three men to stay for lunch. Su Jini wished to decline, having no interest whatsoever in such an invitation, but Yu Lianhe had already consented on his behalf. The trio thus followed Song Tianqing down the mountain to his residence. Song Tianqing's home stood at the village entrance, and not far away beneath an ancient banyan tree lay the Xuanqing temple. Song Tianqing enthusiastically introduced it to Yu Lianhe and the others. "That is our village's Xuanqing temple. Lord Xuanqing possesses a compassionate heart and pities all living beings. His spiritual efficacy is most potent. Would your lordships care to offer some incense?" Su Jini rolled his eyes and was just about to refuse, but Yu Lianhe spoke first. "Very well. Then I shall fetch some incense sticks at once. Your lordships, please wait here for a moment." Having finished speaking, Song Tianqing happily retreated into his house to retrieve the incense. Su Jini couldn't help but cast a frown upon Yu Lianhe, somewhat displeased. "Everyone knows that, Master Yu, you are approachable and amiable, but I never imagined you would be so amiable as to go offer incense to that so-called Lord Xuanqing. Master Yu, do not tell me you have come to believe these villagers' nonsense and truly think that Lord Xuanqing exists. You and I both know that there are no divine beings in this world." Yu Lianhe glanced at him, his expression impassive. "Naturally, I do not believe. But do you not find that the Lord Xuanqing spoken of by these villagers is indeed somewhat peculiarly extraordinary? Since we are already here, let us go offer some incense and observe the circumstances. It shall not delay anything." Su Jini let out a cold snicker and cast a glance toward the dilapidated old temple not far away. "How I wonder whether that so-called Lord Xuanqing could withstand the incense offered by you and me." Song Tianqing grabbed some incense and quickly emerged. After distributing it among Yu Lianhe and the other two, he led them toward Xuanqing temple. Even after walking only 100 paces, Song Tianqing continued murmuring incessantly, "Lord Xuanqing is incredibly efficacious. As long as your honorable minds are sincere, Lord Xuanqing will surely bless you all. My lords must be absolutely reverent toward Lord Xuanqing. He, our elder, can hear everything." This final remark was clearly directed at Su Jini. Su Jini wore a scowl, clutching the incense in his hand with palpable reluctance. If not for Yu Lianhe's insistence on investigating what was so peculiar about this Lord Xuanqing, he would have had no desire to accompany them in paying respects. There were no deities in this world. That was a universally known fact. Aside from a handful of madmen still chasing the traces of ancient gods who would take talk of deities seriously nowadays. And yet here he stood, Su Jini, a fully accomplished martial artist of the spirit-gathering realm and director of the Su family martial arts school, about to offer incense to some ethereal, illusory statue. But since Yu Lianhe was determined to probe the mysteries surrounding this Lord Xuanqing, he had no choice but to play along. Upon reaching the front of Xuanqing Temple, he beheld the cramped, narrow, and dilapidated shrine, as well as the slightly faded inscription on the plaque bearing the three characters, Xuanqing Temple. Disgust overflowed from Su Genie's eyes. In truth, Xuanqing Temple was not dirty. The villagers swept it meticulously clean every day. However, the temple's considerable age had left its marks. Moreover, being close to the riverbank and shaded by banyan trees, the temple's exterior bore unavoidable traces of dampness. But had Su Genie ever set foot in such a place before? His eyes betrayed undisguised contempt. As he raised his foot to step inside, he caught sight of a pitch-black cat with luminescent green eyes sauntering leisurely out from within. A faint aura of demonic energy emanated from the black cat, its cultivation resting at the late stage of body tempering. Upon seeing Yu Lianhe and the other two outside the temple, it remained remarkably composed. Su Genie's reaction, however, was far more dramatic. His brows knit sharply, killing intent flared in his eyes, his fists clenched violently, and veins bulged upon his arms. Su Genie roared, "What manner of kitten demon dares trespass upon human territory? Seeking death are you? You protect Old Man Song. I shall slay this feline demon and bring its hide back as a trophy." With that, Su Genie lunged forward to seize the black cat. Upon witnessing this, Song Tianqing grew panicked and urgently shouted, "My lord, wait. Pray hold your hand. Do not harm Lord Black Cat." As he cried out, he hastened towards Su Genie and grabbed hold of him as though terrified the man would strike at the black cat. Su Genie froze, gazing at the unhurried black cat, and Old Man Song, clutching his arm. An absurd notion suddenly flashed through his mind. Turning his gaze back to Song Tianqing, doubt and anger now colored his expression. "You old man, addressing this demon cat as Lord Black Cat, and daring to stop me from striking it down. Could it be that the so-called Lord Xuanqing you worship is none other than a cat demon? Do you comprehend the consequences of venerating demonic entities? You ignorant and foolish lot." Understanding that Su Genie had misunderstood, Song Tianqing hastily explained, "My lord, you have it wrong. Lord Black Cat is a feline spirit under the service of Lord Xuanqing, a benevolent one." He then recounted in full detail how the black cat had once rescued the Song family hunters, a father and son, from the mountains, and subsequently saved Old Man Song from the hands of evil cultivators. He added at the end, "My lord, Lord Black Cat, serves under Lord Xuanqing and has always obeyed his will. It has never harmed a human being and has continually aided our village folk." Even after hearing Song Tianqing's entire account, Su Genie's furrowed brows never relaxed. Subconsciously, he felt that these tales were nothing but nonsense. Perhaps the old man had been bewitched by demonic influences. Yet upon closer inspection of Song Tianqing, he discerned no trace of demonic corruption nor any intention to deceive him. The words spoken seemed sincere. But what Song Tianqing described genuinely exceeded Su Genie's understanding. He had seen much in his long years and possessed extensive experience as a martial artist. What had he not witnessed? Yet never had he encountered circumstances like those described. Would a demon assist humanity without seeking anything in return? Never. Are there deities in this world? No. Yet according to Song Tianqing, it was a deity who commanded a demon spirit to protect the villagers. The creature not only refrained from devouring humans, but went so far as shielding the villagers from harm. Everything about this defied normalcy. Or rather, the cat demon itself appeared unremarkable. It was merely its behavior that ran counter to all reason. Most extraordinary of all was what Song Tianqing referred to as Lord Xuanqing. But had not the trails of immortals and gods long vanished from this world? How could this so-called divine being Lord Xuanqing truly exist? Su Genie felt bewildered. Yu Lianhe, lost in thought with a profound gleam in his eyes, remained silent. The black cat meanwhile had paid no mind to them throughout the encounter. After strolling leisurely out of Xuanqing Temple, it bounded into the forest and soon disappeared from view. No one interfered during this time. After a moment of deep contemplation, Yu Lianhe returned to himself and patted Su Genie on the shoulder. "Very well. Let us go inside and pay our respects to Lord Xuanqing." With that, Yu Lianhe walked in first. Su Genie, unable to untangle his thoughts and unwilling to try further, followed Yu Lianhe and Chen Pu inside. Song Tianqing waited outside. The interior of Xuanqing Temple was cramped, and Yu Lianhe's party of 3 already filled the limited space. He decided against entering, preferring to wait outdoors rather than risk offending his superiors by drawing too close. Xuanqing Temple was modest in size, just 2 meters across at its widest point with slightly greater depth. Once Su Genie had entered, Yu Lianhe sealed the temple entrance with spiritual energy. Of course, the seal was primarily intended to conceal their activities from ordinary mortals. He wished to avoid creating any disturbance that Song Tianqing might hear outside. Based on his knowledge of these villagers, if they were to do anything to the Lord Xuanqing statue, the villagers would undoubtedly rise up in protest. No one desired trouble. Thus, employing minor measures to circumvent it proved most advantageous. Only after completing these preparations did the 3 proceed inside. Xuanqing Temple was broadly trapezoidal, wider at the entrance and narrowing toward the interior. Past the temple doorway, another inner archway awaited. Within the shrine behind the archway rested a stone statue of a deity approximately 1 chi in height. The passage of time had blurred the facial features of the statue. Nevertheless, its humanoid form remained clearly discernible. From their limited understanding of such shrines venerated by mountain villagers, Yu Lianhe and his companions knew that most deities honored in this manner were formerly distinguished or highly esteemed individuals from earlier eras. Upon their passing, villagers would carve statues in their likeness, offering them incense and worship. Such statues were typically unremarkable, nothing more than lifeless stone. The Lord Xuanqing statue within the shrine appeared on the surface, no different from their expectations. The aged, narrow shrine housed a statue carved from common stone, lacking fine craftsmanship, its surface worn smooth by the ravages of time. Yet it was precisely this seemingly ordinary deity statue, indistinguishable from those venerated by remote mountain villagers, that caused Yulianha, Su Jini, and Shun Pu's expressions to grow abruptly solemn the moment they laid eyes upon it. Su Jini's narrow eyes squinted slightly. The dismissive arrogance he carried upon arrival instantly vanished the moment his gaze fell upon the divine statue, replaced by a grave solemnity. After a long silence, he murmured with suspicion, "This statue. Something is not right." Though he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong, there was only one thing he could confirm: this statue was unlike any he had ever seen before. He carefully scrutinized the statue within the shrine as though attempting to discern its precise anomaly. Even at this moment, Su Jini still did not believe that a true deity resided within the Xuanqing Gong statue before him. He merely sensed that something about this statue was extraordinary. Little did the then Su Jini know that the strangeness he felt stemmed from the lingering incense aura still clinging to the divine image. Thanks to the system, Song Xuanqing was able to absorb and harness the power of incense worship. Though the system had absorbed the incense energy, residual traces of devotion remained adhered to the statue, lingering for some time before dissipating. Thus, even after the incense power had been fully absorbed and transformed by the system, Song Xuanqing's divine image still bore the mark of undispersed worship energy. And such an incense-laden statue amidst countless others in this world stood out as exceptionally extraordinary. Yulianha seemed to have realized something, standing frozen in thought for a long while before snapping back to reality. After casting a loaded glance at the statue for an extended moment, he finally spoke. "This statue indeed has problems. Or rather, there was something amiss with that Xuanqing Gong whom the villagers spoke of. Not ordinary at all, absolutely not ordinary." Yulianha was skilled at concealing his thoughts, and neither Su Jini nor Shun Pu could read his mind from his expression. Su Jini stared at Song Xuanqing's statue for a long while, yet failed to understand what was going on. Seeing that both Yulianha and Shun Pu remained silent with no signs of discovery, his patience wore thin once more. His patience was nearing exhaustion. They were dealing with nothing more than a rustic village statue, and they, one at the Huanyin realm and two at the Juling realm, could not even discern what was problematic. He refused to believe it. If visual inspection yielded no answers, then he would simply take it down and examine it closely. How could he fail to see? With this thought, Su Jini strode forward in long, decisive steps, intending to remove the statue outright. Yulianha, observing his actions, furrowed his brows and opened his mouth to intervene, only to suddenly recall something. The words died on his lips, and he silently watched Su Jini proceed. Meanwhile, within the statue, Song Xuanqing's expression turned completely dark. His cultivation progress had reached 50%, meaning even a Huanyin realm cultivator like Yulianha standing right before him could not detect his presence unless he chose to manifest openly. Thus, from their entry into the village until now, Song Xuanqing had observed every word and deed of the trio, including all of Su Jini's contempt and derision toward him. Song Xuanqing found this somewhat speechless, but did not take it to heart. In this world, martial artists universally shared the belief that deities did not exist. Therefore, he understood Su Jini's disregard and disbelief in his existence as a deity. Moreover, he had no intention of displaying miracles before mortals, which would only expose his true identity. Even their brazen scrutiny inside the Xuanqing temple, Song Xuanqing accepted with mere mild irritation, harboring no deeper resentment. But the moment Su Jini reached out to physically touch his divine statue, Song Xuanqing could no longer tolerate it. Should he not demonstrate some divine majesty, would these individuals not press their advantage further? Next, they would steal his statue under cover of night. A man's tolerance had its limits. Thus, the instant Su Jini's hand touched the shrine, Song Xuanqing enveloped the exterior of the shrine in an invisible barrier of divine power. Before Su Jini could make contact with the statue, the invisible barrier halted him. He paused in bewilderment, convinced he had hallucinated, and tried reaching into the shrine once more. As expected, this attempt was likewise blocked by the unseen wall. Having confirmed he was not imagining things, and that an actual barrier prevented him from touching the statue, a tempest of shock surged within Su Jini's heart. Subconsciously, the word Song Tiansheng had once spoken flashed through his mind. An absurd notion darted through his thoughts. Could this Xuanqing Gong statue truly harbor a living deity? Before Su Jini could dwell further upon the thought, a terrifyingly powerful pressure erupted from the stone statue before him, impossible to ignore. Like a celestial god descending. Majestic, cold, elevated beyond compare, utterly untouchable. Standing before the statue, Su Jini was the first to be engulfed by this divine might, and with Song Xuanqing's deliberate emphasis. The once ordinary stone carving before his eyes now seemed impossibly towering, as though a true deity had descended among mortals. Only one thought filled his mind. Do not presume to transgress. Submit before the divine. Su Jini's mind went blank, and his body instinctively bent to kneel. His leg had barely touched the ground when he suddenly jolted back to awareness. The statue's oppressive aura had not dissipated, yet the overwhelming urge to prostrate himself before it had slightly weakened. But the uncontrollable reverence surging within him had not faded. Xuanqing felt sheer dread. His eyes widened as he stared at the statue, teeth clenched, desperately suppressing his terror as he stubbornly attempted to rise and advance once more. Yet barely had he risen when a hand pressed down upon him. It was Yu Lianhe. Having just regained clarity from that devastating divine pressure, Yu Lianhe immediately witnessed Xuanqing's stubborn refusal to yield before the statue. Knowing full well that the Xuanqing Gong statue before them was no ordinary object, and having already completed his own reconnaissance, Yu Lianhe naturally would not allow Xuanqing to act recklessly. Calm yourself. Do not act recklessly. Xuanqing glanced back at him in silence for 2 heartbeats, then finally drew a deep breath and withdrew. Yu Lianhe cast a meaningful look toward the Xuanqing Gong statue within the shrine. After we offer incense, we shall leave. No further incidents occurred. Yu Lianhe and Xuanpu offered incense as usual, though Xuanqing's offering was perfunctory at best. Seeing that they had retreated in the face of difficulties, Xuanqing retracted his divine ability, the aura of majesty. He rarely used such power, considering it of limited practical value. Yet now it seemed his assessment had been incomplete. After offering incense, Yu Lianhe and the others followed Song Tianqing to his residence. Song Tianqing's family was preparing a meal. Yu Lianhe and the others stood in the courtyard. Xuanqing had been holding back his frustration for far too long, and it finally boiled over. Master Yue, why did you stop me in that wretched temple? Yu Lianhe cast a loaded glance toward the direction of Xuanqing Temple, then formed a soundproof barrier with his true qi. Xuanqing frowned, bewildered. We're in some backward village. Who are you afraid of overhearing? Perhaps I fear the gods who watch from 3 feet above, Yu Lianhe replied with a half-joking tone. Xuanqing's eyelid twitched violently. What do you mean by that, Master Yu? Do you suggest this so-called Xuanqing Gong deity truly exists? Have not all deities vanished from this world long ago? Yu Lianhe shook his head but smiled without speaking. Xuanqing glanced toward the direction of Xuanqing Temple, a faint chill running down his back. He drew his gaze back and looked at Yu Lianhe. His tone was earnest and dignified, yet his eyes betrayed an inner unease. Master Yue, you're deliberately trying to frighten me, aren't you? The events encountered today, combined with Master Yu's words, had indeed left Xuanqing somewhat paranoid. But years of conviction told him otherwise. Gods do not exist in this world. That Lord Xuanqing is undoubtedly a false deity. Perhaps Yu Lianhe simply has a morbid sense of humor and is deliberately frightening him. Xuanqing comforted himself. Yu Lianhe smiled, but did not answer his question, instead shifting the topic. Do you know of a spirit born from a divine statue? I've heard of them, but never seen one with my own eyes. Why do you ask? Yu Lianhe slowly recounted. When I was young and wandering the world, I once witnessed a statue spirit. And you likely understand their origin. Crafted from rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures through esoteric methods, then nurtured over countless years by the devout offerings of multitudes, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, mortal aspirations, and incense smoke, giving birth to a spirit within the statue itself. Those who cultivate such statue spirits largely do so in hopes of recreating the true deities of antiquity, yet unfortunately after all these years none have succeeded. A statue spirit remains fundamentally a spirit rather than a deity. Though it may bear certain similarities to the legendary gods of myth, it is not truly a god. Xuanqing frowned, attempting to grasp Yu Lianhe's meaning, and hesitated. Master Yue, are you suggesting that the so-called Lord Xuanqing is not a deity, but merely a spirit? Yet no sooner had the words left his mouth than he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. The statue of Lord Xuanqing is carved from ordinary stone, and Song Village has merely a few hundred souls. Even granting millennia, a statue spirit could never come to be. Yu Lianhe shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. Let me finish. In truth, statue spirits are far from weak. Their power can grow through cultivation. Indeed, they too strive to become genuine deities. But do you know why after all these years not a single one has truly transcended into a god? The statue spirit I once encountered revealed this truth. No matter how formidable they become, their essence remains merely a spirit born upon a statue, whereas gods are fundamentally different. For a statue is but a vessel through which a deity connects to the mortal realm. A god is born a god, nurtured by heaven and earth themselves. Moreover, only true deities can condense incense devotion in this world, gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao and wielding authority. Those spirits may arise from the faith and offerings of countless worshippers, they cannot condense such devotion, nor can they ever hope to earn the heavenly Tao's approval or claim divine authority. Yet here's what you should know. When I was inside the temple, just now standing before that statue of Lord Xuanqing, I sensed incense devotion far richer and more concentrated than what I had experienced with the statue's spirit I once encountered. Xuanqing's brows furrowed. That's impossible, surely. Master Yue, could your senses have deceived you? A statue spirit receives the worship of multitudes, yet its incense devotion falls short of that same statue of Lord Xuanqing. How could this be? Fewer than 100 villagers worship Lord Xuanqing. Yu Lianhe shook his head and smiled. Under normal circumstances, a statue receiving incense from merely 100 worshippers would indeed fall far short of a statue spirit's accumulated devotion. But what if that statue is worshipped by a true deity? A statue's spirit may appear to receive the offerings of countless devotees, yet its incense devotion remains diffuse and cannot be truly condensed. But a true god can draw incense devotion into itself, causing the incense before its statue to naturally grow thick and potent. Xuanqing fell silent for a moment. Yu Lianhe possessed far broader experience than both him and Xuanpu. Despite Yu Lianhe currently being merely at the early stage of the transformation of mind realm, ruling like a king only in a small place like Xuanqing County. In truth, Yu Lianhe had reached this realm long ago and already made a name for himself. Back then, Yu Lianhe had been a genius widely praised among martial masters, favored by numerous prominent figures, and roamed the world. His perspectives and knowledge naturally surpassed those of Xuanqing, a middle-aged man at the Gathering Spirit realm. What Yu Lianhe said was unlikely to be mere deception, nor was there any need for it. Yet could that Lord Xuanqing truly be an existing deity? It was a widely known fact that immortals, Buddhas, and deities had long since vanished from this world. It made no sense that such a remote mountain village would house a true deity. Xuanqing hesitated. Master Yue, your reasoning is sound, but it does not prove that Lord Xuanqing is truly a deity, does it? Yu Lianhe was not surprised by his reaction and smiled. Indeed, this cannot prove anything on its own. But I have another piece of information. Recently, factions such as the Ancient God Society and the Tian Mountain Sect have been gathering around Huayan Prefecture in this area of Xuanqing County. You must be aware of this, correct? Xuanqing frowned, feeling a sense of ill omen merely at the thought of those from the Tian Mountain Sect. I'm aware. What of it? Yu Lianhe smiled faintly. I received word, though its reliability is uncertain, that they have converged upon Huayan Prefecture because somewhere along the line someone learned that an ancient god is destined to awaken in the southwestern reaches of this prefecture, and a sacred mountain will re-emerge. To the southwest of Huayan Prefecture lie 3 counties: Fengnan County, Yunhe County, and Xuanqing County. Something clicked in Xuanqing's mind. His heart skipped a beat as he turned to Yu Lianhe in utter disbelief, struggling to form the words. Master Yue, you don't mean that Lord Xuanqing is the very ancient god the Ancient God Society has been searching for, the one set to awaken? Yu Lianhe wore an expression of sly cunning. I never said such a thing. He had drawn no conclusions whatsoever. He had merely shared certain information with Xuanqing. How Xuanqing chose to interpret it was beyond his concern. Meanwhile, Xuanqing's thoughts had already drifted to how he had offended Lord Xuanqing that very day. He couldn't help but shudder. A cascade of rumors about how deities meted out divine punishment flooded his mind unbidden. Xuanpu, who had remained characteristically taciturn throughout, observed Xuanqing's reaction with a sigh and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. How long has it been since the legendary gods of old? And how long has this Lord Xuanqing existed in the mortal world? Has Song Village even stood for 500 years? Do you truly believe that Lord Xuanqing qualifies as an ancient god? Xuanqing jolted back to his senses as the implication finally sank in. He shot Yu Lianhe an annoyed glare. Master Yue, you're deliberately messing with me, aren't you? Yu Lianhe wore an expression of utter innocence. What kind of remark is that? I'm freely sharing information with you, and you accuse me of playing tricks. Xuanqing regarded Yu Lianhe with a look of open reproach, as if nothing Yu Lianhe said could ever be trusted again. Just then Song Tiansheng came to call them for dinner, and Yu Lianhe dispelled the soundproofing barrier. What he did not realize was that the barrier had not blocked a single word. Every syllable of their conversation had reached Song Tiansheng with perfect clarity. At that moment, Song Tiansheng was utterly bewildered. An ancient god awakening. A sacred mountain re-emerging. Was the ancient god referring to him? He had only become a wild deity barely over half a month ago. Song Tiansheng felt quite new to this. He probably didn't qualify as ancient, right? Yu Lianhe and the others had finished their meal and prepared to return to the county town. Leaving Song Tiansheng's residence, the 3 men arrived at the river by the village entrance. No one in Songjia village raised horses, nor did they have stables, so the 3 men left their mounts directly by the river to graze and drink. Of course, the horses ridden by Yu Lianhe and his companions were not ordinary steers. Rather, they were domesticated demon horses, known as Qingzong Jiao Ma blue-maned horn horses. These horses were highly prized by martial artists, possessing a towering stature with bodies of blue-red hue and flowing cyan manes. They stood 1.5 to 2 times larger than common horses, with a horn protruding from their foreheads, capable of goring an opponent to death with a single strike should they encounter someone weaker. Although these horses rarely attained high cultivation stages, with most reaching only the body-tempering realm and a few achieving bone refining, they excelled in endurance, displayed remarkable intelligence, and ran with considerable speed. The Qingzong horned horses that Yu Lianhe and his party had ridden were all at the bone refining stage. Xuanpu and Yu Lianhe found their respective mounts and swung into the saddles. Just as they were about to depart, they noticed Xuanqing had not yet mounted. His horse lay prostrate on the ground, its head lowered and body trembling as though seized by some dread. No matter how fiercely Xuanqing cursed or physically struck the beast, it remained unresponsive, only trembling on the ground and stubbornly refusing to rise. Xuanpu furrowed his brows and called out, "What's wrong?" Xuanqing was growing increasingly irritable. "This horse won't get up no matter what. I don't see any powerful demons nearby, so what's it afraid of?" Xuanpu said, "Can't you communicate with the horned horse? Try reaching out to understand what's troubling it." The Qingzong horned horses possessed spiritual awareness and could indeed establish mental communication with martial artists. Su Jini retorted irritably. I already tried communicating with it. That damn horse doesn't respond at all and refuses to get up. What has gotten into this beast? If it keeps this up, I'll slaughter it and eat it when we return. Even with his words, the horned horse remained sprawled on the ground, trembling without any response. Yu Lianhe glanced toward the direction of Xuanqing Temple deep in thought. Su Jini continued attempting to rouse the horse, but every measure he employed proved useless. Yu Lianhe turned to him and spoke with remarkable calmness. If the horse simply will not be ridden, then so be it. You are a martial artist at the spirit gathering stage with a physique of great strength. You could carry the horse on your shoulders and walk back to the county town without difficulty. Old man and Xuanpu shall ride at a leisurely pace. You will easily keep up. Su Jini's face darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the blue-maned horned horse lying stubbornly on the ground, feeling profoundly reluctant. You want me to carry this damn horse back on my shoulders? Damn it. Was there any sense of justice in this world? A horse refusing to be ridden, yet demanding to ride a human. What in the world was wrong with this beast? Neither Yu Lianhe's nor Chen Pu's horses showed any issues. Only his behaved as though possessed. Yu Lianhe spoke with the ease of one who bore no burden himself. He could ride back to the county town comfortably, yet expected Su Jini to shoulder the horse. Seeing Su Jini's reluctance and prolonged silence, Yu Lianhe urged him forward. Hurry up, don't waste time. This old man has matters to attend to this afternoon, and you cannot simply abandon the blue-maned horned horse here. Without a martial artist's control, the horned horse's demonic nature may resurface. Take care lest it harm the common folk. Given Yu Lianhe's words, Su Jini, though deeply unwilling, could only hoist the horse onto his shoulders with a scowl and follow behind Yu Lianhe and Xuanpu. Thus an absurd scene unfolded. Ahead, Yu Lianhe and Xuanpu rode their towering blue-maned horned horses. Behind them, Su Jini carried his mount on his shoulders. Su Jini had believed the day's absurdities had reached their peak. Yet barely outside Songjia village, he discovered rain falling from the heavens. It poured like the sky had torn open, and yet the sun still blazed brilliantly on the horizon. Sun showers, while uncommon, were hardly unreasonable. The truly preposterous detail was that Su Jini discovered this rain fell solely upon him. Regardless of how he moved, the rain pursued him relentlessly. When he stopped moving, the rain halted. When he quickened his pace, the rain accelerated to match. No matter what he did, the storm pursued him ceaselessly. Should he drift toward Yu Lianhe and Xuanpu, the rain still followed his trajectory. It merely dragged his companions into the deluge against their will. Xuanpu and Yu Lianhe quite understandably increased their distance from him. Now the drenched individual reverted to Su Jini alone, and his horse as well. Su Jini. Is this what they call localized precipitation? So thoroughly localized. With automatic pursuit capabilities. Every inch of Su Jini's body was soaked through, resembling a drowned rat. They had walked nearly 3 li when the rain still pursued him incessantly, growing even heavier. Initially, Su Jini muttered curses under his breath, but soon fell silent, bowing his head and trudging along with the horse on his shoulders. Yu Lianhe, unable to bear watching any longer, sighed and said, Jini, stop being so stubborn. Apologize to that one. It was Su Jini's own doing. He had recklessly flaunted himself at the entrance of Songjia village. Su Jini naturally understood who that one referred to. He drew a heavy breath and glared upward through gritted teeth. Not a single cloud marred the heavens. Where exactly was this rain coming from? The weather was sweltering with fierce sunlight, and even the raindrops carried a lukewarm quality as they struck his face. Did Su Jini regret his impetuous behavior in Songjia village today? Indeed, he harbored some measure of regret. Who could have foreseen that Lord Xuanqing of Songjia village possessed such extraordinary phenomena? Yet now being asked to apologize to some so-called divine being whose existence remained uncertain proved to be a stubborn reluctance for Su Jini. It was merely getting rained upon and carrying a horse after all. Yu Lianhe perceived his thoughts and remarked quietly, what you are experiencing now amounts to nothing significant, but that does not imply this entity can only accomplish such things. I trust you understand, Jini. An apology would settle the matter. It was far better than having a deity fixate upon oneself. Instantly, Su Jini's mind conjured the image of the enormous serpent demon cleaved in twain and cold in death. His body went rigid. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Su Jini ultimately chose to voice his apology. Lord Xuanqing, I harbor no ill intent toward you. It was mere ignorance and fearlessness on my part. I deeply regret all the offensive actions I have taken today, and on my next visit I shall specifically come to offer incense and make formal amends. His voice echoed through the air. Su Jini had no idea whether his words would prove effective. After a period of anxious waiting, he noticed the rain gradually diminishing until it ceased entirely. Su Jini finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though unwilling to admit it when his mind recalled the gruesome demise of the giant serpent demon, he had cowered. Song Xuanqing was not one to nurse grudges over trivial matters. Since Su Jini had confessed his fault and apologized, he withdrew his divine ability to summon rain and his majestic aura. However, although the divine ability had been retracted and the rain had stopped, the horse on Su Jini's shoulders remained unable to recover. In the end, he could only carry the beast all the way back to the county town. Late afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. Song Tianqing had thought today would be uneventful. just waiting for the martial arts hall to come collect the serpent demon's carcass tomorrow. But that afternoon another group arrived. 8 guards in short jackets followed a carriage to the village entrance. The carriage was drawn by 2 tall dark red horses, its broad cabin adorned with exquisite carvings and gold inlays. Just looking at it felt luxurious. The carriage's master was clearly wealthy and prestigious. Such an impressive retinue drew the attention of many villagers before even reaching the village entrance. Song Tianqing was summoned out and waited at the village entrance with Song Ergu. Song Tianqing frowned and asked, "Was this also someone you brought back?" Song Ergu looked thoroughly perplexed. "I have no recollection of that." Song Tianqing didn't press further. The ornate carriage drew up to the village entrance and halted before them. Then a pale plump hand with short fingers lifted the curtain, those fingers adorned with 4 or 5 gold rings and jade thumb rings. Next, a middle-aged man in silk brocade with a prominent belly descended from the carriage. Upon seeing Song Tianqing and Song Ergu standing beside it, the man's pale fleshy face immediately contorted into a friendly smile. "Fellow townsmen, is this Song family village?" The man's cordial manner eased Song Tianqing and Song Ergu's anxieties. They had been worried about being targeted. "Yes, this is Song family village. What business do you have, sir?" The man nodded approvingly and chuckled. "I am Jia Dugui. I own the Fugui restaurant in the county. You should know me, fellow townsmen. I heard there is demon beast meat for sale here, so I came specifically to purchase some." Song Tianqing and Song Ergu exchanged bewildered glances. Song Tianqing then said apologetically, "Lord Jia, I am terribly sorry, but we have already sold that large demon from the village." Jia Dugui looked astonished. "You sold the entire great demon? Who purchased it?" "I heard that great demon was extraordinarily massive. I have not seen anyone hauling away a demon throughout my journey, nor has anyone in the county mentioned this demon being purchased." Song Tianqing hesitated, then explained, "Lord Jia, the buyers were the Qingyuan Martial Hall, Su Family Martial Hall, and Hufeng Martial Hall from the county. They paid the deposit at noon and are sending people to haul away the great demon." Song Tianqing said this hoping Jia Dugui would show leniency given the 3 great martial halls. Jia Dugui indeed found himself in a difficult position. He had originally planned to purchase at least a portion if he could not acquire the whole great demon, or perhaps establish connections with whoever had bought it. But the 3 great martial halls had already purchased the entire great demon. Despite his wealth, Jia Dugui was merely a commoner. Attempting to curry favor with martial halls to buy demon beast meat was clearly unworkable. Snatching it was out of the question. Jia Dugui sighed, his expression darkening. Yet he made no trouble for Song Tianqing and the others, bowing his fist to his palm. "I understand. I apologize for the disturbance, fellow townsmen." Song Tianqing offered an apologetic smile. "You are too kind, sir. No trouble at all, no trouble at all." Barely had the words left his lips when Song Tianqing saw Jia Dugui, about to turn back to the carriage, suddenly grow deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead as he clutched his stomach in evident agony. "Fellow townsmen, I am sorry my old ailment has suddenly flared up. Might I borrow a room to rest?" At a loss, Song Tianqing quickly nodded. "Of course, my home is right next door. Shall I help you inside? There is a village doctor, I can fetch him to examine you." Jia Dugui waved his hand, his face still ashen. "No need, it is a chronic condition. A brief rest will suffice." Song Tianqing did not press further and hurried him inside, then sent his family out to give Jia Dugui quiet space to rest. After instructing his guards to wait outside, Jia Dugui entered the dwelling. The villagers' homes were modestly furnished, their floors packed earth rather than stone. Jia Dugui disregarded the dirt soiling his costly garments and collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks. He tugged open his already loose collar, exposing pale flabby flesh to the air, yet still unsatisfied, he continued pulling at the gaping neckline. Only when his massive belly, swollen like a woman 8 months pregnant, was fully revealed did he stop. What terrified them was that upon his pale bloated belly a grotesque human face had grown. No, it bore no resemblance to a human face at all. Its green-tinged skin, fanged teeth, closed eyes, and ferocious expression made it something monstrous. Jia Dugui dared not touch his own belly, kneeling on the ground and wailing, "My lord, please spare me. It is not that I do not want to procure that great demon for you." The villagers confirmed the great demon was already sold to the 3 major martial halls in the county. How could I possibly compete with them? The grotesque face on Jia Dugui's belly opened its mouth, producing a grating, harsh voice. "Incompetent fool, stop making excuses. Can't you force those lowly peasants to sell to you? When the martial halls come after you, just blame them. Must I teach you everything?" Jia Dugui's face twisted in despair. It was far from simple. Could he just shift the blame? The villagers had mouths, and the martial halls would investigate. If the truth came out, could he afford to offend the 3 great martial halls? "My lord, those villagers know the 3 great martial halls are involved. Do you think mere coercion would make them comply? Please do not be hasty, my lord. I will inquire further when I return and purchase other demon beast meat for you." Jia Dugui hoped to buy time with this stalling tactic. The grotesque face sneered coldly. "Idiot. Do you understand this great demon is at least at the spirit gathering realm, the 3rd realm of the demon path? Where do you think you could acquire such flesh and blood outside? You have been feeding me nothing but body-tempering realm demon beast meat. Should I devour your internal organs right now?" In the next moment, excruciating pain erupted from within his belly. Jia Dugue could not even speak as his corpulent frame collapsed to the ground. He feared he might truly die at the hands of this demonic entity. Gradually overwhelmed by unbearable agony, his consciousness faded, and he fainted. But the instant after he lost consciousness, his eyelids snapped open. The gaze that looked out was utterly ruthless and cold, nothing like Jia Dugue's. Jia Dugue rose from the ground and glared outward, his expression seething with rage. Useless thing, I must handle this personally. I only need to bewitch those villagers into leading me to the great demon. If time runs short, I will simply devour its heart first. Muttering to himself, Jia Dugue walked stoically toward the door. But before he could push it open, a hand suddenly fell upon his shoulder. Before Jia Dugue could react, immense force slammed into his shoulder. In the next instant, his corpulent body arced through the air like a projectile. A muffled thud echoed as dust flew, and Jia Dugue crashed into a corner. Dazed and disoriented, he looked up to see a figure that had appeared in the room without warning. Dark green robes, ink-black hair, a face as flawless as polished jade. It was unmistakably Xuanqing. When Jia Dugue first entered the village, Xuanqing had already noticed him. Or more precisely, he had noticed something within him. A mass of energy. He could not identify neither the true chi cultivated by humans in their martial arts, nor demonic aura. Filthy, evil, and ominous, like maggots clinging to bone. Although it did not feel particularly powerful, seemingly straddling the bone-tempering realm and the spirit-gathering realm, it made Xuanqing deeply uncomfortable, instinctively compelling him to annihilate that energy. Suppressing that impulse rising from the depths of his heart, Xuanqing held back and simply observed from the sidelines. That was when he witnessed the scenes that unfolded afterward. It was not until that hideous human face did something to Jia Dugue, rendering him unconscious, that it controlled his body to rise and prepare to lay hands on the villagers. Only then did Xuanqing move. Having learned from Yuliana's technique, he first erected a soundproofing barrier outside the house, then turned to study the Jia Dugue lurking in the corner. This world truly was bizarre, full of all manner of strange things. As for what that entity was, he still had not been able to discern. Jia Dugue propped himself upright against the wall, his gaze warily fixed on Xuanqing. Within those eyes flickered caution, confusion, and bewilderment, yet notably absent was any trace of fear. Even though Xuanqing's aura clearly far surpassed his, it seemed entirely unconcerned. Xuanqing stood motionless, showing no intention of striking again, instead fixing his gaze upon it, and speaking. Tell me, what are you? As for that snake demon you seek, I can deliver it to you. On what planet? He only wanted to uncover the true nature of this thing. After all, he possessed sufficient strength to rely upon, and destroying this thing would be no trouble at all. Jia Dugue sneered coldly. Then what exactly are you? Neither human nor ghost, nor a demon who has attained human form. Xuanqing frowned, his patience wearing thin. I am the one asking the questions here. Answer me, and I shall give you the snake demon you desire. Refuse to be honest, and I will end your existence. Jia Dugue seemed to find this utterly amusing, laughing arrogantly. Kill me. You cannot kill me. Xuanqing's expression turned icily cold. Having extracted nothing useful, he decided to cease wasting his time. The very next moment, his figure darted forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jia Dugue. Gathering divine power within his hand, he struck directly at the hideous human face upon Jia Dugue's belly. Xuanqing truly did not understand what this thing was, but that hideous face was clearly the most suitable target. It was merely disgusting to encounter Jia Dugue's greasy, fatty flesh in the process. Seeing that he could not dodge Xuanqing's attack, Jia Dugue simply abandoned any attempt to evade, laughing boisterously and declaring arrogantly, "You cannot kill me. Nothing in this world can kill me. I may fall into slumber, but I will inevitably rise again." Before he could finish his words, Xuanqing's strike of divine power landed squarely upon the hideous face on Jia Dugue's belly. The previously arrogant and fearless Jia Dugue underwent an instantaneous transformation. His brash words cut off mid-sentence, dissolved into screams of agony. Oh! Jia Dugue writhed in unbearable torment. That searing pain struck at the very depths of his soul. But compared to such suffering, what truly shook him was, how could you possibly injure my origin? How could anything in this world still harm my origin? Xuanqing did not understand his words, nor did he wish to concern himself with them. Gathering divine power in his hand once more, he prepared to strike again. Initially, Xuanqing had held back, slightly concerned about accidentally killing the mortal Jia Dugue along with the entity. But upon impact, he discovered that all his divine power had struck only that hideous face. It was as though even his divine power harbored a loathing for that face, as though it too sought to annihilate it. If that was the case, then there was no need to hold back any longer. He drove a single devastating punch straight through that hideous face, shattering it completely. This time, Jia Dugue no longer dared passively endure Xuanqing's assault. It fled in sheer terror, lunging toward the tightly closed window. The hideous face on its belly shrunk inward, exposing Jia Dugue's ordinary pale round abdomen. Could Xuanqing possibly allow it to escape? He delivered a precise kick directly onto Jia Dugue's white belly, driving divine power far greater than his initial probing strike deep into his body. Ah! A heart-rending wail tore from Jia Dugue's throat as his bloated body collapsed to the ground. But this time he would never rise again. Song Xuanqing could almost feel his divine power eradicating that tainted energy within Jia Dague's body. Like a stubborn stain, it was swiftly and thoroughly obliterated. As that mass of filthy energy completely vanished from Jia Dague's body, the unconscious man retched. From his mouth emerged a palm-sized jelly-like mass of faintly reddish flesh upon which the faint silhouette of a hideous human face could be vaguely discerned. Jia Dague's head dropped, and he fell into a deeper slumber. Song Xuanqing's gaze settled upon the fleshy mass Jia Dague had expelled. It lay motionless, a dead thing, its residual aura confirming its connection to the face that had been upon Jia Dague's belly. Yet the tainted energy was entirely gone. This fleshy mass was nothing more than a completely lifeless remnant. Gazing at the unconscious Jia Dague, beside him Song Xuanqing paused for thought, then activated his divine ability, Dream Entry. Jia Dague's consciousness drifted back into vague awareness. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a fog-shrouded, featureless void. White mist stretched endlessly in every direction, above, below, left, and right. With no distinction between heaven and earth, the silence, so profound it felt eerie. He was momentarily bewildered, memories of his collapse flooding back. His face instantly drained of color. This couldn't be the world beyond death. Had he died, killed by that wretched thing from his own belly? Damn it. If he had known this would happen, he would have risked everything to find a martial artist. That way, even in death, that ghostly thing would not survive either. Just as he cursed the wretched entity, wishing to drag it into the grave with him, the thick fog ahead suddenly parted. A towering figure fully 6 chi in height slowly emerged from the fog. As it drew near, Jia Dague finally made out his appearance. A man in dark green robes with ink-black hair and uncommonly refined bearing, and a white jade hairpin securing his hair, appearing every bit an immortal from beyond the mortal realm. However, Jia Dague could not clearly see his face. A faint veil of mist obscured his features. Yet this only served to accentuate his transcendent divine aura. Jia Dague was bewildered for a moment, then instinctively asked, "Are you a deity? Have I died, and are you here to escort me?" Song Xuanqing paused, his expression somewhat strange. "I suppose you could say so, but I am not here to escort you. You are not dead." "Am I not dead?" Jia Dague was initially overcome with wild joy, but then remembered the hideous human face that had tormented him on his stomach for so long, and his expression turned sorrowful. His gaze fell upon Song Xuanqing with hopeful expectation, yet his tone was clenched with teeth brimming with resentment. "Immortal, might I request a favor from you? You possess profound abilities. Could you assist in removing that wretched spirit from my belly? If you can, I shall gladly fulfill any of your demands, even if it costs me my very life." Jia Dague wore an expression of one ready to face death. Song Xuanqing fell silent upon hearing this. How did it sound? As though he were some improper evil deity. And what use would Jia Dague's life be to him? After 2 seconds of silence, Song Xuanqing spoke calmly. "That thing upon your body, I have already removed it." Song Xuanqing maintained an air of serene detachment. Jia Dague was first stunned, then overwhelming joy engulfed him. He was alive, had encountered an immortal, and the immortal had removed that wretched spirit from his belly. How long had Jia Dague suffered misfortune? This time fortune had finally turned in his favor. Overcome with excitement, he immediately knelt and bowed his head to the ground. "This humble one thanks the immortal for the grace of saving his life. Your magical powers are vast, and your compassionate heart is boundless. I am endlessly grateful. If you do not disdain me, could you share your esteemed name? Upon returning home, I shall commission a divine statue and offer incense to you daily." Song Xuanqing felt no stir within his heart. He had not come for Jia Dague's worship. Without responding, he spoke directly. "I have questions to ask you. Answer truthfully. How did that thing in your body come to be?" Hearing the immortal before him who had saved his life ask this, Jia Dague naturally held nothing back. Actually, the matter was quite simple to recount. Jia Dague was a wealthy merchant who had no interest in martial arts or women, caring only for the pleasures of the palate. Half a year ago, a servant had presented a small lump of jelly-like, slightly red flesh. It was claimed to be rare demon beast meat, exceptionally delicious. Jia Dague consumed it, and since then that hideous human face had been parasitic within him. When he first discovered this, he too had wanted to seek out a martial artist. Jia Dague was terrified and could only swallow his teeth mixed with blood. Later he had investigated the matter, but in the end it turned out to be merely an accident. Neither the seller nor his servants understood. All believed it to be rare demon beast meat, and so it was presented before him, leading him to consume it. That hideous face was no ordinary thing. Its nature was fierce and cruel, and it preferred to feed on spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, or demon beast flesh. If not provided, it would threaten to devour all of Jia Dague's internal organs. Jia Dague could only bite the bullet off, and spending large sums to purchase spiritual herbs and demon beast flesh to feed the hideous face. In truth, that face also desired to consume human flesh. But Jia Dague refused. That hideous face was parasitic within him after all. Feeding it spiritual herbs and demon beast flesh was one thing, but consuming humans was another matter entirely. Wouldn't that be equivalent to human flesh inside his own belly? What difference would that make from him having eaten human flesh himself? Though Jia Degui indulged in culinary pleasures, the mere thought of consuming human flesh sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, with spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and demon beast flesh supplied, to that hideous face, no major incidents occurred. Yet, Jia Degui himself remained perpetually anxious. To harbor a ghostly entity within his body that could devour his organs at any moment meant neither restful sleep nor proper meals. Despite his current rotund figure of 180 caddies, he had actually lost considerable weight. Before encountering that ghostly presence, he had weighed over 230 caddies. Today, Jia Degui had visited his family's restaurant to inspect operations and learned of the tale concerning the sale of great demon beast flesh and blood in Song Village. Naturally, the hideous face parasitic within him had also overheard this. It immediately deduced that the great demon beast was at least at the spirit-gathering realm. How could the hideous face resist such temptation? Having dwelled within Jia Degui for half a year, it had been sustained solely on body-forging realm demon beast flesh, and even that was not available every day. Upon hearing of spirit-gathering realm demon beast flesh being sold, it urgently urged Jia Degui to go purchase the great demon beast's flesh and blood. Little did they know that Song Xuanqing, a divine presence, resided in Song Village. In the end, it had sought its own demise and perished at the hands of Song Xuanqing. However, Jia Degui remained uncertain as to what exactly that hideous face was. He was merely a common mortal. Even with wealth, the world of martial artists remained inaccessible to him. He had not dared approach a martial artist, nor could he ascertain the nature of that hideous face. Upon hearing this song, Xuanqing felt as though he had asked yet somehow had not. The matter he cared most about, what exactly that hideous face was, remained unexplored. It was more like listening to the chronicle of Jia Degui's misfortunes. Never mind. He would conduct his own research upon returning. I understand. Song Xuanqing maintained his tranquil demeanor and prepared to dispel his divine power. Sensing the immortal before him was about to depart, Jia Degui hastily inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name, O immortal? You have saved this humble one's life. Though I am but a mortal with limited abilities, I am willing to commission a divine statue for you and offer incense daily in your honor." Song Xuanqing glanced at him and considered this. Free incense offerings were not to be wasted, and he could test whether statues outside Song Village could similarly generate incense merit. Moreover, if Jia Degui were to enshrine his statue at home, could he manifest his true form through the statue within that household? With this thought in mind, Song Xuanqing spoke. "I am Xuanqing." Thereafter he dispelled his divine power, the dream entry technique. Jia Degui had obtained the immortal's name, but before he could celebrate, his consciousness slipped back into darkness. Song Xuanqing dispersed his dream entry ability and reappeared within that humble dwelling. Beside the unconscious Jia Degui lay the jelly-like, slightly red, translucent mass that had been expelled from his body. It was still coated with saliva and various yellow-green filth. Song Xuanqing furrowed his brow, somewhat repulsed. Forcing down his disgust, he tore a piece of cloth from Jia Degui's garments and wrapped the translucent reddish mass before departing. He needed to wash this flesh at the riverside. It would be unpleasant otherwise. As he left, he also removed the soundproofing barriers surrounding the dwelling. Not long after Song Xuanqing had departed, Jia Degui groggily opened his eyes. Upon opening them, he saw wooden rafters and the roof above with a small swallow's nest nestled within. The scenes of encountering the immortal within that white space played repeatedly through his mind. It had felt undeniably real. Jia Degui failed to immediately grasp what was happening, instinctively feeling elated that he had met an immortal and that his greatest burden had been lifted. Mid-rejoicing, the scene before him connected with his experiences prior to losing consciousness. Jia Degui suddenly realized it. That had been a dream. He had merely dreamed, a dream in which an immortal had relieved him of his great affliction. Jia Degui's spirits plummeted, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Leaning on his strangely aching body, he sat up and lowered his head to catch his breath. As he bent forward, he beheld his own smooth, pale, and round belly. There was no longer that horrifying visage that had awakened him from midnight terrors. Smooth and rounded. Jia Degui paused for a moment, then overwhelming joy surged through him. That hadn't been a dream. He had truly encountered an immortal. The immortal had removed that wretched entity from within him. Jia Degui stroked his smooth, pale belly with ecstatic delight, laughing boisterously. Amidst his laughter, tears cascaded down his quivering cheeks of fat. How wonderful! He had not dreamed. He had truly met an immortal. That horrifying face which had tormented him night and day was finally destroyed. Moreover, he had survived. Jia Degui's fortunes had at last turned for the better, right? That immortal had mentioned his name, Xuanqing. Great God Xuanqing. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon returning, he would immediately commission a statue for great God Xuanqing and offer incense daily. The sound of Jia Degui alternating between boisterous laughter and loud weeping drifted from the inner chamber into the outside. Song Tianqing and the other villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Ergo glanced at the guard posted outside and in a timorous voice asked, "Your lord's old ailment? Does it concern this matter?" He pointed at his own head. The guard also appeared somewhat perplexed. "I have never heard of such a thing. So he has suddenly gone mad." Ergo turned to look at the village head Song Tianqing. Song Tianqing cleared his throat and said, "Is your lord truly unharmed? Shall we go in and take a look?" It was one thing if he had gone mad, but he had heard that some who lost their minds would resort to self-mutilation. Song Tianqing feared that Jia Dagui in his madness might take his own life within his chamber. The guard was a straightforward man utterly obedient to Jia Dagui's orders. He shook his head and said no need. Before your lord entered, he said that unless he has not emerged before dusk, then, and only then shall you disregard everything and attend to him. Seeing this, Song Tianqing said no more. Half a zhong later, the great door finally opened. Jia Dagui's plump figure emerged, his splendid silk garments in utter disarray, while a large portion of his garment hem had been torn away, exposing half of his round bare belly. He kept his head bowed, muttering something under his breath. This looked even more like the behavior of a madman. The villagers couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. They had always believed that only poor families produced madmen, never imagining that someone as wealthy and carefree as Jia Dagui could also go mad. Hardly had they finished their murmurs when Jia Dagui strode right up to them. Only then did they finally make out clearly what he was muttering. Xuanqing. Xuanqing, what were those two characters again? Xuanqing Dashan. Xuanqing Dashan. The villagers' expressions shifted. They exchanged looks, their faces growing strangely ambiguous. Then in hushed tones one whispered, Xuanqing. Does he mean our venerable Xuanqing? I suppose so. I've never heard of any deity sharing the same name as our venerable Xuanqing. We are in Songjia village. The Xuanqing that Jia Laoi keeps muttering about most likely refers to our venerable Xuanqing. Then what is he muttering about our venerable Xuanqing for? Hasn't he come to our village for the first time? Although the villagers spoke in low whispers, Jia Dagui was extremely sensitive to those two key words at that moment. He immediately caught them. His eyes brightened with delight as he turned to the villagers. You also know of Xuanqing Dashan. The villagers' expressions grew even more peculiar. Xuanqing Dashan. That must refer to their own venerable Xuanqing, surely. They simply did not use the title Xuanqing Dashan. Though puzzled in their hearts, the villagers faithfully replied, Jia Laoi, the deity worshipped in our village, is named Xuanqing Gong, sharing those same two characters of Xuanqing, but we are unsure whether he is the Xuanqing Dashan you speak of. The villagers dared not be certain, but Jia Dagui, in that split second, was nearly convinced that the Xuanqing Dashan he had seen in his dream was precisely the venerable Xuanqing spoken of by the villagers. Otherwise, why would he, upon arriving in Songjia village, encounter a deity who removed the ghostly thing from his belly? Moreover, the deity worshipped in Songjia village happened to bear the sacred name Xuanqing, identical to the one the deity in his dream had told him. It was only a matter of terminology. The villagers called him Xuanqing Gong, while he called him Xuanqing Dashan. The more Jia Dagui pondered, the more certain he became. He said firmly that Xuanqing Dashan must indeed be venerable Xuanqing. The villagers actually thought so as well, but what intrigued them even more was, Jia Laoi, why were you so agitated just now, constantly chanting our venerable Xuanqing's name? Perhaps it was because a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart and his mood was good, or perhaps because the villagers before him were all under the protection of venerable Xuanqing. Facing the villagers' questions, although Jia Dagui found it embarrassingly difficult to speak if he still sighed and recounted the entire matter from the beginning. As he narrated, the villagers' expressions shifted from surprise to dread and finally to loathing. Even the guards who had accompanied Jia Dagui couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines as they listened. It was as though that ghastly human face were parasitizing their very bodies. At last, when Jia Dagui finished telling of how he had seen venerable Xuanqing in his dream that day, and awakened to find the monstrous face on his belly completely destroyed, the villagers immediately showed expressions of astonishment mixed with a sense of shared honor. It is all thanks to Jia Laoi coming to our Songjia village today. Our venerable Xuanqing, in his boundless compassion for all sentient beings, saw that you were harassed by demonic evil and removed it for you. Indeed, no deity worshipped in any other village is as miraculous as our venerable Xuanqing. As the villagers spoke, they grew increasingly excited and began recounting various tales of venerable Xuanqing's divine manifestations. Jia Dagui listened utterly dazed. He had no doubt whatsoever about the authenticity of what the villagers were saying, for he himself had just personally witnessed venerable Xuanqing in his dream and received the deity's divine grace. In that moment, Jia Dagui's reverence for the divine Xuanqing he had seen in his dream only deepened. He even felt an involuntary respect for the very land beneath his feet. After all, this was land blessed and protected by venerable Xuanqing. This was a true deity, one who protects all living beings, possesses mighty spiritual powers, and embodies boundless compassion. Nearly every rural village worshipped some deity, yet Jia Dagui had never before heard of any deity as compassionate toward all living creatures and as devoted to protecting sentient beings as venerable Xuanqing. Thus, Jia Dagui had never been a believer in deities before, and there was no divine statue in his home. But ever since encountering venerable Xuanqing, Jia Dagui had suddenly found his faith. That venerable Xuanqing was unlike the lofty, supremely powerful deities described in legends, ethereal and detached. Yet in their hearts, venerable Xuanqing held a position far greater and more exalted than those ethereal and intangible deities. He, Jia Dagui, had truly been incredibly fortunate today to come to Songjia village and receive the aid of that venerable Xuanqing. In fact, Jia Dagui even felt a touch of envy toward the villagers of Songjia village. He resided in the county town, which seemed to be protected by a formation array preventing demonic spirits and evil ghosts from entering. Yet despite this, had he not still suffered persecution from that ghastly human face? And if he had lived in Songjia village under the protection of venerable Xuanqing, that ghastly face would never have had the opportunity to approach him. But unfortunately, he was unable to relocate to Songjia village for the time being. Songjia village was too far from the county town, and Jia Degui's enterprises were all located within the county. He could not simply abandon his family's ancestral legacy. But it did not matter. Upon returning, he would immediately commission artisans to sculpt a divine statue of venerable Xuanqing and enshrine it in his home. Even if venerable Xuanqing might not perform miracles for him within his own home as he did in Songjia village, certainly no demonic spirits or evil ghosts would dare enter his residence. Should any true crisis arise, he would simply come to Songjia village to seek venerable Xuanqing's protection once more. Jia Dagui continued, "Fellow villager, today, Lord Xuanqing saved my life. I intend to return home and carve a divine statue for Lord Xuanqing, enshrine it in my residence, and offer daily incense. In due time, I shall also come to this village to welcome the deity home." Hearing this, the villagers were naturally delighted. They felt a sense of shared honor that Lord Xuanqing was gaining more devotees. By all means, it would not be any trouble at all. Master Jia, your sincere devotion will surely bring joy to Lord Xuanqing. Jia Dagui nodded with a smile. The guards behind him were wondering whether they might also be able to offer incense to Lord Xuanqing at their master's residence in their daily lives. This Lord Xuanqing truly proved responsive. From now on, whenever facing dangerous tasks, they would pray to Lord Xuanqing first before proceeding. It gave them a far greater sense of peace. Song Tianqing suddenly thought of something and said, "Master Jia, do you happen to know of any skilled artisans capable of carving divine statues? Additionally, what material do you think is best for sculpting a divine image? Our village plans to rebuild a grand Xuanqing temple and carve a new divine statue for Lord Xuanqing. However, we are merely common villagers who have never seen the wider world. We truly do not understand which materials are most suitable for sculpting divine statues, nor do we know any renowned artisans." Upon hearing that the villagers were asking for the finest materials and the most accomplished artisan, Jia Dagui raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the great snake demon slain by Lord Xuanqing had fetched quite a sum. Though he thought thus, Jia Dagui made no effort to press further. Instead, he said, "If you wish to reconstruct the divine statue of Lord Xuanqing and rebuild the temple, you need only tell me directly. I shall cover all expenses myself. Lord Xuanqing saved my life. Rebuilding the temple and carving the divine statue for Lord Xuanqing is the least I can do in return. Your village lives in poverty. Since you have earned money from this, keep it and live well. I, Jia Dagui, am wealthy and lack for nothing. Leave the matter of rebuilding the temple and sculpting the divine statue entirely to me." Jia Dagui wished to take on the entire undertaking himself, but the villagers all shook their heads in unison. "Master Jia, we understand your kindness, but we wish to handle the reconstruction of the divine statue and the temple ourselves. It would be improper for you to shoulder this burden. Lord Xuanqing would think we do not hold him in proper reverence. Indeed, it is sufficient that you carve a statue for your own home. To be frank, that great snake demon sold for quite a sum, and it was Lord Xuanqing who slew it. It is only fitting that we use this money to carve a divine statue and build a temple for Lord Xuanqing." Seeing the villagers' firm insistence, Jia Dagui could say no more. "Very well. Should funds prove insufficient, come to my mansion in the county town at any time. As for a skilled artisan, in neighboring Yunhe County, there is a renowned figure named He Jun. Many wealthy households across our Wanning County area seek him out when they wish to carve divine statues. He is well versed in which materials are best suited for such purposes. I shall invite him to the village, and you may consult with him directly." The villagers thanked him profusely, and Jia Dagui waved his hand dismissively. Afterwards, Jia Dagui accompanied the villagers to the Xuanqing temple, reverently offered several sticks of incense, and then returned to the county town. The following day at the Chun hour, a procession of 30 to 40 people entered Song family village in grand style. They were all martial artists, their cultivation reaching the second stage of the martial Dao, the Qi gathering realm. The 30 or 40 people divided neatly into 3 groups, each wearing distinctly different uniforms. Leading the procession were the familiar figures of Yu Lianhe, Chen Pu, and Su Jini. Today, Su Jini dared not behave recklessly. He hardly spoke a word and did not even ride a horse, choosing instead to walk on foot all the way from the county town to Song family village. As soon as they entered the village, Su Jini obediently made his way to the Xuanqing temple and offered incense to Song Xuanqing. Yu Lianhe and Chen Pu followed suit. Although they still harbored doubts about Song Xuanqing's existence, they certainly dared not show any further disrespect. After offering incense, they found Song Tianqing and handed over the banknotes they had previously agreed upon. Then the 30 or 40 martial artists they had brought set to work. They climbed the back slope mountain, hoisted the 15 to 16 zhang long snake demon corpse onto their shoulders, and marched down the mountain like ants carrying grain. There remained a snake head as large as an adult water buffalo. Su Jini volunteered to carry the serpent head and followed the procession down the mountain. Chen Pu, walking behind with empty hands, asked, "Are we really going to march into the city so ostentatiously?" Yu Lianhe strolled with his hands behind his back and chuckled, "Indeed we are. The grander the display, the better. That is precisely how we catch their attention." Chen Pu had nothing more to say. Martial artists moved swiftly, a journey that would take over an hour in an ox cart. They completed in under an hour, carrying the enormous snake demon corpse all the way to Xuanqing County. Long before they reached the city gates, the sight of 30 or 40 martial artists carrying the corpse of a spiritual gathering stage great snake demon caused quite a sensation. Crowds flocked to watch, both martial artists and ordinary folk alike. My goodness, such a massive snake. I heard it's a demon beast, a great demon beast. That must make it incredibly powerful. Absolutely. Judging from its aura, this great snake demon is at the late stage of the spiritual gathering realm. Did you see the two people riding horses ahead, and that one carrying the snake head? Those are the directors of the 3 great martial arts halls in the county. And this snake demon is stronger than any 2 of them combined. Such a powerful great snake demon. My goodness, who could have slain it? Could it have been the 3 martial arts hall directors working together? How, what nonsense. Your information is severely outdated. I heard it was someone who came to sell demon beast meat in the city a couple of days ago. And that meat belonged to this very snake demon. Many people refused to believe it at the time, but didn't expect it to be true, did they? Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. The great demon has already fallen into the hands of the 3 martial arts halls. I heard there was a claim that it was a village deity who, to protect the villagers, slew this great snake demon. Do you really believe that? A deity slaying demons? I'd say it was some formidable expert who did it. You didn't believe that person when they claimed to be selling great demon beast flesh and blood a couple of days ago, did you? Yet now the martial arts halls have dragged the snake demon right back. But which deity slew it? And which village? I'd like to go pay my respects to that immortal. I've been so unlucky lately, and every temple people claim is the most efficacious. I've been to all of them with no results. I think the deity who slew the snake demon might just be very effective. The 3 great martial arts halls marched into the city with the great snake demon in tow, their procession magnificent. For the following half-month the townsfolk could talk of nothing else. This also brought Song Family Village into the limelight. Of course, those paying attention to Song Family Village and that deity were mostly ordinary people. Though the martial artists had witnessed the great snake demon with their own eyes, they still turned up their noses at the notion of a deity slaying demons. 2 days after the 3 great martial arts halls marched into the city with the snake demon in tow, the people from Lu Family Village came visiting Song Family Village. 7 or 8 respected elders from Lu Family Village along with village chief Lu himself arrived at Song Family Village and sought out Xuanqing. Village chief Lu, somewhat nervous, spoke carefully. Brother Song, we've known each other for many years, so I'll be straightforward. Our Lu family village would also like to worship Lord Xuanqing. In truth, village chief Lu and the others would not have come so soon. The previous day, the entire Lu family village was still debating whether to change their deity's worship. Song family village was close by and maintained frequent contact with them, so they had long heard numerous tales of Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestations. Of course, they also understood that Lord Xuanqing possessed extraordinary powers, was responsive to prayers, and harbored deep compassion for the common people. However, their village already worshipped the 3-eyed lady. Generations upon generations had dedicated their reverence to the 3-eyed lady. Even though the 3-eyed lady statue had been destroyed, their minds were consumed with how to prevent her wrath and avert divine punishment, while rushing to commission a new statue as swiftly as possible. How would they dare contemplate switching deities? That would constitute a grave irreverence toward the 3-eyed lady. Yet some villagers among them felt restless and eager to reconsider. Since the 3-eyed lady statue was already shattered and they needed divine protection to rebuild the village anyway, why not simply switch to a more effective and powerful deity instead? They envied Song Family Village, where people enjoyed their deity's blessings and lived in peace. Unlike them, who lived in constant fear, always worried about the 3-eyed lady's wrath, always on edge about encountering evil spirits and demons. And to speak a rather irreverent thought, if the 3-eyed lady truly possessed such extraordinary power, why couldn't she defend her own statue when it was being smashed? Why let it lie in ruins? Either the 3-eyed lady wasn't nearly as powerful as they'd been told, or perhaps she had never once deigned to look upon the people of this land from the very beginning. The village split into 2 factions, one led by devotees of the 3-eyed lady, the other by supporters of Lord Xuanqing, and neither side would yield. Those favoring Lord Xuanqing sought the protection of a stronger, more responsive deity, while the 3-eyed lady's followers feared her wrath and the divine punishment that might follow. Only when news from the county town reached the village did things change. Lord Xuanqing, the deity worshipped by Song Family Village, had slain a great demon far more powerful than the martial arts school master from the nearby town. Naturally, such words came from the mouths of ordinary people. Yet for the villagers of Lu Family Village, this carried tremendous weight. When village chief Lu returned from Song Family Village a few days prior, he had indeed mentioned the matter of their deity slaying the demon. But many villagers refused to believe him. Or rather, the fear that switching their worship might provoke the 3-eyed lady's divine punishment made them unwilling to trust anything village chief Lu said. It wasn't until news from the county town spread that they finally believed. Village chief Lu's words had been true all along. The villagers were utterly stunned. Lord Xuanqing, the deity worshipped by Song Family Village, had actually slain a great demon even more formidable than the martial arts schoolmaster from the county seat. Lord Xuanqing truly possessed extraordinary power. The villagers had no real understanding of what true divine power looked like. But they knew the martial arts schoolmaster in the county was among the most formidable figures around. If Lord Xuanqing could slay a great demon even stronger than the town's martial arts master, then his power was truly beyond measure. The villagers of Lu family village immediately concluded that Lord Xuanqing must be far more powerful than their own three-eyed lady. Such a powerful deity. When they went to invite him, if Lord Xuanqing agreed, would the three-eyed lady really punish them in her wrath? Or perhaps Lord Xuanqing himself could protect them. From all the accounts of his divine interventions, they could see that he was a compassionate deity. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, the villagers of Lu family village changed their stance entirely and unanimously agreed to switch their worship to Lord Xuanqing. And so here they were today. Since Lord Xuanqing was already the deity of Song family village and Lu family village wished to worship him as well, they naturally needed to discuss this with the people of Song family village first. Song Tianqing looked at village chief Lu with surprise. You're no longer worshipping the three-eyed lady. Rural villagers tended to be both ignorant and stubborn, so it was quite rare for a village to abandon their original deity and switch to another. One like Lu family village doing so was extremely uncommon. Many regarded this as taboo, believing it would offend the deity they had previously worshipped. Village chief Lu's decision had truly astonished Song Tianqing. While Song Tianqing was certainly glad that more people were coming to believe in and worship Lord Xuanqing, what surprised him most right now was why village chief Lu would suddenly decide to abandon the three-eyed lady and turn to Lord Xuanqing instead. Village chief Lu gave a bitter smile and simply asked, "Can the three-eyed lady protect our Lu family village the way Lord Xuanqing has protected yours?" Song Tianqing fell silent instantly. Before Lord Xuanqing revealed his various divine miracles, deities had always been nothing more than elusive, intangible beings in people's eyes. The three-eyed lady was no different, just as distant and unreal. But once Lord Xuanqing manifested his miracles and began protecting the villagers, the three-eyed lady's intangibility became impossible to ignore, and comparisons were inevitable. After all, as poor common folk, their demands were modest. They simply wanted to live in peace without constantly fearing persecution from demons and malevolent spirits. Village chief Lu explained, Lord Xuanqing possesses extraordinary power, and every villager holds him in deep reverence. We wish to offer our meager incense and devotion in worship. Song Tianqing nodded. I have no objections, and neither will anyone in Song family village, as long as Lord Xuanqing consents. The real question was whether Lord Xuanqing himself would accept their worship, whether Lord Xuanqing would willingly receive their incense offerings and grant them his protection. Village chief Lu understood the significance well and nodded. That is precisely why we have come today, to seek Lord Xuanqing's divine will. If he agrees to accept our village's worship, we will return and begin commissioning a statue and constructing a temple. Upon hearing this, Song Tianqing did not waste any time. Rising to his feet, he headed outward. Then let us go to the Xuanqing temple. Village chief Lu and his companions had come prepared, carrying baskets filled with a whole pig's head and various fruits and grains. Once inside the Xuanqing temple, village chief Lu and several elders placed the offerings on the altar table. Song Xuanqing found himself locked in a stare down with the pig's head on the altar, its eyes half open. To the villagers, a pig's head represented the finest offering they could conceive of and present to their deities. For Song Xuanqing, however, it held no particular significance. Left too long, it would merely foul the air within his temple. He would have to wait until the villagers returned the next day to clear it away. Village chief Lu and the others arranged the offerings silently, each lighting incense before bowing. Then village chief Lu produced a pair of divination blocks. Locally known as sacred cups, these were clearly intended for casting to inquire whether Song Xuanqing would accept their village's worship. This was merely a preliminary inquiry into divine will. Only after sculpting the deity's statue would they perform the proper consecration ritual to invite Song Xuanqing to reside in the temple at Lu family village. Village chief Lu held the divination cups, but did not throw them himself, though instead he handed them to an elderly man with white hair and a stooped back standing beside him. He was the most respected elder in the village, and all ancestral rituals and deity-appeasing ceremonies in Lu family village were conducted by him. The elderly man solemnly accepted the divination cups, circling them 3 times above the incense burner first. Then he knelt before the deity statue, his cloudy eyes gazing devoutly upward. Is Lord Xuanqing present? After speaking, the elderly man threw the sacred cup from his hand. Song Xuanqing was naturally present. He had deliberately controlled the throw. With a soft clatter, the sacred cup landed on the ground, displaying one yin and one yang face. It was the sacred hexagram, signifying his presence. The elderly man felt somewhat reassured, gathered the divination cups from the ground, and his expression grew even more solemn. We from Lu family village at Hugong County revere the divine countenance of Lord Xuanqing and approach him with sincere devotion. We earnestly request that Lord Xuanqing grant us his presence, allow us to carve a deity statue and construct a temple in his honor, and that we may offer incense to him year after year, month after month. We pray that your excellency grants your approval. Having finished speaking, the elderly man tapped the rim of the incense burner lightly with the divination cups in hand, then clasped them together with both palms and tossed them gently into the air. The gathered worshippers in the temple immediately grew tense, their eyes following the descending cups through the air. Under Song Xuanqing's deliberate control, the divination cups successfully produced the sacred hexagram. The worshippers in the temple breathed a sigh of relief, and the elderly man retrieved the cups, once more repeating the previous sequence of actions. It was still the sacred hexagram. The villagers grew considerably more relaxed, and the elderly man picked up the divination cups again for one final throw. Sacred hexagram. 3 consecutive sacred hexagrams. Lord Xuanqing had fully consented to the Lu family village's worship of him. Of course, this was all orchestrated by Xuanqing. He was naturally pleased that the Lu family village wished to worship him. More incense offerings was nothing but beneficial. It would only expand his sphere of influence. After 3 consecutive sacred hexagrams, the elderly man gathered the divination cups from the ground, cupping them in his palms, and could not help but laugh. His voice was hoarse, yet the laughter carried a profound sense of relief. Before arriving, their greatest fear had been that Lord Xuanqing would refuse their worship. Village Chief Lu and the others fell to their knees in unison, overcome with emotion. We are deeply grateful that Lord Xuanqing deigns to accept us. From this day forward, Lu family village will faithfully offer him worship. The village delegation remained visibly moved for quite some time, only gradually composing themselves upon returning to Xuanqing's residence. Xuanqing chuckled warmly, finding village chief Lu and his companions all the more dear to him now. After all, they all venerated Lord Xuanqing. They were fellow believers bound together in shared devotion. When does your village intend to formally invite the deity? Village chief Lu and his party had discussed this beforehand and answered without hesitation. Today is already the 20th, leaving 11 days remaining this month. Without special circumstances, deity invitations are only held on the 1st and 15th of each month. Next month's 15th, we simply cannot wait any longer. Upon returning, we will immediately begin constructing the temple and carving the deity statue, racing against time to complete the work and formally invite the deity here on the 1st of next month. In such remote rural villages, small temples are typically modest in scale. While 11 days is indeed tight, it is not impossible to complete. For the deity statue, Lu family village will likely use ordinary stone or wooden carvings, which should not take too long. By the 1st of next month, 11 days from now, they could realistically complete the work in time for the deity invitation. Xuanqing nodded, adopting a stern expression as he warned. Although time is short, you must not treat this casually or show disrespect to Lord Xuanqing. Even if Lord Xuanqing does not mind, I myself will come to your village and cause trouble. Village Chief Lu, now feeling light and carefree, burst into hearty laughter. We would certainly never neglect Lord Xuanqing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our Lu family village will worship him for generations to come. With Lord Xuanqing's protection, Lu family village will surely endure through the ages. We will not mysteriously vanish into some forgotten corner of this world, wiped out by demons or demonic cultivators. Village Chief Lu and his party arrived heavy-hearted, but departed in high spirits. In the late afternoon, when the sun blazed overhead, not long after the villagers had left, a familiar, exquisite, gold-inlaid luxury carriage slowly made its way toward the village entrance. 8 recognizable guards trailed behind the carriage. Some sharp-eyed villagers spotted it from a great distance and recognized the opulent vehicle. Could that be Master Jia's carriage? Yes, it must be Master Jia. I caught sight of his carriage just 2 days ago and immediately remembered it. The gold inlay and finely carved rosewood, utterly luxurious. Village Chief, Master Jia has arrived. Uncle Tianqing, Master Jia is here. The villagers called out towards Song Tianqing's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Song Tianqing hastily wiped himself clean, fastened his belt, and rushed out. Master Jia has arrived. Where is he? Having not seen Jia Degawei for 2 days, Song Tianqing was growing anxious, awaiting the master sculptor he had promised to introduce. Only by completing the deity statue and temple soon could they move Lord Xuanqing out of that dilapidated, shabby old shrine. Before Song Xuanqing had even spoken, Song Tianqing was already mourning how decrepit the Xuanqing temple was for housing such a revered deity. Soon the carriage reached the village entrance and came to a halt. A white, plump, stubby hand lifted the carriage curtain, revealing Jia Degawei's round, laughing face like that of a Mithriya Buddha. The rotund Jia Degawei sprightly leaped from the carriage and smiled at Song Tianqing. Uncle Song, I have brought the master sculptor I promised you. Scarcely had he finished speaking when a man carrying a large box descended from Jia Degawei's carriage. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, of medium height and build, with wheat-colored skin and an unremarkable face obscured by scruffy facial hair, quite ordinary in appearance. The only striking feature was his pair of enormous hands, broad as palm fronds. Jia Degawei hurriedly introduced him. This is Master He Jun, the renowned sculptor of Yuna County. Among the surrounding counties, if you wish to commission a deity statue, Master, he is the first name everyone seeks. His craftsmanship needs no introduction. People regularly queue for his work. But our Song family village enjoys the blessing of Lord Xuanqing and possesses profound fortune. The moment Master he heard me recount Lord Xuanqing's deeds, he immediately turned down all other commissions and followed me here to Song family village without hesitation to sculpt a statue for Lord Xuanqing. Oh, and Master, he is also a martial arts master. Jia Degawei launched into an enthusiastic tribute. The villagers gazed toward Master. He shifted dramatically. They were already eager for the Master's arrival, and now hearing Jia Degawei's praise only heightened their anticipation. They wondered whether Master He's sculpted deity statue would capture even a fraction of Lord Xuanqing's divine majesty. Master, he grew somewhat embarrassed by the excessive praise, a faint flush rising beneath his wheat-colored skin. Master Jia flatters me too much. Master, he replied modestly. I have only a modest reputation in these nearby counties. As for my martial arts cultivation, well, I am 37 years old and still at the first realm of body refining. I turned down other commissions specifically to sculpt a deity statue for Lord Xuanqing because I was indeed drawn by Master Jia's description of Lord Xuanqing's dignified bearing. I wished to see him with my own eyes and offer incense. Master He's manner was exceedingly humble, showing none of the arrogance one might expect from a master. Upon hearing he held Lord Xuanqing in such reverence, the villagers immediately responded. Then let us take you directly to the Xuanqing temple. Since you intend to sculpt a deity statue for Lord Xuanqing, you can also observe the appearance of his current old statue for reference. Master, he was more than eager, shouldering his large box and following the villagers toward the Xuanqing temple. Under the towering banyan tree, an ancient temple stood. Damp stains marred the wooden walls and moss crept into the exterior corners, impossible to ever fully eradicate. Even if generally tidy, it was merely passable among privately built shrines in remote villages. Yet when Jun saw the Xuanqing temple, the very dwelling he had hoped for Master Xuanqing, in such a state he nearly choked on his breath. Though he had long anticipated that small temples in remote mountain villages would not be in good condition, perhaps nothing more than a half-human height stone altar. But upon actually seeing the appearance of the Xuanqing temple before him, he could not help but feel distressed. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Jun asked the villagers, "After I sculpt the new divine statue, it won't be placed in this decrepit temple, will it?" The villagers failed to realize that Jun was expressing concern for Master Xuanqing. They assumed he was lamenting that a master sculptor's work would be displayed in such a dilapidated shrine, demeaning his craftsmanship. Of course not. Since we've engaged a master to sculpt the divine statue, how could we be stingy about building a new temple, the villagers explained. Only then did Jun feel somewhat reassured. The villagers continued, "Master, he is a renowned sculptor. Do you have any knowledge of feng shui for temples? We haven't yet decided where to build the new shrine." Jun's expression softened, and he nodded. "I do have some understanding. Later I will help you assess where would be most suitable for the new temple." The villagers expressed their gratitude, and Xuanqing led Jun into the Xuanqing temple. The interior was dim. The passageway dividing the space made the area around the shrine particularly stuffy and dark. Jun furrowed his brows, his dissatisfaction growing. How could the residence of Master Xuanqing be constructed with such neglect? Had the master always endured such conditions? Unaware of Jun's thoughts, Xuanqing cheerfully said, "That is the divine statue of Master Xuanqing. Since you have something on your mind, why not light some incense for him?" As he spoke, Xuanqing produced 3 sticks of incense and offered them to Jun. But Jun did not take them. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on the 1-foot-tall statue of Master Xuanqing. At first surprised, then his expression shifted to one of sudden understanding followed by excitement and jubilation. Being stared at so directly by a burly man made Xuanqing, within the statue, slightly uncomfortable. If not for the complete absence of malice in Jun's eyes, only fervor and reverence, Xuanqing might have already directed his divine powers against him. Xuanqing did not understand why Jun wore such a strange expression. Raising his voice slightly, he called out, "Master He." This call finally brought Jun back to his senses. Realizing his earlier behavior, he apologized earnestly. "I apologize. I should not have stared at the statue so directly." Xuanqing thought he was apologizing to him and dismissed it carelessly. "It's fine. Would you like to light incense for Master Xuanqing?" He offered the incense again. This time, Jun finally accepted it, then reverently and fervently completed the incense ceremony for Xuanqing. Leaving the Xuanqing temple, Jun shouldered his large case once more and followed the villagers to Xuanqing's home courtyard, where they sat down. He opened his case and retrieved his tools, a board resembling an easel along with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. "Tell me about the appearance you envision for Master Xuanqing's statue." On this topic, Old Man Song felt he had considerable expertise to share. He described his impression of Master Xuanqing to Jun. Jun remained silent, head bowed, sketching rapidly on the board. While drawing, he asked for additional details. Half an hour later, the initial draft was complete. Old Man Song examined it carefully and offered further suggestions. It took over an hour to finalize the draft. A handsome man with a tall, slender figure clad in green robes with black hair emerged vividly on the paper. With sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes, his expression seemed both compassionate toward the world and as cold as an ancient glacier. Old Man Song studied it closely, then broke into a broad smile. "Yes, that's almost exactly how he should look." Xuanqing leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Is Master Xuanqing truly this handsome?" Old Man Song laughed heartily. "In my memory, Master Xuanqing has always been peerlessly handsome." With the statue's appearance settled, Jun shifted to discussing other matters. "Do you have any thoughts on the material for the statue?" The villagers scratched their heads. "You're the Master He. Just recommend what you think is best. We don't understand these things." Jun considered this, asked about their budget for the statue, and ultimately proposed a suitable plan. Glazed spirit jade is naturally colorful and durable, possessing spiritual resonance. It is one of the most suitable materials for divine statues. For a 6-foot-tall statue at actual size, it should work well. Jun spoke with composed confidence. Jia Dagawei, however, glanced at him in surprise. Jia Dagui knew that glazed spirit jade was not inexpensive. Based on Hejun's usual rates, the villagers' budget would barely cover a 6-foot statue. While Hejun might not be taking a significant loss this time, he likely wouldn't profit either. What could he possibly be after? He had turned away all other commissions without hesitation to accompany Jia Dagui to Song Village. And after arriving, he sculpted Master Xuanqing's statue here for free. Though Hejun was indeed within Jia Dagui's network of contacts, the connection ran through another friend. It couldn't be that Hejun was simply doing him a favor. Could it be that upon seeing Master Xuanqing's statue, Hejun was captivated by the divine figure and willing to sacrifice profit to create the finest possible representation? Before Jia Dagui could fully grasp the situation, Hejun had already finalized the details with the villagers. Then let's proceed this way. Take me outside. I'll see where would be most suitable for building the new temple. Hejun rose and followed the villagers out, with Jia Dagui hurrying to keep pace. Half an hour later, Jia Dagui, breathing heavily, followed Hejun and Xuanqing to a small hilltop. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a proper hill, just an elevated area offering a perfect vantage point over the entire Song village. Hejun examined the surrounding environment carefully and found it merely acceptable. This is the place. No trees block the sunlight, the ground is high enough to stay dry, and villagers in the settlement will be able to see the Xuanqing temple when they look up. It's the finest location in your village. Moreover, the area was spacious enough to accommodate a substantial temple. Xuanqing quickly nodded. Yes, we'll build the new Xuanqing temple right here, as you've suggested, Master He. Gazing down at the scattered houses of Song village, Hejun asked, when do you plan to complete the new temple and formally invite Master Xuanqing to relocate? I would like to attend the ceremony as well. Xuanqing wiped the sweat from his brow and caught his breath. Naturally, the sooner the better. The conditions at the old Xuanqing temple were hardly suitable. It was a hardship for Master Xuanqing. Hejun nodded in strong agreement, his expression grave. Since you wish to hurry, let me introduce someone to you. I can guarantee completion of at least a 3-courtyard temple complex before the first day of next month. As for the statue in my care, I will sculpt it as swiftly as possible, completing Master Xuanqing's new image before the end of the month. The villagers were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Jia Dagui was utterly bewildered. Wasn't the friend who introduced him to Hejun said that Hejun avoided meddling in others' affairs and kept his distance? Was that really acting aloof? Why did Hejun seem more eager than the villagers themselves to finish the new temple and sculpt the new statue? And he wasn't earning a single copper from this trip. Was there something wrong with Hejun? After determining the location for the future temple and the appearance of the statue of Xuanqing Gong, Hejun's itinerary for this trip was basically complete. After bidding farewell to the villagers and promising to personally deliver the new statue before the first day of next month, Hejun followed Jia Dagui onto the carriage. The driver flicked the reins, and 2 chestnut horses slowly pulled the carriage away. Inside the carriage, Jia Dagui rubbed his hands together eagerly and said, after completing the Xuanqing Gong statue for Song Village, could Master He sculpt one for my mansion next? Jia Dagui was also a discerning man. Since Hejun, a master statue sculptor, could create the Xuanqing Gong statue for him, he had no desire to settle for someone else. He was considerate as well, prioritizing bringing Hejun to Song Village to sculpt the Xuanqing Gong statue first. The one for his own mansion would wait until the Song Village statue was finished. Hejun agreed without hesitation. Certainly. After completing that 6-foot statue in Song Village, I shall sculpt one for you. Would you like? Jia Dagui thought for a moment and said, for the family shrine it need not be too large. A 1-foot statue will suffice. Hejun nodded. Recalling the price he had quoted for Song Village, Jia Dagui asked with a hint of anticipation, I plan to use cloud spirit jade for the statue and purple gold wood for the shrine. What price would Master He deem appropriate? Hejun glanced at him and quoted a price that was not particularly low. Jia Dagui's eyebrow twitched instantly. Something was off. Although this price was somewhat lower than Hejun's previous quotes compared to the incredibly low price given to the villagers of Song Village, it seemed far from cheap. Jia Dagui could not understand why Hejun was willing to work at 0 profit for Song Village, yet charged a higher price for him. Was Hejun quoting prices based on the person? Jia Dagui had no idea, but he had hit upon something. The reason Hejun quoted such a low price for Song Village, effectively working for free. First, it was indeed because the people requesting the statues were poor villagers, and he felt compassion for them. Second, the statue in Song Village was the very first statue of Xuanqing Gong, carrying profoundly different significance. If Hejun were wealthy enough, he would have sculpted the statue for free out of his own pocket for Xuanqing Gong. But Jia Dagui was rich, a man of considerable means. Was there a need to be gentle with his wallet? It was only because Jia Dagui wanted a statue of Xuanqing Gong. Otherwise, Hejun would have quoted his normal rate as usual. Jia Dagui harbored doubts, but wisely refrained from asking further, smiling and agreeing. Very well, very well. I shall then await Master He to sculpt the Xuanqing Gong statue for me. Returning to the county seat of Wan'an after bidding farewell to Jia Dagui, Hejun did not stop, but rode his horse back to Yuna County. Traveling swiftly with relentless pace, he finally arrived in Yuna County just as the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by night. Upon his return, Hejun did not go home, but instead rode straight to the White Jade Martial Arts Hall in the city. Yuna County was more prosperous than Wan'an County, with numerous martial arts halls. The White Jade Martial Arts Hall was merely a medium-sized establishment and comparatively low-key on ordinary days. Hee-jun had learned martial arts at the White Jade Martial Arts Hall. However, what most outsiders did not know was that the hall was an enterprise of the Ancient God Society. The sky had grown dark and the martial arts hall was lit with candles and lanterns. The shouts of practitioners and the clashing of weapons continued unabated, creating a lively atmosphere. Hee-jun dismounted and pushed open the hall's doors. "We are closed today, no new disciples. Come back tomorrow," a lazy young man's voice called out. Hee-jun looked and saw a young martial artist behind the door, legs propped on the desk, carelessly tossing peanuts into his mouth. Seeing who had entered, the man raised his eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, Master He, why have you come at this hour?" Hee-jun said helplessly with a smile. "Brother Haichuan, spare me. Common folk may call me master, but you, a martial artist on the verge of the gathering spirit realm, calling me master truly diminishes me." Xuanqing laughed heartily. "How is a master who sculpts divine statues not a true master? Did master come today to seek me out for drinks and pleasure?" Hee-jun smiled and shook his head. "Today I have no time to accompany you, Brother Haichuan, for leisure. Is Master Gung present? I have something important to discuss." Master Gung Mingmu was the director of the White Jade Martial Arts Hall and also one of the leaders of the Ancient God Society's branch in Yuna County. Upon hearing there was serious business, Xuanqing dropped his carefree demeanor and said seriously, "He is here. I will take you to find Master Gung." The martial arts hall was large. As they walked, Xuanqing asked along the way, "What is it about? You rarely seek out Master Gung." Hee-jun pressed his lips together. Thinking of the matter concerning Xuanqing, he felt a surge of excitement, but restrained himself. "You shall know in a moment." After winding through countless corridors, the two arrived at the rear portion of the martial arts hall, an area not open to the public. Though not open to outsiders, there were quite a few people here. Chi refining stage cultivators were everywhere, and one or two at the gathering spirit stage could be seen. Xuanqing led Hee-jun to a magnificent and imposing building. The plaque above read Temple of Worship. The two pushed open the door and entered. Several lit candle stands illuminated the hall brightly. Within the hall, several statues of different deities were enshrined. The materials were all fine and the carvings were exquisitely detailed. As soon as Hee-jun and Xuanqing entered, they saw several people standing in the hall gathered together in conversation. The middle-aged man with the strongest aura and the tallest figure among them was Master Gung Mingmu. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the transformation thought realm. The others also possessed high cultivation, all at the gathering spirit stage. They were all members of the Ancient God Society. Hearing the commotion of the two entering, Gung Mingmu looked up, frowned, and asked, "What is it?" Hee-jun stepped forward. "Master Gung, your subordinate, Hee-jun has an important matter to report." Gung Mingmu paused. Important matter. He remembered Hee-jun, someone with poor martial aptitude but excellent statue sculpting skills. He would remember Hee-jun precisely because many of the statues in this hall were sculpted by him. So what could a Hee-jun at the body tempering stage possibly have of such importance to tell him? Curiosity bubbling within, Gung Mingmu nodded and said, "Speak." The next moment, the words Hee-jun spoke left everyone in the hall stunned. Hee-jun said, "This subordinate suspects I have discovered the trace of that awakening ancient god." Earlier, the Ancient God Society had received news that an ancient god would awaken and a sacred mountain would reappear in the southwest direction of Huayin Prefecture. Hee-jun, of course, also knew of this matter. Having learned of the deeds of Xuanqing and personally visiting Song Village to witness the Xuanqing statue with his own eyes, Hee-jun immediately connected it to the news of the ancient god's awakening. Everyone in the hall stood frozen in astonishment. Gung Mingmu could never have imagined that the important matter a body tempering stage cultivator like Hee-jun had to report was this. Coming back to his senses, suppressing the shock in his heart, he rubbed his stiff face and said earnestly, "What happened? Explain it clearly." Since the news of the awakening ancient god and the reappearance of the sacred mountain spread, the society has found nothing. How did you discover the trace of the awakening ancient god? The trace of the awakening ancient god that Hee-jun claimed to have discovered. Was it truly the trace of a genuinely awakening ancient god? After the initial shock, the people in the hall also fell into doubt. The importance of news regarding the ancient god was beyond question to the Ancient God Society. After receiving news of the ancient god's awakening and the resurgence of the divine mountain, the society had been constantly searching for traces of that awakened deity, but to no avail. And now Hee-jun claimed to have discovered traces of the awakened ancient god. A group of top experts within the society had failed to locate this deity, yet a mere physical refinement stage cultivator like Hee-jun had found them. They simply could not bring themselves to believe it. Under the hall's skeptical stares, Hee-jun began to recount the full story. In Xuanqing County, there is a place called Songjia Village where they worship a deity known as Lord Xuanqing. Hee-jun first recounted in full detail the miraculous deeds of Lord Xuanqing that he had heard from Jia Degui and the villagers. As Hee-jun spoke, the expressions of those in the hall shifted continuously, from furrowed brows in contemplation to confused bewilderment to stunned shock. Simply put, what Hee-jun described was far too authentic. The timeline was not some distant antiquity, but rather events that had occurred recently. Completely different from those previous rumors built on hearsay. It indeed appeared far more credible than any prior whisper. But the Ancient God Society had endured too many cycles from hope to despair. Gung Mingmu also desperately wanted to believe Hee-jun's words. And Hee-jun's account was indeed remarkably vivid. yet it was ultimately hearsay. They did not wish to endure another round of dashed hopes. Geng Mingmao took a deep breath, and after He Jun finished recounting the miracles of Lord Xuanqing, he spoke. What you have told us is after all merely hearsay, not something you witnessed with your own eyes. Mortals are ultimately prone to being blinded by narrow perspectives. This hardly proves that the legendary Lord Xuanqing is a truly existing deity, the awakened ancient god we have been seeking. Unless you have more concrete evidence. After a moment of uncertain astonishment, everyone turned expectantly toward He Jun. He Jun, who had been forcibly interrupted and then pressed to continue. He sighed and said, Master Geng speaks truly. I myself harbored doubts at first, which is why I personally visited Songjia village today and saw Lord Xuanqing's divine statue. After seeing Lord Xuanqing's divine statue, I had already accepted the villagers' accounts of miraculous deeds as 8 or 9 parts true. For Lord Xuanqing's divine statue was entirely different from any other. Lord Xuanqing's divine statue bore no celestial anomaly, nor did it give birth to a statue spirit, yet it was shrouded in dense incense smoke, thicker than the incense offered to the statue spirits nurtured within our own ancient god society. That is incense only a true deity can gather. And it closely resembled what ancient texts describe. A trace of divinity possessed by a statue that a deity has graced with their presence. A statue touched by a descending god was different from an ordinary one, it would carry a wisp of divinity. He Jun himself did not truly understand what divinity was, but he had studied ancient texts. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, perhaps he had genuinely felt it, but He Jun insisted that Lord Xuanqing's divine statue possessed divinity. Geng Mingmao and the others exchanged glances, clearly seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Their hearts stirred with turbulent waves. He Jun's first-hand judgment of the divine statue carried far more weight in their eyes than second-hand rumors. And if one linked that with the so-called rumors, could it be that they were not rumors at all, but the truth? So, did He Jun, with only physical refinement cultivation, truly stumble upon the awakened ancient god by chance? Was Lord Xuanqing truly the awakened ancient god? Geng Mingmao fell into deep thought. The others in the hall exchanged glances and turned serious faces toward He Jun. Are you certain everything you say is true? This is no subject for frivolous jest. If it were truly, then they would need to go pay their respects to Lord Xuanqing, a true deity, a deity still living in this world. The ancient god society had bitterly pursued such a god for countless years. Excitement surged through every heart, yet each feared that such a colossal hope might ultimately turn to ash. The closer one drew to one's dream, the more careful one needed to be. Every step felt precarious, as though a single misstep would shatter the vision. He Jun's expression was resolute. I pledge my life as guarantee. Every word I speak is the truth. I harbor no intention to deceive any of you. He was a member of the ancient god society himself, one who reverenced the divine. How could he possibly treat matters of gods as a joke? Geng Mingmao shook himself from his reverie and fixed a profound gaze upon He Jun. If all of this is true and Lord Xuanqing truly is a deity still among the living, then you have been granted divine kinship. The several spirit-gathering realm cultivators beside him could no longer contain themselves, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Lord Xuanqing, is a neighboring Wan'an County correct? In Songjia village. I wish to pay my respects to Lord Xuanqing in person. I share the same sentiment. We should go together. What proprieties must one observe when encountering a deity? Geng Mingmao. He wanted to go as well, but he could not spare himself at present. And as for these eager ones, you would be best advised not to go. The Tianshan sect has been keeping a close watch on you lately. Do not inadvertently lead that pack of beasts over there. We do not know the current state or condition of this newly awakened ancient god. If we draw the attention of that ancient one from the Tianshan sect, even if they cannot harm Lord Xuanqing, they will surely harass and bother us relentlessly. The several spirit-gathering realm cultivators who had been enthusiastically planning their visit to pay respects to Lord Xuanqing fell instantly silent. They truly wished to personally pay their respects to that deity. But Geng Mingmao's words were sound. The Tianshan sect was still watching them. It would be disastrous if their attention were drawn away. Geng Mingmao analyzed. According to what He Jun has said, Lord Xuanqing is not flamboyant and currently receives only the worship of that one small village. As a newly awakened ancient god, even if their power was formidable in the past, their present condition remains uncertain. The others nodded in agreement. Precisely. An ancient god who has slumbered for many years before awakening, with so little incense worship sustaining them, now certainly cannot be at the height of their powers. Then we should not draw the Tianshan sect over, lest they disturb and offend Lord Xuanqing. By the way, Master Geng, should this matter be reported? Geng Mingmao pondered for a moment and said, not for now. Although both you and I believe that Lord Xuanqing should be the awakened ancient god, we must still verify this carefully. Additionally, we must ascertain Lord Xuanqing's current condition. If it is indeed the case that after such a long slumber they have not yet fully recovered, we must dedicate ourselves to helping Lord Xuanqing restore their strength. We, the ancient god society, are the hand of the gods in the mortal realm. Should Lord Xuanqing have any need of us, we must act with all our strength. The second day after seeing off, He Junsong village began to bustle with groundbreaking activities. As he patrolled the surrounding Song, Xuanqing watched with satisfaction as his new temple slowly took shape. although he did not disdain his current dwelling, who would not prefer a larger and brighter residence. After observing the temple construction for a while, Xuanqing finished patrolling his territory and returned contentedly. Upon returning to Xuanqing Temple, he spotted a black cat crouching on the cushion with its head buried in its paws. From a glance, it resembled someone bowing before Xuanqing. Xuanqing examined the aura on the black cat and raised an eyebrow. Xuanma, you have reached the peak of the body tempering stage, haven't you? The black cat lifted its head and turned to look at Xuanqing. Hearing the words, the black cat's ears twitched, a trace of slight pride on its face. Yes, my lord. This humble demon has already reached the peak of the body tempering stage and will break through to the bone refining stage soon. It was all thanks to the incense grand pill you graciously bestowed upon me. Not only has my cultivation advanced, but my cultivation speed has also increased with no bottlenecks at all. This passage was not a series of meows, but human speech. Indeed, the black cat had learned to speak like a human. Its voice sounded like a child's, tender and raw. Xuanqing was slightly surprised. You have refined your hyoid bone and can now speak human language. The black cat nodded, the corners of its mouth rising in a smile. I refined it just this morning. My lord, how is my human speech? Xuanqing could only shake his head with a wry smile and gave a nod. The black cat licked its paw contentedly, then remembered the purpose of its visit and hurriedly spoke. By the way, my lord, there is something I must report. After that Yuzhu perished, a new demon of spirit gathering stage by the name of Imu appeared in the green mirror pool he once occupied. It is in crocodile demon, also at the spirit gathering stage. That Imu somehow guessed that you were the one who killed Yuzhu and also learned that I am acquainted with you. It intercepted me today and asked me to deliver a message wishing to meet you. From what I observed, its attitude seemed quite amiable. My lord, do you intend to see it or not? Xuanqing paused for a moment. A crocodile demon wished to see him. For what purpose? To seek revenge for Yuzhu. It did not seem so from its demeanor. Did that crocodile demon say what it wishes to see this deity for? The black cat scratched its head and shook it. Not a word. It only pleaded to meet you once, and it appeared to harbor no ill will. Xuanqing nodded thought for a moment, and then said, very well. Tell that crocodile demon to come to the back slope mountain. This deity will see what it wants. Having slain Yuzhu, a great demon, at the late spirit gathering stage, Xuanqing felt considerably more confident. Even if that crocodile demon harbored malicious intent, once it entered his territory, it would meet the same fate as Yuzhu. Very well. Shall I go fetch that crocodile demon to the back slope mountain now? Go ahead. On the back slope mountain, Xuanqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After waiting for approximately half a quarter hour, the black cat sprinted forward with agile feline steps. Behind it, a crocodile was crawling forward, trembling. Xuanqing glanced at the crocodile lying on the ground, trembling and crawling slowly, and paused. So small. With Yuzhu, that over 10 long great snake demon, at the spirit gathering stage, in his prior impression, Xuanqing had assumed that great demons of the spirit gathering stage were all enormous. Now, upon meeting this crocodile demon who called itself Imu, he found it was only about 5 or 6 chi long, less than 2 meters. Xuanqing instinctively thought it so tiny. Upon looking more closely at the crocodile demon's appearance, Xuanqing's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Was this a Chinese alligator? Its appearance was almost identical to Xuanqing's impression of a Chinese alligator, with a short and broad head, a plump and stocky body, and short, thick limbs. The only difference was 2 small branch-like horns growing from its head. Judging solely by its exterior, this crocodile demon appeared truly harmless. Its pitiful gaze, which screamed cowardice from every glance, even created the illusion that it would be easy to bully. At this moment, Imu, the crocodile demon, was nearly too terrified to walk. The mountainside was filled with the lingering aura of Yuzhu drifting on the wind. Yuzhu was already dead. So had Yuzhu died on this very mountain. Glancing up at the emotionless Xuanqing before him, whose aura was unfathomable and whose strength was impossible to gauge, Imu's heart tightened. Would that opponent simply strike him down without another word, just as Imu had witnessed that night when Yuzhu was slain? Should he not have come to find this being at all? Swallowing nervously, afraid that Xuanqing would strike him down on the spot, Imu quickly offered words of submission. This humble demon, Imu, pays respects to the venerable lord. You are truly handsome and noble in bearing, like the bright moon in the heavens, and from the moment I laid eyes on you, I could only submit to your supremacy. The crocodile demon's immediate barrage of sycophantic flattery left Xuanqing's expression growing even more peculiar. Cut the unnecessary words. What do you seek from this seat? Imu's heart trembled, fearing he had misspoken, and dared not say more. Hastily, it opened its massive jaws and spat out a pile of snake demon corpses. Inside the crocodile demon's abdomen seemed to exist a separate spatial realm. From its mere 5 or 6 G body, it expelled heaps of snake demon corpses stacked into a small mountain. Those deceased snake demon corpses varied in aura between the body tempering and bone refining stages. Before Xuanqing could ask, the crocodile demon hurriedly spoke again. These little snake demons are Yuzhu's descendants and offsprings. I reasoned that since you slew Yuzhu, you would certainly not wish for these little snake demons to remain either, so I slaughtered them all. Every last one of Yuzhu's descendants and offsprings is here. You may inspect them, not a single one is missing. Xuanqing glanced at the mountain of snake demon corpses, then his gaze fell upon Mu, who was trembling. Was he really that frightening? Did Mu fear him this much? Xuanqing's expression was peculiar, his demeanor softening slightly. I understand. So what precisely is the purpose of this display? Mu swallowed and slowly recounted his grievances with Yuzhu. The Green Mirror Pool had long been his territory. When Yuzhu arrived, it seized his territory, beat him up, and drove him away. Mu bore a grudge against Yuzhu ever since, but was helpless to act against Yuzhu in the short term. He was only at the early stage of spirit gathering and could not defeat Yuzhu. All he could do was secretly curse Yuzhu to die soon. Who would have thought his curses would be so effective? Before Yuzhu had occupied his territory for even a month, it was slain. On the night Yuzhu was killed, Mu had witnessed everything. While Yuzhu was out seeking revenge, Mu seized the opportunity to storm Green Mirror Pool and slaughtered no fewer of Yuzhu's descendants and offsprings. His original plan was to vent his anger and flee, but to his surprise Yuzhu had been beheaded by Xuanqing's thunderous sword. With his long-held grievance finally avenged, Mu felt a sense of satisfaction, yet unease also arose within him. Would Xuanqing, who had slain Yuzhu, also kill him? Mu captured several little snake demons and learned the full story. Thus came the events of today. He sought out Xuanqing of his own accord, deliberately showing submission and weakness. He was terrified that after slaughtering Yuzhu, Xuanqing would come to slaughter him next. He was merely at the early stage of spirit gathering. If the other could slay Yuzhu, killing him would be far easier. After recounting his grievances with Yuzhu, Mu trembled as he spoke. My lord, I do not eat humans, nor do I keep little demons. I would never rashly intrude upon your territory. I shall remain at Green Mirror Pool and cultivate in peace. I can also keep watch nearby for you. Should any demon attempt to invade your territory to cause trouble or devour humans, I can send word to you in advance. So my lord, could you please not kill me? Xuanqing found the crocodile demon Mu's pitiful and cowardly appearance both amusing and exasperating. With the crocodile demon's disposition, it was no wonder that Song village, nestled at the foot of the mountain range's edge, had only encountered minor disasters over the years and had not yet been wiped out. If Wuzhu had remained here, as before, Song village below the mountain would likely have ceased to exist within 2 years. Xuanqing chuckled and said, as for acting as my lookout or sending word of trouble, I care not. Simply remain in Green Mirror Pool and do not trespass into my territory. I shall not harm you. He harbored no ruthless nature, nor did he believe all demons deserved death. The crocodile demon's attitude was proper, and it seemed to harbor no ill will toward humans. Xuanqing was willing to coexist in harmony with it. Hearing Xuanqing's words, the crocodile demon was overjoyed. My lord, rest assured, this humble demon will never rashly enter your territory. Wuzhu bore a grudge against you, and you have slain it. In that regard, I owe you a favor. This humble demon wishes to repay you. From henceforth, should my lord require anything within my humble capabilities, pray come to me. Among the demons in these environs, I alone have reached the spirit-gathering realm. I shall watch over the others and endeavor to prevent them from entering your domain and disturbing you. Xuanqing nodded with a measure of perfunctory indifference. Frankly, he only required that the crocodile demon refrain from provoking him. Mu's anxious heart finally relaxed, and he swallowed hard upon glancing at the mountain of snake demon corpses beside him. In his eagerness to curry favor with Xuanqing, he had not dared devour these little snake demons since their slaying. My lord, how would you like these snake demon corpses disposed of? Should Xuanqing refuse them, might he consume them all? Xuanqing frowned and cast a glance at the heap of snake demon corpses, his expression revealing distaste. Dispose of them as you see fit, but do not leave them upon this mountain. They will frighten passers-by and fill the air with putrid stench. Having said this, Xuanqing thought of the black cat and turned to ask it, Xuanma, would you care for these snake demons? The black cat glanced at the pile of corpses, showing little interest. It remained more captivated by incense spirit pills. Nevertheless, refusing food offered on a silver platter was foolish. Even though these were spat out from Mu's belly, he felt no revulsion. The black cat hooked forth a bone refining realm snake demon with its claw and demurely intoned, Since my lord bestows a gift, this humble demon shall take but one. Anything more would prove beyond his capacity to digest at present. Xuanqing nodded and turned to Mu. Then you may handle the remainder yourself. Mu beamed with delight, opened his enormous maw, and began swallowing the mountain of snake demon corpses strand by strand, much like slurping noodles. Xuanqing, having no taste for watching such feasting, departed without a backward glance. As Mu slurped down snake demons one after another, he cast a glance at the black cat beside him, which had been struggling with a bone refining realm corpse for some time, and had managed but a tenth of it. Little feline demon, have I not crossed paths with you before? Mu had dwelt in Green Mirror Pool for many years, and retained a general impression of which lesser demons frequented the area. However, he ordinarily paid little mind to such matters, devoting himself entirely to cultivation and slumber, rarely venturing from Green Mirror Pool, exceedingly reclusive. Yet gazing upon the black cat, Mu felt a lingering sense of familiarity. After considerable deliberation, the memory finally surfaced. Indeed, he had encountered the black cat before, not merely once, most recently perhaps in the preceding month. Yet in that previous month the black cat had possessed only the early stage of body tempering cultivation. Glancing now at its current state, body tempering peak, Imu began to doubt his own recollection. The black cat queried in puzzlement, "Have we met?" "When precisely?" Imu tilted his head, hesitating. "Perhaps I have mistaken you for another. I encountered a cat demon last month. Though it bore a striking resemblance to you, its cultivation rested at the early stage of body tempering, and its innate constitution appeared merely average." The black cat, whose average constitution was being discussed, silently swallowed its snake demon flesh, and replied with complex emotions, "Imu, my lord, you recall correctly. That was indeed me." Imu was startled, nearly choking on his noodles. "You? How is this possible? You advanced from early body tempering to completion within a single month. I myself did not cultivate so swiftly." Having reached the spirit-gathering realm, Imu's own innate talent was undoubtedly superior. He himself had not progressed with such speed. The black cat, he remembered, possessed truly mediocre, if not poor constitution. "Have you encountered some fortuitous opportunity?" Imu asked curiously. The black cat scratched its head. "Does the lord just now count as one?" Imu paused, then understood. The fortuitous opportunity the black cat referenced was none other than Xuanqing. Following a cultivator of such formidable prowess, if generous, would certainly benefit one's own cultivation. Yeah. The black cat's rate of advancement was far too rapid. Moreover, from what he could discern, the black cat's innate constitution had evidently improved considerably since before. Was that lord truly so powerful? Did he possess treasures capable of enhancing a demon's constitution? Such objects were exceedingly rare. Cultivation could be elevated through effort, but one's innate constitution was largely fixed from birth. And if Xuanqing was willing to employ such items upon a low-grade body-tempering demon with mediocre constitution, did this not suggest he possessed an abundance of them? Imu grew restless, his eyes darting about. "Little feline demon, how did you earn that lord's favor? Did he require anything in return? And what is his identity?" The black cat regarded Imu with a meaningful look before selectively sharing what it deemed appropriate. Xuanqing returned to the temple, observing the common folk coming and going with their incense. Many of the faces were unfamiliar. A few days prior, Yulianha had dragged that enormous snake demon into the county town, sending shockwaves through nearly all the residents. Upon further investigation, word spread that the snake demon had itself proclaimed it was slain by Xuanqing Gong, the deity enshrined by Song Village. Coupled with the evidence of the massive snake demon corpse, this bolstered the claim. Many commoners throughout the county came to believe this narrative. Consequently, Lord Xuanqing's fame spread like wildfire across Wannan County. Thus, over the past 2 days, Xuanqing had witnessed no shortage of unfamiliar faces. Some were even from affluent households, resplendent in fine garments. Of course, not everyone was entirely convinced. Wannan County boasted various deity statues, each region venerating its own, and all claiming efficacy. Whether such claims proved true could only be determined through practice. What truly captured Song Xuanqing's attention, however, were certain unfamiliar figures among today's villagers. Among them were martial artists, for in number 3 men and 1 woman. 3 had reached the spirit-gathering realm, the 3rd stage of martial arts, while 1 had attained the chi absorption realm, the 2nd stage. Spirit-gathering realm. That was uncommon in Wannan County. Even Su Genie and others renowned directors of the county's prestigious martial schools possessed only spirit-gathering cultivation. If they were merely martial artists, that in itself would be unremarkable. The issue lay in the manner of these 4 practitioners, dressed in coarse hemp garments, posing as common folk, yet moving with furtive suspicion. Their conduct screamed abnormality. Xuanqing silently observed them from the shadows, keen to discern their true intentions. The 4 martial artists, disguised and acting furtively, were naturally those sent by the ancient god society. They had come to confirm whether Lord Xuanqing was truly as he Jun had described, and to determine as best they could the current condition of Lord Xuanqing, this ancient god who had awakened. Zhang Haichuan, the only one among the 4 to have reached the chi absorption stage, was craning his neck and peeking about as he surveyed Song Village. In truth, the ancient god society had originally intended to dispatch 4 cultivators at the spirit-gathering stage, but Zhang Haichuan had thrown a fit and insisted on accompanying them. If they refused to let him come, he would simply sneak along behind them. Gung Mingmao, worn down by the pestering, had finally relented and allowed him to join. Zhang Haichuan surveyed the village while muttering under his breath, "Does this village really have 300 people? How many incense offerings could they possibly provide to Lord Xuanqing?" In his opinion, Lord Xuanqing should be relocated to their ancient god society. With so many people there, they could offer ample incense and worship to Lord Xuanqing. Enough, shut up. What do you think gods are? Divine beings extend compassion to all living creatures. Would they show favoritism based on the quantity of incense offered by their believers? Would gods with abundant offerings grant protection, while those with meager offerings are abandoned? Zhao Mingqi, the sole female martial artist among the 4 and a cultivator at the late stage of spirit gathering, said with a stern expression. She was dressed as a peasant woman, her frame thin, with her face deliberately smeared a sallow yellow. The hairpin holding her gathered hair hung down to her ear, and upon closer inspection, one would notice she only had 1 ear. Beside her, Chao Jiaqing, a man with a simple and honest face, carried a large basket on his back and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Look at the villagers of Song Village. Though they are not wealthy, their spirits are high. Because they no longer had to worry about losing their lives each day, even if life was humble, simply living in peace and safety in these turbulent times was already a form of happiness. After Xuanqing asked a villager for directions, the group headed toward the Xuanqing temple. Soon arriving beneath the towering banyan tree, they spotted the weathered old temple at its base. They immediately wore expressions identical to what Jun had shown. Xuanqing sighed with mingled emotions. It is fine. A remote mountain village one can understand. It is only that Lord Xuanqing has been somewhat slighted. Fortunately, a new temple is already being built. Xuanqing, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, was left speechless. They felt sorry for him. What was going on with these members of the ancient god society? Were they now lamenting that his temple's conditions were not good? Xuanqing felt completely baffled. Initially, when he had overheard them calling themselves the ancient god society, he had been somewhat on guard. He had first learned of the ancient god society from Mu Tong and Mu Nan of the Heavenly Mountain sect, though his knowledge had been quite superficial. He only roughly understood that they worshipped ancient deities and were in pursuit of traces left by ancient gods. But this alone did not make Xuanqing lower his guard against them. Yet as he continued to overhear Xuanqing's mood grew increasingly complicated. These members of the ancient god society were rather peculiar. The strange quartet entered the Xuanqing temple. They came before the statue of Lord Xuanqing enshrined within the altar. Then they wore expressions identical to what Jun had displayed. Staring fixedly at the divine image, their eyes burned with fanaticism. Even more fervent than the gaze of a scoundrel beholding a beauty. Xuanqing could not help but wonder whether they would lunge forward to seize his divine statue in the very next moment. After all, hadn't that young martial artist at the chi absorption stage said he wanted to relocate the statue to their ancient god society? Fortunately, nothing of the sort came to pass. Zhang Haiquan and the other three never dared commit such an offensive act. The four exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a mixture of excitement and fervor. Truly, as Jun had said, this Lord Xuanqing was undoubtedly the awakened ancient deity they had been seeking. The four reverently kowtowed and offered incense to Xuanqing. Their devotion and fervor surpassed even that of the villagers of Song Village. After paying their respects, the group departed the Xuanqing temple directly, without any further action. They then sought out villagers in the hamlet to ask after Lord Xuanqing's miraculous manifestations. Xuanqing found it difficult to fathom these four's behavior. He could sense they seemed to harbor no malice. But as for their true purpose, what they wished to accomplish, Xuanqing could not comprehend it. After conversing with the villagers, the four departed Song Village with no trace of where they had gone. This bewildering episode had truly left Xuanqing scratching his head. He had thought the matter would simply end there. But unexpectedly, deep into the night, the four from the ancient god society returned once more. Under cover of darkness, they crept stealthily into the village. Then they slipped into the Xuanqing temple, their fervent gazes fixed upon Xuanqing's divine statue as intensely as by daylight. Xuanqing thought perhaps there were too many people about during the day, so they came by midnight to steal the statue. Fuming silently, Xuanqing was about to reveal himself and strike the four when, splash, the four suddenly dropped to their knees in unison. Xuanqing. In his bewilderment, the four spoke with reverence. Lord Xuanqing, please forgive us. It was not our intention to disturb you at this hour, but during the day there were too many people and too much noise to speak with you properly. We come from the ancient god society. For countless years we have sought the traces of the divine, yet made no progress whatsoever. Recently we received word that an ancient god would awaken in this area, so we followed your trail and came here. We have heard many tales of your divine miracles. We revere you deeply, we believe in you. Our ancient god society shares this sentiment. We hold reverence and faith in deities such as yourself as our guiding principle. The entire ancient god society considers it its sacred duty to follow in the footsteps of the divine. The ancient god society has always served as the hands of the divine in the mortal realm. We are prepared to do anything for you. If due to your recent awakening your power is diminished, and there is anything you need done, we will face any trial without hesitation. After speaking, they all gazed expectantly at the divine statue. A long silence fell upon the temple. The statue offered no response whatsoever. The four members of the ancient god society seemed to be speaking to empty air. Within the Xuanqing temple, only their figures kneeling before the statue remained, and the atmosphere grew completely still after they finished their words. No response came, and the divine bestowed no mandate upon them. The four's eyes gradually filled with disappointment. Xuanqing bit her lip, unwilling to give up, and spoke again. Lord Xuanqing, the ancient god society harbors not a single ill intent toward you. We have always followed in the footsteps of the divine, hoping to one day serve beneath you. Lord Xuanqing, if you wish not to see us, you may instead send down a divine mandate. Whatever task you require of us, we will face fire and water without flinching. The four members of the ancient god society wore earnest expressions. However, Xuanqing showed not the slightest intention of responding to them, let alone granting them an audience. He merely observed in silence, watching what they would do next. Xuanqing did not believe a word they said. Having never encountered the ancient god society before, how could he possibly know their true nature? Could he simply trust their one-sided words? They spoke of following and venerating a deity, yet who knew if it was genuine? If he revealed himself prematurely and was struck down, what then? His strength had not yet reached a level where he could face an unknown powerful organization with impunity. It would be best to offer no response at all, letting these four speculate on whether such a deity even existed. The four members of the ancient god society had exhausted every flattering plea. They even prostrated themselves repeatedly, forehead striking the ground. Yet Xuanqing remained utterly unresponsive. After some time seeing no sign of acknowledgement from the divine statue, their hearts gradually sank. Having witnessed Xuanqing's divine effigy and heard tales of his miracles, the four harbored no doubt about the existence of Lord Xuanqing. They simply believed he chose not to meet them. He would not even deign to grant them an oracle. It was complete disregard. Disappointment was written plainly across the faces of the four ancient god society members. Just as Xuanqing was preparing to watch what else they might do, they sighed heavily and knelt in deep reverent obeisance before him. Today we have troubled Lord Xuanqing. Coming at this hour was indeed a disturbance. If your lordship is unwilling to see us today and will not bestow an oracle upon us, then we shall obey your wishes and wait until the time is right for you to descend your decree. We shall now take our leave and not disturb Lord Xuanqing's rest. After speaking, they respectfully departed from the Xuanqing temple. They then departed under the cover of night, their destination unknown. Xuanqing watched their retreating figures, frowning in thought. Was that it? They had rattled off so much merely to catch a glimpse of him, or perhaps to receive some sign or oracle from him. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed quite like what they had said. But he should not jump to conclusions so hastily. For now he would wait and observe. The dark mountain forest, the wind howling like ghosts. Xuanqing and the others walked silently and aimlessly through the woods. Each one looked listless and despondent, their auras heavy with gloom. Xuanqing could no longer contain himself and said dejectedly, "Has the ancient god society been abandoned by the deity? Lord Xuanqing does not wish to see us, nor will he even offer a response." Zhao Mingxi pressed her lips together. Though she felt deeply disappointed within, she still offered comfort. "We will not be abandoned by the deity. Perhaps our karma with Lord Xuanqing has simply not yet ripened. Do the myths not all say the same? Deities and immortals all value karmic affinity." Chao Jiaqing thought of the villagers in Song Village. So the reason Lord Xuanqing chose Song Village as the first place to awaken after his return was because that village shares destiny with him. Those villagers not only enjoy Lord Xuanqing's protection, but the fortunate ones have even seen him. A fleeting encounter, true, but still a blessing. Hearing this, Zhang Haichuan's eyes lit up. "Then let us stay in Song Village first. Since Song Village shares destiny with Lord Xuanqing, the longer we remain, the greater our chances of gaining the fortune to behold the deity." Yi Yunsong, the quietest of the four, contemplated for a long while before suddenly speaking. "He does not trust." Zhang Haichuan glanced back at him and scratched his head. "Brother Yunsong, what did you say?" Chao Jiaqing cast a glance at Yi Yunsong and stepped in as an interpreter. "What Brother Yunsong means is that Lord Xuanqing does not trust us." Yi Yunsong nodded earnestly. "Just awakened state unstable. Lord Xuanqing is cautious and does not trust." Zhang Haichuan understood this clearly. Lord Xuanqing had just awakened. His condition was poor and his incense offerings were insufficient. Should they encounter him rashly, he would naturally remain vigilant. He would not so easily trust them. Yi Yunsong continued to struggle with his words. Insufficient incense. Must help. Must guard against enemies. Zhao Mengqi frowned deep in thought, then spoke. "It matters not that Lord Xuanqing does not currently trust us or refuse to see us. We will let him witness our sincerity. Brother Yunsong is right. We must help Lord Xuanqing gather more incense offerings from the common folk to restore his strength, while also remaining vigilant against that pack from the Tianshan sect tracking us down. If those people discover Lord Xuanqing's existence, they will surely tear into him with everything they have. Yet we still do not know Lord Xuanqing's current state. Haichuan, you return first and report our situation to Master Geng. I Jiaqing and Yunsong will remain here ready to receive Lord Xuanqing's oracle at any moment." Zhang Haichuan, very well. The members of the ancient god society had taken up residence in Song Village. They found the villagers and offered silver, expressing their desire to stay for a time. Though the great snake demon had fetched a considerable sum, and after building the temple and crafting the divine statue, there was still some surplus to distribute among the villagers had grown accustomed to poverty. Under such circumstances, how could they refuse? Thus the ancient god society members settled into Song Village. Each day they offered incense on schedule, practiced martial arts, and patrolled the area. Beside Song Xuanqing's temple, a martial artist stood guard around the clock. Had they not been overheard saying they were protecting the divine statue from potential Tianshan sect ambushes, Song Xuanqing might have thought they were keeping watch over him. He nearly felt his temple had become a prison. Over the past few days, the number of pilgrims visiting the Xuanqing temple grew daily. Many were unfamiliar faces, wearing coarse wooden hemp garments, their skin dark and roughened, clearly country folk from the countryside. Having heard rumors that Lord Xuanqing of Song Village was extraordinarily effective and possessed miraculous powers, they came to offer incense and pray. And what many were requesting was strangely consistent. "Lord Xuanqing, please protect us. May that evil monk not come to our village. Lord Xuanqing, please protect us. May I not be ensnared by that evil monk's words. Lord Xuanqing, please protect us. May that evil monk be struck down by heavenly thunder. Lord Xuanqing, please protect us. May that evil monk meet an immediate and violent death." Song Xuanqing was quite curious about what had transpired. After listening to many conversations piecing together fragmented information, Song Xuanqing finally managed to reconstruct a general picture. In short, a formidable evil monk had recently arrived in Xuanqing County. That monk traveled about preaching, seeking those he claimed were destined to meet the Buddha. Once beguiled and agreeing to take refuge in the Buddhist faith, they would be swallowed whole by the evil monk. He claimed they had gone to enjoy bliss within his belly land of Buddha. What was terrifying was the monk's utter wickedness. Once encountered and preached to, a person would recklessly resolve to follow him in taking refuge in the Buddhist faith only to be swallowed into his belly. Those bewitched by his preaching, regardless of how vigilant and clear-minded they had been before, would, upon being converted, abandon wife and children alike to follow the evil monk into his belly land of Buddha. The evil monk's whereabouts were unpredictable, and many feared encountering him. Oh right, he was said to call himself Mingkong Vajra. After hearing all this, Song Xuanqing could only think this was indeed highly unnatural. It felt completely incompatible with the Buddhist monks in his impression. He wondered what his cultivation level might be. If he came to Song Xuanqing's territory, could he defeat him? As he pondered, the crowd arriving from elsewhere to offer incense outside the temple suddenly erupted in exclamations. A monk has appeared at the village entrance. Let me take a look. No good, it's a demonic monk. He dares come to the land blessed by Lord Xuanqing. Outside the temple, the crowd made a commotion, shouting about how he dared enter Lord Xuanqing's protected territory. Yet their feet moved swiftly, rushing into the Xuanqing temple at great speed. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanqing temple became crowded. He focused his gaze toward the village entrance and saw a portly monk clad in jeweled robes, a golden alms bowl held in his hand, his head marked with burning scars from his ordination, his round belly exposed. The fat monk smiled broadly at the villagers several paces away. This humble monk is Mingkong. This place shares destiny with my Buddha. Benefactor, you too share destiny with my Buddha. Follow this humble monk in taking refuge in the Buddha's teaching and attain rebirth in the Pure Land. The monk radiated a powerful aura, appearing to possess the cultivation base of the fourth stage of martial arts, the Huan Yin realm. Monk Mingkong was smiling brightly, looking like the Maitreya Buddha. His aura had already reached the mid-stage of the transforming thought realm. The villager was thoroughly terrified. He had naturally heard those coming to burn incense speak of the evil monk. Yet he had never expected that evil monk to dare enter the land protected by Lord Xuanqing. The villager, drenched in cold sweat and eyes wide with fright, shuffled backward, desperately trying to flee. Mingkong's smile remained unchanged, merely repeating a phrase in a cheerfully coaxing tone. Benefactor, would you be willing to follow this poor monk in embracing Buddhism and rebirthing in the Pure Land? The villager's eyes were filled with sheer terror, and of course he refused. But Mingkong's words carried a potent seductive charm. The villager suddenly felt his mind go blank, with only one voice echoing within. Embrace Buddhism. Rebirth in the Pure Land. The terror on the villager's face instantly smoothed over, replaced by a fanatical gleam in his eyes. The words that spilled from his mouth were enough to make one's blood run cold. Very well, I agree. I am willing to follow you, great master, in embracing Buddhism and rebirthing in the Pure Land. Mingkong let out a hearty laugh, patting his large belly. Excellent. Then enter the Buddha land within my belly. The villager stood frozen, his fanatical eyes fixed on Mingkong, his face full of eager anticipation. Completely indifferent to the fact that he was about to be devoured whole. Song Xuanqing washed with a furrowed brow and activated his divine ability, divine might, toward the bewitched villager. The villager, whose mind had been completely consumed by thoughts of embracing Buddhism and rebirthing in the Pure Land, suddenly saw a figure appear in his thoughts. It was the figure of Xuanqing. The villager felt a chill sweep through his mind, and his dazed, fanatical eyes instantly regained their clarity and normalcy. Realizing what he had done under the monk's bewitchment, terror deepened within him. Having regained his senses, the villager immediately turned and fled. In his panic, he stumbled and lost one of his shoes. But he didn't care at all, running and shouting as he went. Save me, Lord Xuanqing. The evil monk is here to eat people. Saying this, he ran straight towards Xuanqing Temple. Mingkong, the evil monk, clearly encountering this situation for the first time, was caught off guard when the bewitched villager managed to regain consciousness. As a result, he froze for a moment and allowed the villager to escape. Meanwhile, not far outside Xuanqing Temple, the four members of the ancient god society also noticed the evil monk's appearance. Zhao Mengqi's face darkened, and she barked, "Bring me my blade." Xiao Jiaqing quickly set down the basket on his back and drew out a massive blade nearly as tall as a person, handing it to Zhao Mengqi. She wielded the great blade, her expression cold, and her figure transformed into an afterimage, darting toward the village entrance with incomprehensible speed toward monk Mingkong. Mingkong had just shaken off the surprise of the villager breaking free from his bewitchment. The previously smiling face instantly darkened, his expression becoming sinister and gloomy. Just as he raised his foot to pursue the villager, a blade flashing with chilling light descended upon him. Mingkong looked up and saw Zhao Mengqi radiating murderous intent. He frowned, feeling a ripple of irritation, like a pest interrupting his good fortune. Even though the great blade was about to strike him the next instant, he showed no panic and simply raised his hand to intercept it. Clang! The gleaming, chilling great blade collided with monk Mingkong's plump palm, producing a resounding metallic clash, as though two weapons had struck each other. Ming Kong easily blocked Zhao Mingqi's strike, then sneered. Lady Zhao of the Ancient God Society. As I said before, you have no Buddhist destiny. Do not trouble me again. Clearly he was familiar with Zhao Mingqi. She spat on the ground, her expression so full of loathing it seemed ready to overflow. Spit. What Buddhist destiny? You devil monk who sucks people's lives and drinks their blood. Go eat people somewhere else. I wasn't there to see it, so I couldn't stop you. But now in front of me you won't take another person's life. The other 3 members of the Ancient God Society had also converged, each drawing their weapons and staring warily at Monk Ming Kong. Ming Kong stroked his golden alms bowl, glancing at them contemptuously. Lady Zhao, your words are rather harsh. This poor monk has been seeking those with Buddhist destiny along the way, guiding them toward Buddhism so they may escape the sea of suffering. You won't even call me master, and yet you call me a devil monk. This poor monk deeply dislikes that title. And as for the 4 of you, 3 at the spirit gathering realm and 1 at the chi accepting realm. Without benefactor Gung Mingmao here, do you really think the sum of your strengths could defeat this poor monk? Zhao Mingqi's face turned ashen. So what if we can't defeat you? Unless you step over our corpses, you won't eat a single person here. And even if she were truly killed, the Ancient God Society, known for shielding its own, would never let Ming Kong off lightly. Moreover, Zhao Mingqi felt that with Lord Xuanqing present, it was Ming Kong who deserved to die. Ming Kong laughed boisterously, mockingly saying, if it were earlier, this poor monk might have given you face. But today is different. This place is destined for me, and these lowly commoners are also fated for me. If you insist on blocking my path, then you shall perish beneath this poor monk's golden bowl. With that, Ming Kong tossed the golden bowl into the air. Instantly the bowl expanded like a small house. And what was truly horrifying was that the mouth of the bowl had transformed into a massive maw of razor-sharp teeth. Fragments of residual flesh and blood still clung to those fangs. The bowl mouth agape lunged directly toward Zhang Haiquan, the weakest in cultivation among the group. Zhao Mingqi's expression darkened. She charged forward and kicked Zhang Haiquan away. Raising her great blade, she struck at the golden bowl. However, the bowl remained unmoved, its surface not even left with a single scratch. Having failed to devour Zhang Haiquan, the golden bowl turned and attacked Zhao Mingqi instead. Zhao Mingqi's cultivation was the highest among them, but she had only just reached the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. As a magical artifact belonging to a transforming thought realm cultivator like Ming Kong, this golden bowl was by no means easy to contend with. The other members of the Ancient God Society quickly rushed over to assist. A single golden bowl artifact managed to hold them all in check. Ming Kong smirked contemptuously, rubbing his belly as he walked towards Xuanqing Temple. Many villagers had gathered there, finding solace in Lord Xuanqing's presence. Zhao Mingqi noticed Ming Kong's direction and anxiously wanted to intercept him. But the golden bowl was too tenacious, preventing her from breaking free. Xuanqing, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow. With a somewhat helpless sigh, he condensed his divine power. Instantly the clouds in the sky began to churn. Dark clouds gathered at an astonishing speed. Scorching sunlight was devoured by the dark clouds at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom! Thunder erupted. Ming Kong's steps faltered slightly. Frowning, he looked up at the sky, confusion flickering in his eyes. Something was wrong. Today was not meant for rain, and this speed of clouds blotting out the sun was abrupt. Ming Kong keenly sensed something amiss, and his previously carefree expression was replaced by seriousness. Before he could ponder further, the thunder suddenly intensified. Lightning flashed. A massive sword of thunder and lightning suddenly materialized high above beneath the storm clouds, radiating terrifying might that made onlookers' hearts race and their flesh creep. Before Ming Kong could make out the shape of the thunder sword, he felt his entire aura locked onto by some terrifying presence. In an instant, the thunder sword plummeted downward, carrying the weight of heavenly majesty, descending directly upon Ming Kong. Ming Kong's eyes widened as he tried to dodge the thunder sword, but the aura lock upon him clearly told him there was no escaping. He had been sealed in place. The lightning sword in the sky carried terrifying might. Ming Kong had no intention of taking it with his body, so he gritted his teeth and summoned the golden bowl, holding it above his head. Almost as soon as he finished, the lightning sword descended upon his head, striking the golden bowl with tremendous force. The bowl resonated with a hum, and faint wails seemed to echo from within. The golden bowl struggled to withstand the lightning sword, attempting to dampen its power. But once the sword's force had diminished to merely 30%, the bowl could no longer hold out. Shivering, the bowl let out 2 final hums before shrinking back to its original size and being hurled to the ground, rolling several times. The remaining 30% of the lightning sword's power then fell upon Ming Kong. In an instant, golden light blazed forth, both the radiance of the lightning sword and the golden aura surrounding Ming Kong. His body transformed into the indestructible Vajra form, successfully bearing the sword's diminished force. As the thunderlight faded completely, only a wounded Ming Kong remained at the scene. His injuries were neither severe nor trivial, but the golden bowl had been utterly destroyed. The dark clouds overhead dispersed once more at a visible rate, and sunlight broke through again. Yet a heavy gloom settled across Ming Kong's face as his heart twisted with pain. His precious golden bowl. He scoured the area, viciously searching for the one who wielded that lightning sword. You rat. Someone who dares to sneak attack this venerable one. If you have courage, come out and face me openly. Xuanqing didn't appear, but Zhao Mingqi led her people in another assault. Ming Kong was indeed injured, but he held no fear for them. All he cared about was the shadowy figure behind the lightning sword who had ambushed him. His golden bowl had been destroyed. How could he possibly accept this? With the dark clouds gone, it seemed that person likely only possessed this single move. Their cultivation should also be at the Xuanqing realm. Ming Kong wanted to track down whoever was responsible and avenge his golden bowl. As for Xuanqing and her companions, they were of no consequence. Xuanqing had no intention of revealing himself at this moment. He cast a lingering glance at Ming Kong, who was entangled by Xuanqing and the others, and felt a touch of disappointment. The Yang Thunder Sword had failed to slay the heretical monk outright. Had it not been for that golden bowl, he might have succeeded in killing him. He needed to return and rest to recover his divine power, letting Xuanqing and the others hold him off for now. If the heretical monk hadn't left and continued harming people, he would emerge in his He-Shun state to fight. With his magical treasure already destroyed by the Yang Thunder Sword, and himself wounded, Ming Kong should be manageable once he entered the He-Shun state. Xuanqing thought this as he retreated back into the deity statue. Those inside the temple were still trembling. Outside, Ming Kong's sole focus was finding the one behind the lightning sword, and he found Xuanqing and the others' harassment utterly irritating. Cowardly scoundrel. You must be too afraid to face me head-on, which is why you hide and ambush. I will definitely kill you. Ming Kong had no idea where the lightning sword came from, but Xuanqing and the others had their suspicions. Xuanqing sneered. You should be grateful Lord Xuanqing doesn't bother with you. Otherwise, having offended a deity, you'd better prepare to die. Ming Kong looked as though he'd heard the funniest thing regarding them with scorn. Deity. A bunch of bugs thinking they can play big by borrowing someone else's power. Unable to find Xuanqing and failing to provoke him into revealing himself, Ming Kong lost his patience. After injuring Xuanqing and the others, he frowned and began calculating with his fingers. That person had ambushed him and destroyed his golden bowl. He had to find them and exact revenge. As for what Xuanqing had said about Lord Xuanqing or deities, Ming Kong didn't believe it for a moment. Not only did he think there were no deities in this world, but even if there were, the one who had ambushed him was merely at the Xuanqing realm, certainly not some deity. Seeing Ming Kong standing motionless, frowning as he calculated with his fingers, Xuanqing clenched her teeth and gripped her blade, preparing to get up and charge again. This was a perfect opportunity while he was distracted, but Xuanqing suddenly held her back. He's calculating. He'll die. Don't move. Xuanqing's eyes widened as she understood what Xuanqing meant. Buddhist cultivators were adept at divination, often seeking to fathom heavenly secrets and foresee the unknowable. Ming Kong, unable to locate Lord Xuanqing, was attempting to directly deduce who had struck with that lightning sword. But if Ming Kong truly calculated Lord Xuanqing's identity, could he possibly divine the station of a deity? Ming Kong was essentially seeking his own death. Xuanqing stopped and watched coldly as Ming Kong stood there calculating. Meanwhile, Ming Kong frowned in confusion. How could he be unable to calculate? Refusing to accept defeat, Ming Kong intensified his divination. The dense fog before him gradually cleared, revealing just a sliver of clarity through his relentless effort. Before Ming Kong could examine it closely, a shocking sense of peril surged through his heart, as though death itself had arrived at his doorstep. Ming Kong froze instantly, his eyes wide, his obese frame trembling uncontrollably. He had never before felt death so perilously close, so close that there was no turning back. His counting fingers hovered in midair, unable to continue or retreat. Ming Kong finally felt true fear, his eyes filled with terror. Damn it, what kind of existence had he actually divined? Why did he feel death closing in before he could even see clearly? Wasn't that person merely at the Xuanqing realm? How could this be happening? Damn it, he couldn't turn back now. Ming Kong couldn't fathom it, and he never would. His obese body trembled as blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Soon even his skin began oozing blood. Yet Ming Kong couldn't move at all, let alone take any remedial action. The terror of death overwhelmed him, and tears nearly came. It was over, truly finished this time. In the blink of an eye, Ming Kong had transformed into a bloated figure drenched in blood. The blood-soaked figure continued to shake. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, scattering his body into a storm of crimson mist. In that instant, a white light shot forth. The aura was unmistakably Ming Kong's. He still tried to escape, hoping at least his divine soul could flee. But it was clearly a futile wish. The white light had barely flown for a breath when it suddenly burst and dispersed without a sound. From that moment on, Ming Kong completely vanished from this world. The 4 onlookers, including Xuanqing, were utterly stunned. Though they had suspected that divining Lord Xuanqing would seal Ming Kong's doom, they hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. They hadn't expected such a rapid death, nor one so complete and merciless. His entire body had exploded into a cloud of blood mist, his divine soul shattered as well. Ming Kong hadn't even been able to resist. He was a Buddhist Vajra at the mid-stage of the Xuanqing realm. Xuanqing swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is terrifying. If they ever encountered a demonic monk they disliked, they could simply feed Lord Xuanqing's information to him for calculation. Could they not eliminate Buddhist masters without even drawing a blade? Zhao Mingshi, Yunsong, and Chao Jiaqing all fell silent. Inside the Xuanqing temple, Xuanqing, who was restoring his divine power, had a fleeting momentary sensation of being observed. Before he could investigate further, he discovered that Ming Kong outside the temple had suddenly exploded. His body was completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace of his divine soul behind. Had Mingkong been playing with explosives, or had he simply grown so weary of living that he chose suicide? In the remote western reaches of the Mo Kingdom lay Jiafa Temple, a breathtaking expanse of golden splendor with elegantly upturned eaves. Within the Mingkong Hall, a young novice monk scrubbing the floors suddenly heard a faint cracking sound. At first he dismissed it as a trick of his ears until the noise grew steadily louder. Confused, the novice monk looked up and froze in terror at the sight before him. The towering Mingkong Vajra statue enshrined within the hall was splitting along a web of jagged cracks, and those fissures were visibly widening by the moment. In merely a few breaths, the colossal Vajra statue shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous boom. At that very instant, the white spirit lamp atop the ornate candelabrum before the statue flickered and died. It never relit. The novice monk stood stupefied for a few moments before terror overwhelmed him. Frantically, he scrambled to his feet and bolted outward, screaming. The Mingkong Vajra statue has shattered. The soul lamp is extinguished. Jai Hall. Master Mingkong has perished. An elderly monk, his face mapped with age spots and his frame withered as dead, would enter the main hall. His voice frail, he addressed the exquisitely handsome monk seated upon the high altar. Arhit Jia Yi withdrew from his meditation, opening his eyes to regard the elder with an expression utterly devoid of sorrow or joy. Dead. The old monk nodded. The Buddha statue is shattered, the soul lamp has gone out, and his divine consciousness has not escaped back. It was evident he had encountered a formidable foe against whom he could offer no resistance. Arhut Jia Yi remained impassive. This one recalls he traveled north to Xuanqing Kingdom, correct? By all accounts, he should still be in a remote county town. How could he have encountered such a powerful enemy? The old monk lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Arhut Jia Yi fell into deep thought for a moment, then lifted his fingers, preparing to divine the circumstances through calculation. He closed his eyes on the verge of beginning his divination. But before his fingers could fully settle, a sudden surge of peril washed over his heart, enough to make even an Arhut feel his blood run cold. At his cultivation realm, one learned to trust such premonitions above all else. Arhut Jia Yi's expression darkened. He lowered his hand, a gloom gathering in his eyes. What wretched calamity had he incurred? This useless fool couldn't even withstand a cursory divination. Frowning, Arhut Jia Yi looked down at the trembling old monk below. Ming Mu Yu and Lan Jing shall journey north to Xuanqing Kingdom and ascertain what has transpired. With the combined might of 2 Vajra guardians, taking proper precautions should suffice to keep you from perishing. Ming Mu bowed in acceptance. We shall obey your decree, master. Song Xuanqing would later learn how Mingkong had met his end. All he could say was sheer stupidity. Facing Mingkong in open combat might have required some effort, yet the monk had foolishly attempted to divine his origins. Though Song Xuanqing's current cultivation was indeed low, he was after all a deity. Was his lineage something one could casually probe? When those members of the ancient God Society witnessed Mingkong divining Song Xuanqing's heritage only to see him destroyed utterly in the process, their conviction deepened that Lord Xuanqing was precisely the ancient deity they had been seeking. If anyone were to claim today that Lord Xuanqing was not a true spirit, they would be the first to leap forward and refute it. On the 30th day of the midsummer month, the new Xuanqing temple was finally completed. This 3-tiered grand structure was spacious and bright, its carved beams and painted rafters exquisitely crafted, yet majestically imposing. The temple complex was divided into 3 main halls, front, middle, and rear. The front hall served as the reception entrance, complete with quarters for a temple keeper. Indeed, the villagers had decided to hire a dedicated caretaker to watch over the shrine. The central hall formed the core of the temple, known as the Xuanqing Hall, where the divine image would be enshrined. Altars, offering tables, incense burners, and all necessary ritual objects were in place, awaiting only Lord Xuanqing's formal indwelling. The rear hall was designated for the deity's rest and other private functions. For instance, the former statue of Lord Xuanqing would be enshrined in a separate sanctuary within the rear wing. The villagers scrubbed and cleaned the new temple, with several members of the ancient God Society lending a hand. In the afternoon, He Jun arrived to deliver the new divine statue. The jade statuette, standing 6 feet tall, was not monochromatic. Rather, it displayed varying hues according to each feature. Emerald green robes, ink black hair, a white jade hairpin, and skin as pure and flawless as frozen snow. His countenance seemed at once compassionate toward all living beings and aloofly transcendent. So lifelike was the carving that it appeared Lord Xuanqing himself stood before them. Some villagers felt an almost instinctive urge to fall to their knees and worship. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This new statue is magnificent, O Lord Xuanqing will surely be pleased. Overjoyed, the crowd looked forward to the formal deity transference ceremony scheduled for the following day. On the first day of the G month, in the dead of night during the Yin hour, roosters had not yet crowed and dawn had not yet broken, yet the villagers were already washed and awake, each one brimming with vigor, eagerly anticipating today's sacred rite of enshrining the deity. Naturally, the members of the ancient God Society were among them, their faces mirroring the same palpable excitement. Before long, the villagers from Lu Family Village also arrived. The entire settlement turned out, men, women, and elders alike, and some even carried babes still swaddled in cloth. Young and strong men bore the divine statue at the forefront of the procession. When village head Lu caught sight of the newly crafted statue of Lord Xuanqing, made by Song family village, his eyes widened in sheer awe. It was breathtakingly lifelike, as though the deity himself stood there in flesh. Lord Xuanqing must surely look exactly like this, right? After the initial shock subsided, village head Lu couldn't help but feel a sting of inadequacy. Grasping Song Tiancheng's hand, his voice laced with bitterness, he said, "Your statue for Lord Xuanqing is exquisite, as if the Lord himself were gazing upon us. Our village is so inadequate that we could only carve a stone image for him." Song Tiancheng patted his hand and offered reassurance. Lord Xuanqing does not care for such material distinctions. As long as your hearts hold sincere faith and you offer your sacrifices with devotion, that is all he requires. Financial constraints may limit the craftsmanship, but Lord Xuanqing understands your plight. Wasn't our own village's former statue also carved from stone? Though of course they were on the verge of replacing it with a superior statue soon enough. Still, village head Lu could only console himself with Song Tiancheng's words. Their faith in Lord Xuanqing was devout and unshaken. They only hoped the venerable deity would not disdain their humble stone effigy for falling short of Song family village's craftsmanship. Having comforted himself, village head Lu continued, "We shall wait until Lord Xuanqing has taken residence in the new temple and accepted the new statue. Only then shall we invite him to bless our village." Song Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Once all preparations were complete, and the hour of Chun arrived at dawn, the villagers hoisted the new statue and set off in high spirits, arriving at the gates of the Xuanqing temple. After the crackling of firecrackers faded into the morning air, the eldest elders of the village, along with village head Song Tiancheng, entered the temple grounds. They arranged offerings of fruits, fresh meat, and other delicacies, then lit the incense and candles with reverent care. Following tradition, they cast the sacred divination cups to ascertain whether Lord Xuanqing was present. Upon receiving the affirmative sign, they prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke with profound reverence. "O noble Lord Xuanqing, seated above Song family village, has generations relied upon your blessed grace and divine protection. The villagers are eternally grateful. Yet with the passage of time, both the statue and the shrine have grown aged and worn. Deeply thankful for your sacred patronage, the people have commissioned a new divine image and erected a grand temple in your honor. We humbly beseech you to step into this new effigy and take up residence in this new sanctuary, that Song family village may continue to worship and revere Lord Xuanqing for all eternity. We pray that Lord Xuanqing grants his approval." With the words spoken, the sacred cups were cast again. 3 consecutive divine readings, clearly indicating acceptance. Having accepted the villager's sincere request to transfer his essence to a new image, Song Xuanqing naturally sensed a profound connection forming between himself and the statue waiting outside the temple. He could now shift his sanctuary to the new divine effigy. Of course, the old statue remained his consecrated image as well, and he could return to it at any moment. It was akin to possessing 2 spiritual anchors, freely choosable at his discretion. Receiving Lord Xuanqing's silent consent, the villagers joyfully proceeded with the next phase of the ceremony. After casting the sacred cups and receiving 3 divine divinations, the villagers entered to first clean the Xuanqing temple. Even Song Xuanqing's old deity statue was carefully polished. Then young and strong men entered and reverently placed Song Xuanqing's old deity statue onto a sedan chair, carrying it out of the Xuanqing temple. Another burst of firecrackers erupted. With drums and gongs striking up, the procession carrying the deity's statue began to move, with villagers trailing behind. The new statue led the way while the old one followed, and the villagers paraded Song Xuanqing's statues slowly through the village. Villagers from Lu village joined the procession as well, with only those guarding their village's new statue remaining behind. The entourage was grand and lively, bustling with energy. By the time the sun reached the treetops approaching noon, during the 5th 2-hour period, the procession arrived outside the new Xuanqing temple. The temple stood spacious and magnificent, with vermilion roof ridges and green tiles, its carved beams and painted rafters showcasing intricate craftsmanship. Compared to the old Xuanqing temple, it was indeed far superior. At the sound of "the auspicious hour has arrived, please welcome Lord Xuanqing into the temple," the procession carrying Song Xuanqing's statue stepped into the temple grounds amid a cacophony of firecrackers. Moving through the front hall of reception, they entered the central hall, arriving at the Xuanqing hall, where the deity statue would be enshrined, the spiritual heart of the entire temple complex. The young men carefully placed the new statue within the shrine, ensuring it was properly positioned, while the procession carrying the old statue brought it to the specially prepared residence in the rear hall. Villagers arranged offerings of fruit and fresh meat, lighting incense and candles in the censers, marking the completion of Song Xuanqing's relocation to the new temple and the installation of his new statue. Kneeling in unison with joyful expressions, the villagers proclaimed congratulations to the divine, magnanimous, and protective Xuanqing, great emperor, on his auspicious move to the new residence. Indeed, this was the title they had bestowed: Divine, Magnanimous, and Protective Xuanqing, Great Emperor. This title was actually given by the members of the ancient deity society, not the villagers themselves, who lacked the scholarly refinement to bestow such honorifics. Above the shrine housing Song Xuanqing's new statue, these very characters were carved: Divine, Magnanimous, and Protective Xuanqing, Great Emperor. To be honest, Song Xuanqing initially felt somewhat embarrassed by the title. The grandeur of Great Emperor seemed ill-suited for a minor deity like himself, yet the villagers clearly adored the honorific they had chosen for him. They believed this title properly reflected the extraordinary powers of their Lord Xuanqing, so they settled on it without hesitation. Nevertheless, the villagers remained more accustomed to simply addressing him as Lord Xuanqing. Beyond the imposing new title jade panels to the right of the statue in the Xuanqing Hall bore inscriptions detailing Xuanqing's birth date preferences and various deeds. Divine, magnanimous, and protective Xuanqing, Great Emperor, born on the 22nd day of the second month in the Chun Dragon year of the Yuan Sheng calendar, when radiant light filled the heavens and all creation rejoiced. Reading the lavish descriptions of celestial celebrations upon those jade panels, Xuanqing felt slightly embarrassed. He couldn't determine whether the villagers had fabricated or researched his birth date from ancestral records, yet it coincidentally matched his original date of birth. His original birthday was indeed the 22nd day of the second month in the Chun Dragon year, though the only difference lay in the calendar system. The Yuan Sheng era dating used by the Sheng kingdom here differed from what he had known. After congratulating Xuanqing on his new temple residence, the people from Lu village entered carrying their deity statue, with over 100 villagers from that entire village crowding into the open courtyard outside the Xuanqing Hall. Fortunately, the new temple was spacious enough to accommodate them all, otherwise they wouldn't have fit. And the offerings the villagers brought proved too numerous to even fit on that already large altar table. Once again, that elderly man who had cast the sacred cups led the ceremony, chanting the liturgy, casting the cups, and seeking the deity's will. Amid the swirling incense smoke, Xuanqing established connection with the Lord Xuanqing statue, crafted by Lu village. The third anchor point had been activated. We shall with devout hearts offer worship to Lord Xuanqing through generations to come, praying for his blessings. The old man continued chanting the liturgy with devotion. Xuanqing no longer had the attention for listening. Following the connection established with Lu village's statue, the long-awaited system notification sounded once more. Your jurisdiction has expanded to include Lu village, and your devoted followers now number 200. The objective has been achieved, and your cultivation may continue to advance. We pray you will thereafter better protect your followers and usher in an era of peace. The system notification sounded only once before falling silent again. Xuanqing noticed that on the system panel the plus sign behind the cultivation progress bar had reappeared. He could once more allocate points to his cultivation. So the previous blockage had been due to his small jurisdiction and insufficient followers. Now that the conditions were met, he could continue advancing his cultivation. Stroking his chin, Xuanqing made no move to add points just yet. It was still early. He would wait until all of today's incense offerings had been gathered before upgrading. It made no difference whether he waited these few hours. Under the watchful eyes of Xuanqing and the villagers of Song village, Lu village completed the first half of the invitation ceremony. The second half involved carrying the statue back to their village, parading it through Lu village so the deity would acknowledge their land and people. Finally, they would bring the statue into the temple. Only after completing all of this would the full ceremony be finished, and from then on Lu village would also worship Lord Xuanqing and receive his protection. The villagers of Lu village departed the Xuanqing temple in Song village with drumbeats and firecrackers, joyfully carrying their Lord Xuanqing statue back to their village in grand procession. Xuanqing remained in Song village with his main body, sending a divided spirit attached to the statue to accompany Lu village back. That divided spirit would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, become permanently stationed in Lu village. Matters the divided spirit could handle would be resolved by it. Only if it couldn't manage would he dispatch his main body. Having the ability to divide spirits proved truly convenient. If both Song village and Lu village faced crises simultaneously, he need no longer worry about being unable to attend to both. Meanwhile, with 3 statue anchor points now established for Xuanqing, he no longer needed to worry as he once did about his statue being destroyed. His 3 statue anchor points functioned like a cunning hare's 3 burrows. Though the destruction of one statue would still affect him, the consequences would not be as severe as before. Oh right, soon Jadagui would also install another statue of him at home. Then he'd have 4 burrows instead of 3. After Lu village departed, Song village resumed their regular incense offerings, and the sound of incense value notifications began ringing continuously in Xuanqing's mind once more. Villagers came one after another to offer incense. Even 2-year-old children just learning to walk were blindly led by their families to burn incense. Meow. The black cat had appeared sometime during the ceremony, perched beside the meditation cushion and tilting its head to regard the vividly rendered statue of Lord Xuanqing above. Indeed, it now bore roughly 4 or 5/10 of the divine Lord's majestic bearing. The black cat frequently roamed through the village, and everyone knew it was the spiritual feline serving under Xuanqing. The villagers had long since stopped fearing it. Even some innocent children dared to pet it. A villager jokingly called out, "Master Black Cat, today is a fortunate day. Would you care to offer some incense to Lord Xuanqing as well?" The black cat paused to lick its paw and glanced at the speaker. Without hesitation, it nodded. The villager laughed heartily and retrieved 3 incense sticks from his basket, holding them before the black cat. "Master Black Cat, shall I light the incense for you, or would you prefer to do it yourself?" Having watched villagers light incense before, the black cat showed no fear of the flame and deftly caught the incense sticks with its paws. "Meow meow, thank you." The The black cat dared not speak human words before the villagers lest it frighten them. After grasping the incense with both paws, it rose upright on its hind legs. Walking like a little person on its two hind legs, it approached the candle flame. As the black cat lit the incense, the villagers watched transfixed, murmuring their astonishment. Though they already knew the black cat was a spirit beast, witnessing such human-like behavior still amazed them. Standing upright, walking, lighting incense, and making offerings to Lord Xuanqing, they couldn't help but sigh in wonder. After lighting the incense, the black cat walked to the cushion and knelt on its hind legs like a human, then bowed 3 times in imitation of the villagers' rituals, meowing softly, as if whispering prayers. The villagers exclaimed continuously at the sight, but Xuanqing's attention was drawn to the system notification instead. Incense offerings 10, with only the black cat making offerings at that moment. The source was unmistakable. Could he receive incense offerings from the black cat as well? It seemed the scope of what constituted worship was far broader than he'd realized. Not only humans could provide him with incense offerings. Even spirit beasts could offer worship. He wondered whether ordinary animals without awakened consciousness could do the same, but at least he now understood that within the system's framework, demons could become his followers and seek the protection of a deity. An idea suddenly took shape in Xuanqing's mind, though he would need to wait for the right moment to put it into practice. After completing its offering, the black cat settled on the ground beneath the statue and watched the other villagers continue their incense burning. During this time, the members of the ancient deity society also came to make offerings. Incense offerings 10, incense offerings 10, incense offerings 10, incense offerings 10. Each of the 4 members contributed 10 incense value points. Xuanqing fell into thought. While somewhat surprised, he wasn't entirely taken aback. After witnessing the ancient deity society members fight desperately against that heretical monk, he had already recognized they were not bad people. The ancient deity society appears to be genuinely devoted to following deities. Judging by the incense offerings these 4 provided, it seems they truly hold complete faith in him. That fanaticism they always displayed was no pretense. The incense value was unexpected yet entirely reasonable. After finishing their offerings, Xuanqing and the others located Xuanqing. Village head Song, has the temple keeper position been filled? Xuanqing recognized them. From witnessing their battle against the heretical monk, he knew they were martial artists and decent people. Not yet. Why do you ask, Miss Xiao? Xuanqing replied. He remembered that Xuanqing and her companions spent their days either training in martial arts or wandering about the village. Xuanqing exchanged glances with the others before speaking. Village head Song, what do you think of us? We're all martial artists. Guarding the temple and its deity statue would pose no problem at all. Huh, you're all martial artists. Why would you want to serve as temple keepers in a place like our village? Xuanqing wasn't overthinking it. He was simply puzzled. Zhang Haikuan cleared his throat and responded, Village head Song, so what if we're martial artists? Before Lord Xuanqing, we are no different from you. We genuinely revere Lord Xuanqing, and given the unrest in these times, we believe our presence as martial artists would not only protect the temple and its statue, but also deter any disturbances. Xuanqing nodded with partial understanding, but felt a twinge of shame when considering the financial implications. Young Master Zhang speaks wisely, yet the temple construction and statue carving have already strained our resources. We were planning to select some able-bodied men from the village. It wouldn't cost much, but asking the likes of you. They simply couldn't afford to hire martial artists. Yet Zhang Haikuan declared without hesitation, we don't want payment. Willing to cover expenses themselves. Village head Song scratched his head in confusion. He had no idea that Xuanqing and the others only wished to guard the Xuanqing temple. After persistent persuasion, Xuanqing finally agreed. Old man here sees no issue, but since we're appointing temple keepers for Lord Xuanqing, we must still seek his blessing. Thus Xuanqing and her companions approached Xuanqing to cast the sacred cups and inquire about Lord Xuanqing's will. Xuanqing considered this. They were confirmed ardent believers who had voluntarily expressed desire to serve as temple keepers. He decided to grant their wish. 3 casts of the sacred cups yielded 3 divine readings. Xuanqing and the others were satisfied, though their sole regret was that Xuanqing still hadn't issued any specific directives to them. They could only speculate on Xuanqing's intentions and began proactively sharing tales of Lord Xuanqing's miraculous deeds throughout the region, drawing visitors to offer incense. As afternoon wore on into the final hours of the Shun period, most worshippers had completed their incense offerings for the day. Beyond this time, it was no longer fitting to continue. Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong were on temple duty today, closing the gates after the Shun period ended. The new temple sat at an elevated position with unobstructed views stretching in all directions. The cooking smoke drifting from villagers' homes mingled with the brilliant sunset glow on the horizon, creating a scene of serene tranquility. With eager anticipation, Xuanqing opened the system panel. Incense Ascension System. Host Xuanqing. Divine Longevity 20. Identity Wild Deity. Cultivation Unranked 50. Technique Yang Radiance Yang Thundersword Manual First Form. Divine Powers Divine Might Beginner. Dream Entry Beginner. Rain Calling Beginner. Divine Union Minor Achievement. Minor Spirit Division Minor Achievement. Territory Song Village Lu Village. Incense Value 2,356. Assessment Not Yet Recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Thin Incense Faith, No Divine Rank or Position. A Wild Deity Adrift like Duckweed, weak in power. Prior to today, Xuanqing had accumulated 236 incense points. Today's offerings from Song Village, Lu Village, and various individual worshippers contributed to 120 additional incense points. Most villagers offered substantial incense values ranging from 8 to 10 points, while young children unaware of ritual propriety typically contributed less. The average from individual worshippers was similarly modest. Had circumstances been different, Song Xuanqing's total could have been considerably higher. Yet, even at 2356 incense points, this represented a substantial amount for him. He had never witnessed such a high incense value before. The system marketplace refreshed once more. After scanning the available items and finding nothing to advance his cultivation, Song Xuanqing closed it for now. His immediate focus was allocating points to cultivation. With incense reserves at his disposal, Song Xuanqing rapidly invested without hesitation. The incense value plummeted while his cultivation progress surged forward. Song Xuanqing's aura grew increasingly formidable, soon surpassing the fourth realm of martial arts. Within moments, his power intensity eclipsed the transformation of thought stage and broke through into the fifth realm, the spirit communication realm. His aura continued to rise. After a while longer, the progress bar on his panel finally reached 100%. Song Xuanqing's presence became exceedingly potent. Any martial artist at the spirit communication realm present would detect that his current aura matched that of a late-stage practitioner in that realm. As cultivation progress hit its maximum, the plus sign disappeared once more. A system prompt appeared. Your territory remains too small, and your faithful too few. Continue expanding your jurisdiction and increasing your believers. Hint: expand your jurisdiction to Hugong Township and accumulate 2,000 believers to unlock the next realm. Hint: upon meeting the breakthrough requirements, the system will grant divine nature, earth deity, divine position, Hugong district deity, title Lord, Xuanqing spirit sovereign. Seeing the system's notification, Song Xuanqing's eyes suddenly brightened. Was he finally going to be officially recognized? Could he at last shed the status of a wild deity? Although this world no longer had the heavenly court divine titles and positions, still represented the heavenly Tao's recognition. Without such recognition, without a divine title or position, he would forever remain a wild deity. But under the current circumstances, it seemed he would soon be able to break free from that label. As long as he could secure the worship of all of Hugong Township, he could advance to the next realm. He would simultaneously obtain the divine credential of an earthly deity and the position of Hugong local god. The earthly deity credential pertained to the governance of mountains, rivers, and all earthly nature, wielding unique authority over land and the natural world. The local god was essentially similar to an earth god, but the local god's authority and capabilities were far more formidable than those of an ordinary earth god. Though the earthly deity credential and the local god position did not sound particularly prestigious or impressive, Song Xuanqing, still a wild deity, was already quite satisfied. The only downside was that he could not obtain these credentials immediately. Though his cultivation had temporarily stalled, Song Xuanqing's spirits remained high. His path forward was clear. He simply needed to work hard to expand his influence and hasten the day when all of Hugong Township would offer him worship. Moreover, his current strength should be sufficient for the time being. As long as he did not act recklessly or court danger, he would be fine. Closing the system panel, Song Xuanqing opened the system shop instead. These were the 3 items available this cycle. Song Xuanqing was tempted by all 3 save for the essence of the vast sea. It was not that he lacked desire for it, it was simply too expensive to consider. Besides, there was no sea nearby, so it would be of no use to him. Of the remaining 2 items, the Spirit Yuan Pill and the Remnant Azure Chi Sword, Song Xuanqing wanted both. Together they cost 1250 incense points. Song Xuanqing checked his balance, 1856 incense points. Purchasing them posed no problem. Since his cultivation could not increase in the short term, it was best to save the points for shopping. As for upgrading his supernatural abilities, those skills would not run away. He could allocate points anytime, and none of the abilities urgently needed advancement. However, the system shop's merchandise rotated every 15 days. If he did not purchase these items now, he might not know when they would reappear. Previously listed items had never reappeared after being sold. Decisively, Song Xuanqing purchased both the Spirit Yuan Pill and the Remnant Azure Chi Sword. The pill would be reserved for his little cat demon. When dealing with his own demons, he was hardly stingy. Just hearing the name of the pill, it was evident it would benefit the little cat demon greatly. The Azure Chi Sword naturally was for his own use. It was somewhat lamentable that he still lacked a proper weapon. In combat, he either relied on brute force and cultivation or unleashed the Yang Lightning Sword technique. After spending 1200 incense points to acquire the Azure Chi Sword, Song Xuanqing found no sword materializing before his eyes. Yet he suddenly felt something. He could sense that sword. He had become its master. The Azure Chi Sword did not exist in the physical world, it resided between reality and illusion. If Song Xuanqing did not consciously summon it, it would remain hidden in the ethereal realm. Upon summoning, it would appear in reality. Song Xuanqing promptly summoned the Azure Chi Sword. In the next moment, a 3-foot-long sword appeared before him. Its entire body was sky blue with an elegant and classic design. The blade was slightly translucent, lending it an unreal quality. From the surface alone, it did not appear damaged. The Azure Chi Sword hovered before Song Xuanqing with subtle spatial ripples emanating from its blade. When Song Xuanqing grasped the hilt, it felt like holding nothingness, weightless, lacking any real tactile sensation. He glanced around, stepped out of the Xuanqing temple, and ran to the hill behind. Finding an open clearing, he swung the sword casually, using not a single ounce of divine power. Yet the space before him suddenly split open, revealing a black fissure no thicker than a finger, but as long as an arm. The black fissure was dark and profound, radiating a dangerous aura. A bug flew toward the crack, and then vanished instantly, but falling into a spatial rift. Its fate would surely not be pleasant. After about 2 minutes, the fissure slowly healed. Xuanqing, feeling somewhat intimidated, abandoned the idea of using divine power to strike again. If the spatial rift he created proved too large, it would be problematic. Better to aim directly at an enemy's body next time. He stowed away the sword and returned to the Xuanqing temple. His remaining incense balance stood at 606 points. Pondering for a moment, Xuanqing tentatively invested 200 points into the divine ability Converging Spirits. Balance 406 incense points. Yet the divine ability Converging Spirits remained at the minor achievement stage, showing no change. Xuanqing shivered slightly and decisively abandoned further investment in Converging Spirits. Given the system's nature, even if he poured all his remaining 406 points into it, the minor achievement stage of Converging Spirits likely would not break through to the next tier. With 406 incense points remaining, Xuanqing pondered for a moment. He then advanced Dream, Entry, Divine Presence, and Rain Calling all to the minor achievement stage. The total cost was 300 points, leaving him with 106 incense points. By now, all of Xuanqing's divine abilities had reached the minor achievement stage. However, Divine Presence and Rain Calling still yielded no noticeable changes. But Dream Entry had gained a new ability. After entering someone's dream, he could erase their memories of the dream itself, provided the target's cultivation and strength were lower than his own. Xuanqing blinked, and several interesting applications immediately came to mind. As night deepened and the hour of Z approached, the system issued a prompt. Under the host's protection, the people of Songjia village remained safe and unharmed. Today's incense value 3. 2. Under the host's protection, the people of Legia village remained safe and unharmed. Today's incense value 3. The daily guaranteed incense income had risen to 6. 2. Xuanqing, the future holds great promise. The commotion caused by Legia village's summoning of a deity was considerable, and news of it spread throughout nearly all of Hugong Township by the following day. The surrounding townships had also caught wind of some rumors. As for the county seat, the county folk had little interest in rural affairs. Yet for Hugong Township, this news was nothing short of explosive. The villagers of the township had been born and raised in one place. Most had never even left Xuanqing County, and their horizons were limited. In their understanding, how could one abandon an old deity to seek worship from a new one? That was a grave insult to the old deity. The people of Legia village would surely provoke the wrath of the old deity Lady San Yin and bring down divine punishment upon themselves. Should the old deity and the new deity come into conflict, Legia village might suffer double the calamity. Of course, while some harbored pessimistic attitudes, others secretly hoped for success, even growing restless with the urge to emulate them. The matter of Lu family village inviting a deity had become the talk of many in Hugong Township, a topic for gossip over tea. Lord Xuanqing's name carried considerable weight, and quite a few villagers in the area had actually heard of him. Some had even gone so far as to make a special pilgrimage to Song family village to worship Lord Xuanqing. However, when it came to directly replacing their own village's deity with Lord Xuanqing, the vast majority still dared not take such a bold step. The awe-inspiring presence of deities ran deep in the hearts of the people. Even those in Hugong Township who held Lord Xuanqing in reverence dared not rashly offend the gods they had long worshipped. As for Lu family village's actions, some could only remark on their remarkable audacity. Others stood aloof, unwilling to involve themselves, while a few watched coldly, certain that the three-eyed lady would hold a grievance against them. Yet others observed in secret, wondering what might happen if Lu family village escaped divine retribution from the three-eyed lady, or if Lord Xuanqing truly possessed such profound power and responsiveness to shield the villagers. Could they too perhaps switch their devotion to Lord Xuanqing? With so many miraculous tales of his interventions spreading before them, they could not help but measure his power against the deities their own villages revered. And in such comparison, Lord Xuanqing of Song family village emerged as the true protector of the people, while the deities they worshipped felt like little more than hollow comfort. After all, they had never witnessed their own deities perform any miracles firsthand. In the past, without the striking account of Lord Xuanqing's powers, everyone's gods were much the same. Whenever stories of divine intervention were mentioned, either nothing came to mind, or the tales were forced and unconvincing. Nobody had dwelled on it too much before. But now, with the contrast presented by Lord Xuanqing, some villagers kept quiet about their doubts, though inwardly they could not help but wonder. Why did the deities they worshipped lack the miraculous power of Lord Xuanqing? Humans, after all, are prone to comparison. From the conversations among the ancient God Society members, Xuanqing learned of how Hugong Township had responded to Lu family village's decision to change their deity. Xuanqing was hardly surprised by this. The villagers' ignorance worked in his favor. It made them quick to believe in deities and easier to accept his divine presence, which in turn facilitated the collection of incense devotion. Yet it was also a drawback. The villagers' stubbornness meant they feared offending whatever local deity they worshipped, so even those convinced of Xuanqing's power dared not readily switch their allegiance. Had the statue of the three-eyed lady not been shattered, and had they not faced the crisis of the snake demon devouring people, Lu family village would never have been driven to seek his worship so urgently. Still, Xuanqing felt no worry about losing followers in Hugong Township. As an actual deity, how could he possibly lose out to a collection of non-existent gods? Meanwhile, the members of the Ancient God Society discussed how to quickly convince the other villages in Hugong Township to also worship Lord Xuanqing. Zhao Mingqi and the others shared Song Xuanqing's perspective on this matter. Though Zhao Mingqi and the others knew not the specifics of what Song Xuanqing needed for his breakthrough, their extensive knowledge of ancient deities and gods told them one essential truth. Incense worship was of paramount importance to a deity. Lord Xuanqing had only just awakened, and only through abundant incense devotion could he regain his strength as swiftly as possible. Even without being told, they understood what would benefit him most. After listening to their discussion, Song Xuanqing departed from the front hall and made his way to the rear chamber. Aside from daily cleaning, few visitors came here. The resting quarters arranged for Song Xuanqing were kept strictly private. No one dared enter save during cleaning. Lord Xuanqing's renown had grown considerably. Beyond the villagers, pilgrims from distant places came day after day to offer incense. Given the constant stream of visitors, Song Xuanqing arranged their secret meetings in the rear hall. Divine Lord, is there anything you wish to task your humble servant with today? Command me, and I shall not refuse. The black cat spoke in a voice resembling that of a young child. Song Xuanqing chuckled. Nothing at the moment. There is something I wish to entrust to you. As he spoke, he drew forth the spirit origin pill. It glowed with a jade-green luminescence, slightly translucent, with a white filament constantly circling within its core, carrying a faintly bitter aroma. The moment Song Xuanqing revealed the pill, the black cat's eyes locked onto it. Its round, deep green pupils never blinked as it stared intently at the sacred medicine. A fierce hunger surged through its body, blood boiling with the desire to seize and consume the pill at once. The black cat remained transfixed for several seconds before suddenly snapping back to awareness. My lord intends to give this to your humble servant. Though it had never seen a spirit origin pill, the black cat sensed immediately that this was a treasure beyond measure, something more coveted than anything in the hoard of the great King Emu. Song Xuanqing nodded. You have served me faithfully for some time now, and I have taken notice. This pill shall be your reward. Tears of emotion shimmered in the black cat's deep green eyes, and its whiskers trembled at the corners of its mouth. My lord honors me despite my low cultivation, bestowing such a treasure upon your humble servant. You are the finest deity in all the world. I shall follow you without hesitation into any trial, no matter how perilous. Song Xuanqing paused. The flattery sounded all too familiar. Had the black cat been spending too much time with that Chinese alligator lately? Speechless, he handed over the pill. The black cat immediately swallowed the pill. Just as it was about to bid farewell and return to the mountains to refine it, its demonic energy surged violently within. No, the pill's power was too intense, it could not hold it back. It seemed about to break through. Song Xuanqing recognized the black cat's predicament and said, refine it here. I am present and no one will discover you. Obediently, the black cat lay down to refine the medicine's power. Its demonic energy continued to rise, its aura growing ever stronger. Unlike Song Xuanqing's rapid accumulation of power, the black cat's breakthrough proceeded at a more measured pace. Only after half an hour did the black cat's aura peak, as though shattering some invisible barrier. Its cultivation finally reached the early stage of bone refining. With the breakthrough came the sound of cracking bones throughout its body. Then its physique began to expand multiplicatively. In merely a few breaths it grew to the size of an adult dog. By Song Xuanqing's estimation, it matched the dimensions of a medium-sized canine from his previous life. The black cat's body stopped growing once it reached this size. Yet its aura continued to intensify. The medicinal power had not been fully absorbed. Only as it approached the middle stage of bone refining did the growth cease. At last the black cat opened its eyes. Song Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. Has the medicinal power been fully refined? He had expected it to advance further, perhaps reaching the later stages of bone refining. The black cat's face broke into a human-like smile. Some demonic energy remains to be refined. It will take time to absorb completely, but I should reach the late stage of bone refining soon enough. Song Xuanqing nodded. Reasonable. This was exactly what one would expect from a pill costing 50 units of incense devotion. The black cat continued, moreover, I sense my foundation has improved. Much better than before. Having received incense devotion, its foundation had already improved significantly since the beginning. Yet now it was even stronger. Cultivation could be advanced, but foundation was far harder to improve. Song Xuanqing was not surprised. The pill's description had indeed mentioned this benefit. The black cat knelt on all fours, gazing up at Song Xuanqing with bright, devoted eyes. My lord, your grace has given me a new life. I shall never forget it. Had I not encountered you, I would still be at the early stage of body refining. My very existence belongs to you. After partially refining the Lingyuan pill and breaking through to nearly the mid-stage of bone tempering, the black cat departed. Because its body had suddenly grown larger, it was still somewhat unaccustomed and bumped its head against the window frame while leaping through. It had even bent the window frame. Song Xuanqing's eyelid twitched at the sight. If Xuanma grew any larger, it would probably get stuck in the window. The black cat emerged from the Xuanqing temple and passed through Song family village, startling many villagers. What a huge black dog. Whose is it? Upon closer inspection they realized. It wasn't a dog, it was a cat. It was the black cat lord grown to enormous size. Had the black cat lord grown this large overnight? That meant it was even more formidable, truly worthy of being the spiritual cat under Lord Xuanqing. With all the villagers gazing in astonishment, the black cat ran into the mountain forest. Then it headed straight for Green Mirror Pool. Its aura entirely unconcealed. The black cat went directly to the edge of Green Mirror Pool. Emu, who was practicing cultivation hidden underwater, sensed a familiar yet strange presence. The familiarity came because the aura originated from the black cat, but the strangeness was because this aura was nearly at the mid-stage of bone tempering, which did not match Emu's impression of the black cat. Emu surfaced in confusion and saw on the shore the black cat standing tall and proud, looking self-satisfied, its body several times larger. Xuanqing, it's really you. How did you suddenly reach nearly the mid-stage of bone tempering? It distinctly remembered that yesterday the black cat had only been at the late stage of body forging, preparing to break through. Not seeing each other for a night, and it was already approaching the mid-stage of bone tempering. Had it really not been swapped for another cat? Emu felt somewhat bewildered, but seeing the smugly triumphant expression on the black cat's face. Obviously it hadn't been swapped. Emu's astonishment was not yet over. Upon careful observation, it suddenly discovered that the black cat's root bone constitution had also improved considerably. Compared to the black cat over a month ago, which was still at the early stage of body forging, it could now be said to have been completely transformed. Your root bone constitution has improved again. Emu's crocodile eyes widened in surprise. In just one day the black cat had both a significant cultivation surge and improved root bone constitution. Emu suddenly understood why the black cat had come swaggering to find it. To show off. The black cat's face was full of smug pride. King Emu has excellent discernment. You noticed my changes right away. Emu's gaze went blank, and it immediately thought of why the black cat had such a dramatic change. Unable to restrain itself, it said, "Was it that esteemed lord who granted you this opportunity?" The black cat nodded self-satisfiedly. King Emu guessed correctly. The lord greatly appreciates this little demon and has given me the opportunity to break through my cultivation and improve my root bone constitution. Emu fell into a daze. Over a month ago it was at the early stage of spirit gathering, and the little demon cat was at the early stage of body forging. Over a month later it was still at the early stage of spirit gathering, but the little demon cat was already nearly at the mid-stage of bone tempering. A great demon of the early spirit gathering stage with exceptional root bone talent now found its cultivation speed inferior to that of the little demon cat, which originally had poor constitution. Emu felt somewhat broken. Even more devastating was that the black cat's next words were, "I haven't fully digested the opportunity the Lord gave me yet. Before long I'll reach the late stage of bone tempering. After further tempering, I'll be ready to prepare for breaking through to the spirit gathering stage." Oh great, so before long the black cat will be ready to break through to the spirit gathering stage, right? By then it would be Emu is at the early stage of spirit gathering, and the black cat is also at the early stage of spirit gathering, right? Moreover, with that esteemed lord around, the black cat might surpass her at any time. Emu did not doubt whether the black cat could break through to the spirit gathering stage. With that formidable lord present, wasn't that a piece of cake? The black cat's current root bone constitution was not poor, so breaking through to the spirit gathering stage wasn't particularly difficult either. Emu's mindset completely collapsed. No, she needed to take the initiative. There was no reason the black cat could cling to that lord's leg while she couldn't. Anyway, that lord didn't seem to dislike her, so she would put in extra effort to make that lord like her. Following that lord was far better than following those demon kings in Luoxia Mountains who would strip flesh and sinews. The benefits would also be greater. Xuanqing, tell this king more about that lord's preferences. From this king's treasure vault you may choose another item, and this king will also share with you the breakthrough experience for the spirit gathering stage. The smile in the black cat's eyes deepened subtly, revealing a sense of a successfully executed scheme. Then it began teaching Emu the secrets of clinging to Song Xuanqing's leg. Of course, regarding key information the black cat still did not reveal it. Wannan County, Tauren Street in the north of the city. Many of the county's wealthy and powerful people had their residences on this street. The Jia Mansion was situated here. The night was deep and quiet, already past the Cho hour. Only dog barks and the night watchman's drums remained while patrol guards inspected the streets and alleys. Tonight appeared to be another peaceful night. Jia Degui was sleeping drowsily when his stomach suddenly rumbled, accompanied by pain. He had successfully been awakened by the urge to defecate. A small candle remained burning in the room, not disturbing sleep, but providing enough light to see by. Jia Degui got out of bed and casually threw on an outer garment. At the same time he called out, "Uncle Li, bring a light. Master needs to use the toilet." Uncle Li was the steward of the Jia Mansion, also responsible for caring for Jia Dagui's diet and daily life. Usually at night when using the toilet, it was always Uncle Li who lit the way for him. Jia Degui was quite clean. He could urinate in the chamber pot in his room, but he had to go to the outhouse in the courtyard for a bowel movement. Footsteps came from outside the door and quickly stopped at the entrance, the candlelight faintly visible through the window paper. Jia Degui put on his outer garment, put on his shoes, and opened the door. Uncle Li wore black cloth shoes and dark blue cloud-patterned silk. His back turned to him, slightly bowing, his face hidden in darkness. In his hand, he carried a lantern slightly illuminating the profound night. Jia Dagawei's stomach was rumbling incessantly, and he had no time to observe details. He hurriedly asked Uncle Li to lead the way in front with the lantern. The outhouse was not far from Jia Dagawei's bedroom. With the covered corridor, it was only about 200 meters. Uncle Li walked in front, slightly bowed, and remained silent throughout. Jia Dagawei's stomach suddenly felt a bit better, and his attention shifted away from the bellyache, his gaze falling onto Uncle Li. Uncle Li, why aren't you speaking tonight? It's strangely quiet. Usually Uncle Li was quite the flatterer, speaking sweetly and at length. Tonight's sudden silence from Uncle Li made Jia Dagawei somewhat uneasy. Even though Jia Dagawei had said so much, Uncle Li remained wordless, only leading the way in front with the lantern. Jia Dagawei suddenly felt something was wrong. He paused, his steps stopped, and looked at Uncle Li with suspicion. Uncle Li, you're not quite right tonight. Not speaking was one thing, but keeping his back turned to him the whole time. Something was wrong. Jia Dagawei narrowed his eyes. Uncle Li turned around. As soon as the words fell, Uncle Li's figure holding the lantern paused, slightly hunched, and slowly turned around. Through the not-so-bright light cast by the lantern, Jia Dagawei shockingly discovered Uncle Li had no face. Where his face should have been, there was only a mass of darkness. Profound, terrifying, as if ready to devour anyone. And at this moment Uncle Li spoke. With no mouth on his face, Jia Dagawei had no idea where the voice came from. Gloomy and hoarse, like a demon's whisper lingering around the ears. Master, can you see my face? In the elegant and luxurious bedroom, the person who had been lying asleep suddenly jolted awake with a startled cry and sat bolt upright. Jia Dagawei's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, terror still lingering in his eyes. After 2 seconds, the familiar elegant bed curtains came into view. Jia Dagawei then realized with a start that he had only been dreaming. It had nearly frightened him to death. He had thought Lord Li had truly turned into a faceless monster come to collect his face. Gurgle. His abdomen suddenly cramped with pain, and the familiar urge to relieve himself surged. Jia Dagawei pushed the dream aside for now, rose from bed, and threw on an outer robe. At the same time, he called out toward the door, Lord Li, light the lantern. This master needs to use the chamber pot. But after a while no sound came from outside, nor any trace of lamplight. No one responded to Jia Dagawei. He furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. Lord Li normally resided in the western side room, and would return at the first sound of his voice every day. Why was there no movement today? Jia Dagawei called out again. Still no response came. His stomach growled once more, and Jia Dagawei's expression changed. Clutching his belly with one hand, and grabbing the candle from the room with the other, he hurriedly stepped outside. He couldn't hold it any longer, otherwise he'd soil himself. Holding the candle, Jia Dagawei hurried along the covered corridor, making for the latrine. The dim and deep corridor was filled only with the whistling wind, and Jia Dagawei, candle in hand, rushing to relieve himself. Suddenly the wind stopped. Jia wasn't sure whether it was mere imagination, but he felt as though something lurked within the dark corridor before him. Step, step. Heavy, slow footsteps echoed, drawing ever closer. Jia Dagawei's steps froze abruptly, and he strained to widen his small, mungbean-like eyes. Who's there? Who goes about at this hour without sleeping, presuming to cause trouble? No one answered. Jia Dagawei stood firm, gripping the candle, and reaching forward as far as he could, attempting to discern who it was. The footsteps drew nearer, and after several breaths the figure finally stepped into the edge of the candlelight. Black cloth shoes, deep blue silk, embroidered with cloud patterns. It was Lord Li. Jia Dagawei's gaze fell upon the newcomer's face, and in terror, he discovered Lord Li, just like in his dream, had no face. Where his face should have been was nothing but darkness. A grim, hoarse voice resembling the whisper of a ghost sounded once more. Where's my face? Jia Dagawei's mung-bead eyes widened in sheer panic, and his hand trembled. The candle fell to the ground. Off. Jia Dagawei let out a scream and fled for his life. That corpulent frame at that moment moved with astonishing agility. He ran swiftly indeed. In the dark mansion he could not see the path or distinguish direction. Jia Dagawei didn't even know where he was running. He only knew he had to run. Lord Li watched Jia Dagawei's panicked flight, following seemingly slowly, yet surprisingly fast. In the utter darkness, Jia Dagawei was like a headless fly darting about wildly. He had no idea whether Lord Li was in pursuit, but he dared not stop. What Jia Dagawei did not know was that the very Lord Li he feared stood no more than 2 meters ahead of him. Predictably, Jia Dagawei crashed straight into it, as though striking iron. His heavy round body bounced back, and he tumbled to the ground, dizzy and bewildered. At that moment, Lord Li leaned forward at a straight 30-degree angle, observing the fallen Jia Dagawei in a posture no human could achieve. Where's my face? Jia Dagawei stared at Lord Li in terror, and in that critical moment his mind finally sharpened. He understood something. This monster, Lord Li, was searching for a face and had come to him. The only conclusion he could draw was that it referred to the hideous human face that had once been attached to his own body. Jia Dagawei could only weep without tears. Why was he so cursed? Having swallowed that hideous face and been haunted by it for half a year, living a fate worse than death, he had barely encountered a deity manifesting in a dream to rid him of it. He had thought that was the end of it. How could he have known a monster would come seeking that very face only to find it on his own person? Why couldn't he June carve the divine statue faster? If Xuanqing Gong were enshrined in his home already, he would never have fallen into this predicament. But now that he had encountered this monster, a powerless man like him was unlikely to ever reach Xuanqing Gong again. Despair washed over Jia Degawei's face as tears and snot streamed freely. Lord Li, seeing Jia Degawei refuse to answer, grew enraged. An iron-hard palm struck Jia Degawei's round belly. "Where's my face?" How could Jia Degawei speak? That single blow from Lord Li made him feel as though his internal organs were about to shift out of place. Blood spewed from Jia Degawei's lips as he collapsed to the ground. Gazing up at the star-strewn night sky, his heart was consumed by despair. He had escaped one calamity only to stumble into another. Was his doom truly written in the stars? Enraged beyond measure, Lord Li reached out his hand straight toward his face. Clearly unable to find his own face, he would take Jia Degawei's instead. Jia Degawei closed his eyes in despair, awaiting death. But the next moment, clang! The anticipated killing blow never came. Instead, the sharp ring of steel meeting steel rang out. Jia Degawei opened his eyes in fright to find the darkness before him illuminated by firelight. A long blade lay across his sight, blocking Lord Li's deathly claw. Looking upward, Jia Degawei saw the resolute face of a middle-aged man. The man wore black and crimson brocade garments, muscles swelling beneath the fabric, and a finely crafted jade plaque hung at his waist. The jade plaque bore the words, Demon Suppression Division. Jia Degawei had no time to examine further before the man engaged Lord Li in fierce combat, his long blade wielded with formidable prowess. Several others nearby, all clad in black and crimson brocade, with jade plaques, joined the fray against Lord Li. His internal organs still ached faintly, yet Jia Degawei's mind had never been so clear. He must go to Xuanqing Gong. Xuanqing Gong would surely protect him. Compared to these unfamiliar strangers who had suddenly appeared, Jia Degawei trusted Xuanqing Gong far more. These men might not even defeat Lord Li the monster. If they failed, he would still perish. But if he sought Xuanqing Gong, surely the deity could slay this creature. Jia Degawei scrambled to his feet and made his way to the stable in the rear courtyard. In his youth, Jia Degawei had known how to ride a horse, but he had not done so in many years. His corpulent frame awkwardly mounted the steed, nearly causing the horse to stumble. Jia Degawei whipped the reins and rode swiftly out of the Jia residence. Through the quiet night, he broke through the darkness and left the city, heading towards Songjia village. Unpracticed after so many years, Jia Degawei sat precariously atop the horse, nearly falling several times, and relied on his weight to keep steady. Stumbling all the way, he finally arrived outside the new Xuanqing temple just after the hour of Yin. Jia Degawei dismounted and staggered to the great doors of the Xuanqing temple, desperately pounding upon them. "Lord Xuanqing, save me." It was still dark, and the village roosters had only just begun to crow when Jia Degawei appeared outside the Xuanqing temple, his face twisted in sheer panic as he pounded on the door and cried for help. Song Xuanqing sat upright upon the divine altar, his gaze passing through the door and wall to settle upon Jia Degawei. A thin trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face ashen, yet no other sinister aura emanated from him. There were no signs of evil spirits or monstrous creatures in the village, nor anyone hunting Jia Degawei. What could have happened? It was something that drove Jia Degawei to flee to the Xuanqing temple in the dead of night for sanctuary. Song Xuanqing furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled. He was about to employ his divine power to open the gate and admit him when Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing, the temple guardians on duty for the day, emerged from within the temple. The martial artists possessed keen hearing. Even in slumber, they would not miss sounds from the outside world. It was clear they had heard Jia Degawei's frantic pounding and cries for aid. Upon opening the temple doors, the two caught sight of Jia Degawei, standing at the entrance, disheveled and wretched. The members of the ancient god society had been in the village for some time now, and still remembered Jia Degawei, a familiar face among the regulars. Zhang Haiquan asked in confusion, "Jia Degawei, what's wrong with you? Running all the way to the Xuanqing temple before dawn and crying for help. What's happened?" The doors of the Xuanqing temple swung open, and the martial artists came out to assist. Finally reassured, Jia Degawei panted heavily. "It's a long story. I nearly perished in my own home, and would never have seen Lord Xuanqing again. Honored martial masters, let us go inside first. I must speak with Lord Xuanqing about this matter in person." The two welcomed him inside and closed the great doors behind them, then followed Jia Degawei toward the central hall. Despite his haggard appearance from fright, Jia Degawei's first act upon entering the central hall was to take 3 sticks of incense from the nearby stand and reverently light them before Song Xuanqing's statue. Only after completing the incense ceremony did he kneel upon the cushion and slowly recount the events of that night. Even though he had temporarily escaped that monster called Uncle Li, Jia Degawei couldn't help but feel his heart race with dread whenever he thought back on it. As Jia Degawei recounted his story, the expressions of both Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing grew increasingly grave, and the same somber tone settled over Song Xuanqing's features as well. That grotesque facial visage had long been destroyed by him, reduced to nothing more than a lifeless mass of flesh. Yet now a monster was searching for that very face, and it had traced him all the way to Jia Degawei. Likely because traces of that horrifying face still clung to him, and unable to locate the already destroyed visage, the creature had lashed onto Jia Degawei instead. One could only say, Jia Degawei had terrible luck. It remained to be seen whether the group that appeared later and rescued him from that monster would manage to deal with it successfully. If not, the monster would likely come after Jia Dagawei again, wouldn't it? This guy's luck was something else entirely. Meanwhile, Xuanqing found himself wondering what exactly those entities were. The grotesque face and the creature Jia Dagawei had encountered. They were truly sinister things. Once Jia Dagawei finished recounting his ordeal, he knelt before the divine statue with a pained expression. Lord Xuanqing, grant me your protection. I have no other recourse. Your divine powers are vast. I beg you to save this humble one. Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing exchanged glances, their expressions grave. This one has been targeted by an evil spirit. This is going to be troublesome. Their voices were low, yet in the quiet atmosphere they had been heard clearly. Kneeling on the cushion, Jia Dagawei looked up at them in surprise. Do you two martial masters know what that creature is, eh? Xuanqing's gaze also fell upon them. He himself was quite curious about the nature of that monster. Chao Jiaqing nodded gravely. That creature is most likely an evil spirit. Evil spirits are unspeakable in nature, extraordinarily sinister. What they truly are, and where they originate, even we are not certain. However, one thing is certain. Evil spirits are all deeply sinister and difficult to handle. They are unpredictable. Even if two evil spirits were placed side by side, their manifestations could be entirely different. These creatures come in infinite varieties. Yet there is one common trait among all evil spirits. They cannot be destroyed. With that, Chao Jiaqing glanced at the statue of Xuanqing and added hastily. In all these years, none of us have ever truly destroyed an evil spirit. We can only suppress and seal them. Perhaps we are simply too weak. If a deity were to intervene, surely they could eradicate it completely. Those individuals you encountered wearing the jade tablet of the Demonic Suppression Bureau on their waists belong to the Shang Kingdom Court, an organization dedicated to dealing with all manner of demons, spirits, and supernatural anomalies. They likely tracked that evil spirit to Xuanqing County. Who would have known the creature appeared there specifically to hunt you down? Zhang Haiquan teased. You've got it wrong. It was after its face. Chao Jiaqing continued. Though evil spirits are indeed sinister and difficult to handle, the situation within the Shang Kingdom is relatively manageable. They aren't everywhere. True wasteland mountains and forests, those untrodden by human hands, are the real paradise for such creatures. The world was vast, and beyond the Shang Kingdom lay territories untouched by any nation's authority. No one had ever set foot there, and practically no one dared to. These were the true desolate mountains and wild forests. Upon hearing this, Jia Dagawei's expression suddenly turned green as something crossed his mind. By Chao Jiaqing's account, such evil spirits were hardly common within the Shang Kingdom. Yet fate had singled him out. Merely encountering one would have been bad enough, but he had stumbled upon two. The first time fortune had smiled upon him, and Lord Xuanqing had come to his aid. This time, should that malevolent spirit come seeking him again, he could only pray Lord Xuanqing would grant him another reprieve. He had no desire to perish. Observing Jia Dagawei's pallid complexion, Zhang Haiquan assumed it stemmed from fear and offered a reassuring pat to his broad shoulders. Rest assured, even if those from the Demonic Suppression Bureau cannot apprehend that evil spirit or seal it away, we still have Lord Xuanqing on our side. Chao Jiaqing agreed. Indeed. Did not Lord Xuanqing resolve the facial visage that manifested on your abdomen last time? As long as you maintain devout faith in Lord Xuanqing, he will surely grant you his protection. Jia Dagawei immediately professed, I am devout. My faith in Lord Xuanqing is absolutely sincere. Otherwise he would not have rushed to seek Lord Xuanqing's assistance the moment trouble arose. He simply could not bring himself to trust others. But Lord Xuanqing, with his vast divine powers, could certainly offer him protection, if only the deity was willing to save him. At present, Jia Dagawei felt secure only in the presence of Lord Xuanqing. Zhang Haiquan nodded approvingly. Should Lord Xuanqing rescue you, you would naturally want to show your gratitude, wouldn't you? You could spread word throughout the city of Lord Xuanqing's miraculous deeds, encouraging everyone to come and offer incense before the divine statue, so that Lord Xuanqing may witness your sincerity. Jia Dagawei nodded eagerly. Naturally. Since Lord Xuanqing has spared my life, I will undoubtedly demonstrate my devotion. I shall distribute kanji to the people in Lord Xuanqing's name, and from this day forward, anything I can do to serve Lord Xuanqing, Jia Dagawei will undertake without hesitation. Zhang Haiquan said with a smile, with such devout faith, Lord Xuanqing will surely grant you his protection. As the hour of Yin waned and dawn approached, the Jia residence lay in ruins where once stood artificial hills, flowing streams, pavilions, and terraces. Clearly a mighty battle had ravaged the place. Damn it, it escaped again. A young man clad in black and crimson, brocade, his face set, and hard cursed under his breath. Judging by his aura, he was plainly a martial master at the mid-stage of the Huajian realm. Enough Yuqing. No use dwelling on it. That wretched evil spirit is insufferably tricky. It is hardly the first time it has slipped through our fingers. Yuan Songlin sat upon a stone, slowly polishing his long blade, his countenance resolute. It was he who had stayed the evil spirit's lethal claws with his blade to rescue Jia Dagawei. Zhou Yuqing exhaled heavily, his frustration choked back. Uncle Yuan, how can I not be furious? That evil spirit was merely at the late stage of Huajian, yet we several of us at the Huajian stage, together with a master at the Tongling stage like yourself, could not capture it even once. Indeed, Yuan Songlin had already reached the early stage of Tongling. Not only in Wanning County, but across the entire Huayan Prefecture, he was considered a top-tier expert. With the support of several Huajian warriors aiding him, they still failed to catch that evil spirit, no matter how many times they tried. They had hunted it all the way from Huayan Prefecture to Wanning County, and yet it still escaped. Evil spirits were creatures not to be trifled with. Even when outmatched in cultivation and strength, they proved remarkably difficult to deal with. They could hardly be slain outright, and their methods were exceedingly sinister. Xuanqing could no longer contain himself. We'll have to spend time and energy tracking that abomination again with no idea where it might flee. The best outcome would be for it to escape beyond the borders of Xinhua, so we need never deal with it again. Yuan Songlin's hand paused as he wiped his blade, and he thought of the round, hefty Jia Degui, his gaze growing contemplative. Whenever that evil spirit has encountered people before, it killed and devoured them without hesitation. But that night, when it met the fat merchant, it did not rush to kill. Instead, it asked where the man's face was. Connecting the dots further, that evil spirit had rushed straight for Wanning County. Yuan Songlin's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand something. Where is that fat merchant? Xuanqing scratched his head. He must have hidden himself somewhere, I suppose. Yuan Songlin leaned on his blade and rose to his feet, his expression grave. Find that fat merchant. Now. The group sprang into action, immediately searching for traces of Jia Degui. A quarter hour later. Uncle Yuan, that fat man rode away on horseback last night, Xuanqing reported. Yuan Songlin's face darkened. Then search further. Find out exactly where he went. That evil spirit traveled all the way from Huayan Prefecture here. Chances are it was hunting that fat merchant. It may very well return for him. If Jia Degui remained, they could set an ambush and wait for the evil spirit to walk into their trap, sparing them the exhaustion of chasing it endlessly. By the late hour of Wu, when sunlight blazed at its fiercest, a party of 5 entered Song Village atop stout horses. All wore black and crimson brocade garments, looking every bit the paragons of martial prowess. Around their waists hung jade tablets engraved with the characters Demon Suppression Division. They were Yuan Songlin and his party. After spending half a day tracking down Jia Degui's whereabouts, they had hurried straight to Song Village. After questioning the villagers, they arrived before the Xuanqing Temple. In daylight, the temple stood with its doors wide open, ever ready to welcome visitors. Yuan Songlin and his companions left their horses outside and entered the temple. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than they encountered Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiaqing face to face, before they could even begin searching for Jia Degui. As martial masters themselves, they could sense each other's presence even at close range. Yuan Songlin's party ranged from the early stage of Huajian to the early stage of Tongling, an imposing lineup that immediately drew the attention of Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiaqing. The two men glanced at the jade tablets hanging from Yuan Songlin's group and frowned. Demon Suppression Division. Yuan Songlin noted their positioning, which carried an obvious intent to intercept, and frowned. Yes. And who are you? What gives you the right to block our path? Qiao Jiaqing replied. We are the temple keepers of Xuanqing Temple. What business brings such esteemed martial masters to this place? Have you come to burn incense and pay your respects? Yuan Songlin's expression shifted subtly. Temple keepers. 2 martial masters. One at the jeweling stage, the other at the Naki stage. Neither particularly high in cultivation. Yet they had chosen to serve as temple keepers in this remote mountain village. Yuan Songlin betrayed none of his suspicion and answered calmly. We are not here to pray. We are looking for someone. Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiaqing exchanged a glance, wearing expressions as if to say, just as we expected. Looking for Jia Degui. Yuan Songlin nodded. Yes. If you would be so kind as to step aside, we will find him and leave. We have no quarrel with you. Zhang Haiquan arched a brow. And what if the man refuses to come with you? Yuan Songlin frowned, impatience flickering across his face. Whether he comes or not depends on Jia Degui himself, not on you. Zhang Haiquan glanced at Qiao Jiaqing's side and stepped aside with a shrug of resignation. Very well. Yuan Songlin's expression softened slightly as he led his party into the central hall. A spacious courtyard lay before them, fragrant with the smoke of burning incense. Within the Xuanqing hall, the divine statue stood lifelike, as though its gaze watched them intently. Yuan Songlin spotted Jia Degui at once and strode forward with long, purposeful steps. Jia Degui saw them too, and immediately Qiao Jiaqing's and Zhang Haiquan's words echoed in his mind. That evil spirit is pursuing you. If the Demon Suppression Division fails to subdue it, they will almost certainly suspect you and come looking for you, to make you bait to lure out that creature. And whether you go or not, I imagine you understand the consequences well enough. The members of the Demon Suppression Division are reliable, or is Lord Xuanqing more trustworthy? You know the answer. Jia Degui shivered and turned to flee. But before he could take 2 steps, a great hand seized the back of his collar and lifted him clean off the ground. The 200-pound Jia Degui was held aloft with a single hand. And yes, compared to the last time, when they had dealt with the faceless evil spirit, he had grown another 20 caddies heavier. Yuan Songlin's cold voice rang out. Jia Degui, I presume. Come with us. Jia Degui thrashed wildly at the thought of that faceless monster. No, I will not go with you. Let me go. Yuan Songlin frowned, considering that he would still need Jia Degui's cooperation later. Since that evil spirit possessed considerable cunning, it could not be allowed to discern an obvious trap. He therefore said, the evil spirit that sought to kill you last night. You remember it, don't you? It has set its sights on you. We failed to capture it then, and it escaped, but it will return for you. Come with us, and we shall protect you. At the same time, we can use this opportunity to eliminate that creature, ensuring you will never be hunted again." The words sounded convincing enough, but Jia Dugui did not believe for a moment that these men could keep him safe. He trusted only Lord Xuanqing. He continued to struggle madly, the fabric of his clothes tearing with sharp ripping sounds. "I will not go with you. I'm staying here. Lord Xuanqing will protect me. He will slay that evil spirit." With a violent tear, Jia Dugui stumbled to the ground, his clothing rent and tattered. Yuan Songlin frowned and turned his gaze toward the lifelike divine statue within the Xuanqing Hall. Would a deity truly shield Jia Dugui? Was this some age of ancient legend? The gods no longer existed. Yuan Songlin deemed Jia Dugui's insistence on remaining here nothing short of seeking death. Sooner or later his own ignorance would prove fatal. By the late hour of Wu, when the sun blazed with its fiercest intensity, Yuan Songlin's face darkened as he moved to seize Jia Dugui. Xiao Jiaqing and Zhang Haiquan appeared, once more positioning themselves between him and the man they sought to take. "Lord officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Jia Dugui has plainly stated his unwillingness to come with you, yet you insist on taking him by force. Is this how a government organization of the court operates, coercing common folk?" Yuan Songlin's expression darkened, his temple throbbing. "Mortal ignorance I can tolerate, but do you two as martial instructors truly lack all sense of measure? That demon is treacherous and insidious. If Jia Dugui insists on staying here and refuses to cooperate with us, he will meet his own demise. We are attempting to save him." Zhang Haiquan couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. "Then tell me, when the demon stands before you, which matters more in your eyes, Jia Dugui's life or subduing that creature?" Before Yuan Songlin could respond, he continued, "I hardly need an answer. Clearly subduing the demon holds greater significance to your bureau." Zhou Yuqing could no longer contain himself, his voice ringing with righteous indignation. "How can suppressing the demon be unimportant? The sooner we subdue it, the sooner we can save more lives." Jia Dugui, concealed behind Zhang Haichuan, trembled even more violently at these words. Zhang Haiquan was right. He would rather die than go with these agents of the bureau. With his thick eyebrows raised and a self-satisfied smile, Zhang Haiquan retorted, "Suppressing the demon is indeed important. But only if Jia Dugui remains here under the protection of Lord Xuanqing can you hope to subdue that creature." Yuan Songlin let out a bitter, incredulous laugh. His colleagues from the bureau exchanged glances with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool. Jia Dugui's superstition was forgivable. He was merely a common man. But these two trained martial instructors should know better than to believe in a non-existent deity's protection. Yuan Songlin and his team found themselves at an impasse. Despite their exhaustive pleas, Jia Dugui clung desperately to Xiao Jiaqing and Zhang Haichuan's legs, refusing to budge. Yuan Songlin harbored the desire to seize the man by force, but Zhang Haiquan and Xiao Jiaqing stood as immovable sentinels. The Demon Suppression Bureau served the imperial court. It was not a cult, and kidnapping them over Jia Dugui was impossible. The temple grounds teemed with visitors, and any confrontation risked injuring innocent bystanders. By the end, Yuan Songlin's complexion had turned a sickly green, and he reluctantly relented. Jia Dugui would remain at Xuanqing Temple, where they could set an ambush for the demon. In exchange, they demanded the evacuation of pilgrims and the temporary closure of incense offerings, while the villagers were left to Zhang Haichuan's care. With the matter settled, Jia Dugui finally exhaled in relief, his trembling subsiding. As long as he remained at Xuanqing Temple, he was content. With Lord Xuanqing's blessing, he was certain to survive. High above, stars speckled the night sky as Zhou Yuqing lounged against the wall, one leg crossed over the other. Beside him sat Yuan Songlin in meditation, his gaze watchful, the long blade resting across his thighs. Silver flashes erupted from the darkness as the weapon struck against something unseen. The mountain village slept in profound stillness, crickets and frogs weaving a symphony beneath the stars. Though the first watch had barely begun, every household had already extinguished its lamps. Before the Xuanqing Hall, scattered incense smoke curled upward as Jia Dugui knelt upon his cushion, bowing his head in silent supplication. Zhou Yuqing sneered. "That bloated fool actually believes a wooden statue will protect him. How quaint." The words had barely left his lips when Yuan Songlin's expression tightened. In an instant, he rose, hand already gripping his blade. The incessant chorus of frogs and cicadas had fallen silent without warning. Everything around them went utterly still. Zhou Yuqing's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting instantly to one of alert seriousness. Together on the wall, he whispered urgently to Yuan Songlin. "Uncle Yuan, has the demon arrived? Where is it?" Before the older man could respond, he launched himself forward in a burst of speed. His long blade carved a white arc through the night. Zhou Yuqing had barely registered the demon's position before Yuan Songlin, now dozens of meters away, brought his sword down hard upon the darkness ahead. Grrrl! A rasping, unearthly scream tore through the night. From beneath Yuan Songlin's blade emerged a hunched figure. Canvas shoes riddled with holes, patched garments clinging to a twisted spine, skin weathered like ancient bark. The sole thing remaining familiar was its completely blackened face. It had clearly fed again after escaping from Yuan Songlin's grasp earlier that evening. Yuan Songlin pressed his assault relentlessly, his blade aimed at the creature's void-like visage. The demon sidestepped this time, yet despite having no features upon its face, Yuan could feel a venomous hatred radiating from it. Where's my face? The officer shouted, undeterred, driving forward with his weapon. His comrades from the bureau converged upon the demon, surrounding it in battle. Unseen by all, Xuanqing observed silently. The demon's presence was unremarkable, roughly late stage in its cultivation, but its methods were uncanny and it showed no fear of their assaults. The turbid, malevolent energy concentrated primarily in its head, and upon deeper perception, Xuanqing detected a striking similarity to the essence of the hideous human face he had encountered previously. A powerful urge to annihilate the creature surged within him once more. Yet Xuanqing held back, wishing to observe how the Bureau would handle this demon. If the Bureau could defeat it, he would not intervene. The Imperial Court's stance toward divine beings remained unknown to him. All the believers he had gained resided within the borders of the Shang Empire. The Demon Suppression Bureau was undoubtedly formidable. Yuan Songlin alone had reached the 5th stage of martial cultivation, the Spirit Connection realm. He did not believe Yuan Songlin was the Bureau's highest-ranking cultivator. Despite the relentless attacks, the demon pressed forward, drawn inexorably toward Jia Degui within the temple. Its singular obsession was clear. It wanted its face back. It repeated the same phrase endlessly. Yet its face had long since decomposed into nothing but corrupted flesh. It lay buried beneath the temple grounds. Even now, reattaching it would be impossible. Under Yuan Songlin's concentrated barrage, the demon's head finally shattered. It dissolved into a thick black fog shaped like a human head. Yuan Songlin and the others swiftly produced several ancient jade talismans, their golden radiance intensifying as they hurled them toward the dark mass. The talisman's golden light interlocked to form a multifaceted prison meant to trap the fog. The darkness shrieked in fury, hurling itself against one talisman. A fissure appeared, and seizing the opportunity, the demon slipped through and escaped. Abandoning further combat, it scattered like wind and vanished. Xuanqing could scarcely believe the demon had escaped mere moments from being captured. Before he could summon his azure chi sword, the black fog had already departed Song Village at tremendous speed. Very well. Jia Degui remained here, so the demon would surely return. Yuan Songlin's party bore heavy expressions. Damn it, it escaped again. The Bureau's suppression artifacts must be refined. The demons grow ever more cunning and elusive. Let us maintain our vigil. At least our theory proved correct. The demon was targeting Jia Degui all along. What? That malevolent spirit ran away. Jia Degui stood frozen in shock, trembling all over. He had truly had enough of this heart-in-mouth existence. The only good news was that he was still alive. It was just that his appetite had been absent for dinner. He had only managed 3 bowls, leaving him both hungry and weak now. Several members of the Demon's Suppression Division sat sullenly on the wall in foul moods. They did not dare sleep, not knowing when the malevolent spirit might strike again. All they could do was sit on the wall with their eyes wide open, staring into space. Jia Degui was hungry, exhausted, and weakened. After a full day of fear and worry, as soon as the hour of Z passed, he collapsed beside the meditation cushion and fell asleep. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Jia Degui, who had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and sighed. What a carefree fat fellow. He can sleep right through anything. Midway through Jia Degui's drowsy slumber, his stomach began to rumble loudly. He was successfully awakened by hunger. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar, elegant bed curtains. Jia Degui noticed nothing amiss, rubbed his eyes, sat up, and called out to the outside. Uncle Lee, master is hungry, go fetch me a roast chicken. As he spoke, he got out of bed, threw on an outer garment, walked to the table in the outer chamber, and sat down, propping his head with one hand, drowsy and half asleep. Soon footsteps approached and stopped at the door. Then the person pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a plate of roast chicken to the table. Jia Degui caught the aroma of the roast chicken and felt somewhat more alert, yawning as he tore off a chicken leg. After a couple of bites, Jia Degui felt slightly thirsty and casually said, Uncle Lee, pour me a cup of tea. The Uncle Lee beside him lifted the teapot, and the sound of pouring water reached his ears. As Jia Degui chewed the chicken meat, a certain thread in his mind suddenly tugged. The sight of Lord Xuanqing's divine statue from before he fell asleep floated up in his mind. Wait a moment, didn't he flee to Xuanqing Temple specifically to hide from that malevolent spirit? Wasn't he asleep before Lord Xuanqing's divine statue? And didn't Uncle Lee turn into a malevolent spirit? Jia Degui suddenly shivered. Was he dreaming right now? His chewing slowed as he carefully tilted his head to look at the Uncle Lee beside him. Black cloth shoes, deep blue silk with cloud patterns, and then a pitch-black face. Jia Degui's eyes widened in shock. He shot to his feet, backing away rapidly, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Uncle Lee. At this moment, Uncle Lee, with that pitch-black face, spoke in a hoarse voice. Where exactly is my face? Jia Degui swallowed nervously. Even knowing this was merely a dream, he could not suppress his fear, so he shouted bravely from within. You malevolent spirit, don't think this can frighten me. This is merely my dream. I am only dreaming. Once I wake up, you will vanish. The malevolent spirit's expressionless black face gave nothing away, yet Jia Degui sensed it losing patience and growing angry. Last time I will ask, where's my face? Otherwise, if you die in this dream, you are truly dead. Jia Degui immediately grasped what the spirit meant. Did it mean, if he died in the dream, he would also die in reality? No way. Could one actually die from dreaming these days? Jia Degui had tears, but could not cry them out. Xuanqing Hall. Song Xuanqing frowned at the dark mark between Jia Dagui's brows. That urge to obliterate it surged once more. Recalling Jia Dagui's account of dreaming about the malevolent spirit Song Xuanqing formed a hypothesis. Divine ability dream entry activate. Upon entering Jia Dagui's dream song, Xuanqing witnessed the horrifying scene of him being devoured by the malevolent spirit, his flesh and blood exposed. Song Xuanqing's expression darkened instantly. With a mere thought, an ancient sword of sky blue hue materialized in his hand. The Qingqi sword, a weapon bridging illusion and reality, so effortlessly accessible even within dreams. As the malevolent spirit crouched over Jia Dagui, poised to devour him, further the sky blue sword appeared before it, slashing downward with lethal intent. The spirit flinched and darted aside, but not swiftly enough. It lost nearly half its head to the blade. The severed portion dissolved completely under the force of divine power, leaving no trace behind. The spirit attempted to regrow its missing half, but upon realizing it was gone, it turned to Song Xuanqing with shock and dread. Who are you? How did you reach this place? And not only that, it had erased its very essence. How could anything in this world possibly threaten its core essence? Song Xuanqing let out a cold scoff, offering no answer, and advanced once more with his sword drawn. Having felt the Qingqi's sword's devastating power firsthand, the spirit dared not withstand the blow, directly forced to dodge instead. Prostrate on the ground in agony, Jia Dagui, convinced death was imminent, noticed something strange. Summoning what little strength he had, he lifted his head and saw Song Xuanqing pursuing the spirit. At that moment, despair in his heart was instantly replaced by hope and excitement. Jia Dagui wept uncontrollably. Lord Xuanqing, you have come to rescue me, Wu. He had nearly believed he was about to die. Fortunately, Lord Xuanqing was there. He had known it all along, that by coming to Xuanqing Temple and placing himself under Lord Xuanqing's protection, he would never perish. Tears streamed down Jia Dagui's face as the malevolent spirit fled in utter disarray. In merely a few breaths, it was severed down to 2 legs, and what had already been lost due to Song Xuanqing's divine power was utterly destroyed. Terrified, the malevolent spirit made a decisive choice to flee, abandoning Jia Dagui's dreamscape entirely. In reality, outside Xuanqing Hall, a mass of thick black mist emerged from the center of Jia Dagui's brow as he lay sleeping on the ground. The instant it appeared, the several members of the Demon's Suppression Division who had been sitting on the wall froze in shock. Yuan Songlin reacted most swiftly, leaping down and commanding sternly, "Fetch the suppression artifacts, seal it." As he spoke, he had already produced his jade token. The other members of the Demon's Suppression Division followed suit, jumping down from the wall and producing their own jade tokens ready to seal and suppress the black mist spirit. In such critical moments, they did not have the luxury of pondering how the malevolent spirit had suddenly appeared on Jia Dagui without warning. Moreover, the black mist had grown thinner, making it appear considerably weaker. Regardless, this was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. The black mist spirit had no intention of fighting. It fled immediately upon appearing. It was not afraid of the Demon's Suppression Division members. Rather, it feared Song Xuanqing, who had pursued and attacked it within Jia Dagui's dream. However, before it could escape more than a few meters, the Demon's Suppression Division members activated their suppression artifacts. Suddenly, a slightly translucent, ancient-looking sky blue sword materialized, not of this physical realm. Then, with a light sweep of the sword, the black mist was cleanly severed in 2. From an angle invisible to onlookers, divine power flowed through the blade and into the mist, eliminating it as effortlessly as wiping away a stain. All the members of the Demon's Suppression Division could see was that after the sky blue sword descended, a spatial rift roughly 1 foot wide and half a zhang long appeared where it had struck. It resembled a tear in a sheet of white paper, dangerous and enigmatic. The split black mist spirit let out a shriek that sent chills down their spines. But what truly defied belief for Yuan Songlin and the others was that as the black mist spirit wailed, its color grew progressively fainter. In mere instants, the dense black fog vanished completely. Its aura dissolved entirely into the world, leaving only the wide spatial rift behind. Yuan Songlin and the others stared in utter disbelief, their faces etched with shock. Had the malevolent spirit been completely destroyed and dispersed? Impossible. Could a malevolent spirit truly be killed? Humanity had waged a protracted struggle against the wraiths for an age beyond reckoning. They had attempted countless methods, yet none could truly destroy them. Only weaken, seal, and suppress. The belief that wraiths could not be slain, only sealed and suppressed, was nearly carved into their very bones. Yet this conviction was now shattered. They had witnessed with their own eyes the demise of a wraith slain beneath a sword of unknown origin. That ancient, unadorned blade had dispatched the wraith, then vanished into nothingness on the spot. It felt as though the sight of that sword dispatching the wraith had been nothing but a collective hallucination. Yet in Yuan Songlin's mind, and the minds of those present, a question arose simultaneously. What priceless treasure was that pale blue ancient sword? And who was its wielder? Only a being of such power could vanquish a wraith. Ouch! A cry of pain rang out. It was Jia Gi, just awakening from the nightmare. There was no way he would dare sleep again. No sooner had he emerged from the dream than his eyes snapped open and he struggled to his feet. The phantom pain from the dream had been so vivid that his first instinct upon waking was to cry out, instinctively patting his belly to confirm his flesh was still there. No pain. Full sensation. Jia Gi exhaled in relief, and with it came the bitter ache of having barely escaped death. Thank heaven he lived. The wraith had not claimed him in the dream. Lord Xuanqing had spared him once more. Jia Gi hurriedly straightened and knelt upon the cushion, pressing his forehead to the ground in reverence before Song Xuanqing. Thank you, Lord Xuanqing, for sparing this humble one's life. I am eternally grateful, my lord. Jia Gi knelt and offered his thanks, every word ringing clear enough for Yuan Songlin and the others to hear. The men exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Jia Gi, what transpired? Did that wraith target you? After finishing his kowtows and hearing their question, Jia Gi recalled the horrors of his dream and could not shake the trembling. Only after steadying himself did he begin to speak. Fear still lingered on his face, and the officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau felt a chill creep down their spines. What a monstrous wraith. It had slipped straight through their defenses and entered Jia Gi's dreams to kill. How had they never seen it employ such a tactic before? Was it because invading dreams to take lives was something even wraiths found difficult to execute at will? And Lord Xuanqing had entered his dreams to rescue Jia Gi, hunting down that wraith within the dream itself. Yuan Songlin and the others exchanged looks before turning toward the magnificent statue of Lord Xuanqing in the hall. They recalled that the wraith had indeed appeared weakened when it emerged from Jia Gi's brow. What he described aligned perfectly with what they had observed. The ancient sword that had slain the wraith matched exactly the blade wielded by Lord Xuanqing in Jia Gi's dream. So it was truly Lord Xuanqing manifesting divine power, saving Jia Gi and destroying the wraith. Yuan Songlin and the others wore expressions of utter astonishment. Was it not taught that no gods existed in this world? Then what explained this? Given Jia Gi's ordeal, if not for Lord Xuanqing's divine intervention, they could not conceive of any other explanation. In barely a day at the Xuanqing temple, their understanding of the world had fractured multiple times. Yuan Songlin suddenly turned to Xuanqing and Xiao Jiaqing standing nearby. Compared to the shock among the Demon Suppression Bureau members, these two remained remarkably composed. It suddenly clicked. He understood why two martial artists of such caliber would choose to serve as temple keepers in such a remote village. Had they known all along that Lord Xuanqing was a true deity? Xuanqing and Xiao Jiaqing sensed his gaze and raised their eyebrows. What are your thoughts, officer of the Demon Suppression Bureau? Yuan Songlin studied them deeply before speaking. You serve as temple keepers here because of Lord Xuanqing. Because Lord Xuanqing is a genuinely existing deity. Xuanqing smiled and replied lazily, so what? Let us inform the officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau. We belong to the Ancient God Society. Yuan Songlin nodded, as if understanding. If they were from the Ancient God Society, then becoming temple keepers made perfect sense. Xiao Jiaqing gazed at him with deep calculating eyes and spoke pointedly. Surely the officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau know of our Ancient God Society. Should the Bureau or the Shang Kingdom harbor any objections to Lord Xuanqing, do not blame us for opposing you. They had anticipated that witnessing Lord Xuanqing's divine miracle might inspire discontent, so they issued a preemptive warning. Yuan Songlin managed a bitter smile and looked at the statue with complicated emotions. You overthink it, Yuan Songlin said. The Demon Suppression Bureau was founded to maintain peace and protect the people. If deities truly exist and are willing to shield the common folk, that is exactly what we desire. Why would we object? Xiao Jiaqing merely smiled. Your personal views cannot speak for the entire Bureau or represent the Shang Kingdom. We are simply being straightforward with you. Yuan Songlin pressed his lips together and said nothing. Dawn broke in the east, illuminating the heavens and earth. Morning arrived at the Xuanqing temple. Jia Gi devoured 4 bowls of porridge, 10 buns, 20 dumplings, and 3 plates of pastries, before finally pushing away from the table, hand resting on his satisfied belly. With the wraith vanquished and the source of his distress eliminated, his spirit and appetite had both recovered. Yet he had no intention of returning home just yet. He would wait until he June completed the statue and properly invited Lord Xuanqing back, then return. A few days' delay for his family's affairs would hardly matter. Not only had Jia Gi stayed, but Yuan Songlin and his companions remained at the Xuanqing temple as well. They behaved themselves, burning 3 sticks of incense each morning and evening, while spending their free time wandering through the village, watching villagers come and go to offer incense, or simply staring blankly at Lord Xuanqing's statue. They justified it by claiming they were merely preventing any lingering threats from the wraith. Xuanqing could not be bothered to expose the excuse. The wraith was completely dead. What threat remained? However, they could not stay much longer. 3 days later, the Demon Suppression Bureau summoned them back. Judging from Yuan Songlin's expression before departing, something significant must have occurred. They left without a word of farewell, traveling through the night. The following day, Jun finally delivered the newly crafted statue of Lord Xuanqing. It was an exact scaled-down replica of the one in the Xuanqing hall, merely 1 shi in height, exquisitely carved and meticulously detailed. Jia Gi, overjoyed, respectfully installed the deity and carried the statue home with great care. With Lord Xuanqing's image in his household, he would never again need to fear demons, spirits, or evil wraiths. Song Xuanqing's 4th divine statue anchor had finally been activated, bringing him considerable satisfaction. That evening, he descended through the statue directly into Jia Gi's residence in Wanning County. Meanwhile, on that same night, in Luojia Village, Hugong Township, the village was slightly larger than Songjia Village, comprising roughly 50 households and a population of 200. Like Songjia village, Luojia village shared a common feature, a river flowing at the village entrance. Similar to the river in Songjia village, it served as one of the tributaries of the great river within Wannan County. Water's importance to rural farming families was beyond question, which is why many villages deliberately settled near river systems. That night the moonlight shone clear and bright, casting silver-white light across the river's surface, where ripples glittered in an atmosphere of tranquil serenity. Splash! The water's surface suddenly broke. A fish head emerged from the water. Remarkably, however, that fish head was as large as a calf. It was clearly no ordinary creature. Beneath the pale moonlight, a massive fish head suddenly broke through the surface of the gently flowing river. Its obsidian black skull lacked any of the moisture one would expect from a creature of the water, instead appearing parched and dry. The silver moonlight fell upon the river, yet the beam seemed swallowed without a single gleam of reflection. A closer look revealed the enormous fish body beneath the surface, completely devoid of scales, equally black and desiccated. The great fish's eyes held no pupils, only cloudy white orbs fixed upon the nearby village. Then its jaws parted, revealing a maw bristling with dense rows of razor-sharp teeth. Woo! A long mournful moan echoed through the night, radiating outward from the river toward the settlement. It circled and reverberated through the darkness, chilling to the bone. It was past midnight by then, and the villagers of Luojia village had long since fallen into slumber. Yet when that unnerving low moan sounded, the household closest to the river experienced something dreadful. Their sleepers' eyes snapped open. Those eyes were entirely cloudy white, void of pupils, mirroring the fish's own baleful gaze. The villager rose from bed with mechanical rigidity, throwing off the quilt without hesitation. Barefoot and motionless, he shambled toward the doorway. With a creak, the weathered wooden door swung open, and the villager emerged, his milky white eyes staring blankly ahead. At nearly the same moment, several other doors within the household opened. 3 men and 2 women stepped out, young and old alike, moving with the same vacant rigidity, their eyes clouded and white. In perfect unison, the family marched from their home toward the river with stiff puppet-like strides. Only an old dog remained behind, barking incessantly. Its cries could not rouse even a flicker of consciousness from its master. And this occurrence was not isolated to a single household. Before long, another home witnessed the exact same dreadful sight. Sleepers opened their eyes and shuffled motionlessly from their homes toward the river. That haunting moan continued to echo through the night as household after household awakened and emerged. Soon numerous figures appeared along the dim village path, all moving with the same vacant determinism toward the water. In that pitch-black night, the eerie spectacle was enough to raise the dead with terror. Luo Sanshur was an elderly man who suffered from restless nights and shallow sleep. As one ages, the body accumulates ailments, aches here, pains there, never resting. Now his hearing had failed completely, rendering him profoundly deaf. Fortunately, his eyesight remained passable. Unable to sleep, he decided to rise, don his shoes, and take a walk outside. Though the moon had not yet reached fullness, its pale light illuminated the darkened world sufficiently. Luo Sanshur studied the date tree near his doorway by moonlight, contemplating how many fruits the coming harvest might yield. Before he could finish his musings, the neighbor's gate suddenly opened. A young man emerged, moving with that same vacant rigidity. Luo Sanshur recognized him immediately. It was the neighbor's second son. He called out in puzzlement, "Ernie, why are you wandering about at this hour instead of sleeping? What are you doing out here?" The young man ignored him entirely, continuing his stiff march forward. Luo Sanshur grew more bewildered and was about to speak again when the neighbor's eldest daughter and the elderly couple also emerged from their home. The strange sight left him scratching his head in confusion, until in the next instant he caught the elderly couple's eyes by moonlight. Cloudy white throughout, without a trace of pupil. Luo Sanshur was seized by fright, his eyes widening as icy dread flooded his heart. Could this be demonic possession? In the next moment, his own courtyard gate burst open. His wife and children emerged barefoot, moving with the identical vacant rigidity. Their eyes, also completely clouded white, devoid of pupils. Luo Sanshur panicked. Were his own family possessed as well? But the most terrifying revelation lay ahead. He glimpsed other villagers' homes witnessing the same dreadful transformation unfold. They all emerged from their dwellings, advancing in a single direction as though drawn by some invisible force. Luo Sanshur could not concern himself with strangers now. How could he watch his own family fall prey to this possession? Acting decisively, Luo Sanshur grabbed a wooden club. Not caring about the force of his blows, he struck his family unconscious, bound them tightly, and dragged them back into their rooms. Having completed this frantic endeavor, Luo Sanshur was left gasping for breath. His years had caught up with him, his strength was failing. He collapsed to the ground, his thoughts turning to the possessed villagers. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, secured his home's door, and ventured out with the club in hand. He would follow the possessed villagers and discover whatever mystery drew them toward the river. If he could save anyone along the way, so much the better. At his age, having lived as long as he had, even death today would be no loss. His family was secured. Stepping outside, Luo Sanshur followed the direction the villagers had taken. By the dim moonlight, he spotted figures moving along the village path. There were nearly 100 of them at least. Along the way, nearly every household's gate stood open. Shock gripped Luo Sanshur. Had the entire village fallen under this curse? No, this was no ordinary phenomenon. A demon or evil spirit was at work, or perhaps practitioners of heretical arts. Clenching his club tightly, he knocked unconscious several possessed villagers and pressed onward following the procession until he reached the riverbank. There he witnessed a sight that chilled his entire being. A fish head the size of a calf broke through the water's surface, its mouth agape, revealing rows of jagged fangs. The possessed villagers' eyes, clouded white, shambled stiffly into the water toward that monstrous fish head. As they waded deeper, something horrifying occurred. Their feet began merging and darkening, transforming into scaleless black fish tails. Their bellies flattened into fish bodies, their arms became fins. By the time the water surpassed their heads, each villager had fully transformed into a black scaleless fish 4 or 5 feet in length. All possessed the same cloudy white fish eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth. They resembled miniature versions of that great fish, almost identical in form. The sole difference was that the fish monster's heads still retained faint traces of their former human features. Eyes, noses, mouths, barely discernible beneath the transformation. Luo Sancher lay hidden among the grass, helpless, watching as those very villagers he had spoken with and worked alongside during the day filed one by one into the water. From human to fish monster. Luo Sancher felt cold terror course through his veins. He wanted to stop them. He wanted to strike down that accursed great fish with his club. But he found himself unable to control his own body, paralyzed by sheer terror. He could only cower in the grass, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he watched the horror unfold. Nearly all 200 souls of Luojia village under the great fish's enchantment entered the water and transformed into black fish monsters. Only Luo Sanchi, his family, and a few villagers he had rendered unconscious were spared. After an hour, the great fish led its army of fish monsters away, disappearing into the darkness. Luo Sancher lay prostrate and feeble. Even after the fish departed, recovery eluded him. That night would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life. Luojia village, once home to nearly 200 souls, was reduced to barely 20 survivors after the great fish's rampage. The devastation was akin to the complete annihilation of the village. That night was fraught with disaster. Not only was Luo family village afflicted, but many villages near the riverbanks also suffered misfortune. However, most of what they encountered was not the giant fish capable of transforming humans into fish monsters. Rather, it was man-eating fish monsters much smaller than that great fish. In each location, 2 or 3 fish monsters would appear together, luring people into the river to be devoured. Xuanqing was yet unaware of the turmoil that night. After dusk, he entered Jia Degui's residence along his 4th divine statue. This was his first time in Wannan County and his first venture so far from his ancestral home of Song family village. Song Xuanqing's divine statue had been placed by Jia Degui in a specially carved-out shrine hall. The shrine hall sat adjacent to Jia Degui's sleeping quarters. Jia Degui had even installed a small connecting door, granting unimpeded access to the shrine. Before the statue, the incense burner stood empty, its candles long consumed, leaving only a faint trace of burning incense in the air. Song Xuanqing glanced at the shrine's arrangement, and the style that struck him at once could be summed up in 2 words: wealth. After a brief survey, he left the shrine and began to wander about the Jia estate. The Jia estate was sprawling, its ornamental rockeries, flowing water features, pavilions, and towers, all exuding opulence. Roughly estimated, it covered nearly 10,000 square meters. Song Xuanqing circled the entire grounds, then attempted to leave the Jia estate. At the estate's entrance lay Tao Ren Street, wide and immaculate, bordered by the residences of some wealthy magnate, whose identity remained unknown. Song Xuanqing attempted to step beyond the Jia estate gates, but he failed. The familiar sensation rose within his heart. He could not freely depart the Jia estate. Perhaps because it was only Jia Degui who offered him worship, his range of movement was likewise confined to the estate's boundaries. Song Xuanqing was not discouraged. Though his main body could not leave the area bounded by the divine statue, his avatar could. He immediately set about refining a new avatar. This avatar would remain stationed at the Jia estate, guarding against the misfortune that might befall the wretched Jia Degui and provoke something to claim his life. The avatar Song Xuanqing had refined possessed only 1/7 of his main body's power. Yet now he could control more avatars. Moreover, as his cultivation progress reached 100%, his main body wielded strength comparable to the late stage of the spirit communication realm in martial arts. His avatar accordingly rose to match, possessing power equivalent to the early to mid stage of the concept transformation realm. With his main body presiding over Song family village and his avatar covering Lu family village and the Jia estate, protecting their jurisdictions and devotees, he felt there should be no major issues. Soon the avatar refinement was complete. Guiding his avatar, Song Xuanqing successfully departed the Jia estate and surveyed the county town of Wannan. Though Wannan County ranked among the poorest in Huayin Prefecture, its territory was hardly small, roughly estimated at dozens of square kilometers. Tall city walls encircled the entire county, carved with intricate formation patterns. One could sense the surging spiritual essence contained within them. In the absence of any special circumstances, the formation remained unactivated. Within the county, the major streets were laid out in neat order, and buildings rose in well-arranged layers. Night watch soldiers patrolled through the alleys and streets. Song Xuanqing only caught a general impression, for he could not move freely throughout the entire county. Even as an avatar, his range of movement was not entirely unrestricted. It was simply far greater than that of his main body. Perhaps because the Jia estate was so small relative to all of Wanning County, or perhaps because the county itself was so vast. Song Xuanqing's avatar could only cover roughly half the county, but it satisfied his curiosity somewhat. The avatar returned to the Jia estate and was left behind. Song Xuanqing himself returned to Song family village. That night the village lay peaceful and undisturbed. The Xuanqing temple opened as usual. Yet the number of incense burners that day was nearly double that of the previous day. May Lord Xuanqing bless us and spare our village from those man-eating fish monsters. May Lord Xuanqing protect me. I don't wish to become monster. Among the worshippers, outsiders from other villages were noticeably more numerous, all overcome with terror. They had heard Lord Xuanqing was extraordinarily efficacious and had come to offer prayers and incense. The villagers of Song family village were especially well informed. They already knew what had occurred and gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. I heard their village was attacked by man-eating fish monsters last night. 7 or 8 people died. What a tragedy. That's nothing compared to Luo family village. They were truly devastated. Their entire village of over 200 people has been reduced to just 20-odd souls. The rest all turned into fish. Old Deaf Lu witnessed the great fish monster transform people into fish with his own eyes. He nearly went mad. Indeed, the survivors are either plotting suicide or preparing to relocate their entire families to another village. I've even heard they're thinking of coming to settle in our Song family village. What of the deity they worship in Luo family village? Their whole village nearly perished, and that god wouldn't lift a finger to help. Alas, can every deity compare to our Lord Xuanqing, so efficacious in protecting the common folk? Thank goodness our village has Lord Xuanqing. With his divine powers we need not fear even if fish monsters come. An outsider among the worshippers overheard this and shook his head. My friend, don't speak such ill-omened words. We all pray never to encounter those fish monsters. We too once believed a deity would protect us. Now alas, it is best we never have to find out. The Song family village villager scratched his head. It's fine, we're not afraid. Lord Xuanqing will protect us. The outsider, recalling Lord Xuanqing's many miracles, held his tongue. Perhaps Lord Xuanqing truly could shield the village if the fish monsters came. After all, he appeared remarkably efficacious. Otherwise, why would he have traveled all this way to worship, even if only to ease his mind? Seeing the outsider's troubled expression, a villager gathered his courage and suggested, Lord Xuanqing is very efficacious and will protect the people. If your village is truly worried, you might consider enshrining Lord Xuanqing, just as Lu family village has. The villagers spoke sincerely. They believed the deities of other villages were nowhere near as efficacious as Lord Xuanqing. If the villages afflicted by the fish monsters had also worshipped Lord Xuanqing, they would not have suffered such disasters. The outsider was startled and waved his hands frantically. My friend, do not speak so carelessly. We already have a deity we worship. The villagers laughed awkwardly and fell silent. Inside, however, they thought to themselves the deity they worshipped did nothing to save them from death. After listening for a while, Song Xuanqing finally understood what had happened the previous night. Both Song family village and Lu family village had remained unharmed, but other villages, including several surrounding townships, had encountered fish monsters. Some devoured people, others transformed them into fish monsters. It sounded demonic, yet did not quite fit the description of a Yaoguai. Its level of power remained unclear. Zhao Mengqi and the others from the ancient god society were also present in the temple. Upon hearing this news, their expressions turned grave. It sounds like an unholy apparition. Split up and investigate tonight. Just leave one person here guarding Lord Xuanqing's temple. News of the fish monsters spread, and many villages built along the rivers fell into panic. Only a few villages without nearby rivers felt slightly reassured. However, most villages were still built near water. In their panic, people either prayed to gods everywhere, sought out martial artists in the county town, or reported to the county magistrate's office for help. Yet in these times, praying to gods could only provide psychological comfort. Martial artists ignored you if you couldn't pay out, and reporting to the county magistrate offered no guarantee of when action would be taken. In an instant, Hugong Township and the surrounding townships were consumed by fear and unrest. Song Xuanqing also grew secretly vigilant. The fact that the two villages under his jurisdiction had not encountered the fish monsters yesterday did not guarantee safety tomorrow. Moreover, he had no idea what realm of power that fish monster possessed. Based on the villagers' descriptions, the large fish capable of transforming humans into fish monsters should be the source. Those man-eating fish monsters were likely humans transformed by the source fish. It was truly unsettling. The former human villagers, once turned into fish monsters by the source fish, would then go on to devour their own kind. Song Xuanqing raised his vigilance, sharpening his sword ready at any moment to slay the fish monsters. And the fish monsters proved more than worthy of his caution. They came visiting that very night. Both Song family village and Lu family village were visited. That night a lone moon hung high in the sky. From the river at the entrance of Song family village, 4 or 5 pitch-black scaleless fish monsters poked their heads out. Their eyes were entirely milky white, devoid of pupils, their bodies 4 or 5 feet long. Though they looked remarkably similar, each fish monster's face still retained traces of the human features they once possessed, making them deeply unsettling to behold. The fish monsters all opened their wide mouths simultaneously, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Woo-woo, an eerie low hum remarkably similar to that of the source fish echoed from their throats. They were ready to feast on fresh flesh. Little did they know they had already been targeted. Xuanqing stood high above the ground, his half-corporeal azure chi sword circling around him. He watched those 4 or 5 fish monsters in the river with an expressionless face. Their aura was strange and mixed, neither demon nor human nor evil spirit, and seemed weak, hovering between the body-tempering and bone-refining realms. Their mournful humming carried an enchanting effect, though this intensity would likely only affect ordinary people. They were not the source fish. Xuanqing directed his divine sense, and the azure chi sword shot forth like a flowing stream of light, slicing toward the fish monsters in the river. Without a trace of suspense beneath the azure chi sword, the fish monsters lost their heads in the blink of an eye. But what made Xuanqing slightly uncomfortable was that after the fish monsters were beheaded, the bones and flesh within their severed bodies remained unmistakably apparent. They were human bones and flesh. Xuanqing had once been human himself, and he could not remain unmoved. His murderous intent toward the source fish grew even deeper. In the village, as several fish monsters were slain, some villagers who had just sat up from their beds immediately lay back down. At the same time, in Lu family village, a drawn-out, chilling low hum rang out through the night like a ghost wail. It penetrated everywhere, reaching the ears of the sleeping villagers. The villagers abruptly opened their eyes, revealing completely milky white pupils, less orbs, and then stiffly sat up from their beds. Xuanqing, who was stationed in Lu family village, sent a divided consciousness that frowned as he gazed toward the river. Soon the divided consciousness appeared above the river. Looking down, he saw a fish head the size of a calf in the water. He furrowed his brows involuntarily. This feeling was an evil spirit, moreover one that had reached the early stage of spiritual enlightenment. His divided consciousness only possessed the strength of the mid-stage of soul transformation. A direct confrontation was clearly unwinnable. He would have to wait for his true body to handle it himself. Some villagers had already walked outside, and the divided consciousness had no time to attend to the great fish evil spirit in the river. Divine authority was unleashed upon the bewitched villagers. Divine authority held little lethal power, but against this type of bewitching technique its effect was quite pronounced. The villagers, who had been standing with milky white eyes lumbering stiffly toward the river, immediately regained their senses under the divine authority, finding themselves not in their homes asleep, but standing outside facing the river. The villager instantly understood what had happened, and his face turned ashen. News of the fish monsters had spread far and wide, and Lu family village had naturally heard of it. To say they were not afraid would be a lie. Lu family village's residents had never personally witnessed Lord Xuanqing manifest his divine power, and unease lingered in their hearts. Rather than praying for Lord Xuanqing to appear if fish monsters came, it was better to pray they never encountered them. Yet now this is exactly what had happened. Those who encountered fish monsters were either devoured or dragged underwater to become fish monsters themselves. Could he have regained consciousness? The villager immediately thought of Xuanqing. Could this be Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestation protecting them, so they would not be bewitched by the fish monsters? He was not the only villager who had stepped outside. Others had also regained consciousness under the divine authority. Everyone's reaction was remarkably consistent. Had they been bewitched by the fish monsters? Yet they had regained consciousness. This must be Lord Xuanqing's blessing saving them from harm. Choosing to worship Lord Xuanqing in the beginning had proven to be the utterly correct decision. Lord Xuanqing has manifested his divine power. Lord Xuanqing is protecting us. Lord Xuanqing bless us. Many villagers dropped to their knees right where they stood, kowtowing. Meanwhile, in the river, the great fish evil spirit sensed that the villagers it had controlled and bewitched had suddenly broken free from its influence. Within its milky dead fish eyes, confusion flickered. In these past 2 days, this was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Before it could fully comprehend what was happening, an immensely powerful aura erupted from the village before it, stronger than its own. And this aura was none other than Xuanqing himself, rushing to arrive. The great fish evil spirit realized something was wrong, and a sense of crisis surged within its heart. Without hesitation, it sank into the water and turned to flee. They were merely mortals. Those not yet successfully transformed were no great loss. Better safe than sorry. Xuanqing arrived with his sword in hand, and saw the great fish evil spirit turning to flee. The evil spirit moved with astonishing speed, almost escaping the boundaries of Lu family village within a single breath. A cold sneer curled his lips as killing intent flashed in Xuanqing's eyes. The azure chi sword followed his divine sense, wreathed in divine power, and bore down upon the great fish evil spirit. The sense of crisis within the evil spirit's heart intensified, and it could feel the azure chi sword pursuing it from behind. It fled even faster. However, the azure chi sword was faster still. Just as the great fish evil spirit was about to escape the river boundaries of Lu family village, the sword arrived. A sword aura flashed across the sky like a meteor streaking through the night. It cleanly and decisively severed the great fish evil spirit's massive head. The matter seemed to have come to an end. However, Xuanqing had not yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the headless great fish evil spirit actually took control of its decapitated fish body and erupted with even greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, it had burst beyond the river boundaries of Lu family village, vanishing without a trace. Xuanqing's expression darkened instantly. The good news: he had successfully beheaded the great fish evil spirit. The bad news, it could survive even without its head. What an agile and resilient evil spirit. The headless fish fiend had already fled beyond sight, leaving Xuanqing no chance to deliver a finishing blow. He glanced resentfully toward the direction the fiend had escaped, then turned his gaze to the severed fish head at his feet. The beef-sized black fish head sank to the riverbed, its milky white dead eyes still open, radiating an ominous presence. The cut surface revealed neither flesh nor bone, only a mass of black mud-like substance, slick and viscous. Yet the black mud seemed alive, sprouting countless finger-length tendrils resembling flesh buds from the wound. Those buds writhed and struggled to grow. Given time, it was quite possible for the creature to regenerate into a complete fish. Xuanqing frowned in disgust and decisively annihilated the regenerating mass with his divine power. The great river within Xuanqing County was called the Huai River, vast and broad, running through several counties before emptying into the Huai River. The Huai River harbored no shortage of powerful demonic spirits, especially in its depths. Where light rarely penetrated, the waters were dark and fathomable. Stripped of its head, the remaining body of the great fish fiend grew extremely irritable, charging blindly in all directions. Along the way, it devoured countless fish, shrimp, and weak water demons without count. The black mud at the cut site had already grown arm-length flesh buds, dense and numerous. Many passing fish, shrimp, and minor water demons were dragged in by those black mud tendrils, eventually becoming nourishment for the great fish fiend. Yet its head still had not regrown. This made it exceedingly irritable, but it dared not return to retrieve its head. It had no idea who Xuanqing was, someone capable of severing its head, cutting the connection between body and head, and damaging its very foundation. In short, it felt a chill of fear. It was afraid, truly afraid. It could not afford to provoke such an opponent. At last, the great fish fiend retreated into a stone cave, awaiting the return of its scouting fish demons. As dawn broke, the fish demons returned. The great fish fiend grew instantly more irritable. Why were dozens missing? It did not know that most of the missing demons had perished at the hands of Xuanqing and several members of the ancient god society. The great fish fiend had no time to investigate further. Without its head, recovery was urgent. It had originally planned to fatten the fish demons before consuming them to help restore itself to peak strength. But now regrowing its head took priority. The fish demons felt no resistance against the great fish fiend and meekly offered themselves to its flesh buds. They allowed the black tendrils to coil tightly around them like tentacles, then swallowed them whole. Not a single cry of agony escaped. As the black flesh buds gradually devoured their prey, the human flesh and bone hidden beneath the fish skin were revealed. Then those remains were devoured as well. After consuming over 200 fish demons, the great fish fiend's head finally regrew. But compared to before, it remained significantly weakened. Originally numbering 500 or 600, the fish demons were now reduced to only 300 or 400. The incident of losing its head had left a deep impression on the fiend, and it dared not venture out to convert more fish demons for some time. Even if it did venture out again, it would avoid the area near Lu village lest it encounter the one who had severed its head. The previous night, the number of villages visited by fish demons had multiplied. It was no longer limited to Hugong Township, other areas had also suffered incursions. The matter had grown too large, and the county's inspection office could no longer remain idle. The inspection office was a standard martial force in every county town. In small counties without a demon suppression bureau garrison, they were responsible for handling local demonic and evil phenomena. But this fish demon incident had spread across too wide an area. Relying solely on the inspection office to protect all villages was unrealistic. The clever had long seen through this reality. Only the foolish believed hope had arrived that the county would look after them and save them. Most villages that had suffered fish demon attacks were shrouded in despair. Only Song Village and Lu Village faced no gloom despite the fish demon visits. As for the villages visited by the Ancient God Society members, the villagers had no idea what had happened. The members of the Ancient God Society had slain the fish demons overnight and departed, even taking the corpses back for study. As a result, those villagers remained relieved that their village had not been visited. But early the next morning, the villagers of Song Village discovered a fish demon corpse severed in half in the river and nearly fell in from fright. Only then did they realize their own village had also been visited by fish demons the night before. They had simply been unaware that the fish demons were slain before they knew anything had happened. This had to be Master Xuanqing manifesting his divine power. He was protecting them. The villagers of Song Village felt utterly at ease. As long as Master Xuanqing was there, they feared no demon or monster. Master Xuanqing would shield them. Thus, whenever anyone asked whether they had encountered fish demons, they would reply, "We did encounter them. But nothing happened in our village, not a single person died. We didn't even know what happened that night. When we woke up the next morning, the fish demons were already dead in the river. This is Master Xuanqing blessing us." Such conversations echoed numerous times that day. Soon news spread that Song Village had encountered fish demons, but remained unharmed under Master Xuanqing's protection. Similarly spread was the news that Lu Village, which also worshipped Master Xuanqing, had likewise remained safe despite the fish demon attacks. Indeed, when speaking of this matter, the people of Lu Village were even more enthusiastic than those of Song Village. The villagers of Song Village had witnessed multiple manifestations of Master Xuanqing, but for Lu Village this was the first time they had personally witnessed such a miracle. Moreover, it occurred when they faced the great fish that could transform humans into fish demons, and Master Xuanqing had saved them. They had been spared the fate of being ensnared by that great fish lured into the water and transformed into fish demons. The villagers of Lu village had heard that encountering such a great fish could result in the complete destruction of an entire village. Yet their village had faced such catastrophe and emerged unharmed. Indeed, worshipping Master Xuanqing had been the wisest decision their village ever made. If they had continued worshipping the former three-eyed goddess, the entire village might have perished. The people of Lu village said Master Xuanqing is a truly compassionate deity who pities all beings. As long as one sincerely believes and worships him, Master Xuanqing will bless us. As for questions about whether Lu village had abandoned the three-eyed goddess, whether they had suffered divine retribution or other such matters, the people of other villages could never bring themselves to ask. Compared to Lu village, which had suffered fish demons yet remained unharmed, the other villages seemed far more like those under divine punishment. In this era, information dissemination was undeveloped and news traveled slowly. The villages closest to Lu and Song were the first to hear of what had happened there. All sorts of thoughts stirred within people. Su family village. Located several li from Song village, separated by a mountain and a river. Su family village was even smaller than Song village, with only a dozen or so households and 60 to 70 residents. Of course, the number had decreased even further, because the night before 7 or 8 people from their village had been eaten by fish demons. Now, fueled by news that Lu and Song villages had suffered fish demon attacks yet received divine protection, their village erupted into heated argument. Su family village ancestral hall. All 59 remaining villagers were gathered there. Grief and resentment weighed heavily upon the assembled crowd. 8 people perished in our village yesterday, devoured by that fish monster. Where was our deity when that fish monster struck? When those 8 were eaten alive, where was the God we have long worshipped and sacrificed to? We ask not for wealth or glory, only the simple right to live in peace. Will even the gods not grant us this? Yesterday those 8 died. Who can say which among us shall be next? Why did the deities of Lujian village and Song family village, who honor Lord Xuanqing, protect their people, while ours could not save even a single life? The village chief and clan elders stood at the foremost place, heads bowed in silence. They had nothing left to say. I was among those who suggested we follow Lujian village and worship Lord Xuanqing from the start. His miracles are well known, yet you refused, insisting Lord Luoshan would protect us. And where is his protection now? We should have heeded my counsel and honored Lord Xuanqing. The speaker was a village idler, a man given to trouble. Initially, his desire to switch to Lord Xuanqing stemmed only from the hope that a responsive deity might bring him fortune. But now no one could refute his words. The contrast lay plain before them: Lujian village and Song family village untouched, while the rest suffered. Lord Xuanqing's power was undeniable, his blessings real. Where others lost their kin to the fish monster, they remained unscathed. Had they followed Lujian village's example and taken up Lord Xuanqing's worship, surely their village would not have lost 8 souls to the creature. It is not too late to switch. Each day we honor Lord Xuanqing is a day closer to his protection, and we shall no longer fear the fish monster. Exactly. We renounce Lord Luoshan. From this day forward we worship Lord Xuanqing. Lujian village changed their patron deity and suffered no ill will. What do we have to fear? Let us also honor Lord Xuanqing. The same scene played out across the surrounding villages. Previously, though they had heard tales of Lord Xuanqing's efficacy, it remained an abstract notion. But now, with the stark contrast between Lujian village, Song family village, and their own suffering, the truth was impossible to ignore. Every village in the area maintained a protective deity. Yet only Lujian village and Song family village, through their worship of Lord Xuanqing, had been shielded when the fish monster struck. As for the deities of other villages, better left unsaid. Had it not been for the fish monster devouring their people, even knowing Lord Xuanqing's power, they would not have so eagerly sought to switch. But now, facing death, what mattered was survival. Who would refuse a more powerful protector? Still some hesitated. Hasn't the county magistrate's inspector already begun addressing the fish monster? Surely the martial artists at the inspectorate will come to our protection. Those astute enough to foresee this situation could not help but laugh. Then tell me, how long do you think it will take for the county's martial artists to reach us from so far away? That very afternoon, the village chiefs and clan elders from 3 villages near Song family village arrived together. Though Lujian village also honored Lord Xuanqing, it was common knowledge that the main temple belonged to Song family village. That was where they needed to go. These 3 villages lay close to one another, with frequent intermarriage binding their families together. They were all acquainted. The moment they saw each other arriving with offerings, the intent between them was instantly understood. Old Chow, you too seek to bring Lord Xuanqing to your village. Fan family village wishes to honor Lord Xuanqing as well. Indeed, our village cannot bear another death. We pray Lord Xuanqing will grant us his protection. Sorrowfully we say the same. 3 villages, Chow family, Fan family, and Su family, sent their chiefs and elders together to seek out Song Tianqing, the village head of Song family village. Upon hearing their request, Song Tianqing was taken aback. All 3 of your villages wish to worship Lord Xuanqing. Switching patron deities was a rarity, scarcely happening once every few years. Yet within less than a month, Song Tianqing had now encountered 4 villages seeking to change their worship and requesting to honor Lord Xuanqing under his temple's guidance. Song Tianqing paused and understood. The fish monster's carnage had spread like wildfire through the region. In such dire circumstances, it was only natural that others would turn their thoughts toward Lord Xuanqing, whose blessings had kept Lu Jian and Song family villages unharmed. In these times, all sought only one thing: survival. Recalling those consumed by the fish monster, Song Tianqing sighed. Without Lord Xuanqing's Song family village itself would have fallen to the calamity. He understood their choice and endorsed it wholeheartedly. If these 3 villages gained Lord Xuanqing's protection, more lives would be saved, and Lord Xuanqing in turn would receive more offerings and veneration. Song Tianqing naturally welcomed the prospect with both hands. Very well, I understand. I have no objection. As long as Lord Xuanqing accepts your worship and grants you his protection, that is all that matters. His opinion was secondary anyway. Ultimately, it was Lord Xuanqing's will that would decide. Song Tianqing led the village chiefs and elders from the 3 villages to the temple of Lord Xuanqing. One by one, the 3 villages cast holy cups to ascertain the deities while following the same ceremony Lu Jian village had undergone previously. We the people of Su Family Village, Hugong Township, Wannan County, humble ourselves before Lord Xuanqing's divine countenance with utmost reverence. We the people of Chao Family Village, Hugong Township, Wannan County, revere Lord Xuanqing. We the people of Fan Family Village. Song Xuanqing had long anticipated their arrival. Amid their anxious anticipation, he granted each village a favorable divination in turn. The village chiefs and elders, unaware that Lord Xuanqing himself desired their offerings, felt only the weight of divine approval. They knew only that Lord Xuanqing had accepted them and would protect them. The anger, helplessness, and grief brought on by the fish monster's atrocities would soon recede from their hearts. Lord Xuanqing was so efficacious, so compassionate toward all sentient beings. He would surely shield them from the demon's maw. Tears welled in the eyes of those holding the holy cups, their composure crumbling. Some wept openly, unable to contain themselves. Without cushioned mats, they knelt directly upon the stone floor, pressing their foreheads against the ground in repeated kowtows before the divine statue. Lord Xuanqing, most compassionate and merciful Su Family Village, shall honor you with unwavering devotion for generations to come. Song Tianqing offered comfort. Enough, enough. Do not weep. This is cause for celebration, not sorrow. You should be smiling. Yes, yes, brother, Song speaks truly. This is joyous news. We ought to smile. Within moments, the weeping turned to laughter mingled with tears. After a lengthy composure, the villagers gradually steadied themselves and began discussing when to proceed with inviting the deity. Carving a divine statue required time, but survival could not wait. They would commission a simpler statue quickly to be replaced with a finer one when resources allowed. There would be no delay in the invitation ceremony. The moment the statue was ready, they would bring Lord Xuanqing to their village. The representatives of the 3 villages arrived with heavy hearts and departed with light steps, hope reignited within them. After the 3 villages of Chao Fan and Su departed following their divine consultation, no one else came that day seeking to invite a deity. Whether the news had not yet reached so far, or for some other reason he could not say. Perhaps they believed the county's inspection bureau could come to their rescue. If the inspection bureau could indeed protect the villagers from the fish monster, then Song Xuanqing would welcome such an outcome. The lives of sentient beings had always carried great weight. Song Xuanqing did wish to incorporate Hugong Township into his domain and achieve a breakthrough to receive the system's reward. But that was a matter of time. In the present circumstances, what he desired most was for those innocent commoners to live and survive. He was unable to offer protection to too many people in the short term. If the inspection bureau could make a difference, that would be favorable as well. Besides, some villages might not yet have encountered the fish monster, so there was no urgency in switching their devotion. That too was understandable. At least his breakthrough progress had advanced. 3 more villages were now preparing to offer him worship. In all of Hugong Township, the total number of villages, large and small, amounted to 27. All things considered, Song Xuanqing now effectively held jurisdiction over 5 villages. When the 3 villagers departed, it was still only the second quarter of the Shen hour in the afternoon. Worshippers came in continuous waves to burn incense. Song Xuanqing immediately set about refining a new spiritual clone. This new clone was intended for the 3 villages of Chao Fan and Su that were preparing to offer him worship. Those 3 villages were not far from Song Village. Even though they had not yet been formally incorporated into his domain, the clone could still reach them. Although it would take some time before they officially invited him as their deity, they would undoubtedly become his devoted followers in due course. With the fish monster devouring people in the present crisis, the sooner he could provide protection, the better. In truth, the previous night he had already intended to refine a clone to scout the surrounding villages and seek an opportunity to slay the fish monster. However, after slaying the fish monster in Song Village, an evil spirit at the source had been discovered in Lu Village, and he had rushed there instead. By the time he returned, it was already late. By the time he finished refining the clone, the surrounding fish monsters had long fled. Today, Song Xuanqing prepared to refine several clones. Besides the 3 villages of Chao Fan and Su, he sent clones to every reachable location in the surrounding areas to scout and eliminate the fish monsters when opportunities arose. For places further away, he could no longer reach them. Those would have to be left to the human martial artists. In the afternoon, at the end of the Shen hour, by this time the number of visitors coming to Xuanqing Temple to burn incense began to dwindle. Usually Xuanqing Temple would close at the U hour. After refining one clone, Song Xuanqing's gaze fell upon a mother and daughter huddled in the corner. This was actually the third time Song Xuanqing had looked at them. The mother and daughter were clearly from a rural farming family, wearing dark coarse hemp clothing. Their skin was dark, sallow, and rough, and their hair carried the dry, lifeless yellow of malnutrition. The mother appeared to be in her early 30s, but hardship had aged her face to look nearly 40. A few strands of white hair showed in her disheveled hair, and her eyes were filled with apprehension and bewilderment. The daughter seemed no older than 4 or 5, thin and small, curled up in her mother's embrace with dry yellowed hair. But from his observation of her bone structure, she should have been 7 or 8 years old, merely stunted by poor nutrition. The pair was unusual. They had arrived at Xuanqing Temple before the Shen hour had ended. Yet they did not burn incense. They simply huddled in the corner watching others come and go to pay their respects. Zhao Mingqi, serving as temple keeper today, thought they lacked the means to buy incense, and kindly offered them several sticks, explaining that the incense was free. Still they refused to burn incense, remaining huddled in the corner. Zhao Mingqi speculated and offered them food instead. They declined that as well. Zhao Mingqi did not dare drive them away. They looked pitiful enough, and 2 ordinary people could hardly cause trouble, so she simply let them remain in the corner. Song Xuanqing found it somewhat puzzling, unable to fathom the situation. Just as he was about to continue refining clones, the mother and daughter finally moved. The two walked from the corner toward the cushion. The mother gazed at the statue of Lord Xuanqing with sorrowful yet hopeful eyes. By now no one had come to burn incense for some time. In the main hall, only the black cat lay sleeping on the open floor, and this mother and daughter. The mother still held the incense sticks Zhao Mingqi had given her that afternoon. She lit them and pulled her daughter to kneel upon the cushion, bowing reverently. Then, tears in her eyes, the mother looked at the statue of Lord Xuanqing and spoke through sobs. Lord Xuanqing, you are endowed with vast supernatural powers and boundless compassion. I beg you, save my daughter. That heartless beast of a husband of mine actually intends to offer her to the village's evil deity to be eaten. Lord Xuanqing, great and merciful, please save my daughter and destroy that man-eating evil deity. Song Xuanqing's eyes widened sharply, startled by her astonishing words. Even the black cat, previously sleeping in the courtyard, raised its head to look at the mother and daughter. After a long while, Song Xuanqing finally learned the full story from the mother's account. The mother and daughter hailed from Rao Family Ditch. Rao Family Ditch was approximately 3 or 4 li from Song Village. Not far, not near. The village was small, comprising only about 20 households and 70 or 80 souls. Yet their village worshipped an evil deity. Or rather, as Song Xuanqing understood it, they had elevated a demonic entity to the status of a god. It was called the Great King of Earthly Gold. Its statue took the form of a rat-sized figure standing a full person's height tall. In truth, they had not always worshipped this Great King of Earthly Gold. It had only been a few years ago when the village head pushed through the decision against all opposition. He claimed the Great King of Earthly Gold was remarkably effective and could bring them wealth. How could it not be effective? A living demonic entity, so long as its demands were met, would naturally prove responsive. But the very reason their practice of worshipping a demonic entity was looked down upon was precisely because the entity's demands were far from easy to satisfy. The Great King of Earthly Gold demanded human flesh. It devoured children under the age of 10. Both boys and girls would do. As for the wealth the villagers of Rao Family Ditch received for a demonic entity that was easily obtained, it could simply steal from any wealthy merchant's household. Rao Family Ditch had been worshipping the Great King of Earthly Gold for 4 or 5 years. During that time, they had offered countless children to the entity in exchange for riches. Whenever minor disasters or misfortunes struck, the Great King of Earthly Gold would help them through. Of course, the price was always the sacrifice of children to the entity. 2 children per month, with additional sacrifices during extraordinary circumstances. Naturally, those children could not all have come from Rao Family Ditch itself. The village totaled only 70 or 80 souls. Those offered to the Great King of Earthly Gold were mostly captured or stolen from elsewhere. After all, even a fierce beast would not devour its own young. The villagers naturally refused to sacrifice their own children. But handing over someone else's child, that caused no grief. Yet exceptions did exist, such as this mother and daughter who had come seeking Song Xuanqing. Mother Rao had borne 3 daughters and 1 son. Her youngest son was barely 2 years old. Her eldest daughter, now nearly 8, stood beside her this day. As for her first and second daughters, 2 years prior her husband had offered them to the Great King of Earthly God, deceivingly claiming he was sending them to serve as maids in a wealthy household. Her husband was a drunkard and a gambler, greedy for money above all else. The wealth distributed after villagers offered captured children to the Great King of Earthly Gold was divided equally among all households. But if the offered child came from one's own family, the wealth was kept entirely. Reluctant to sacrifice his son, he set his sights on his daughters. The matter of worshipping the man-eating Great King of Earthly Gold was not something women of her station were meant to know. The women of the village knew nothing of this. Only the men were aware. Mother Rao had discovered the truth only by eavesdropping. After the fish monster had devoured several villagers the night before, the Great King of Earthly Gold had not appeared once. A group of men had gathered and quarreled fiercely in the ancestral hall. Many declared that the Great King of Earthly Gold could not protect them and demanded they switch their devotion to another deity. But the village had refused. After a final round of arguing, he declared that as long as 4 more children were offered, the fish monster would never prey upon them again, and they would receive substantial wealth as well. Yet gathering 4 children in such a short time was difficult. Mother Rao's gambler husband, wishing to curry favor with the great king of earthly gold and claim a larger share of the wealth, volunteered his own daughter to fill one of the slots. All of this Mother Rao overheard. She hated the great king of earthly gold that had devoured her 2 daughters. She also hated her beast of a husband. But Mother Rao was merely an ordinary rural woman. Even consumed by hatred, she could not take vengeance into her own hands. The only hope she could think of was Lord Xuanqing, whose deeds had recently spread like wildfire, a deity reputed to possess vast supernatural powers and an infinitely compassionate heart. He was said to be remarkably effective, though none of the villages that had taken him as their deity had suffered the fish monster's attacks. So she had brought her daughter and come to Xuanqing Temple. In the afternoon, the temple had been too crowded for her to speak. Now, with fewer people about, she finally poured out her tale to Song Xuanqing. Listening to her account, Song Xuanqing's brows drew together tightly. Human wickedness truly knew no bounds. To worship a demonic entity, to feed it human flesh, to kidnap children for it to devour. And still there existed husbands like Mother Rao's who would sacrifice their own children to a demon. And he was not the only one who had heard these words. Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong were not in the main hall, but as martial artists with keen hearing, the 2 stationed in the outer hall had caught every word Mother Rao spoke. Zhao Mingqi stepped into the main hall and said with a cold smile, "To elevate a demonic entity to divine status, does this truly require Lord Xuanqing's intervention? Take me to your village, and I shall slay that demon myself." Mother Rao turned in surprise, seeing Zhao Mingqi, her expression growing tense. "Miss, the great king of earthly gold is terribly powerful. He is beyond the reach of ordinary people like us, which is why I came seeking Lord Xuanqing." Zhao Mingqi understood that she was being mistaken for an ordinary temple keeper. Smiling, she replied, "I am a martial artist. A mere little demon is well within my capabilities." Powerful demonic entities that devoured humans did so openly, striking and fleeing without remorse. They would never crawl about furtively behind mortal cover as the great king of earthly gold and Rao family ditch did. They feared nothing less than being spotted by human martial artists. Mother Rao looked bewildered. She could not judge whether a martial artist or the great king of earthly gold was stronger. She only knew that Lord Xuanqing must surely possess the power to kill it. Zhao Mingqi looked toward the lifelike statue of Lord Xuanqing within the hall, her expression resolute. "Do not fear. Take me to your village, and I will eliminate that demon. This is Lord Xuanqing's decree." Though Song Xuanqing had not given any explicit command, who could say for certain? At that moment, the black cat suddenly turned its head and spoke in a human voice. "This is indeed Lord Xuanqing's decree." Mother Rao's eyes widened in terror as she stared at the black cat speaking words, her speech faltering. "A demon. It's speaking." Panicked Mother Rao trembled, but Zhao Mingqi could not contain her exhilaration. The black cat was Lord Xuanqing's spiritual feline attendant. For it to speak at this moment was clearly conveying Song Xuanqing's will. Having waited at Lord Xuanqing's side for so long, he was finally issuing a divine mandate. Though it came through the black cat, the meaning was unmistakable. This was the first time Lord Xuanqing had ever conveyed a divine command to her. She would absolutely accomplish this task flawlessly. Seeing Mother Rao in a state of panic, Zhao Mingqi softened her tone. "Do not be afraid. That is Lord Xuanqing's spiritual feline, not a demonic entity. It neither devours humans nor harms anyone. It is a spiritual cat that has cultivated alongside its deity." Mother Rao's agitation gradually subsided, yet she felt strangely lightheaded. She had only ever heard tales of Lord Xuanqing's efficacy and power, but she had never truly grasped the reality of it. After all, seeing is believing. Now experiencing it firsthand, Mother Rao felt completely dazed. The temple keeper was a formidable martial artist, and the attendant beside the deity was a speaking spiritual feline. Lord Xuanqing was truly miraculous. No wonder Lu village had abandoned their old deity to worship him, and this afternoon, she had seen 3 other villages preparing to do the same. She wondered whether after the great king of earthly gold was slain, their village might also worship Lord Xuanqing. But would Lord Xuanqing despise Rao family ditch? If he did, she understood, it would be natural. Mother Rao felt a bitter sting. Beyond the horizon, the evening sun descended. Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong followed the mother and daughter toward Rao family ditch. Xuanqing Temple had closed its doors with Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing now on duty. Song Xuanqing had refined 3 spiritual clones. One was stationed along the river in the 3 villages of Chao Fan, and Su keeping watch over the fish monster. Those 3 villages were unaware that Song Xuanqing was already protecting them. They had devised a temporary measure of their own, to hide upon the mountains away from the rivers and endure the night. It was a risky strategy, but preferable to encountering the fish monster. Song Xuanqing could only remain silent. Perhaps they had only dared to return to their village after sensing, albeit belatedly, that they were already under protection. His clones would simply have to work harder monitoring both the rivers and ensuring the villagers were not snatched by wild beasts. For other nearby villages, Song Xuanqing had also assigned a clone to patrol. The final clone trailed behind Zhao Mingqi and the others. He wished to witness the situation in Rao family ditch and observe the great king of earthly gold with his own eyes. Mother Rao and her daughter walked slowly, so Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong simply carried one each. By the time darkness gathered overhead, they had returned to Rao family ditch. To avoid giving the alarm, they entered the village stealthily, fearing they might miss the great king of earthly gold entirely. Mother Rao did not know where the villagers offered children to the great king of earthly gold, but the village was small. Soon Xuanqing tracked down the Rao family ditch ancestral hall. The hall's main doors were shut, yet candles burned within. Faint muffled voices drifted from inside. Telling Mother Rao to hide with her daughter, Xuanqing proceeded alone. 20 or 30 men knelt upon the ground. Upon a tall stone platform, 4 children under the age of 10 were bound together. Clearly Mother Rao, having fled with her daughter, the villagers had seized 4 other children in her place. Fear contorted the children's faces as a towering hairless yellow rat loomed above them, salivating. Oil gleamed across its bald skin. It had cultivated to the mid-stage of the bone-refining realm. The village had knelt upon the ground and cried out, "Great King of earthly gold, please accept this blood offering. May your cultivation advance ever higher, and may you protect Rao family ditch." After the village had finished leading the chant, the 20 or so kneeling villagers followed suit. May the king of earthly gold with his profound cultivation grant protection to Reojiagu. The large hairless yellow weasel grinned, baring its 2 prominent incisors. Looking down at the kneeling villagers below, its expression was one of satisfaction. Its cultivation was not particularly high. Even in the outer reaches of Luoxia Mountains, its strength would be considered negligible. Yet in Reojiagu it had become the king of earthly gold, worshipped by these villagers, revered as a deity by mere mortals. Haha, excellent. Serve me well, and I shall grant protection to your Reojiagu. The yellow weasel, immersed in their devotion, had no idea that death was already at its doorstep. On the rooftop, Xuanqing's expression was as cold as midwinter. Not another second could she bear to watch. With a swift motion, she drew the broadsword from her back. Yi Yunsong quickly retreated 2 steps. Xuanqing, however, brought her blade down with thunderous force, shattering the blue-tiled roof beneath her feet. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. The 2 of them stepped onto the broken tiles and descended from above. The yellow weasel demon, just moments ago preparing to feast on children, had never anticipated such an intrusion. It had no idea when Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong had scaled the roof. Both the yellow weasel demon and the villagers were thrown into panic. Looking up, they beheld the fearsome figures of Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong descending from above. Before they could react, a voice thick with killing intent rang out. "You man-devouring demon, by order of Lord Xuanqing, I have come to claim your life." The yellow weasel demon stared at Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong in shock and terror, panic flashing across its dark bead-like eyes. A human martial artist. Despite all its precautions, it had still been spotted by human warriors. After a moment of confusion, the yellow weasel demon snapped back to its senses and turned to flee without hesitation. It could sense the spiritual energy radiating from Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong. They had clearly reached the spirit-gathering realm. This was far beyond its capabilities to handle. If it had known this would happen today, it never would have come to Reojiagu. What terrible luck. Watching the yellow weasel demon attempt to flee, Xuanqing sneered coldly and issued an order to Yi Yunsong. "Keep watch over these villagers and ensure none escape." The man-devouring demon deserved death, but these villagers were not blameless either. Yi Yunsong nodded and Xuanqing charged forward, broadsword raised toward the yellow weasel demon. The rat demon attempted to escape through the window, but how could it outrun someone at the spirit-gathering realm? Before it could even reach the window frame, the gleaming broadsword flashed before its eyes. The villagers of Reojiagu had never witnessed such a scene before. They stood frozen in shock, some 2 terrified to move, while others collapsed to the ground in terror. A few clever ones realized the danger and attempted to slip away unnoticed. They were promptly kicked down by Yi Yunsong, their bones nearly shattered by the force. But what happened next left them all pale with shock. Xuanqing brought her blade down in a single stroke, severing the rat demon's head as easily as cutting through melons and vegetables. The rat demon could not even flee. It had no chance against Xuanqing at the spirit-gathering realm. Thud! The massive rat head was severed and rolled to rest just 2 meters away from the village chief of Reojiagu. Those black bead-like eyes were fixed directly on him. The village chief recoiled in sheer terror, stepping backward repeatedly. The other villagers were not faring much better, their eyes wide with dread as they stared at the rat demon and Xuanqing. The king of earthly gold is dead. It had been less than a minute since Xuanqing and Yi Yunsong had appeared. Some were still dazed and unable to process what had just happened, yet the king of earthly gold was already dead. The once mighty king of earthly gold, formidable and powerful in days past, had simply died right before their eyes, at the hands of that woman wielding a broadsword. Xuanqing's words from moments before echoed in their minds once more, by order of Lord Xuanqing. A chill ran through every villager of Reojiagu. Did they know it was wrong to worship demonic entities? Of course they knew. Did they know it was wrong to capture children to feed the demon? They knew it well too. It was simply that the king of earthly gold brought them benefits, so they willingly embraced corruption and sin. As for the name of Lord Xuanqing, they had certainly heard of it. Miraculous, immensely powerful, a deity of boundless supernatural abilities. Everyone said he was a true immortal. Reojiagu had actually considered worshipping Lord Xuanqing at one point, but after further thought they feared he could see through their wicked deeds and bring trouble upon them, so they abandoned the idea. Moreover, the king of earthly gold was alive, and they worried about retaliation if they turned away from him. Additionally, the wealth the king of earthly gold had brought them was quite satisfactory. If they switched to Lord Xuanqing, could they still receive so much wealth? If they remained poor and struggling, that would have been acceptable. But the villagers of Ryojiagu had already tasted the sweetness of money. They had experienced the taste of unearned gain. Simply steal a few children and obtain heaps of wealth without lifting a finger. But now the king of earthly gold was dead, slain by order of Lord Xuanqing. So had all the wicked deeds of Ryojiagu been exposed? How would they be punished? Kneeling on the ground, the villagers of Ryojiagu finally felt genuine fear. The rat demon had been slain, but Xuanqing's expression remained cold and unmoved. She turned and looked coldly at the group of villagers collapsed upon the ground, including the village chief, nearly 30 men. And not one of them was innocent. Though they called themselves human, in truth, they were little different from demonic entities. Meeting her gaze, the villagers of Ryojiagu trembled uncontrollably. Eventually, it was unclear who spoke first, but they began kowtowing and weeping bitterly. My lord, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. We should not have worshipped demons. It was all that demon forcing us. If we did not serve it or fulfill its demands, it would have eaten us. My lord, we truly were wrong. Please spare us. Upon hearing these words, the other villagers immediately grasped the situation and joined in. That's right, that's right. It was all that demon forcing us. My lord, please spare us. Xuanqing's expression of disgust deepened. Did they think she was unaware of what had transpired? Her hand itched for the kill. Let them go free. What about the innocent children who had perished in the past? If it were not for Mrs. Rao bringing her daughter to seek refuge at Lord Xuanqing's shrine, who knows how many more people these villagers would have harmed. The 4 children kidnapped today would also have fallen victim to the demon's maw. Xuanqing sneered coldly. Heaven observes all that humans do. You may deceive me, but can you fool the gods? Can you deceive Lord Xuanqing? The villagers of Ryojiagu refused to listen, continuing to shift blame onto others. Xuanqing had no patience for their excuses. She instructed Yi Yunsong to go comfort the 4 bound children, then pressed her blade against the village chief's throat. The village chief immediately wet himself, his body shaking uncontrollably. The other villagers were likewise startled by this display, their attempts at shifting blame finally ceasing. Xuanqing scanned the expressions on their faces before fixing her gaze upon the village chief. Besides those present, who else in the village knows of your practice of capturing children to offer to demonic evil? The village chief trembled violently, his body going limp as mud, yet his mouth remained stubborn. No one else. Only we know. Would Xuanqing believe this? Believe it? Hardly. The village chief clearly sensed the dire situation and attempted to pin the entire blame on those present. With a cold laugh, she denied him any further opportunity to speak. Her broadsword descended in a single decisive stroke. Thud! A heavy dull sound resonated as the village chief's head struck the ground. The stench of blood erupted instantly, splattering the faces of nearby villagers. Xuanqing's icy voice rang out once more. Who else in the village knows the truth? Speak, or you shall all be the next village chief. Xuanqing rarely struck against ordinary people. But the people of Ryojiagu were truly repulsive. What difference was there between them and demons? No one in the ancestral hall was innocent, they all deserved to die. Xuanqing killed without hesitation. She could also interrogate them to discover which villagers were complicit. All who were aware were guilty. Even those who had not directly participated had tacitly accepted the spoils of human sacrifice. Xuanqing's display of ruthless justice had proven highly effective. Yet those so-called witnesses remained unaware that even cooperation with Xuanqing would not spare them from death. Upon questioning all 76 residents, only 15, including infants, could claim genuine ignorance. Xuanqing nearly laughed in sheer exasperation. Ryojiagu was truly rotten to its core. Of the 76 inhabitants of Raojia village, 61 were complicit. Xuanqing naturally executed every man in the ancestral hall and systematically eliminated most of the other complicit villagers. Only Rao Mu's gambler husband met his end at Rao Mu's own hand. She hated that beast of a husband beyond measure. Unable to wield Xuanqing's blade, she seized her family's kitchen knife and hacked her husband's skull to pieces. In the end, only 5 or 6 complicit villagers who had not fully succumbed to corruption, along with the 15 who were ignorant, were spared. Xuanqing then escorted them to the county magistrate's office to surrender. Slaughtering every soul in Ryojiagu was naturally impossible, nor could they simply be released unharmed. Even those who lacked knowledge were taken to the county magistrate to face judgment. How the county magistrate would subsequently handle the matter was beyond Xuanqing's concern. She could hardly slaughter them all. With this resolution, Ryojiagu would essentially cease to exist from that point forward. Even those escorted to the county magistrate spared from execution or imprisonment could never return to Ryojiagu. Song Xuanqing found this arrangement quite satisfactory. Otherwise, when he eventually incorporated the entirety of Hugong Township into his domain, Ryojiagu would still have fallen within those boundaries. Would he protect it or not? With things as they stood, he need not deliberate. Ryojiagu simply no longer existed. As Xuanqing escorted the prisoners to the county magistrate, Yi Yunsong escorted the 4 rescued children back to their homes. The Ryojiagu incident spread throughout Hugong Township by the following day. Nearby villages learned of it as well. Merely worshipping demons might have been tolerated, but abducting other people's children to sacrifice to demons, that ignited public outrage. Ryojiagu had not merely stolen children within Hugong Township during these past few years. While the specific families whose children Ryojiagu had stolen remained unknown, any household that had lost a child during these years automatically assumed it was their doing. Such associations naturally stoked widespread indignation. News also spread that the demons worshipped in Ryojiagu and the evil villagers had been eliminated by martial artists under Lord Xuanqing's command. Naturally, the people cheered. Whispers began circulating among the populace. Places that dare to worship demons should beware, lest Lord Xuanqing strike with lightning one day, destroying both the demons and the village entirely. Worshipping demons is courting certain death. Repent before Lord Xuanqing and turn back while there is still time. The following day, more families came to offer incense at the Xuanqing temple. Most were parents who had lost children and now believed those children had been stolen by Ryojiagu for demonic sacrifice. Having learned that Lord Xuanqing had destroyed both the demons and the wicked villagers of Ryojiagu, they came to give thanks. Today, the wailing and crying at the Xuanqing temple was nearly continuous. While gratitude filled their hearts, sorrow overwhelmed them at the thought that their missing children had been devoured by demons. Only the families of the 4 children rescued the previous day arrived in high spirits. Beyond those offering incense, representatives from 2 additional villages came today seeking to replace their old deities and instead worship Lord Xuanqing. The fish demon's human casualties continued unchecked. The source, a great demonic fish, had yet to appear. Song Xuanqing surmised it might be hiding to recuperate from injuries. Even the man-eating fish demons alone posed sufficient trouble for ordinary villagers. The patrol office's intervention yielded measurable results, eliminating several threats and sparing certain settlements from devastation. But the patrol office's resources remained inadequate to safeguard every rural community. Consequently, some villages still fell victim to the fish demon's attacks the previous evening. With the patrol office unable to provide adequate protection, they could only turn to Lord Xuanqing. The prospect of gaining jurisdiction over 2 additional villages pleased Song Xuanqing immensely. That afternoon, the Black Cat arrived at Xuanqing Temple. Having fully refined the spiritual origin pill from their previous encounter, it had now reached the late stage of bone refining cultivation. It came to Song Xuanqing today bearing news. My lord Imu wishes to see you. Imu, that timid crocodilian demon at the spirit gathering stage. Song Xuanqing raised his eyebrows, slightly astonished. Imu, who appeared terrified of him, actually dared to request an audience. Song Xuanqing felt curious about why the crocodilian demon sought him out. They had scarcely met more than once. The Black Cat, however, seemed to have grown close with the crocodilian demon. Song Xuanqing nodded and replied, very well. Have it come to Hopa Mountain to the same place as last time. Imu followed the Black Cat to Hopa Mountain and encountered Song Xuanqing. Though his legs had steadied in recent times upon seeing Song Xuanqing, they began trembling once more. By the demonic gods above, how had this mysterious lord grown even more formidable in such a short span? Though he had been unable to discern Song Xuanqing's cultivation last time, he found himself even more bewildered now. But instinct never lied. Imu felt that Song Xuanqing's aura carried even greater oppressive pressure, even though Song Xuanqing showed no intention of suppressing him. The Black Cat's cultivation had surged forward, as if flying, though its base realm was modest to begin with. How could this mysterious lord, already so powerful, advance his strength with such ferocious momentum? Observing Imu's trembling state, Song Xuanqing found himself speechless. Still so fearful of him, yet still daring to approach. Shaking his head, Song Xuanqing asked directly, speak. What business brings you to me? Imu finally snapped back to attention, remembering his purpose. A strange smile spread across his crocodilian features, appearing rather grotesque as he spoke in an obsequious tone. My lord, might there be anything requiring my humble services recently? After returning last time, I reflected deeply. You avenged me by killing Wu Zhu. I cannot leave this debt unpaid. If you ever need my assistance, my lord, please command me, without hesitation. Song Xuanqing narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the Black Cat, grooming its paw nearby. Then turning to Imu with an impassive expression, he asked, speak plainly. What do you seek? Imu had not anticipated such directness from Song Xuanqing. His crocodilian eyes darted back and forth, hesitating for 2 breaths before he mustered the courage to speak. My lord, Green Mirror Pool connects directly to the outer waters. I can patrol those waters for you, eliminate the fish demons, and safeguard the common folk. Song Xuanqing's eyelid twitched as his gaze met the Black Cat, whose expression carried a hint of guilt, and dared not meet his eyes. He ignored Imu's words and instead asked, did Xuanma tell you this? Imu was taken aback that Song Xuanqing had steered the conversation in this direction. Panic flashed across his eyes as he struggled to find a response. The Black Cat stepped forward first. My lord, please do not be angry. It is true that this little demon shared this information with Imu. The reason was that my lord seemed quite concerned about the fish demons devouring people, and Imu expressed a sincere desire to serve you. Thus I revealed the situation. But Imu's intention to seek you out and relieve your troubles comes from the bottom of its heart. My lord, rest assured. I did not disclose more than necessary. If you no longer require Imu's service, I shall drive it away immediately. Imu quickly chimed in. My lord, this little demon harbors no ill intent. I merely wish to repay your kindness and perform my duties for you. In truth, it simply hoped to curry favor. Song Xuanqing bore no real anger. Seeing that both the black cat and Imu displayed genuine respect, he let the matter drop. Moreover, Imu's words had indeed struck a chord. With Imu assisting in patrolling the waters and eliminating fish demons, he could rest easier. Areas beyond his spiritual reach could be covered by Imu. Given Imu's strength, dispatching those first and second realm fish demons would be effortless. As long as it avoided the source demon, all would be fine. Pondering this, Xuanqing nodded and said, "Since you volunteer to patrol the waters and eliminate the fish demons to protect the common folk, I have no objection." Imu's eyes lit up with delight. The first step towards securing a powerful patron had succeeded. Xuanqing continued, "But there is no need to speak of repaying kindness. Simply tell me, what do you desire?" He could see clearly that repayment of kindness was merely Imu's verbal excuse. It was impossible for someone to offer help with absolutely no expectation of reward. Imu's nature was indeed gentle, but it was no great saintly demon. Xuanqing disliked beating around the bush and preferred straightforwardness. Since Xuanqing had spoken so plainly, Imu naturally dropped its pretense. What should it ask for? It hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, should you grant this little demon a small reward according to your goodwill, I would be most gratified. I understand that I differ from Xuanma, who has followed you far longer. I dare not shamelessly demand equal treatment." In fact, before seeking out Xuanqing, Imu had already prepared to work without pay. Its goal was to curry favor. Working for free mattered little as long as it could win Xuanqing's approval. Now that Xuanqing had voluntarily offered compensation, Imu showed no greed. Its primary objective remained winning favor. Imu was considerate, but Xuanqing was no exploitative miser. After a moment's thought, he said, "I shall not favor one over the other. Whatever Xuanmo receives for serving me, you shall receive as well." This naturally referred to incense value. As for other treasures, such as demonic cultivation artifacts akin to spirit origin pills, if he possessed suitable ones, he would consider rewarding Imu for good performance in the future. Imu's eyes brightened thinking of the treasure that had accelerated Xuanma's bone structure and cultivation. This lord was truly generous, readily bestowing such precious items. This patron was indeed worth attaching oneself to. Imu was overjoyed. "This little demon shall never fail to live up to your lordship's appreciation." Xuanqing nodded. "Those fish demons mostly emerge at night. You need not hesitate to patrol the outer waters. Their strength is generally limited to the first and second realms, so handling them poses little difficulty. Simply avoid the source demon, that great fish entity. Should you discover any trace of it, you may report to me." Imu repeatedly agreed. Xuanqing then recalled how Imu had devoured a snake demon the previous time with the eagerness of slurping noodles. Fearing it might similarly devour the fish demons out of craving, he added another warning. "Furthermore, do not eat those fish demons. They may harbor residual schemes left by the entity. Moreover, those fish demons are transformed from humans. Consuming them would be no different from devouring people." Imu's cravings were immediately quelled. With Imu patrolling the waters, Xuanqing indeed found his worries significantly reduced. Though Imu had reached the spirit-gathering realm, it remained small in size, always about the dimensions of an ordinary adult Chinese alligator. It could navigate all rivers and waterways without obstruction. Over the past 2 days, incidents of fish demons devouring people had decreased substantially. However, this was not entirely Imu's accomplishment. Nearby there was Xuanqing. Farther away there were Imu, Xuanqing, and others, as well as the patrol division. Additionally, from conversations among Xuanqing and the other Xuanqing learned that the demon suppression division had also intervened. This was only natural as supernatural entities fell under their jurisdiction. Ever since severing that entity's head in Lu village, Xuanqing had not encountered the source demon again. It was likely lying low to avoid him. Death was impossible. It had certainly not been captured. As long as the fish demon incidents persisted, the entity remained active. Simply hiding from Xuanqing would prove useless. While his own movements were restricted, the Demon Suppression Division faced no such limitations. Xuanqing, however, was unaware that the Demon Suppression Division was currently grappling with the very same dilemma. That morning, Xuanqing and the others returned. Over the past few days, they had ventured out each night pursuing fish demons along the rivers. After washing their faces, they came to the central hall to burn incense. After paying their respects, they gathered around the large black cat in the corner. "Xuanma, has Lord Xuanqing recently taken in a new crocodile demon?" The black cat yawned and lifted its head in puzzlement. "How did you come to know?" It had only been 2 days. Xuanqing wore a complicated expression and recounted the events. The previous night, they had discovered traces of a fish demon and were preparing to strike when a spirit-gathering realm crocodile demon surfaced from the water. Though modest in size, its tail wielded formidable power, crushing a fish demon with a single swipe. It killed them all without even opening its mouth. Although its actions coincided with theirs, it was still a demon operating within human river territories. They feared it might turn to devouring people after eliminating the fish demons and prepared to intervene. But the moment Xuanqing charged forward, the crocodile demon frantically begged for mercy, shouting loudly, "Honorable martial artists, please do not attack. We are allies. You hunt fish demons to protect the people, and so do I. I serve under Lord Xuanqing's orders to eliminate fish demons and safeguard the common folk. I do not eat humans." Xuanqing and the others were filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Recalling the presence of the black cat, they reasoned that if it could utter Lord Xuanqing's name, it was likely a newly acquired demon of his, and they let it depart. Now upon returning early that morning and inquiring, they confirmed it was indeed Lord Xuanqing's newly acquired demon. How had he subdued it? A demon at the spirit-gathering realm was typically exceedingly unruly. Simply refraining from devouring humans was remarkable enough, let alone being tamed and protecting humanity. Though questions swirled in their minds, none pressed further, simply attributing it to the unfathomable methods of a deity. Xuanqing County, Huaiyan River. The rising sun cast golden ripples across the lake's surface while mist drifted lazily over its vast expanse. A white egret soared carelessly above the reeds, truly a picturesque scene, provided one ignored the droppings falling from the sky as the birds flew. Xuanqing, dressed in black-red brocade and seated among the reeds, was already in a foul mood. Then with a splat, 2 clumps of bird droppings landed squarely on his face. It only made his already wretched appearance look even more disheveled. Xuanqing's temper instantly snapped. Damn it all. I can tolerate being bullied by a demonic entity, but even a bird dares to crap on my face. Xuanqing sprang to his feet in a flash, furious and ready to chase down the bird. Xuanqing kept one hand on his long blade, while the other forcefully pressed Zhou back into a sitting position. Enough. Stop causing trouble. Go wash your face. Xuanqing could only swallow his anger and retreat to wash up. Xuanqing gazed out at the vast lake, lost in thought. Their group of 7 or 8, all clad in black-red brocade, sat hidden among the reeds. Each bore wounds of varying severity, their appearances thoroughly wretched. Upon learning of the giant fish demonic entity in Xuanqing County, the Demon Suppression Office had mobilized and rushed to suppress it. Knowing the entity was exceptionally powerful beforehand, the operation sent not only Xuanqing's original team, but also an additional top expert from the office. His cultivation exceeded Xuanqing's, having reached the late stage of the spirit communion realm. Within all of Huaiyan Prefecture, he was among the very highest cultivated individuals. There were no 6th realm experts native to Huaiyan Prefecture. Among the permanent station Demon Suppression Office personnel, those at the late spirit communion stage were already counted among the rarest masters. Yet they still failed to subdue the entity. It was simply too elusive and skilled at lying low. Moreover, it resided in the water, where the Demon Suppression Office's fighting advantage was severely limited. The entity had also cultivated a horde of disposable fish monsters as cannon fodder. Under such compounded difficulties, they failed to capture it twice in a row. This time's giant fish entity differed from the one Jia Digawei had encountered before. That previous entity could at least be engaged directly and caught, merely not held. But this giant fish entity was nearly impossible to catch at all. Xuanqing gazed out over the lake in a daze, only snapping back to reality after a long moment, when he turned his head to look at the elderly man behind him, eyes closed in meditation. Xuanqing, one of the leaders of the Demon Suppression Office's branch in Huaiyan Prefecture with late-stage spirit communion cultivation. He was the additional expert dispatched for this mission. The old man's silver hair was thick, yet his face bore not a single wrinkle. Judging by his face alone, he appeared no older than Xuanqing. In truth, however, he was nearly 200 years old. After a moment of quiet deliberation, Xuanqing spoke. Master Ko, that entity is cunning. I fear we will have few more chances to draw it out. Next time we manage to lure it forth, will we be able to subdue it? Xuanqing fell silent for a long span before opening his eyes, his tone calm and measured. If we cannot subdue it, then we simply give up. Allow it to run rampant. If pressed, we storm into Huaiyan River. Storming into the river was the worst-case scenario. The water was the entity's paradise, certainly not theirs. Xuanqing's gaze flickered, but he said nothing. Xuanqing returned after finishing washing his face. Hearing their conversation, he could not contain his indignation. Storm into the water. If backed into a corner, we'll storm the Tianshan sect's branch in Huaiyan Prefecture. They deliberately released the entity to make our lives miserable. Well, we won't make things easy for them either. The giant fish entity plaguing Xuanqing County had originally been sealed and suppressed. Recently, however, members of the Tianshan sect had deliberately broken the seal to unleash it as a form of interference. Xuanqing cursed under his breath at the thought. A pack of creatures who thrived on stirring up trouble. Xuanqing said, enough. We need not concern ourselves with the Tianshan sect for now. They have their own troubles. The ancient god society has been attacking them with renewed fury recently. Xuanqing's mood instantly brightened with schadenfreude. Those Tianshan sect beasts deserve it. The ancient god society hasn't gone this feral after them in ages, yet now they look determined to drive them out of Huaiyan Prefecture at all costs. Xuanqing's thoughts drifted to Song Xuanqing and the members of the ancient god society at Xuanqing Temple. He felt as though he might know why the ancient god society was relentlessly pursuing the Tianshan sect. But he cared little for that matter. His focus remained entirely on how to eliminate the giant fish entity. He said to Master Ko, I have another method that may be able to deal with this entity. Shall we try it? Xuanqing looked at him with confusion. By all means, speak. He found himself puzzled as well. What method could Xuanqing possibly use to subdue the entity? And why bring it up now when he had not mentioned it before? Xuanqing said, Master Ko, do you recall what I told you before? Last time we pursued a black mist entity to Xuanqing County, and it appeared to have been slain by a divine being at a place called Xuanqing Temple. Xuanqing nodded, his brow furrowed. I remember. What of it? Are you suggesting we seek that experts help to slay this entity? You never even laid eyes on the mastermind behind it, let alone found a way to contact them. How could you possibly ask for their aid? Xuanqing did not believe in the existence of deities. Having lived for centuries, he had seen his share of bold claims about gods and their powers only for each to prove false in the end. He suspected the divine being Xuanqing spoke of was merely some hidden expert operating in secret. Even the so-called slaying of the entity, he reasoned, might have been nothing more than a particular sealing technique. When Xuanqing had first recounted that incident, he had genuinely regretted that Xuanqing had failed to establish any contact with that mysterious figure. Xuanqing shook his head, his expression earnest. Master Ko, I still believe the entity was most likely slain by that divine being, the one reverently known as Lord Xuanqing. If the slayer had indeed been a hidden master, then no contact had been made, and finding them again would be exceedingly difficult. But if the slayer was a true deity, why not simply go to their shrine, offer incense, and pray for their assistance? Xuanqing, who had not witnessed the event firsthand, remained skeptical, something Xuanqing understood. But Xuanqing himself had seen it with his own eyes, and he still leaned toward believing it had been a divine being who destroyed the entity. Xuanqing wore a sincerely earnest expression, yet Xuanqing regarded him with a look that clearly said, "Child, you seem rather dim-witted. So your plan is to go pray before a statue asking it whether it can help us slay the entity?" Xuanqing could hardly believe the words had come out of anyone's mouth. Xuanqing knew Xuanqing would not believe him, so he offered no further argument. Instead he said, "Master Ko, even we cannot guarantee success in subduing the entity now. Why not try another path? Even if our prayers to Lord Xuanqing fail, and the entity is not slain, we stand to lose very little. But if they succeeded?" Indeed, although Xuanqing considered Xuanqing's words to be pure fantasy, he could not deny the logic held merit. In any case, they had nothing to lose. After a few moments of silent deliberation, Xuanqing nodded his agreement. "Very well, let us attempt your method." The sky was clear and bright, stretching boundlessly without a single cloud. Within Xuanqing temple, incense smoke curled gently upward. Xuanqing crouched in the corner watching pilgrims offer their incense, while idly stroking a cat. The black cat, resembling a large dog in its proportions, lay sprawled upon the ground, lifting its chin to let her pet it. Its eyes closed in contentment, a rumbling purr emanating from its throat. Such a picture of peaceful tranquility seemed to reign. Yet in the next moment, Xuanqing's expression suddenly shifted, and she rose to her feet. The black cat's languid eyes immediately turned serious. Both the woman and the cat turned their gazes toward the area outside Xuanqing Temple. The sound of hooves drew nearer, and that formidable presence became increasingly impossible to ignore. Xuanqing had appeared beside Xuanqing, without her noticing, handing her the broadsword with a cold, wary expression. Late-stage spirit communion. Xuanqing took the broadsword and instructed the black cat to remain in the central hall, without wandering off, then followed Xuanqing outside. By the time they reached the temple entrance, the mounted procession had arrived. Upon seeing Xuanqing's familiar face, the alertness on Xuanqing and Xuanqing's expressions eased somewhat. The Demon Suppression Bureau. Everything was fine then, as long as it wasn't the Tianshan cult. Xuanqing's party dismounted after reaching the open area before the temple. This time Xuanqing did not lead, instead Xuanqing walked at the forefront. Xuanqing's gaze bypassed Xuanqing entirely and fell upon Xuanqing. "Lord Yuan of the Demon Suppression Bureau, it has been some time since we last met. What brings you here again?" "Specifically to offer incense to Lord Xuanqing." Xuanqing paused, slightly nodding. "I suppose so. After all, coming to request Lord Xuanqing's aid in dispatching the malevolent entity, was that not in itself a deliberate act of offering incense?" Xuanqing cast a few extra glances at Xuanqing. His expression remained utterly composed, his silver hair abundant, and even without intentionally projecting his aura, he imposed a considerable weight of pressure upon her. Nevertheless, she said nothing further and stepped aside, revealing the temple door behind her. "Since you are pilgrims, you are most welcome to enter and offer incense." Xuanqing furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Xuanqing grasped his arm. "Master Ko, let us offer incense first." The unspoken implication was clear: matters could be addressed after the incense was presented. Xuanqing's words, already on his lips, were swallowed back by Xuanqing's restraint. He was indeed accustomed to getting straight to the point, but they had come this far. It would not matter if they took a moment. If Xuanqing wished to offer incense first, then so be it. He was hardly a dictatorial superior. Compared to Xuanqing, Xuanqing harbored deeper reverence for Lord Xuanqing and stronger faith in the deity's existence. Otherwise, he would not have proactively suggested requesting Lord Xuanqing's aid in subduing the malevolent entity. Thus, he demonstrated greater tact than Xuanqing. The Demon Suppression Bureau members entered Xuanqing Temple and reverently offered incense one by one to Lord Xuanqing. Of course, they were expected to purchase their own incense. Yet Xuanqing found himself puzzled. Why did Master Ko persistently fixate upon the divine statue, his brows knitted with an unreadable expression? "Master Ko, what is troubling you? Is there something amiss with the statue?" Upon hearing Xuanqing's inquiry, Xuanqing shook his head. Nothing. He simply sensed something unusual about the statue, though he could not articulate precisely what was strange. Xuanqing nodded and replied with clear-eyed sincerity. "Then please refrain from staring at the statue so intently, Master Ko. Take care not to offend Lord Xuanqing. If his mood is displeased, he may refuse to aid us later. Xuanqing set aside his contemplation of the statue's peculiarities and glared at Xuanqing, his beard bristling with indignation. He wished to reprimand him, but found himself at a loss for what to say or where to begin. After the group finished offering incense, Xuanqing finally spoke. Miss Zhao, there are too many people here for a private conversation. Might we speak somewhere else? Zhao Mengqi had long discerned that their visit extended beyond mere incense offerings. She was hardly surprised by this revelation and led them to the temple keeper's quarters. Speak, what do you seek? Once again Xuanqing served as their spokesperson, explaining the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengqi raised her brows in mild astonishment and regarded Xuanqing with renewed scrutiny. So you have come to request Lord Xuanqing's intervention to help slay that primary malevolent entity. Was that primary malevolent entity truly so formidable that even a grandmaster at the late-stage spirit communion realm had intervened without success? They were left with no choice but to seek Lord Xuanqing's aid. Xuanqing caught her gaze, and his expression immediately darkened. The Demon Suppression Bureau is fully capable of suppressing that malevolent entity, he retorted. It was Xuanqing who spoke of Lord Xuanqing's extraordinary powers and ability to utterly destroy such beings. We have come merely to witness the prowess of a deity. Zhao Mengqi pursed her lips, thinking to herself. Regardless of this old man's actual strength, his tongue was remarkably sharp. Xuanqing cleared his throat and quickly interjected, precisely. We have come to beseech Lord Xuanqing to intervene and assist us in slaying that malevolent entity. Zhao Mengqi nodded. I understand. I shall go clear the commoners from the area. You may proceed to cast the sacred cups yourselves to inquire whether Lord Xuanqing is willing to lend his aid. With that she departed. A quarter hour later, the devotees offering incense within the temple had been dismissed. Xuanqing stood beneath the divine statue holding the jiao cups in his hands. Gazing upward at the lifelike statue, he took a deep breath and cast the cups. Song Xuanqing already knew the answer in his heart and granted the auspicious response. As long as that great fish malevolence remained alive, the common folk would know no peace. Naturally, Song Xuanqing also wished to destroy it. Previously, he had assumed the Demon Suppression Bureau could handle the matter, but it seemed his assumptions had been misplaced. Very well, he would intervene. The Bureau's desire to eradicate the malevolence stemmed from concern for the people, and there was no reason he could not assist. 3 consecutive casts all yielded the sacred response. Xuanqing breathed a sigh of complete relief, his thoughts wandering. That great fish malevolence would not long continue its thrashing. Lord Xuanqing appeared indeed to be a benevolent deity who cherished the common people. Witnessing this, Xuanqing approached. Well, Xuanqing smiled. Lord Xuanqing has agreed to assist us in slaying that malevolence. Xuanqing nodded thoughtfully. And what comes next for us? Would they simply await the malevolence's demise, or take some other action? At this moment, the black cat strolled over with feline grace and spoke in human words. Lord Xuanqing has decreed that in the rear hall stands an older statue of himself. You may take it with you. When the time comes to draw out the malevolence, light incense to summon the deity, and Lord Xuanqing will intervene to slay the evil. Once the malevolence is vanquished, remember to return the statue. These were the words conveyed by the black cat on behalf of Song Xuanqing. He could descend upon the statue as an anchor point. As long as the Demon Suppression Bureau carried his statue when confronting the malevolence, he could manifest and assist in its destruction. Of course, the statue held profound significance for Song Xuanqing. Were it not for deeming the Demon Suppression Bureau somewhat trustworthy, and given that his power rendered him unafraid of their numbers, he would never permit others to handle his statue so casually. Should the statue be destroyed, it would constitute a considerable loss for Song Xuanqing in his current state. Therefore, the statue was merely lent to the Demon Suppression Bureau for temporary use and must be returned after the malevolence is slain. Xuanqing's eyes brightened as he understood the black cat's meaning. So we need only bring that statue of Lord Xuanqing with us, and when the time comes to lure out the malevolence, offer incense to invite Lord Xuanqing's intervention to slay it. Correct? The black cat nodded. Indeed. Remember to return the statue afterward. Xuanqing nodded eagerly with joy. Very well. Rest assured, Lord Xuanqing. After the malevolence is vanquished, we shall return the statue in pristine condition. Xuanqing and the other Demonic Suppression Bureau members showed visibly palpable excitement. Only Xuanqing remained largely unmoved. He harbored deep skepticism regarding whether the so-called divine entity Lord Xuanqing would truly manifest and wield its power to eliminate the evil creature. Consider it a last resort, treating a dying horse as though it were alive. Even if the alleged deity Lord Xuanqing failed to manifest, they would simply suppress the evil creature themselves after luring it forth. Xuanqing had not pinned all his hopes upon Lord Xuanqing. Xuanqing asked with evident elation, "Where is Lord Xuanqing's former deity's statue?" Zhao Mengqi kept her head bowed, brows furrowed in deep contemplation for several moments. Upon hearing the question, she raised her head. "It resides in the rear hall. I shall escort you to retrieve the statue. However, I have a modest request." Xuanqing replied promptly, "Speak your mind, Miss Zhao. I wish to accompany the procession guarding the deity's statue." Zhao Mingqi harbored a nagging suspicion that given the character of the Demonic Suppression Bureau members, they would likely not treat the statue with the reverence it deserved. She could not shake her unease. Deep within her heart, even an old statue of Lord Xuanqing was sacred and must never be profaned. Only by personally accompanying and safeguarding it throughout the journey would she feel at ease. Otherwise, what if upon its return the statue of Lord Xuanqing arrived missing an arm or a corner? Yuan Songlin said, nothing, turning his gaze toward Xuanqing. After all, they were embarking on a mission to slay the evil creature. Whether to allow an additional person to accompany them ultimately rested with Xuanqing's decision. Xuanqing gave a casually indifferent nod. Very well. You may come along provided you do not interfere with our operations. He was fully aware of what sort of people composed the ancient god sect, nor did he overly worry that Zhao Mingqi would deliberately cause trouble. With that, Zhao Mingqi's countenance softened, and she led them to the rear hall to retrieve the old deity statue. The ancient statue of the deity rested within a shrine cabinet borne aloft by two individuals. Soon after, Zhao Mingqi followed the Demonic Suppression Bureau members out of the temple. The bright moon reflected upon the lake's surface, its shimmering waves stretching endlessly. Among the reeds lining the shore, the shrine cabinet was carefully placed upon a large stone. Before the shrine sat an exquisite and petite incense burner. Zhao Mingqi stood guard beside it, accompanied by two additional members of the Demonic Suppression Bureau. All three possessed cultivation at the transformation thought realm, among whom was Xuanqing. As for Yuan Songlin and Xuanqing, they had already submerged into the water to lure out the great fish evil creature. Beneath the water's surface, dark and unfathomable, Xuanqing and his companions were locked in fierce combat with the great fish evil creature. Blood drifted through the water, goading the great fish evil creature into ever greater frenzy. In the previous two encounters, Xuanqing and the others would have been dominating the great fish evil creature at this stage. But today was different. In their engagement with the beast, they found themselves instead on the defensive. A large wound marred Xuanqing's chest, blood trailing into the water as though bitten by some terrible force. The great fish evil creature naturally had no idea this was intentional, a deliberate show of weakness designed to draw it out for a decisive strike. It only felt itself growing stronger, convinced that today's opponents were no match for it. Opening its enormous jaws bristling with teeth, the great fish evil creature lunged straight for Xuanqing. Xuanqing could have dodged, but he chose not to. He allowed those sharp fangs to sink into his back, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The pain, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. The flesh and blood of a martial artist far surpassed the nourishment offered by ordinary mortals. The great fish evil creature grew ever more smug. So what if he were a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit connection realm? He was still no match for it. What pleased the creature even more was that the very next moment Xuanqing signaled a retreat with his companions. For once it was they who fled rather than the creature being pursued. How could the great fish evil creature possibly allow them to escape? At this moment it pressed its advantage with relentless pursuit. It feared these individuals might return to disturb it once more. Furthermore, it sensed no trace of danger in the area around them. Thus it pursued Xuanqing and his companions with complete assurance. Xuanqing and his group maintained a calculated distance the entire time, neither too close nor too far. Upon the large stone among the reeds, Xuanqing sensed the increasingly urgent vibrations drawing closer from beneath the water. His expression turned grave, and he immediately retrieved the incense sticks he had prepared earlier from within his robes, igniting them. Then he knelt before the shrine cabinet and intoned with solemn reverence. I humbly invite the divine splendor and protection of Lord Xuanqing, the great emperor, to descend and eradicate this evil. He inserted the burning incense into the incense burner. In truth, if Song Xuanqing so willed it, even without descending upon the statue itself could serve as his eyes at any moment. The ritual of offering incense and invoking the deity was merely a procedural formality, lending an air of dignity befitting a divine presence. Observing Xuanqing complete the ritual song, Xuanqing immediately chose to descend upon the deity statue. In the next instant, the formerly unremarkable stone-carved statue suddenly radiated an aura so profoundly awe-inspiring that it sent tremors through the very air. Divine majesty emanated in overwhelming force, commanding unfathomable reverence. For that moment the statue seemed to come alive. Xuanqing and the others remained kneeling. Though they could not see the statue's transformation, they could feel the surging energy radiating from the shrine cabinet. Joy surged uncontrollably within the hearts of Xuanqing and the other Demonic Suppression Bureau member. Master Yuan had been proven right. Lord Xuanqing had truly manifested. Lord Xuanqing indeed existed in reality. Lord Xuanqing had come to annihilate the evil creature. Meanwhile, the great fish evil creature had already pursued Xuanqing and his companions to the lake's edge, mere tens of meters from the reed grove. It was utterly immersed in the anticipation of overtaking Xuanqing and devouring them. Yet in the last place it expected, a familiar and formidable aura erupted from the previously tranquil shoreline. The memory of having its head severed last time was seared too deeply within its mind for it to mistake this sensation. This was that mysterious formidable powerhouse who had severed its head on that occasion. Panic seized the great fish evil creature. It had not even ventured near that area. How had that person tracked it here? The creature was notoriously cautious. It abandoned all thoughts of devouring Xuanqing and his companions. The instant it recognized Xuanqing's aura, it attempted to reverse direction and flee. Xuanqing would scarcely permit the creature to escape at this critical juncture. Even if the deity statue had failed to manifest, he would still have attempted to counterattack and suppress the evil creature. More importantly, observing the peculiar fluctuation emanating from the reed grove, it was highly probable that Lord Xuanqing's statue had indeed manifested. Xuanqing had no time to spare for astonishment that Lord Xuanqing genuinely existed and could manifest. Seeing the great fish evil creature attempting to flee, he launched himself forward without hesitation. Having pretended weakness throughout the entire engagement, Xuanqing revealed startling ferocity at this crucial moment. With a single grasp, he seized the great fish evil creature's tail, forcibly halting its escape. When the evil creature turned its head to bite him, Xuanqing, though advanced in years, remained vigorous and robust. Snatching Xuanqing's long blade, he struck mercilessly. The great fish evil creature feared Xuanqing far less than it did Xuanqing, who had severed its head on a previous occasion. Rather than engage in a protracted struggle with Xuanqing, the evil creature decisively severed its own tail and escaped. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it shot away at tremendous speed. Xuanqing was momentarily stunned. Had the evil creature sensed imminent danger, fleeing even after losing its tail? After so many rounds of exchange, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such cowardice from the creature. The great fish evil creature swam nearly 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Coming to his senses, Xuanqing gave chase. He could not allow the evil creature to escape. Just as Xuanqing prepared to pursue, he noticed a faintly translucent pale blue ancient-style long sword materializing above the creature's head, something that did not appear entirely physical. In the next moment, the long sword descended in a devastating slash. Moonlight shimmered across the lake's surface as the massive tailless black fish struggled desperately to flee, as though some ferocious beast pursued it from behind. What it failed to realize was that the threat of death hung directly above its head. The sky-blue ancient sword, manifesting out of thin air, descended silently toward the fish's head. Its enormous, formidable skull, however, proved as fragile as tofu beneath the blade. It was cleaved in two with effortless ease. Before the great fish demon could even process what was happening, its head had already been separated. Only when the head fell did it comprehend what had occurred. Terror expanded infinitely within its heart, and the great fish demon no longer cared for anything else. It prepared to repeat its old trick, once more dragging its remaining body to escape. However, this time Xuanqing was well prepared. After the long sword severed its head, it did not pause for even a moment, immediately striking at the fish's body. At the same time, divine power surged along the blade and invaded the great fish demon's flesh. The great fish demon did not even have the chance to flee. Its head and body were shattered into pieces, hacked apart segment by segment. Under ordinary circumstances, such injuries could severely wound it, but it would not truly die and could recover over time. But Xuanqing's assault was anything but ordinary. Divine power could completely erase its primordial essence. The torment of having its essence obliterated was unbearable even for the great fish demon, which let out a despairing and painful roar. Not far away, Xuanqing floated in the water, clutching the fish tail that the great fish demon had deliberately severed and left behind. Watching the demon hacked apart and growing weaker by the moment, reduced to impotent roaring, he stood frozen in shock. Was this demon really so weak, to be shattered so effortlessly with no chance of escape? After a moment's stunned paralysis, Xuanqing immediately snapped back to his senses. Now was the perfect moment to seal the demon. Quick, bring the restraining artifacts. Xuanqing turned and urgently called to the Demon Suppression Bureau officers behind him. The group of bureau officers paused, bewildered by his words. Bring the restraining artifacts. With Lord Xuanqing herself intervening, the demon was simply annihilated utterly. Before they could offer any explanation, Xuanqing personally witnessed the process of the demon's eradication. The great fish demon's roaring grew progressively fainter, and as its primordial essence was erased, its butchered body gradually became translucent. Within a few breaths, it vanished without a trace. He no longer needed anyone to explain. Xuanqing understood perfectly. After the demon was slain, all that remained in its place was the ancient sky-blue long sword and the scattered spatial rifts. The great fish demon had completely dissipated, leaving not even the faintest trace of its aura, as though everything that had just occurred had been nothing but a collective hallucination. Yet Xuanqing was acutely aware that he had not been dreaming. So that demon had truly been completely slain. By all heavens, could an evil spirit really be entirely destroyed? And by the power of a stone statue, no less. No, to be precise, by the deity that the statue represented. The abruptly appearing ancient sword bore an exact resemblance to the descriptions Xuanqing and the others had given earlier. Its wielder was the deity known as Lord Xuanqing. And the appearance of the divine sword, the slaying of the demon, had indeed occurred after Xuanqing and the others lit incense to summon the deity. He himself had truly and vividly felt the miraculous and overwhelming aura that had suddenly emerged from the reeds. Even Xuanqing could find no explanation other than the statue's divine manifestation. But hadn't it long been proven that no deities existed in this world? What was going on now? Were deities truly real, and could evil spirits really be completely destroyed? Xuanqing felt his entire worldview shattering. Even as he reeled from shock the next moment, he saw something unexpected. The divine sword after slaying the demon did not vanish on the spot, as Xuanqing had previously described. Instead, it suddenly reversed direction and came straight at him. Xuanqing was completely stunned. What was happening? Why was Lord Xuanqing's divine sword suddenly heading toward him? Had he done or said something disrespectful earlier? Did Lord Xuanqing hold a grudge? As Xuanqing's heart pounded with dread, the sky-blue long sword arrived before his eyes. It swiftly slashed at the fishtail he was clutching in his hand. Startled Xuanqing immediately flung the tail away. Xuanqing cared nothing for his state of mind. After the divine power eradicated the last remnants of demonic essence within the fishtail, the Qingqi sword was withdrawn. The Qingqi sword appeared silently, and then vanished from the spot, just as quietly. Only then did Xuanqing realize that the divine sword had not been coming for him, but for the fishtail in his hand. Xuanqing, being someone who had been through similar experiences, understood his feelings all too well. Swimming over, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Master Ko, the demon is dead. Let us return to shore. Your wounds still need treatment." Xuanqing followed Xuanqing and the others ashore in a daze. Within the reed grove atop a large stone, the shrine stood with incense still burning in the small censer before it. The stone-carved statue within the shrine had already returned to its ordinary appearance. The overwhelming aura Xuanqing had initially sensed had dissipated, for Xuanqing had returned to the statue after slaying the demon. Zhou Yuqing, seeing Xuanqing and the others return, joyfully exclaimed, "The demon has been slain, hasn't it?" Xuanqing, somewhat distracted, nodded. "Yes, it has been slain." Zhou Yuqing rejoiced. "I told you. With Lord Xuanqing on our side, slaying that demon was never in doubt." Demons varied greatly in strength and ability, and this particular one had indeed given the Bureau significant trouble. Otherwise, the Tianshan sect would not have gone to such lengths to release it. Fortunately, this demon had now been completely annihilated, and the aftermath was entirely eradicated. Xuanqing gazed at the shrine within the altar where the statue's features remained faint, and said, "Do we have any more incense?" "Yes." Zhou Yuqing retrieved a bundle of incense from his robes. Xuanqing nodded, selecting 3 sticks. He then lit them and knelt before the shrine, offering his reverent bows. As a martial artist, he was a staunch atheist, no different from his comrades. In fact, he had once believed that even if deities truly existed, they did not deserve to be worshipped. But Lord Xuanqing, he truly deserved his reverence. Slaying that demon had not only assisted the Bureau, but also saved countless civilian lives. Xuanqing's act of offering incense awakened the others. After he finished, the remaining members of the Bureau came forward one by one to light their own incense. Zhou Yuqing had brought a bundle of incense when they arrived, but in the end it was not enough. The last 2 members could each only offer a single stick. Once everyone had finished offering incense, Xuanqing said, "The demon has been eliminated. If there are no further concerns, let us return to Lord Xuanqing's temple and restore the statue." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing's eyes immediately shifted nervously, and he scratched his head. "Sister Zhao, is there any particular urgency in returning the statue? Doesn't Lord Xuanqing's temple already have a magnificent statue of Lord Xuanqing?" Zhao Mingxi detected something amiss and shot him a withering glance. So what if Xuanqing Temple has a great divine statue? That old statue is still a divine image and ought to remain at Xuanqing Temple by Lord Xuanqing's side. Zhou Yuqing coughed twice, leaned close to Zhao Mingxi, and whispered, "Sister Zhao, what I mean is, could we borrow the divine statue for a while longer? Rest assured we will protect Lord Xuanqing's divine statue with utmost care." Zhao Mingxi's expression darkened. "Have you forgotten what you promised before we invited the statue? You swore to return it after eliminating the evil fiends. Now you want to renege?" Zhou Yuqing gave an awkward laugh. No reneging at all. We merely wish to borrow it a little longer. The evil fiends are bizarre and varied. Some are simply too difficult to seal and suppress. We were thinking that Lord Xuanqing's power could help eradicate certain fiends once and for all. Under normal circumstances, they would never make such an impolite request. But the statue was simply too useful. Zhao Mingxi scowled, thinking to herself that it was fortunate she had come along, otherwise the demon suppression department might have taken Lord Xuanqing's statue and vanished without so much as a word. Facing Zhou Yuqing's request, she refused without hesitation. "No. Return the statue first. If you have other requests, go ask Lord Xuanqing directly. We cannot break our promise now." Zhou Yuqing was about to speak again when Xuanqing grabbed his arm. "Very well, we will return the statue first. Regardless, we sincerely thank Lord Xuanqing for his assistance. The demon suppression department will remember his grace." An old man knew better how to navigate social situations. Zhao Mingxi's expression softened, and she nodded. Return the statue first. As for remembering Lord Xuanqing's grace, if you truly mean it, encourage more places and more common folk to worship him. I'm sure Lord Xuanqing would be pleased to have more devotees. Zhao Mingxi was the type to take things one step further. But Xuanqing shook his head and chuckled. "Miss Zhao, the fate of Shang Kingdom is not decided by our demon suppression department alone. We are merely the Emperor's hands, primarily tasked with hunting demons and evil spirits. Promoting worship of Lord Xuanqing among the common people would overstep their authority and stretch their influence too far." Zhao Mingxi had only said it casually, so she did not press the matter further. Xuanqing smiled. Lord Xuanqing is a compassionate and mighty deity who always wins the hearts of the people, drawing more believers and worshippers. If your majesty were to learn of Lord Xuanqing's existence, I am certain he would be delighted. Would the Emperor of Shang truly be delighted at the rise of a mysterious and powerful deity on his land, one so beloved by the people? Zhao Mingqi could only say she did not know, nor would she judge. After the statue was returned to Xuanqing Temple, the Demon Suppression Department members indeed still harbored hopes of borrowing Song Xuanqing's divine effigy. More precisely, they still wished to invite the deity and borrow his divine power. Song Xuanqing naturally refused. Was he some kind of hired hand? The greater fiend had been active within his territory close to him and fighting alongside the Demon Suppression Department to slay that fiend had aligned with his own interests. But now they wanted to borrow his statue for other purposes. Absolutely not. He did not trust the Demon Suppression Department enough to leave his divine statue in their possession for extended periods. Yuan Songlin cast the sacred cups 3 times in succession, and each time the result was a Yin divination. Zhou Yuqing grew impatient, snatched the cups from his hand, and tried casting them himself. The results were unsurprisingly all Yin as well. Zhao Mingqi patted his shoulder with an amused smile. Stop casting. Lord Xuanqing has declined. No matter how many times you throw, the answer will remain the same. Yuan Songlin sighed. Since Lord Xuanqing disagrees, we cannot force the matter. Regardless, we are still grateful for his help this time. The Demon Suppression Department offered their farewells and departed from Xuanqing Temple. They still needed to clean up the remaining fish monsters. Without the source fiend, those fish monsters would be easy to eliminate. Beneath the blazing sun, Song Xuanqing arrived at Lijing Pool. Sensing his presence, Emu hurriedly surfaced from the water. It blinked its crocodile eyes at Song Xuanqing with eager anticipation. As usual, Song Xuanqing granted it 5 incense points. Every day for the past few days, Emu had followed the currents of Lijing Pool after dusk, patrolling the waters and slaying fish monsters. During the day, Song Xuanqing came to reward it with incense points. Emu floated on the water's surface, closed its eyes, and blissfully absorbed the incense energy. It had started from a higher foundation than the black cat Xuanma, so the changes brought by the incense points were not as dramatic. Yet Emu could feel it. Its innate constitution and cultivation base were both rising, especially its constitution and comprehension. At this rate, it would not even take a month before it could attempt to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm. It was already close to the mid-stage before. Now, with the incense boosting its cultivation, constitution, and comprehension, its breakthrough would come even faster, and its future ceiling would be correspondingly higher. Aside from clinging to Song Xuanqing's coattails, Emu had no idea where it could find such a lucrative opportunity. Every night, it killed second or third stage fish monsters, and every day it received these precious incense points that refined its constitution and comprehension. After blissfully absorbing the incense, Emu opened its eyes and rejoiced. Thank you, my lord. This humble demon will not fail to live up to your nurturing. Song Xuanqing nodded, and finally brought up the reason for his visit today. Starting today, you need no longer patrol the waters or hunt fish monsters outside. Song Xuanqing spoke in a calm tone, his expression unchanged. But to Emu, these words were as shocking as a bolt from the blue. It immediately widened its crocodile eyes and looked at Song Xuanqing in panicked bewilderment. Why has my lord suddenly decided not to send me to patrol the waters? Did I do something wrong and displease you, my lord? My lord, please tell me directly if there's anything I haven't done well. I will surely correct it and do better in the future. My lord, please let me continue patrolling the waters. I don't need the treasures anymore. I'm apologizing to you. Emu regarded Song Xuanqing with its watery, pitiful crocodile eyes, looking as though it were about to burst into tears. Song Xuanqing. Had Emu overthought things, assuming he was discarding it? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Song Xuanqing said, No, you've done quite well. This deity has no complaints. It's simply that the source of the fish monsters outside has been resolved. The matter is concluded. Hearing that Song Xuanqing was not displeased with it, Emu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But upon realizing that the fish monster matter was indeed over, Emu felt a pang of disappointment. With the fish monsters gone and no need to patrol the waters, wouldn't the daily rewards from Song Xuanqing also cease? Emu coveted the incense points terribly. The thought of losing them left its heart heavy with desolation. It felt as though it had been laid off. It's good that the fish monster matter has been resolved. My lord need no longer worry about it. It's a fortunate outcome. Emu forced a smile as it spoke, but inside it felt utterly hollow. It couldn't bear to part with the daily incense Song Xuanqing provided. Crocodile crying JPEG. My lord, is there anything else this humble demon can do for you? I can do anything. Emu refused to give up, gazing hopefully at Song Xuanqing. Song Xuanqing. Such an eager working crocodile. Song Xuanqing pondered seriously for a moment. It seemed there actually was one thing he could have Emu do, and it was quite important. After considering for a while, Song Xuanqing said, This deity indeed has a task for you. Emu's eyes lit up. My lord, please speak. This deity wishes to build a small shrine within the outer region of the Luoxiao Mountains within the territory you can control, and then you would serve as its temple keeper. From the moment he discovered that his black cat Xuanma could provide incense value by offering incense to him, Song Xuanqing had already harbored this idea. However, there were no specific implementation details at the time. Now seeing Emu so eager to work for him, Song Xuanqing gave concrete form to the idea in his mind. He could very well build a small shrine at the periphery of Luoxia mountain range to enshrine his divine statue and invite the little demons to offer incense. His divine statue would then be guarded by Emu. There were no major demons at the periphery of Luoxia mountain range. Emu, who had reached the spiritual gathering realm, was already capable of claiming a territory. It should pose no difficulty for it to guard the divine statue, as long as the powerful demons within Luoxia mountain range did not venture out. Based on Xuanqing's experience since arriving in this world, the major demons inside the mountain range were unlikely to emerge. Should any unexpected situation arise, Emu would serve as the vanguard protector, buying him time to rally his main body. Moreover, Emu, as a major demon that had dominated this region for a long time, was better suited to lead the effort of inviting the lesser demons to offer incense. Incense value was something Xuanqing could never have too much of. Human incense was incense, and demon incense was also incense. He was not discerning. He accepted all incense value. Furthermore, this would also expand his domain. At that point, he could personally come to the Green Mirror Pool. He only wondered how the system would determine the boundaries of his domain at that time. In short, for establishing a new temple at the periphery of Luoxia mountain range and attracting little demons to offer incense, no one was more suitable than Emu to carry this out. After spending some time together, Xuanqing had developed a measure of trust in Emu. Entrusting it to guard his divine statue should be fine. Xuanqing laid out his arrangements to Emu. The matters of sculpting the divine statue and constructing the shrine will be arranged by this deity. When the time comes, you need only follow this deity's instructions to offer prayers and invoke my presence. My shrine and divine statue will be placed beside the Green Mirror Pool. You must guard them well and ensure no damage comes to the statue. Additionally, you have dominated this area for a long time and should have a good understanding of the nearby lesser demons. This deity requires you to lure those little demons to offer incense. As for the demons known for their evil deeds, leave them aside. Use your own judgment. When those little demons come to offer incense to this deity, if they harbor sincere devotion and reverence, this deity will perceive it and bestow blessings upon them. You must inform them of this. The hours for offering incense need only be the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, but you must guard the divine statue at all times. This deity will not let you labor in vain. On each 1st and 15th, this deity will grant you rewards. This is a long-term endeavor, Emu. Do not disappoint this deity. Xuanqing spoke at length, and Emu listened with great attentiveness. In essence, the summary was quite simple. It only needed to guard the divine statue well, and then on the 1st and 15th of each month, lead the little demons to offer incense. Moreover, Emu had successfully grasped the key point. This was a long-term matter. That is to say, unlike patrolling the waters and hunting fish monsters, guarding the temple and receiving offerings of incense was something Xuanqing needed it to do over an extended period. Emu's mood instantly brightened. From a temporary worker to a permanent one, there was no need to fear unemployment in the near term. Emu was overjoyed and exclaimed with passion, "My lord, rest assured I will absolutely guard your divine statue well and bring you many little demons to offer incense." Not capture, but attract those little demons to come and offer incense. What this deity desires is their heartfelt reverence and faith in this deity. Otherwise, even if those little demons offered incense to him, he would not receive much incense value. Xuanqing said earnestly, "You must tell those little demons that as long as they hold devout faith and reverence for this deity will bestow blessings upon them. If there are any little demons who catch this deity's appreciation, this deity will grant them additional blessings as well." As for what those blessings entailed, naturally, it was a return in incense value. As for the additional blessings, that would depend on the circumstances. Xuanqing would not suffer any losses. Emu nodded vigorously. Xuanqing arranged a few more details before departing from the Green Mirror Pool. From then on, all that remained was to wait for the divine statue and shrine to be crafted, after which his plan could be officially put into effect. As for the matters of sculpting the divine statue and constructing the shrine, Xuanqing naturally could not rely on Emu. Specialized tasks required specialized hands. That very night, Xuanqing entered the dreams of those members of the ancient god society, instructing them to carve a small divine statue and build a small shrine for him. The divine statue need only be 1 chi in height. Moreover, he specified that the material must be waterproof and durable. Since it would be placed in the wilderness beside a pool, the material naturally needed to withstand moisture and the elements. Otherwise, before any external force could damage it, the statue might deteriorate from mold and moss over time, which would be deeply unsettling. The following day, the members of the ancient god society awoke and compared notes with one another. They discovered they had all dreamed of Lord Xuanqing asking them to sculpt the divine statue and construct a shrine. Xuanqing looked bewildered. Why does Lord Xuanqing suddenly want a small divine statue and shrine? Chao Jiaqing shrugged. I have no idea. Lord Xuanqing did not explain. Enough. What Lord Xuanqing wishes to accomplish is not our concern. Since he has given this request, we shall simply fulfill it, Zhao Mingqi said. Yi Yunsong nodded. I'll go find He Jun. When it came to sculpting a divine statue for Lord Xuanqing, He Jun was the professional. The giant fish demon had been eliminated, and the remaining fish monsters were also cleared out by the Demon Suppression Bureau within a day or two. Hugong Township fell quiet once again. At the same time, in Huayan City, at a branch temple of the Tianshan sect, Within a magnificent hall cast from jade, dancing girls clad in sheer gauze moved gracefully, their figures swaying seductively. Above the hall, several scantily clad beauties served as living chairs. Lying between them was a person whose clothes were disheveled. That person possessed a bewitching beauty's face, yet a male body, eyes closed, savoring the attentions of those beside him. Amidst the decadent sound of silk and bamboo instruments, a figure clad in white robes entered the hall. The man dared not look around after entering, bowing his head respectfully. Instructor Wu, the evil creature we released, has already been dealt with by the Demon Suppression Bureau. He recounted all he knew. Above Instructor Wu, a man with a woman's face, but a male body frowned and opened his eyes. His dark double pupils occupied nearly 3/4 of his eyeballs, appearing quite unsettling. With an unreadable expression, he waved his hand, and the music in the hall fell silent instantly. The dancers and musicians bowed and withdrew. Instructor Wu sat up, his body languid and boneless, leaning against the beauties before him. Already dealt with. The elders in Huayan City didn't even intervene, did they? What's going on? Instructor Wu spoke, his voice a coarse, raspy male tone. The man in white robes below replied with his head bowed. It is said they encountered formidable helpers in Xuanqing County. Formidable helpers? Who in Xuanqing County is worthy of such a title? The ancient god society has been hot on our tails. It surely isn't them. The man in white robes shook his head. I do not know, but word has it the evil creature was not sealed and brought back. Some say it was slain outright. Instructor Wu's dark double pupils narrowed, his tone hostile. What kind of spy are you? Such absurd rumors could actually spread. The man in white robes also seemed puzzled. Our spies' information is generally reliable. They say the evil creature was not sealed and brought back. Instructor Wu pondered with an unreadable expression for a moment before speaking. Send someone to check what's happening in Xuanqing County. Be careful not to let the ancient god society catch wind. I have a feeling something is amiss. The man in white robes nodded. Yes, I shall arrange it at once. Also spy further on the Demon Suppression Bureau. The man in white robes accepted the order and withdrew. The dancers and musicians re-entered the hall, and the decadent music resumed. Time flew by swiftly. Soon it was the 15th day of Gu. The sky was not yet bright, barely past the 3rd quarter of an hour. With the crackling of firecrackers, a large crowd appeared at the village entrance, walking through the morning dew. People wore simple coarse cloth garments, but their faces brimmed with joy as they made their way cheerfully toward Song Village. At the forefront were 4 sturdy young men carrying shrine boxes and divine statues. Though the shrine boxes and statues were not made of fine materials, just ordinary wood and stone, they were all brand new and carved with great care. On the small plaque of the shrine box were written the characters: divine brilliance, broad protection, profound purity, great emperor. The 1-foot-tall divine statue inside matched the grand statue in Xuanqing Hall perfectly. Today was the 15th, an auspicious day for welcoming the deity. The villages that had sought protection from Song Xuanqing during the giant fish demon's rampage had chosen this very day to perform the ceremony. Originally, these villages had been in a great hurry to welcome the deity back, hoping to receive Master Xuanqing's protection as soon as possible. But just days after consulting the divine, the giant fish demon crisis was completely resolved. These villages all believed it was Master Xuanqing's blessing. Since receiving the divine guidance, no one had been eaten by the fish monsters, and the matter had been swiftly settled. With the fish monster incident concluded, the villagers lost their urgency, and instead chose an auspicious day for the ceremony. Thus, all the villages converged on this 15th day. The first to arrive at Song Village was Shujia Village. As soon as they entered, Saojia Village followed close behind. The entire village had come together, statues leading the way, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. There was barely any pause before another village followed in Saojia Village's wake. One newly sculpted shrine and statue after another was carried forward by the villagers. Aside from slight differences in materials, the statues were essentially carved from the same mold. In the end, no fewer than 7 identical shrine boxes stood before Xuanqing Temple, awaiting entry. Xuanqing Temple's courtyard could hardly accommodate all the people from 7 villages. Only the procession carrying the shrines along with the village chiefs and elders waited before the temple. The rest of the villagers could only squeeze in behind. Song Village had not known a moment of peace since an hour. Firecrackers and gongs rang out ceaselessly. The clamor of voices never ceased. Fortunately, Song Village residents were accustomed to early rising and had anticipated today's spectacle. Some children had even woken early to join the festivities. A group of children gathered together, chattering excitedly in childish voices. My father says Master Xuanqing possesses great divine powers and mercy for all sentient beings. He is the finest deity in the world. That is why everyone wishes to worship him. My family burns incense for Master Xuanqing every single day. Mine does too. I even wanted to teach my dog Ahuang to burn incense, but Ahuang is so dumb. Unlike Great Black Cat, who is so clever, he just can't learn. Our Xiaohua is dumb too. Amidst the bustling noise, time quietly slipped to Chen hour. The fierce sun blazed overhead, illuminating the gathered crowd. With villagers from 7 villages plus Song Village's own residents, nearly 1,000 people had gathered in Song Village that day. From the village entrance, one could see the dense crowds, even from afar. Outsiders who had come upon hearing of Master Xuanqing's fame were startled by the spectacle. Is Master Xuanqing really that renowned? A deity worshipped in a remote village could draw such a massive crowd. As Chen Hour arrived, the doors of Xuanqing Temple swung open. The procession straightened their posture with renewed spirit. Zhao Mingqi stood at the entrance and called out loudly, "The deity welcoming procession shall enter the temple in order." Crackling and popping, accompanied by the synchronized firing of firecrackers, the procession carrying the divine statues entered the temple one by one. The combined population of the 7 villages was simply too large for the temple to accommodate. Thus, only the statue bearers and the village elders and chiefs were admitted into the temple for the ceremony. The villagers from each village could only gather outside. As each newly consecrated divine statue was carried into Xuanqing Temple, the villagers who could not enter immediately knelt on the spot, bowing toward the temple's direction. Nearly 1,000 people knelt in unison, their movements rippling like waves across the ground as they prostrated toward Xuanqing Temple. Their chanting rose with each bow. "Blessings upon us, Lord Xuanqing. Mercy, Lord Xuanqing. Lord Xuanqing." The sight of nearly 1,000 people bowing in prayer was magnificent, their collective devotion echoing powerfully through the air. Outside Xuanqing Temple, nearly 1,000 villagers prostrated themselves, while inside the 7 villages jointly invited the deity. The elders intoned nearly identical prayers, their expressions steeped in reverence and devoutness. "With reverent hearts we shall offer sacrifices to Lord Xuanqing through generations to come, seeking his divine protection." Seated high upon the divine platform, Xuanqing established connections with each of the 7 new statues, sensing the bond forming with every figure. His gaze fell upon the nearly 1,000 villagers outside the temple, and emotions stirred within his heart. Unaware to himself, he had already amassed over 1,000 devotees in jurisdiction spanning 9 villages. He grew stronger through the incense of faith offered by his followers. The people relied upon his divine grace and blessings, seeking survival in this chaotic world plagued by demons and evil. It was a mutual benefit between him and the common folk, yet he also bore the responsibility of protecting them. These villagers who worshipped and believed in him had in essence entrusted their lives and safety into Xuanqing's hands. Watching the nearly 1,000 villagers prostrating outside the temple, Xuanqing felt both a sense of accomplishment and a heavy weight of responsibility. After these reflections, he began contemplating how to arrange his avatar deities. His main body would remain stationed in Song Village, while other jurisdictions would be overseen by his avatar deities. Aside from the 7 villages newly inviting gods today, Lu Village already had 1 avatar deity assigned. The Jiao Mansion had 1 arranged, and Ming Tan had 1 installed yesterday. This accounted for 3 avatar slots. Xuanqing's current cultivation had reached 100%, equivalent to the late stage of the 5th realm of Martial Master, allowing him to control roughly a dozen avatar deities at most. Each avatar deity possessed strength comparable to the early to mid stage of the spirit transformation realm. Currently, with the addition of the 7 new village territories and 1 avatar per village, the avatars were sufficient. But he couldn't merely focus on the present. Hugong Township had 27 villages. No, after removing Rao Family Gully, there were 26 villages now. Xuanqing had only incorporated jurisdiction over 9 villages, and if other villages came seeking divine protection in the future, his supply of avatar deities might prove insufficient in the short term. Perhaps once he secured the entire Hugong Township and obtained a divine position, new possibilities would emerge. But until then, he could only use avatar deities to guard each village's territory. If the avatars fell short when that time came, it would be quite troublesome. Xuanqing pondered for a moment and realized that if it truly came to that, there would likely be only one solution. That would be assigning 1 avatar deity to guard 2 or 3 villages simultaneously. Of course, this presupposed that the villages were situated close to one another. Given the current strength of the avatar deities, concurrently guarding 2 or 3 nearby villages should not pose any difficulty. Having contemplated sufficiently, Xuanqing began preparing to forge new avatar deities. He needed to forge 7 more avatar deities to accompany the 7 newly consecrated villages back to their territories for guarding. After completing the deity invitation ceremony, the 7 villages joyfully carried their respective village statues out of Xuanqing Temple. Villagers from each village followed behind the procession, returning home with jubilant hearts. Upon returning to their villages, they would carry the statues around the village perimeter so that Lord Xuanqing could claim jurisdiction over the land, after which the divine statues could be enshrined in temples. Only after the deity invitation processions had departed one by one from Song Village did the villagers and outside pilgrims begin entering the temple to offer incense. The pilgrims from outside witnessed this spectacle for the first time, marveling at the grandeur with murmurs of astonishment. Lord Xuanqing truly is beloved by the common folk. Naturally, our Lord Xuanqing possesses immense divine powers and compassion for all beings. Those who believe in and worship him shall receive his blessings. I've also heard that Lord Xuanqing genuinely manifests his spiritual power to protect the people. Recently, when the fish demon plagued Hugong Township, only Song Village and Lu Village, which had enshrined Lord Xuanqing, remained unharmed despite encountering the demon. Unfortunately, my family resides in the county town where one cannot freely enshrine divine statues. It requires imperial approval. I wonder if Lord Xuanqing will still protect me should I return to the county town after offering incense here. Isn't your village also part of Hugong Township? Why haven't you collectively worshipped Lord Xuanqing as well? Alas, deciding which deity to enshrine in a village isn't something one or two individuals can dictate. Haven't you noticed that not all the villages hosting the procession necessarily worship Lord Xuanqing? Some stubborn elders in our village still cling to the deities they've traditionally venerated. Our village has already begun discussions about enshrining Lord Xuanqing. Pilgrims came and went in haste. On this 15th day the crowds were denser than usual. Since Lord Xuanqing's renown spread beyond the region, foreign pilgrims had been arriving daily at Song Village to offer incense. Even though Lu Village also enshrined Lord Xuanqing, everyone still made their way to the main temple in Song Village. Song Xuanqing's system notifications for incense value credits rang out in rapid succession. At the same time at Mingtan, a cave had been carved into the stone cliff beside the pool, perfectly sized to house the shrine and divine statue. A delicate small incense burner sat before the shrine. The newly sculpted divine statue stood merely 1 chi tall, while the shrine measured nearly 2 chi, both carefully positioned within the carved stone cavity. The stone cavity sat approximately 5 or 6 chi above ground level, effectively preventing floodwaters and creeping vegetation or moss from reaching it. Of course, with Mu's regular care, there was no risk of vegetation or moss overtaking the statue and shrine. Jun had delivered this new statue and shrine to Xuanqing Temple the previous day. That very night, Song Xuanqing had taken the statue and shrine directly to Mingtan. He had also brought along a small incense burner and a substantial bundle of incense sticks. Zhao Mingqi had been puzzled later when she couldn't locate the statue and shrine, though she hadn't dared to inquire with Song Xuanqing. After settling the statue and shrine at Mingtan, Song Xuanqing began instructing Mu in the deity invitation ceremony. He wanted to test whether he could complete the deity invitation ritual and establish connections with the new divine statue without returning to Xuanqing Temple, conducting the ceremony out in the wilderness while remaining physically present. The outcome proved successful. Though performed outside Xuanqing Temple by an avatar deity rather than his main body, the deity invitation ritual completed without issue, establishing a new anchor point for the divine statue. Of course, Song Xuanqing harbored no objections to other villages conducting the full ceremony at Xuanqing Temple when inviting their deities. A grand and formal invocation would reinforce his divine authority and command greater reverence from the villagers. Mu's situation was exceptional, so the ceremony could be somewhat simplified. Fortunately, despite some stumbles during Mu's deity invitation ritual, he ultimately succeeded. However, Song Xuanqing discovered that his territory display on the system panel had not expanded. There was no record of any jurisdiction over the outer reaches of Luoxia Mountains or Mingtan. Afterward, Song Xuanqing pondered for a moment and speculated that perhaps Mu's ritual of invoking spirits differed from those performed in the villages. Mu's invocation was a solitary act conducted by a single demon, similar to Jia Daguai's practice of individually summoning spirits. Even though Mu's territory and Jia Daguai's mansion were both considerable in size, they still could not be classified as jurisdictional lands by the system. In contrast, the village rituals involved the collective invocation by the entire community, which allowed the system to categorize them as jurisdictional domains. Although Lu Jingtan could not be designated as a jurisdictional territory, the successful completion of the spirit invocation and the establishment of a new divine statue fulfilled Song Xuanqing's purpose. His main body could still traverse through the divine statue, harnessing the incense offerings from demons via the statue. Mu followed Song Xuanqing's instructions. On the second day, which was the 15th of Jiyue, he lured a group of minor demons. The Luoxia Mountains were vast, and the outer periphery of the area Mu had occupied around Lujingtan also covered a substantial expanse. It could be said that the mountain ranges surrounding more than half of Hugong Township fell under Mu's claimed territory. Demons possessed strong territorial instincts. Those of equal cultivation generally would not rashly infringe upon another's domain. Those who established territories in the outer regions of the Luoxia Mountains were primarily demons at the Gathering Spirit Realm. Demons with higher cultivation levels ventured deeper into the mountains. Mu's domain contained numerous minor demons. Although Mu usually kept a low profile, it still had a general understanding of the minor demons in the surrounding area. Since Mu rarely ventured out, many of the nearby minor demons were unfamiliar with it. However, for minor demons of the first and second realms, a great demon at the Gathering Spirit Realm commanded considerable authority, even if they did not know it personally. It took a patrol around its territory, and following Song Xuanqing's directives, rounded up all minor demons, except those notorious for their evil deeds. It commanded them to visit Lujingtan to offer incense to Song Xuanqing. The minor demons trembled with fear, dreading that Mu might devour them. Fortunately, Mu did not make such an unreasonable demand. Many minor demons were unaware of what offering incense entailed, but as long as they were not eaten, they obeyed Mu's instructions. By the next day, a large gathering of minor demons had assembled at Lujingtan. All were at the first or second realm cultivation. Black Cat Xuanma was among them, having come voluntarily. Song Xuanqing later pondered and felt uneasy leaving solely Mu to guard him, so he instructed Xuanma to remain here when unoccupied. Amidst the trembling gazes of the minor demons, Xuanma and Mu stepped forward to offer incense to Song Xuanqing. Incense value 10, incense value 9. The 10 points of incense value came from Xuanma, while the 9 points originated from Mu. Song Xuanqing's avatar concealed within the shadows observed Mu with a softened gaze. 9 points of incense value, though not yet reaching 10, was already considerable. Many villagers who offered him worship might not even achieve such a high incense value. This sufficiently demonstrated Mu's loyalty toward him. Now Song Xuanqing could feel somewhat more at ease regarding Mu. After offering incense, Mu and Xuanma turned to the huddled minor demons and spoke. That is how you offer incense. Have you understood? Light the incense sticks, bow 3 times, then insert them into the censer. That completes the ritual. If you offer incense with sincerity, you shall receive the blessings of Lord Xuanqing. The more sincere you are, the greater the blessings. You need not give anything in return. Simply come here on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month to offer incense with a devout heart, and you will be rewarded with Lord Xuanqing's grace. This is a tremendous opportunity. If not for the fact that you are all minor demons within my domain, I would not bestow such a chance upon you. After Mu finished speaking, Xuanma licked its paws and watched the minor demons with a smile. Several old acquaintances here should recognize me, I presume. Over a month ago, I was at the early stage of the body tempering realm. Now I have reached the late stage of the bone refining realm, and am on the verge of breaking through to the gathering spirit realm. The reason for my rapid cultivation advancement is precisely my devout faith in Lord Xuanqing. It is Lord Xuanqing who granted me this opportunity, enabling my realm to progress swiftly. As long as you devoutly believe in Lord Xuanqing and sincerely offer incense to him, Lord Xuanqing will also reward you with opportunities. Although Song Xuanqing had not elaborated on the significance of this matter, both Mu and Xuanma understood the importance well. They considered this matter crucial and wished to execute it properly for Song Xuanqing. Thus came about the present scenario. The two demons' coordinated performance indeed fooled many of the minor demons. Among the crowd, some minor demons who had previously known Xuanma began whispering, I know that Black Cat Elder. Over a month ago it was indeed at the early stage of the body tempering realm. When I saw it again later, it startled me. It had suddenly reached the late stage of the bone refining realm. I hardly recognized it. The speaker was a ground squirrel chirping incessantly. Humans could not understand, but all demons could. With a demon witness present, many minor demons were successfully deceived. Only a small number of minor demons at the bone refining realm had sufficient experience. They worried that Mu might employ some secret art to drain their cultivation essence once they offered incense. However, their concerns were futile. They dared not risk defying Mu, fearing it might devour them. Mu and Xuanma could have directly coerced them into offering incense, but they firmly remembered Song Xuanqing's words. They insisted that the minor demons offer incense with genuine sincerity. Thanks to the performance staged by Mu and Xuanma, the previously trembling and frightened minor demons immediately became proactive. Lord Mu, let me go first. I will offer incense first. The speaker was a weasel spirit at the late stage of the body tempering realm. Me too. And me. I also want to offer incense. Other minor demons behind them also vied to shout that they wanted to offer incense. Mu nodded satisfactorily, and in a cheerful mood pointed to the weasel spirit that had spoken first. You go first. Do not rush others, take turns one by one. From now on, come here to offer incense on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month. If you forget the dates, ask the other demons. The weasel spirit placed all 4 paws on the ground and quickly scurried forward. Mu handed it 3 incense sticks and guided it to ignite them. The weasel spirit held the incense with 2 paws, suppressing its fear of the great demon, and offered a sycophantic smile toward Mu. Lord Mu, this minor demon is named Xuanqing. You may call me Xiao Huang. I wish to inquire, can a demon offer incense only once per day? Are there other times besides the 1st and 15th days when incense can be offered? Mu lazily lifted its eyelids and glanced at it. A demon may offer incense only once per day, and only on the 1st and 15th days. Xuanqing nodded, daring not to ask further. It knelt before the divine statue, and following the manner Mu and Xuanma had demonstrated earlier, bowed and offered incense. Incense value 3. Although the weasel spirit appeared proactive in offering incense, it clearly harbored doubts in its heart. Song Xuanqing had anticipated this, and was not surprised. After the weasel spirit finished offering incense, he bestowed upon it 0.3 points of incense value. Indeed, the rebate was 1/10. The weasel spirit had provided him with 3 points of incense value, so he returned 0.3 points to it. Song Xuanqing had actually wished to bestow even less, but after some consideration, he realized the deity's vision must not be so short-sighted. If he gave any less, these little demons would hardly perceive any difference at all. It would be like Zhu Beiji swallowing a ginseng fruit whole, never even tasting its flavor before it vanished. How could he then entice these little demons to long for his incense and come before him with sincere devotion? He also hoped to swiftly raise these little demons' faith in him, so he might harvest greater quantities of incense value. Of course, he was not willing to give away too much. Thus, he ultimately decided to return 1/10 of the incense value. The weasel demon had barely finished offering incense when it was about to ask Mu where the reward Lord Xuanqing had promised lay, but a distinctive fragrance of burning incense drifted to its nostrils. Inhaling it, the demon felt a wonderful clarity descend upon its spirit. Cultivation obstacles that had once confounded it suddenly seemed to fall into place, and the bottleneck stagnating within its body showed signs of loosening. The weasel demon's eyes brightened instantly. It halted the step it had been about to take, knelt before the divine statue, and bowed 3 more times. Its devotion was far more sincere than before. "Thank you, Lord Xuanqing, for your bounty." Emu lying nearby observed the weasel demon's expression and could already guess what reward Song Xuanqing had bestowed. Envy, jealousy, and discontent flickered in its eyes. Though Song Xuanqing also granted it incense rewards, far greater than what he gave these minor demons, it still felt such treasures capable of enhancing one's root and bone cultivation and comprehension were being wasted upon these low-tier little demons of merely the first or second realm with inferior potential. Yet it had no right to interfere with Song Xuanqing's designs. All it could do was cast envious, resentful glances at the weasel demon. The weasel demon, lost in its euphoria, failed to notice Emu's hostile gaze entirely. Its mind was consumed by the realization that Lord Emu had not deceived them by sincerely offering incense to this divine statue of Lord Xuanqing. One could receive a reward. Though it did not know what the reward entailed, it was undoubtedly wondrous. And they were asked to give nothing in return, only to offer incense with sincere hearts. The weasel demon couldn't help but feel regret that incense could only be offered on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Its reaction stirred anxiety and curiosity among the other little demons who could not resist asking, "Weasel demon, have you received the reward from Lord Xuanqing? What manner of reward was it?" Hearing this, the weasel demon did not answer immediately, but instead glanced toward Emu. Seeing Emu avert its gaze with an indifferent air as though granting permission to speak freely, the weasel demon then recounted in detail the experience of receiving the incense value. "I do not know precisely what Lord Xuanqing bestowed upon me, but it was undoubtedly something precious. I just felt." As the weasel demon finished speaking, the little demons, already restless, grew even more eager, and stirrings. The weasel demon's words carried far more weight with them than anything Emu or Xuanma had said. Barely had the weasel demon finished when a small ground squirrel, barely a foot tall, darted forward, shouting loudly, "I, Emu's great king, I have come to offer incense." Emu nodded and handed the incense to it. Grasping the stick with both paws, the ground squirrel ignited it and began kowtowing before the divine statue. Incense value 5. Song Xuanqing raised his eyelids slightly and allocated 0.5 points of incense value to the ground squirrel. The creature immediately wore the same enraptured expression as the weasel demon. Lost in ecstasy as it absorbed the incense essence, it bowed 3 more times to the divine statue before stepping aside. The next little demon took its place. One by one, the little demons came to offer incense, each contributing incense value generally ranging between 3 and 6 points. Song Xuanqing was not hurried. Many of these little demons were offering incense to him for the first time. Once they discovered the benefits of incense value and learned that he posed no harm, but could instead bring them advantage, their contributions would naturally increase. Emu's territory held no small number of little demons, fully 30 or 40 in all. Their species were remarkably diverse: ground squirrels, weasels, foxes, cats, wolves, and in the water, snail demons and fish demons as well. To Song Xuanqing's surprise, he even beheld a tree demon. It was a luxuriant verdant apple tree whose roots emerged from the earth to serve as legs, enabling it to walk. Its cultivation realm rested at the early stage of bone refining. However, no fruit adorned that tree. Whether it had not yet borne any or had already been harvested remained unknown. And these were but the ones that had revealed themselves. Countless more likely lurked hidden. Of course, this did not include those demons who committed vicious atrocities. Song Xuanqing had made it clear his sanctuary did not welcome demons of ill repute. Should Emu discover any such demons, it could execute them on the spot. Once these little demons spread word of the benefits they had received, surely more would come to offer incense on subsequent occasions. Moreover, they would not be confined to the little demons within Emu's territory alone. After all the little demons had finished offering incense, the weasel demon that had come first approached once more. "Lord Emu, I know there remain demons who have not yet come to offer incense. Shall I go and summon them?" Emu cast a sidelong glance at it and spoke in a low, ominous tone, "Do not bring those man-eating harmful demons here. This king cannot abide such wicked creatures. I shall devour each one I encounter." The speaker's words carried intent, and the listeners understood. Both the weasel demon and the other little demons internalized Emu's decree. They thought to themselves, "It seems Lord Emu holds no fondness for man-eating demons." Fortunately, they had never ventured outside to consume humans, either from lack of interest or from fear of the martial artists in the mortal realm. They must not eat people henceforth. With the incense blessings bestowed by Lord Xuanqing, their cultivation progressed far more swiftly than devoting themselves to cannibalism. And there was no risk involved, only the need to offer incense regularly with sincere devotion. Having noted Emu's words, the weasel demon shook its head repeatedly and declared, "We do not eat people, we do not eat people. Among the demons I know who abstain from such practices, several have not yet come today, Lord Emu. May I go invite them?" Emu nodded, lifting its eyelids slightly. "Very well, go. But they must arrive before today ends. Once today passes, the next opportunity will not come until the first day of next month." Having spoken, Emu turned its gaze upon the remaining little demons. Those whose cultivation realms fell short of its own quaked under its scrutiny. The timid ones worried now that they had finished offering incense. Would Emu devour them? Of course, Emu had no intention of eating demons. Opening its crocodilian maw, it spoke in human speech. All the good demons you know who neither eat people nor harm others, you may bring them here to offer incense. If you accomplish this, well, Lord Xuanqing will grant additional rewards. These words were of course entrusted to Emu by Song Xuanqing himself. The little demons naturally nodded in unison. Satisfied, Emu dismissed them and reminded them to return on the first day of next month. Upon returning, the weasel demon brought 3 or 4 additional demons to offer incense. Similarly, the other little demons gradually led along various demons. Until the sun sank below the western horizon, the day's incense offerings at Green Mirror Pool finally drew to a close. A total of over 50 lesser demons came to offer incense today. Although the average incense contribution was modest, including Emu and Xuanqing, they collectively provided only 225 incense points. But even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Green Mirror Pool was merely the beginning. Xuanqing, Emu, you have done well. Continue this good work. You must guard the divine statue here and ensure no human or demon damages it. Emu and Xuanqing flicked their tails and obediently acknowledged. Song Xuanqing allocated 5 incense points each to Emu and Xuanqing. Song Xuanqing had long since planned the distribution of incense rewards. Lesser demons who came to offer incense would receive 1/10 of the incense points they generated, while Emu and Xuanqing would each receive 1/10 of the total incense points. In other words, Song Xuanqing retained 70% of the incense points, while 1/10 went to the lesser demons who offered incense, another 10th to Emu, and the final 10th to the black cat Xuanqing. Upon receiving their share, the cat and the crocodile immediately began absorbing and refining the incense points on the spot. For both Xuanqing and Emu, 5 incense points was quite a substantial amount. Previously, Song Xuanqing had only been distributing mere fractions of points. Although Emu had earned 5 incense points per day during his patrols of the waters hunting fish monsters, that was after all temporary work. It was quite different from guarding the divine statue. They could expect such a generous sum for 2 fixed days each month. Ordinarily, the duties were not arduous. They simply needed to watch over the statue. Even before Song Xuanqing's divine statue was installed at Green Mirror Pool, Emu had been lying here day after day without straying. The black cat also remained by the statue at Green Mirror Pool when idle, and Song Xuanqing would dispatch it elsewhere when needed. This provided companionship for both the cat and the crocodile, keeping them from boredom. Having refined the 5 incense points, Xuanqing drew one step closer to perfecting the second realm. Once the second realm was thoroughly tempered, he could prepare for his breakthrough to the spirit gathering realm. Emu was likewise just one step away from reaching the mid-stage of spirit gathering. According to his own estimation, he should naturally break through before the month's end. This proved far faster than cultivating on their own. Moreover, incense could also improve their innate constitution and talent. Moon rose and sun set. The constellations shifted across the heavens. Night descended upon the earth. Within the Xuanqing temple, Song Xuanqing opened the system panel. Incense, God Attainment System. Host, Song Xuanqing. Divine Lifespan 20. Identity, Wild Deity. Cultivation, Unranked, 100. Technique, Yangyao Solar Thunder Sword. Art, First Form. Divine Abilities, Divine Might, Minor Achievement, Dream Entry, Minor Achievement, Rain Summoning, Minor Achievement, Spirit Unity, Minor Achievement, Minor Spirit Diversion, Minor Achievement. Territory, Song Family Village, Lu Family Village, Su Family Village, Chao Family Village. Incense points, 6,631. Evaluation, not yet recognized by the heavenly way. With weak incense faith and no divine authority, this wild deity floats aimlessly, frail in destiny and feeble in strength. The incense offerings from the 9 villages, combined with those from casual worshippers and the lesser demons of Green Mirror Pool, together pushed Song Xuanqing's incense points to a new peak. 6,631 incense points. Unfortunately, he could not yet allocate points to his cultivation. He would need to fully incorporate Hugong Township into his territory first. He had no idea how many incense points the next realm would require. Since his cultivation points remained locked and upgrading divine abilities was not urgent, Song Xuanqing glanced over the system panel and opened the system marketplace. The moment for opening blind boxes had arrived. Let us see what this cycle's marketplace would refresh. Marketplace Level 1. Current merchandise. 1. Xuanqing Scripture, a divine path technique of decent quality suitable for all deities to cultivate. Balanced and moderate in nature, it contains 11 divine abilities within. Price 1,000 incense points. Purchase limit 01. 2. Divine abilities, Spiritual Fire, Divine Punishment, one of the 5 elements divine punishments, drawing upon heavenly and earthly spiritual fire through one's own divine power, transforming, endlessly capable of burning all things. Its power depends on the caster's cultivation. Price 4,999 incense points. Purchase limit 01. 3. Sword Nurturing Stone, high grade, originating from ancient times. This premium stone is designed to nurture sword intent. It can autonomously repair spiritual swords with effectiveness determined by the sword's quality. Price 3,000 incense points. Purchase limit 01. Next rotation 14 days, 04:12 minutes. Having read through this cycle's merchandise, Song Xuanqing's expression immediately turned green. Only moments ago he had felt quite wealthy, boasting 6,631 incense points. Now he felt wretchedly poor. Facing the items in the system marketplace, his 6631 incense points were utterly negligible. The only item he could consider was the divine ability, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment. At 4999 incense points, his current balance could barely afford it. Xuanqing couldn't help but suspect whether the marketplace refreshed its goods based on his incense point balance. Now that his reserves had grown somewhat, the items refreshed were more expensive than the last. Was the system overestimating him? He was certainly wealthier than when he first arrived in this world, but hardly so wealthy that he could casually spend tens of thousands, or even millions, of incense points. Why refresh such exorbitantly priced merchandise? It left him able only to gaze longingly, unable to purchase. Quite pitiful, really. Setting aside the Xuanqing scripture and the sword-nurturing stone, the divine ability, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment, did align well with Xuanqing's preferences. The price was affordable, and it appeared to be a fine item. Yet Xuanqing never expected the marketplace to sell divine abilities directly. It was just that the price made one whistle in disbelief. Even if he could afford it, he would still exclaim how expensive it was. Still, Xuanqing came to understand. Divine abilities were rather precious. He had only acquired 2 beyond the 3 gifted in the newcomer's pack: Rain Summoning and Minor Spirit Diversion. This sufficiently demonstrated how difficult it was to obtain divine abilities. Moreover, judging by the description, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment was far from a useless trivial ability. Then let it be expensive. Xuanqing had originally planned to save incense points for improving his cultivation after a breakthrough. But now that the marketplace held something he wished to buy, saving was temporarily out of the question. Xuanqing decisively spent 4999 incense points to purchase divine ability, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment. The sword-nurturing stone also stirred his interest. He had not forgotten that his Qingqi sword was incomplete. It remained serviceable for now, but undoubtedly the Qingqi sword would prove far more formidable in perfect condition. Who would complain that their weapon was too powerful? Furthermore, the sword-nurturing stone's price was not as out of reach as the Xuanqing scripture. 30,000 incense points. He could muster that if he saved diligently. Unfortunately, the marketplace rotated every 15 days. By the time he saved enough, he had no idea when the sword-nurturing stone would refresh again. However, given that the Xuanqing scripture had already appeared a second time, it was likely that some items could reappear after multiple cycles. Upon purchasing Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment Song, Xuanqing's incense points immediately plummeted to 1632. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared under his divine abilities on the system panel, Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment entry. Yes, the purchased divine ability started at its initial state. To advance it, he would need to spend additional incense points himself. Advancing from entry to minor achievement required 100 incense points. Beyond that, he had no knowledge. For Xuanqing at present, 100 incense points was not a significant sum. He first upgraded Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment to minor achievement, then tested its ability. In the pitch-black night, a cluster of cyan-red flames instantly ignited. With no combustible material present, the flames merely hovered suspended in midair. So this Spiritual Fire Divine Punishment was merely a fire-controlling divine ability. Xuanqing felt that the Spirit Fire Divine Punishment appeared to be a fire-controlling technique. He could manifest and extinguish spirit flames at will, fully commanding their forms and transformations. It was only natural that he could not discern its true power merely by observation. He was keen on testing its capabilities, especially since it was a technique worth 4,999 faith points. Its actual strength remained unknown to him. However, as Xuanqing looked around, he could not find a suitable target. He could not simply set fire to the mountain, could he? After some thought, he decided to put aside the test of his technique's power for the time being. His remaining faith points stood at 1,532. After consideration, Xuanqing decided to hold off on any further expenditure. It was not an insignificant amount, yet not substantial enough to be reckless with. Better to conserve them for now. The techniques were not urgently in need of upgrading at present. He had no way of knowing how many faith points an upgrade would require. Xuanqing needed to keep some in reserve for emergencies. The night had grown deep and the villagers had all drifted into slumber. A pale moonlight spilled over the village, casting everything in an atmosphere of tranquil serenity, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog or crow of a rooster. Among the 7 villages that had newly invited gods today, Xuanqing's spiritual projections had all taken up their positions. The rural hamlets were modest and impoverished, so the Xuanqing temples constructed within them were not grand in scale. They rivaled the original humble Xuanqing temple in Songjia village in size. Xuanqing's spiritual projections emerged from the temples cloaked in silver moonlight and began their patrols through the villages. In the 7 newly invited villages, 7 divine projections each commenced their rounds across their newly designated territories. To bear the title is to shoulder the responsibility. Since the villagers offered worship and faith, he owed them protection in return. Under ordinary circumstances, patrolling their domains served to identify and neutralize threats as swiftly as possible. But upon entering unfamiliar territories, the immediate priority was to uncover dangers already lurking beneath the surface. After all, he was still ignorant of what conditions existed within these newly consecrated villages. He could not afford to remain oblivious to latent threats concealed right beneath his gaze. As his projections swept through the village, Xuanqing did indeed discover something noteworthy. Fanjia village was comparable in size to his own Songjia village. A gentle stream meandered behind the village, its babbling waters mirroring the full moon. The river itself posed no concerns. Yet the ancient locust tree beside it was another matter entirely. The locust tree appeared venerable in age, its thick and towering branches clothed in gray-brown bark etched with cracks. Through spring and summer, when foliage ran luxuriant, it flourished with dense leaves and clusters of pale yellow blossoms. Even from the village entrance, dotted houses could not obscure its lofty, sprawling canopy. Not far from the ancient locust tree stood the ancestral shrine of Fanjia village, and beneath its branches traces of frequent foot traffic were plainly visible. Scattered about were signs of animal passage as well. Just then a fat mouse the size of a human fist scurried beneath the tree, squeaking incessantly, unaware of the peril that had just arrived. In the next moment the ground split open with violent force. A root as thick as a finger shot forth from beneath the soil, piercing the mouse clean through with deadly precision. The creature never even managed a cry of agony before perishing beneath the root. Its body then withered and shriveled before their very eyes. Xuanqing watched as the root consumed every trace of flesh and blood within the mouse. Only after draining it completely did the root coil around the desiccated carcass and drag it back underground. Even the remaining hide and bones served as nourishment for the locust tree. It spared no living thing, not even insects. Because the tree grew near the riverbank, its extensive root system had extended into the water itself. Some fish and shrimp in the river had also fallen prey to its hunger. The ancient locust tree remained unaware that Xuanqing stood beneath it watching coldly. It devoured flesh and blood without restraint to sustain itself. Xuanqing narrowed his eyes, studying the massive trunk and sprawling branches. In truth, the old locust tree had not yet attained demonic status or developed sentience. It acted purely on instinctual drives. The villagers had yet to notice its nature, likely because the tree's instincts kept it at a distance from human settlements. Yet this alone revealed enough. The tree had a natural preference for consuming living flesh. If a locust tree with such inherent tastes eventually transformed into a demon, would it truly restrain itself from devouring humans? To most demons, ordinary mortals were no different from livestock, a source of sustenance. Some demons simply preferred the taste of human flesh, while others showed no interest. Given the old locust tree's innate desire for living flesh, if it became a demon and craved human flesh, would it truly resist? The answer was self-evident. Rather than leave it unchecked and gamble on its restraint, Xuanqing preferred to destroy it outright. No, he should burn it to the ground. This would give him the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired spirit fire divine punishment and see what it could do. But before setting the tree ablaze, there was one other matter to attend to. He needed to inform the elder of Fanjia village about the plan to burn the tree. A hidden danger had been discovered in the village. It must be dealt with, but the villagers should know what was happening. On one hand, he wanted the villagers to understand the importance of vigilance. On the other, he wanted them to recognize that Lord Xuanqing genuinely protected them. This would strengthen their faith. While Xuanqing had no desire for public displays of divinity, that did not mean he preferred to work in silence. Arriving at the village elder's residence, he cast the dream entry technique. Within the dreamscape, Elder Fan found himself beneath the old locust tree at the village's rear. Moonlight bathed the scene in ethereal silver, yet the world felt indistinct and hazy. He stood confused, unable to tell whether he dreamed or woke. Why had he come here? What was he doing? Still bewildered, Elder Fan lifted his gaze and saw to his astonishment a figure standing beneath the ancient tree. The stranger faced away, tall and slender, draped in dark blue robes with ink-black hair. By all rights, such a silhouette in the dead of night should have sent anyone fleeing in terror. Yet Elder Fan sensed only an otherworldly aura, divine, transcendent, carrying no trace of menace. Instead, it compelled him to kneel instinctively. And there was something deeply familiar about this figure. Then it struck him, the exact visage he saw daily in the main shrine of Lord Xuanqing back in Songjia village. The realization hit him like lightning. Before his mind could fully process it, his body moved on instinct, kneeling, pressing his forehead to the earth. This humble subject greets Lord Xuanqing, he cried, his heart pounding with dawning reverence. He was witnessing Lord Xuanqing in the flesh, even if only from behind. For a mere mortal, this was an honor beyond measure. Indeed, I have come seeking you to convey a matter of importance. The divine voice, clear yet carrying an air of aloof coldness, sent fresh waves of excitement through Elder Fan. Speak, my lord. This humble one shall etch every word into his heart. The sheer fervor in his voice nearly caught Xuanqing off guard. After a brief pause, he continued. The ancient locust tree behind Fanjia village, this very one you see before you, is on the verge of transformation into a demon. Xuanqing's words caused a fright. Headman Fan immediately jumped and, cowering, knelt on the ground. That old locust tree is about to become a demon. Will it eat people? I've heard many demons devour humans. Headman Fan panicked for a moment, then suddenly understood. Biting his teeth, he said, I now grasp your meaning, Lord Xuanqing. Thank you for informing me. That old locust tree has not yet truly become a demon. I shall immediately gather the villagers and cut it down. Xuanqing paused, slightly surprised as he looked at Headman Fan. This headman had assumed he was simply here to relay the news and let them handle cutting down the old locust tree themselves. Even a tree on the verge of becoming a demon posed real danger to ordinary villagers. It could injure them if it fought back. How could he possibly let mere mortals handle something like this? The headman's mix of self-awareness and recklessness was striking, still wanting to deal with the old locust tree on his own. Xuanqing chuckled faintly and replied, "There's no need. I shall burn that old locust tree myself. I came only to inform you of this matter." Headman Fan froze for an instant, then surged with excitement, bowing his head repeatedly. "On behalf of all the villagers of Fan Village, I thank you, Lord Xuanqing, for your protection. Fan Village will forever remember your grace and worship you devoutly through the generations." Headman Fan genuinely felt grateful to Xuanqing. He thanked him not only for warning him about the threat of the old locust tree, but also for willing to personally intervene and destroy the near-demon tree, thereby shielding Fan Village from harm. He was actually afraid of the old locust tree as well, yet knew he had to eliminate it regardless. Otherwise it would grow into a demon that devoured people. But now Lord Xuanqing was stepping in to deal with it for them. Now there was nothing to fear. Lord Xuanqing truly was a benevolent deity who cared for all people and showed compassion toward common folk. The deities they had worshipped before fell short in every way compared to him. Their decision to worship Lord Xuanqing was undoubtedly the wisest choice Fan Village had ever made. Xuanqing nodded and dispelled his dream-entering ability. Headman Fan was still caught up in his emotions when suddenly everything went black before his eyes, his body feeling as though it were falling endlessly into boundless darkness. "Aunt!" Headman Fan cried out, awakening from his dream with a start. His eyes snapped open and he panted heavily. Gazing up at the dim roof above him, he slowly composed himself after a few breaths, gradually returning to reality. Had he merely dreamed? He had seen Lord Xuanqing in his dream, and the Lord had spoken of the old locust tree behind the village growing close to becoming a demon, and intended to burn it down. Was this truly just a dream? Headman Fan hesitated, wondering if the old locust tree behind the village might genuinely be on the verge of becoming a demon. If Lord Xuanqing hadn't burned it down already, wouldn't it be safer to gather the villagers and cut it down himself as a precaution? As he hesitated, Headman Fan suddenly heard the villagers' cries from outside. The thatched cottage offered no sound insulation, so even the faintest commotion outside would carry clearly through the walls. Headman Fan heard the chaos outside. "Fire! Someone come put it out. The old locust tree at the back is burning. Everyone get up and help fight the fire." At the mention of old locust tree, Headman Fan's spirits lifted, immediately connecting it to what Lord Xuanqing had said in his dream. The old locust tree is about to become a demon. Lord Xuanqing intends to burn it. Without hesitation, Headman Fan threw on his clothes and pushed open the door. Outside, villagers carried torches and basins of water racing toward the old locust tree at the rear of the village. Faint crackling and popping echoed from the flames. The pitch-black night was illuminated by torchlight, and the fire consuming the old locust tree. Headman Fan, hastily wrapped in an outer garment, ran alongside the villagers toward the rear of the village. Soon he caught sight of the old locust tree engulfed in flames. The lush canopy danced with blue and red flames, while the thick leafless trunk burned equally fierce. The entire old locust tree had transformed into a towering inferno. The flames were monstrous, sending chills through every onlooker. A howling sound, part shriek part whined, echoed through the night air. Headman Fan could have sworn he saw the old locust tree writhing as though attempting to break free and flee. Yet within such fierce inferno it seemed more like a trick of the light. The old locust tree's canopy spread wide, its branches draping over several rooftops, but the blue-red flames consuming it never touched the homes below. The fire moved with purpose, devouring only the tree itself. Headman Fan stared in stunned silence, the dream's images cycling through his mind like frames sliding across a screen. It matched perfectly, every detail aligned. The old locust tree was indeed on the verge of becoming a demon, and Lord Xuanqing had burned it, as foretold. He hadn't merely been dreaming, Lord Xuanqing had sent the vision himself. Headman Fan was overwhelmed with shock and elation. Coming back to his senses, he spotted villagers carrying water basins to extinguish the blaze and rushed to stop them. While burning the tree itself posed little concern, the villagers feared the fire would spread into the village. Yet Headman Fan was certain this was Lord Xuanqing purging the demon tree. The village would remain unharmed. Grasping those moving to douse the flames, he addressed the rest with a loud voice. "Do not extinguish it. Let the fire kill this demonic tree." Villagers holding basins and buckets stared in disbelief at their headman. Some too hasty to listen flung water directly onto the flames anyway. The water proved utterly futile against the inferno. After tossing their contents, one villager shouted, "Have you not awakened from your sleep, Headman? The fire rages so fiercely. If we don't douse it, the entire village will be consumed." Headman Fan's expression turned stern as he raised his voice. "It will not spread to the village. Look at the canopy touching the houses. The fire consumes only the tree, never the structures." Hearing this, the villagers turned their gaze toward the tree crown brushing against the rooftops. Only then did they realize the flames were indeed devouring nothing but the tree itself. Eyes wide with astonishment, the villagers whispered among themselves. What manner of fire was this? Could it distinguish between tree and home? Anticipating their questions, Headman Fan spoke loudly before they could ask. "Lord Xuanqing appeared to me in a dream, declaring this old locust tree stands on the verge of becoming a demon. He intends to burn it down." This fire was set by Lord Xuanqing himself. He would never allow it to reach our homes. Rest assured there is no need to fight it. Let the flames consume this demonic tree. Headman Fan's words struck the crowd like a boulder hurling into still waters, sending ripples of shock through every villager. Many stood speechless, unable to form coherent thoughts. Silence fell over the gathering, broken only by the crackling roar of fire. After a long pause, someone stammered, "Headman, are you speaking the truth? I wouldn't deceive you." Headman Fan shot him a sharp glare, his face grim. "What purpose would I have in lying? I truly dreamed of Lord Xuanqing, who warned that the old locust tree was on the verge of becoming a demon and promised to burn it. And now this very tree had burst into flames without cause. What else but the divine will of Lord Xuanqing could explain this?" The villagers exchanged glances, finding no counterargument. Headman Fan's words carried weight among them. So he hadn't been fabricating stories. He had genuinely encountered Lord Xuanqing in a vision. This meant the old locust tree was genuinely on the threshold of becoming a demon. A wave of dread swept through the crowd, and not a single soul dared toss water upon the flames anymore. Several steps backward, they collectively retreated, desperate to put distance between themselves and the ancient tree. Good heavens, the old locust tree was about to become a demon, and once it did, would it devour them all? The thought sent chills racing down their spines. Yet beneath that terror lay a dawning relief. Thank the heavens they had Lord Xuanqing's protection. In the desolate night, fire illuminated Fan Village. A towering pillar of flames raged in the wind, its roar resembling both the howling gale and the cries of the damned. The villagers watched from dozens of meters away as the ancient locust tree was completely engulfed by the inferno. They were terrified, yet overwhelmed with relief. More than anything, they felt grateful. Grateful that Lord Xuanqing had discovered the thread of the ancient locust tree in time and destroyed it before it could cause harm. This prevented the terrible fate of the locust tree becoming a demon and consuming human lives. The ancient locust tree was enormous, yet the power of the azure-red flames was nothing to be underestimated. Moreover, Xuanqing had deliberately restrained himself, worrying he might not fully control his divine ability on his first use. After all, it was merely a locust tree that had not yet become a demon, no matter how he restrained his divine ability, it would still suffice to incinerate it. In a matter of moments, as the flames gradually devoured the tree's trunk, the fire began to dim. Eventually, the blaze extinguished entirely. Where the ancient locust tree had stood, nothing remained. Not even a stump, let alone branches or leaves. No ashes stained the ground where it had burned. It appeared as though even the ashes had been consumed. Not a single scorch mark marred the earth. Had the villagers not witnessed with their own eyes the ancient locust tree being devoured by the inferno, they might have spent the next day wondering where it had gone. As the ancient locust tree was consumed to nothing, and the flames died out completely, the villagers' houses remained untouched, spared entirely from the inferno's reach. As village head Fan had said from the beginning, the fire belonged to Lord Xuanqing and would not harm their homes. That which consumed the ancient locust tree was indeed no ordinary flame. This further confirmed what village head Fan had said. The villagers gazed at the riverbank where the ancient locust tree had once taken root, now empty and barren, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Thank heavens we summoned the deity in time, bringing Lord Xuanqing to our village. No one knew who had spoken those words first. Yet they resonated deeply with every villager of Fan Village. Indeed, it was only because they had timely summoned the deity and enshrined Lord Xuanqing that they could discover the ancient locust tree was about to become a demon and burn it before it could cause harm. If they still worshipped the deity from before, perhaps all the villagers would have been devoured by the tree, and that deity would not have shown any sign of intervention, would they? Lord Xuanqing had only been formally enshrined in the village that very day, yet, that same night, he had revealed the threat of the ancient locust tree becoming a demon and destroyed it on their behalf. This was not merely burning a demon tree, it was saving their very lives. That Fan Village could enshrine Lord Xuanqing and receive his protection was truly a blessing accumulated over many lifetimes. Coming to their senses, the villagers immediately knelt and bowed toward the Xuanqing temple in the center of the village. Soon, one by one, the villagers fell to their knees. Not minding the dirt and dust of the ground, they kowtowed right where they stood. Lord Xuanqing is infinitely compassionate. Fan Village is eternally grateful. Similar scenes unfolded beyond Fan Village alone. In Xujia Village, Xuanqing had discovered a chest of gold and silver buried underground for an unknown length of time. He then appeared in dreams to inform the village head. The following day, the villagers of Xujia Village dug up a chest brimming with gold and silver at the location Xuanqing had revealed. Distributed among each household in the village, every family received enough silver to sustain them for over a year. It was a considerable windfall. Unfortunately, it happened only once. Yet the villagers were beside themselves with joy. Lord Xuanqing was truly miraculously responsive. Though they had not been blessed to witness the deity's true form with their own eyes, they could genuinely feel themselves under the divine protection and grace. It felt like a dream, yet entirely real. For the first time, they felt this so vividly. The deities truly exist. They are genuinely blessed and protected by divine grace. Aside from places as fortunate as Xujia Village, which unearthed a chest of treasure, there were also the less fortunate, who dug up corpses scattered across the ground. In this era, earth burial was the norm. People were born from the earth and returned to it fallen leaves seeking their roots. When someone died in a village, they were uniformly interred in a single place. This was commonly known as the ancestral grave. But that particular village had chosen an unfortunate location for their ancestral burial ground. The yin energy was excessively heavy. Over time, when conditions aligned properly, the corpses would easily transform into zombies. Xuanqing was uncertain whether those creatures were actually zombies or if such a concept even existed in this world. However, those creatures bore a striking resemblance to the zombies from his memories. Fortunately, lacking certain conditions, those corpses had not fully transformed into zombies, though the signs were already apparent. As before, risks identified early could be addressed early. Yet without explanation, digging up ancestral graves would seem rather impolite. Xuanqing himself held no interest in exhuming graves. Therefore, he chose to appear in dreams and inform the village head, instructing them to exhume and cremate the bodies and relocate the ancestral graves elsewhere in the future. The next day, the village head overcame opposition and gathered the villagers to dig up the ancestral graves. Upon excavation, as Lord Xuanqing had foretold, the signs of transformation were indeed present. The corpses remained undecayed despite death, with hair continuing to grow and sharp fangs emerging. The villagers may have lacked refinement, but even without being told, they recognized this was not a favorable omen. The villagers valued their lives dearly, and without needing instruction from Xuanqing, they too wished to burn the corpses. At this moment, the villagers no longer cared about any impropriety toward their ancestors. The living held far greater importance than the dead. They decisively exhumed the corpses and carried them off to be cremated. Xuanqing secretly added his own flames to ensure the bodies burned completely. In this era, information spread slowly, but Hugong Township was modest in size, comprising only these few villages. With people visiting one another back and forth, the news spread throughout Hugong Township in less than 2 days. Have you heard? Fan Village only invited Lord Xuanqing back during the day, and that very night he appeared in their dreams, revealing that the ancient locust tree behind the village would become a demon and proceeded to destroy it. Of course I've heard. There's also Shujia Village. I overheard one of their idle gossipers slip a secret, saying they received a dream vision from Lord Xuanqing the night before, revealing where silver and gold were buried underground. The next day they dug it up, reportedly quite a substantial amount. Though that gossipmonger refused to disclose the exact figure, I suspect it was quite considerable. How I envy them. I wonder if there's buried treasure beneath my own village. I wish I could dig up wealth as well. Heck, then go summon the deity. Invite Lord Xuanqing to your village. If there's treasure buried beneath your land, he'll reveal it to you in dreams. Though it's also possible there's no treasure underground, but rather a pile of corpses that could transform into corpse monsters. What you're saying has me going home to dig up the ancestral grave and check whether the corpses have changed. And so the news spread throughout Hugong Township. For a time, tales of Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestations and miraculous interventions grew increasingly widespread. Those few villages that had received Lord Xuanqing's divine assistance spoke of his miraculous deeds with particular enthusiasm. Only by summoning the deity did they realize just how responsive Lord Xuanqing truly was. This was the deity they had always truly longed to believe in. Not some distant ethereal being remote from the mortal realm, but one who provided genuine tangible protection. In the days that followed, 2 or 3 more villages came requesting the deity's presence, casting sacred cups to seek divine guidance. Xuanqing naturally agreed to all their requests. As Master Xuanqing's renown continued to grow throughout Xuanqing County, the number of daily worshippers surged dramatically. Of course, the crowds were at their peak on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month. Most common folks still preferred those 2 days for offering incense. Xuanqing spent several more days in peaceful tranquility, idly listening to pilgrims recount their various wishes. The majority of ordinary people had no specific desires beyond simply praying for peace and safety. Oh, and there were also those seeking prosperity. Ever since the incident in Su Village, where a large chest of gold and silver treasures was unearthed from the ground, the number of those praying for wealth had multiplied. Many believed that worshipping Master Xuanqing could attract good fortune. If they paid their respects, who knew? They might stumble upon money themselves. This left Xuanqing feeling rather awkward. Yet astonishingly many who prayed for prosperity did end up finding money, though the amounts were not large. But they had indeed found money. Thus rumors that worshipping Master Xuanqing brought wealth, and that one could pick up coins by his grace, grew ever stronger. Xuanqing could only stare in bewildered amusement. Meanwhile, over at Green Mirror Pool, some minor spirits, having tasted the sweetness of his blessings, could no longer wait until the 1st of next month to offer incense. So they stealthily crept before Xuanqing's statue, hoping to earn Master Xuanqing's favor. That particular spirit was one Xuanqing recognized quite well. It was the yellow weasel spirit, the very first from that group to come and bow before his statue. Xuanqing remembered it as Xuanqing. The incense sticks Xuanqing had brought were kept by Emu on ordinary days, so the weasel spirit could not obtain any from him. Somehow, though, Xuanqing managed to steal incense from elsewhere and came to burn it before Xuanqing's statue. Emu and Xian Mo, remembering Xuanqing's words that only the 1st and 15th days were suitable for incense offerings, instinctively moved to intercept and drive away the weasel spirit attempting to worship. However, Xuanqing stopped them. That weasel spirit was merely a representative of the minor demons seeking incense on ordinary days, hoping to receive merit feedback. There were surely many more like it. Yimu and Xianmo's efforts to chase away these spirits attempting daily incense offerings would have little effect. To put it plainly, these minor demons simply did not know that burning incense on ordinary days yielded no spiritual merit. They likely believed Yimu was merely blocking them from worshipping on regular days. That was precisely why on all days except the 1st and 15th they would sneak around in attempts to burn incense. Once these minor demons actually managed to burn incense and discovered there was no spiritual feedback on ordinary days, they would naturally cease their pointless endeavors. With nobody to block their path, the weasel spirit successfully slipped before the statue. It then lit the incense stick and performed the Kowtow worship ritual following the same procedure as before. Having finished the incense offering, the weasel spirit knelt upon the ground, gazing eagerly at the statue. Seconds ticked by, the air profoundly still. Yet the weasel spirit never received the spiritual feedback it had hoped for. Confused, it blinked its dark round little eyes and scratched its head in thought for a moment. Then, unwilling to give up, it produced 3 more incense sticks from its fur, lit them, and kowtowed once more. This time its movements were even more proper than before, yet it remained futile. Since Xuanqing could not receive merit from incense offerings, how could he possibly reward her with spiritual feedback? The weasel spirit knelt before the statue, gazing at Xuanqing's image with bewilderment and growing anxiety. It could not fathom why Master Xuanqing had bestowed a treasure upon it last time, but nothing this time. Just then the black cat, Xianmo, sensing the moment was right, appeared at Xuanqing's bidding. The weasel spirit was terrified, its fur bristling in alarm. Instinctively lowering its head, it stammered out an apology. This humble demon means no ill will. I merely revere Master Xuanqing and wish to offer him additional sticks of incense. Great Master Xianmo, please do not strike me. Xianmo rolled its eyes, paying no mind to the weasel's excuses. Of course it had not come to reprimand Xuanqing. Xianmo stated directly, stop wasting your effort. Only on the 1st and 15th days will Master Xuanqing bestow treasures upon us. Incense offered on ordinary days is useless. Otherwise, do you truly believe my companion Yimu and I deliberately prevented you from worshipping? Xuanqing, you must understand that treasures are rare, and we who dwell in the demonic path should not be so greedy. Xianmo spoke with earnest gravity. Though one could not read what Xuanqing thought within on the surface, she wore an expression of deep reverence, nodding most obediently. Great Master Xianmo speaks truly. This humble demon has been enlightened. We who dwell in the demonic path indeed should not be so greedy. That Master Xuanqing would bestow such treasures aiding our cultivation merely for an incense offering is already an extraordinarily generous favor. We cannot ask for too much. Xuanqing appeared humble and receptive, yet could not resist adding one last excuse. This humble demon merely came to burn incense because of my deep reverence for Master Xuanqing. I wish to see him more often. Xianmo felt she had said all that needed saying and had no interest in further details. Licking her paw perfunctorily, she replied, Master Xuanqing will appreciate your devotion. If there is nothing else, you may return now. Facing Xianmo, whose strength far surpassed her own, Xuanqing had already borne tremendous psychological pressure. Now that Xianmo was telling her to leave, she welcomed the relief. After bidding farewell, she immediately turned and fled. Xuanqing was confident that once she returned, she would spread word that no rewards were given for incense offerings on ordinary days. Thus the constant stream of minor demons coming to worship would cease. Time passed in tranquil stillness. A week had elapsed since Xuanqing last bestowed spiritual merit upon Yimu. Yimu had finally achieved a successful breakthrough to the mid-stage of spirit gathering. From early to mid-stage of that realm, Yimu had been stalled for 4 or 5 years. Originally, it had assumed another 1 or 2 years would be needed before the breakthrough came naturally. However, since encountering Xuanqing, that timeline had been dramatically shortened. This was not in fact solely due to the cultivation gained from the spiritual merit. Yimu's bloodline was inherently extraordinary. One could see it in the short wooden horn protrusion upon its forehead. Beyond increasing cultivation and enhancing innate aptitude, the incense had greatly activated the dormant power within Yimu's bloodline. This was precisely why the breakthrough time had been shortened so significantly. Overjoyed, Yimu scrambled to Xuanqing's statue the moment the breakthrough completed. My lord, I've broken through. I've reached the mid-stage of spirit gathering. Yimu's tail wagged with delight, its crocodilian eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy and pride. Xianmo still needed to refine her cultivation for some time before attempting a breakthrough to the spirit gathering stage. Even when she eventually broke through, Yimu at the mid-stage would still hold superiority over her. Yimu was not about to be pleased by that prospect. It had long been anxious that one day Xianmo might break through to the same realm as itself. And given Xianmo's temperament, she would certainly flaunt her achievement right in front of Yimu. Yimu dreaded to imagine how distressed it would be. In less than 2 months, a minor cat demon who had once barely reached the early stage of body refinement had caught up and stood equal to it. Fortunately, Yimu had now broken through to the mid-stage of spirit gathering. Even if Xianmo broke through to spirit gathering, Yimu would still maintain the upper hand. The crocodile was overjoyed. Xuanqing emerged from the statue, nodding with a smile. Indeed, Yimu, you have broken through. You have made progress. From now on you are a great demon of the mid-stage spirit-gathering realm. Xuanqing spoke in the manner of someone addressing a cherished household pet. Reaching the mid-stage of spirit-gathering had Mu overjoyed. After sharing the news with Xuanqing, he deliberately went to Mo to show off. Mo, I've reached the mid-stage of spirit-gathering. Mo, when will you break through? With your outstanding constitution and talent, it surely won't take long to reach the mid-stage, right? You are the first demon general under the Great Lord's command, so you must cultivate hard and not bring shame upon him. This bone refinement stage is still a bit low. Mu grinned widely, chattering endlessly before Mo. His eyes could not hide a trace of self-satisfaction. The black cat could only force a smile. Thank you for your concern, Great King Mu. I plan to attempt the breakthrough next month. The spirit gathering stage is within reach. It's only a matter of time. But a little demon like you should aim higher, either demon core or transformation stage, otherwise how can you boast of serving the Great Lord when you venture out? Don't you agree, Great King Mu? Though the black cat was sharp-tongued, his heart seethed with bitterness. He secretly regretted having introduced Mu to Lord Xuanqing in the first place. The cat and the crocodile sparred back and forth, neither yielding. Xuanqing chuckled and shook his head, then returned to the spirit statue. The sun dipped westward. The afterglow blazed like an oil painting, illuminating the layered emerald peaks. Song Family Village, Xuanqing Temple. By the hour the worshippers had dwindled. Xuanqing, seeing no one left to offer incense, prepared to close the temple doors. As she stepped to the entrance, she spotted two figures hurrying toward them. Their pairing was rather odd. One was an ordinary village woman, haggard-faced, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, dressed plainly. But the person she supported beside her was strange. Though it had not rained for days, and it was a sweltering summer, the man wore a straw raincoat and bamboo hat completely covered from head to toe. He appeared tall and likely male, yet his steps were unsteady and stumbling. He needed the woman's support to walk. Aside from that, Xuanqing detected nothing unusual. Both seemed like ordinary mortals. Frowning slightly, she asked, "Here to offer incense?" The straw-cloaked man said nothing. The woman quickly nodded. Yes, we've come to offer incense to Lord Xuanqing." Xuanqing nodded and lowered her hand from the door latch. "Come in." The woman supported the bamboo-hatted man and followed Xuanqing into the temple. What she did not know was that from the moment these two appeared, Xuanqing's gaze had already fallen upon the bamboo-hatted man and never shifted away. From that man, he sensed a familiar revulsion and rejection. But Xuanqing did not act hastily. The situation was still unclear, and he was curious. Let him observe first. The woman guided the man to the main hall. Before the vivid statue of Lord Xuanqing, her eyes reddened with tears. They each offered incense to Xuanqing. During the man's turn, his outstretched hands were also wrapped in cloth. Indeed, not a single inch of skin was exposed. He was sealed from head to toe. After offering incense, the woman helped the man kneel upon the cushion. Then she abruptly pulled off his bamboo hat. Beneath it, his true face was revealed. A black beak, red eyes with vertical pupils like a bird's. Sparse black feathers grew across his face and neck. Xuanqing's eyes bulged in shock, nearly drawing her broadsword. Xuanqing, however, showed no surprise. He had already seen the man's face beneath the hat. He was only puzzled as to what was happening. Though the man's appearance was monstrous, his eyes and mannerisms still carried traces of humanity. The woman fell to her knees upon the cushion, weeping and bowing repeatedly. "Please, Lord Xuanqing, save my son." Through sobs, she recounted the story. It all began the previous night. The woman hailed from Hejia Village, another settlement in Hegong Township, though farther from Songjia Village. He sure was a widow whose husband had died young, leaving her to raise her son alone. Her son Xuanjiang was 17 and unmarried, currently being matched with a bride. Having endured such hardship raising a child alone, He sure's constitution had weakened and her sleep was poor. She often woke in the middle of the night. Last night, He sure woke as usual. Remembering she needed to relieve herself, she stepped out of her sleeping chamber. There was no lamp lit, but the moonlight was bright enough to see by. Stepping outside, she noticed her son's door stood open. Entering the room, she found Xuanjiang was not there. He had vanished. He sure assumed he had gone to the latrine and called out. No answer came. Growing uneasy, she searched the surrounding area. No sign of him. She searched the entire village. Still nothing. Panic overwhelmed her. A widow and her son were all she had. He was her entire world. Where could Xuanjiang have gone at midnight? Unable to find him, she pounded on the village chief's door. The chief, woken in irritation, glared at her from the doorway, until she burst into tears. "Chief, Xuanjiang is gone. I woke and he was missing. I've searched the whole village. Please help me. He's all I have." Hearing that Xuanjiang had disappeared overnight, the chief set aside his annoyance and immediately rallied men with torches to search. They found him naturally, on the mountain behind the village. But the news was grim. Behind Hejia Village lay the burial grounds, where all the deceased of Hejia were interred. Chief He and his men discovered Xuanjiang digging up a corpse from a fresh grave, and then devouring it. Raw. The rotting remains, crawling with maggots and reeking of decay, were what he consumed. Xuanjiang ate as though starved for 8 lifetimes. His mouth had transformed into a black beak, and sparse black feathers grew across his face, neck, and every exposed patch of skin. His nails had thickened and sharpened into talons. The villagers of Hejia stood frozen, some backing away in terror, others gagging at the grotesque scene. Xuanqing ignored them entirely, consumed only by the corpse. Only after several moments of shock did the villagers rally their courage and pull him away. They knocked him unconscious and bound him. It was no easy feat, for Xuanqing was unnaturally strong, his skin thick and tough, his claws razor sharp. Several villagers were left bleeding from his claws, but in the end they managed to subdue him.